Chapter 1. The morning sunlight filtered through the tree shadows into the room, casting dappled light spots. Lin Bei raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring light as the blanket slid down his arm and rested on his chest. He opened his eyes with difficulty under the sunshine, sprawling out on the bed to wake up. Get up quickly if you're awake. Upon hearing his struggling movements, Hu Linwen didn't even look up. His weary eyes were fixed on the screen while his hands kept moving, operating the zombie character who moved slowly forward with every keyboard strike. What time is it? Lin Bei finally came to his senses, slowly sat up, and shook his neck which had gone numb from pressure. It's 9:15. Hu Linwen managed to glance sideways briefly to quickly inform Lin Bei of the time. Why did you get up so early today? Lin Bei, fully awake, put on a tank top and turned off the bed. He pushed open the door and stepped outside to bask in the sun when suddenly a gust of wind blew him back a step. Shit. He slammed the door shut and retreated inside, trembling while rubbing the goosebumps all over his arms, questioning, isn't it just the beginning of September? Normal, isn't it due to global warming? Lin Bei was momentarily puzzled, his mind filled with complete incomprehension about how global warming was related to the cold weather. However, he chose not to delve deeper and decided to give his brain a short vacation. He swiftly rummaged through the wardrobe for a hoodie, putting it on and completing his outfit before heading outside once more. Despite the abnormal strong wind, he washed his face determinedly and admired his haggard good looks in the mirror. By the time he appreciated himself and returned inside, Hu Linwen had already passed the level and proceeded to the next one. With a leisurely sip of health tea, he tossed a pancake to Lin Bei, asking, do you feel better? Still feverish. I should be fine now. Lin Bei touched his forehead but felt nothing unusual. Yesterday's sudden high fever knocked him down, an unexpected occurrence for this southern Superman who hadn't fallen ill in years. Luckily, this bout of sickness came and went fast, leaving no residual effects. Hu Linwen dispassionately killed an NPC and lamented, now this game is getting boring. Didn't you have plans with Brother Su today? Why aren't you out? Lin Bei took a bite of the pancake, still warm and perfect to eat. The tomato sauce brought a satisfying sweet aroma, causing him to sniff approvingly. Hu Linwen suddenly pressed enter forcefully, making his mouse crackle loudly, she's volunteering. There's an event downtown that needs more people. His tone gave away no emotion, but Lin Bei, nonetheless, struggled to put the pancake down and patted his shoulder lightly, consoling, sincerity can move even the hardest stones. Go away. Hu Linwen shoved his hand away, coldly saying, if you don't want a fatal attack, back off sensibly. Understood. Lin Bei had no intention of provoking the easily irritable single man, retreating with the pancake to the corner chair. As a member of the singleton group, Lin Bei had given up struggling already. Even though he always believed the feng shui of the dormitory affected his romantic fortune. Naturally, Hu Linwen, a fellow member of dormitory 503, couldn't escape this curse either. However, lately, there seemed to be signs of a reversal of fortunes, yet unfortunately, Su Licheng, the proud lotus among the male athletes of S University, was hardly comparable to ordinary girls. She dedicated all her days off entirely to collective activities and volunteer work. Have you thought about joining the volunteers? You could contribute to socialism and maybe reverse your life's trajectory. Hu Linwen stretched out his hands, pushing the keyboard to the table despondently, this is a last resort strategy, but it can be taken into consideration. Lin Bei sighed alongside him, swallowing the last piece of pancake, raising his eyes to ask, where's Ji Chao? At the library. As a symbol of the school's culture and heritage, libraries are usually lavishly funded places. S University takes this particularly seriously, building 2 libraries, each more luxurious than the other. Lin Bei dressed properly for the wind, grabbing the experiment report and heading to the nearest library. Yesterday was originally the day for submitting the experiment report, but due to his abrupt high fever, Lin Bei missed the chance to catch up on his assignments. So, now he set off. This odd wind seemed to intensify because of his appearance, cunningly sneaking into Lin Bei's collar, circling around before causing goosebumps all over his body. Fucking hell. Lin Bei pulled his cap down, tightened the cords into a knot, scrunching it into a most beautiful sunflower. There weren't many pedestrians on the road at this time. Not too early, not too late, and without concentrated foot traffic. Lin Bei shuffled along, trying to rack his brain for a list of books he wanted to borrow but failed due to his post-fever brain fog that churned around uselessly like slurry. Suddenly, a person walked straight into his arms, the fragrance of female perfume enveloping him before he even realized what had happened. Before Lin Bei could recover from the unexpected soft embrace, a hand with distinct knuckles was stretched in front of him. Be careful. The voice was deep, raspy as if it had been sliced by the icy wind. Your girlfriend. Sorry, Lin Bei quickly released the girl and stepped 2 paces back as the man swiftly steadied her, saying, thank you. Lin Bei rubbed his ears. No problem. Can you tell me where the school clinic is? The man stood tall in front of Lin Bei. His face suggested someone not easy to get along with, yet surprisingly polite when speaking. Lin Bei couldn't help but take a few looks up and down. The man was very tall, about 185 centimeters, wrapped in an unremarkable windbreaker, its zipper pulled up tightly to the top. He looked like an unsheathed blade, sharp and commanding. Lin Bei cleared his throat, drawing back his gaze. From here, turn left past 2 classroom buildings and you'll reach it. Thanks. No need to be so formal. After their brief exchange, Lin Bei hurriedly left, darting inside the library and heading straight for the 4th floor humanities section. After rounding 2 bookshelves, he finally spotted Zhang Chao. Taking a couple of breaths, Lin Bei threw his bag onto the seat and asked, "What are you reading?" 30 Brilliant Tips for Interpersonal Relationships. Zhang Chao shifted his rear, making space for Lin Bei. Lin Bei leaned over and glanced, astonished. "You finished reading the rules of communication already?" "Yeah." "Was it helpful?" "Not yet tested." "You go for it then." Lin Bei raised his lips in a faint smile. "Did you find the 2 books I asked you for earlier?" Due to the library's renovation, many books were never properly sorted, and some sections remained missing entirely. "One's in my bag, the other I didn't find." "Thanks." Lin Bei patted his shoulder. A sworn brotherhood bond. Before Zhang Chao could respond, Lin Bei placed the report next to him. "Help me watch this while I go to the bathroom." He exited the reading room and headed straight for the restroom. Because a batch of graduate exam takers always stayed in the library, the cabinets outside the toilet were packed full of sundries. Cautiously stepping over piles of large and small boxes, Lin Bei caught sight of himself in the mirror at the restroom entrance, his sunflower hairstyle gleaming embarrassingly dumb. With no one around, Lin Bei lifted his hands, arranging them into a cute pose resembling a national flower, blinking twice as he gave himself a playful wink. Before his wink ended, footsteps emerged from the cubicle, startling Lin Bei so much his eyelids nearly cramped. Pretending to wash his hands, he turned on the faucet, splashing water everywhere just as a rat slid up onto the sink counter. Startled again, Lin Bei recoiled against the wall as he stared at the rat whose size was far from normal. Its body was long enough to reach his forearm, with 2 crimson eyes rolling around ominously. Their gazes locked, Lin Bei instinctively swallowed hard. Just as he pondered how to deal with the enormous rat, a figure wobbled out of the restroom, dragging his feet slowly, head bowed down, looking rigid overall. After several scrutinizing looks, Lin Bei failed to see the man's face clearly. Yesterday's burst pipes in the restroom had just been repaired, leaving the entire area damp. The man inexplicably avoided puddles effortlessly, splashing as he moved until he suddenly tripped and fell flat on the ground right in front of Lin Bei. The whole process was fluid, emitting not a sound of pain, falling straight like a stalk of leek. Lin Bei. He instinctively glanced upward searching for security cameras, relaxing once seeing the red light. "Hey, are you alright?" Frowning, Lin Bei waited a moment without receiving any response before gradually walking closer. Just as he was about to crouch down to check the situation, the man reached out and grabbed Lin Bei's ankle. At the same time, the giant rat on the sink counter darted off, instantly disappearing. "Classmate?" Lin Bei struggled to take a step back. The man suddenly lifted his head, abruptly staring straight ahead. His ashen face was devoid of any blood color. As Lin Bei stood in a daze, the man suddenly opened his mouth and let out a sharp, howling scream, revealing what looked like specks of blood inside. Lin Bei shuddered as if electrocuted, his whole body quivering. He swiftly kicked twice, unleashing surprising strength amidst the chaos, successfully dislodging the man's grip on him. Lin Bei then scrambled to his feet and ran toward the exit. Strangely, the boxes that had previously obstructed him now served as an advantage. His pursuer could not lift his legs properly and instead stretched his arms awkwardly, tripping over the boxes and flailing helplessly on top of them. This bizarre sight left Lin Bei momentarily stunned. He gasped audibly, "Holy crap," before pulling out his phone and retreating towards the reading room, moving faster and more urgently with each step until it felt like he might leap into flight at any moment. As dread crept further into Lin Bei's mind, he rushed indoors and slammed the door shut behind him. The loud sound of the door closing drew curious glances from everyone who had been studying quietly in the reading room. Lin Bei met their gazes but quickly swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue, unable to explain the unsettling scene he had just witnessed. "What's wrong?" Zhang Chao asked, approaching him with 2 thick books in hand. The cover of one book featured a large mouth and the words, "Communication leads to success." The image of the mouth stirred up disturbing associations in Lin Bei's mind. He closed his eyes briefly to steady his nerves and was about to say something when a sudden shriek erupted from outside. Through the glass window, Lin Bei saw the same man standing again, this time, just a few steps away from a terrified girl. "What's happening out there?" Zhang Chao exclaimed, surprised. Lin Bei stared ahead, taking a deep breath. "I don't know." He pulled open the door, grabbed a nearby stool, and stepped outside. "Call the police quick," he instructed Zhang Chao. "Got it," replied Zhang Chao, dropping the books and retrieving his phone while still keeping an eye on Lin Bei. People reading inside stood up, leaning over to peer outside curiously. "Hey!" Lin Bei shouted loudly upon reaching the man, immediately capturing his attention. The man's neck was twisted at an unnatural angle, rendering him both grotesque and horrifying. Lin Bei carefully positioned himself between the man and the girl, gripping the stool tighter as he did so. The girl clutched onto Lin Bei's jacket corner, her hand trembling violently. Her voice shaky, she murmured, "Thank you." With all his senses on high alert, Lin Bei noticed the man taking another step forward, his movement accompanied by the grating sound of bone-on-bone friction. Suddenly shouting, "Run!" Lin Bei urged the girl to escape. Without hesitation, the girl broke free and darted back. Seizing this opportunity, the man lunged ferociously toward Lin Bei, forcing him to raise the stool defensively, smashing it down hard onto the man's head. A tense standoff ensued between the two. Lin Bei gritted his teeth, maintaining pressure as the man struggled against him. Chapter 2. After Song Jiqin and Lin Bei parted ways, he did not take Xia Heng to the school clinic. Just as Hu Li called, he had just settled Xia Heng down. "What's wrong?" Song Jiqin leaned against the wall with one hand in his trouser pocket. The weather was dry, and so was the wind. He rubbed his face, and a craving for a cigarette hit him. The school authorities disagree, they're afraid of causing chaos. Old bastard, how could anyone decide on matters concerning human life like this? Song Jiqin spat, taking out a cigarette box from his pocket and placing one in his mouth. Isn't old Shah in possession of the official seal? Have him contact Vice President Li, let's create a document ourselves. Alright. Xia Heng is showing signs of rejection. I'll bring her back later, meet at the broadcasting room afterward. Needing the documents urgently, Song Jiqin wasn't sure if the forged ones would work, so he decided to meet directly at the broadcasting station where they could explain the situation there. Understood. Hu Li, who had been with Song Jiqin for 4 years, understood him instantly, almost like a little worm living inside his stomach. After hanging up, Song Jiqin finally lit his cigarette. As a former soldier, he always maintained a military-like demeanor. The mission he received this time was very tricky, and he didn't even know why Vice President Li would come to him. Outbreaks of viruses, zombie invasions, preserving the seed. These terms sounded like they belonged to science fiction novels but were formally used in government memos. First-tier cities such as B City and J City had already activated emergency plans, whereas second-tier cities like S City could only proceed more slowly due to limited nationwide armed forces. Moreover, the army itself might produce mutated entities, which led Vice President Li to gather a large number of veterans and assign them the task of protecting all universities in S City. At any given time, college students were considered an extremely powerful group. They were young, knowledgeable in specialized skills, and highly educated. Song Jiqin understood Vice President Li's intentions politically, yet morally he couldn't fully agree with these methods. It seemed like someone may have predicted the event's development, as the campus was eerily quiet. Thus, sudden screams became all the more noticeable. Song Jiqin looked toward the source of the sound. Shit, he cursed, stomping out the cigarette but underfoot and pulling the unconscious Xia Heng along. He shouted loudly to the crowd, "Run forward. Be cautious not to be bitten or grabbed." A large group of people surged out of the teaching building exit, followed by 2 zombies that had already undergone mutation. Due to the slow-moving nature of the zombies, no widespread panic arose among the people yet. Song Jiqin's vision was excellent, he even saw a group of individuals lounging on the second-floor balcony taking pictures with their phones. "Idiots," Song Jiqin muttered into his earpiece, "there's a change. Stop forging documents, go straight to broadcast station and make an announcement." He didn't stop walking while talking, send personnel into the building. Infection has started spreading within the teaching building. This teaching building wasn't far from the parking lot. After running for a bit, Song Jiqin spotted a boy getting his car. Song Jiqin quickly stopped him, "Hey. Can you help me out?" The boy cautiously eyed him, gripping the keys tightly in his hand. He must have seen the zombies too, but because he ran fast enough, he still managed to get here in time to fetch his vehicle. "Can you take my girlfriend to the north gate? She's sick, and you know how dangerous the situation is, I'm worried about her," Song Jiqin asked humbly. The boy's gaze darted between the two before gradually relaxing for some unknown reason. Hesitatingly, he asked, "Just send her to the north gate, right?" "Yes," Song Jiqin nodded, a sound of scattered footfalls approaching. The boy's expression changed abruptly, "Hurry up, it'll be too late soon." "Okay, thank you." Song Jiqin opened the car door, placing Xia Heng inside gently. Then he shut the door and remained outside. "You're not going?" The boy lowered his car window, asking. "No problem, I've got something else to handle." "Thanks," Song Jiqin patted his shoulder. The boy nodded, rolled up the window again. As the car sped off, Song Jiqin said into his earpiece, "Xia Heng will leave via the north gate, prepare to intercept her shortly." Within a few minutes, when Song Jiqin returned to the teaching building, things had already taken a turn. Initially, some believed it was merely a prank, until the less cautious were bitten and transformed. Only then did these young students truly comprehend, it wasn't a joke, it wasn't April Fool's Day either. This was a real disaster. No matter how slow-moving the zombies might be, they still carried the strength of an adult. Lin Bei firmly held the chair with both hands. He was unsure whether being scratched would lead to issues, so he decreased his struggling movements to prevent the zombies' hands from reaching him further. Fortunately, Lin Bei had dressed warmly when he went out, which provided him with a bit of security. Zhang Jichao had made 3 calls that hadn't gotten through, so he simply shoved his phone back into his pocket. Looking around, he saw the only unoccupied chair had already been taken by Lin Bei. The onlookers remained passive until Zhang Jichao caught their eyes, prompting a slight reaction. The girl who had just been saved by Lin Bei meekly pushed the chair beside her forward a little. Zhang Jichao said nothing. Silently, he dropped his backpack and rushed over with the chair towards Lin Bei. It wasn't clear if it was due to seeing support, but Lin Bei suddenly became energized. He forcefully shoved the zombie away, stepping back half a step as he shouted, "Hit him." Zhang Jichao, an 185-centimeter-tall northern man, might not have been eloquent, but his actions were top-notch. In one swift movement, he reached the zombie, swinging the chair and smashing it onto its forehead. The zombie was struck back 2 steps, its forehead breaking open, oozing deep red liquid slowly. It stood stiff for 2 seconds before slowly falling down. "How's it going?" Zhang Jichao threw the chair aside and looked at Lin Bei. "I'm fine," Lin Bei exhaled heavily. "Did you call the police?" "No connection." Lin Bei put the chair down and slumped onto it, exhausted. "What should we do now?" This man had been beaten unconscious, perhaps dead or alive, and Lin Bei's heroics had dragged Zhang Jichao into trouble. If they really caused serious harm, both of them would end up in jail. I can testify that he attacked me first." The girl had walked up, seemingly trying to convince Lin Bei. She continued, "There are surveillance cameras here. We can contact the police for evidence." Lin Bei followed her gaze and sure enough spotted a camera in the corner. "So well prepared?" "I study law." The girl shyly smiled, and the part of her cheeks hidden behind her thick glasses flushed red. "What's wrong with this guy?" Zhang Jichao squatted down to check the man. "Not like anything ordinary. His neck was twisted way beyond the range of a normal person." "Well," Zhang Jichao hesitated, glancing at Lin Bei who frowned and said, "Could he be infected? By a virus? Won't he turn into a zombie?" Seeing Zhang Jichao subdue the man, those who had been mere spectators gradually gathered closer. A girl nervously behind her boyfriend, clutching his sleeve and worriedly asked. "Don't make things up. I think you're just trying to dodge responsibility." The boy wrapped his arms tightly around his girlfriend, appearing all righteous as if standing at a moral high ground. "It's just a hypothesis." Lin Bei was uncomfortable with the tight crowd surrounding him. He untied the knot and let go of the dumb sunflower. This bout of tension made him break out in sweat for no reason. "The emergency number won't connect either." Zhang Jichao fiddled with his phone for a while, then looked up at Lin Bei. He glanced at his phone again. "I've lost signal." Lin Bei took out his own phone, only to find it had no signal either. The library always boasted the best signal across the whole campus. Lin Bei looked around at the others, and as if by unspoken agreement, they all checked their phones, arriving at the same conclusion. Unusual incidents kept piling up, making it hard not to suspect something ominous. "Staying here doesn't seem to help. How about we check outside?" Lin Bei suggested. "What if it really is zombies? Wouldn't the outside be even more dangerous?" A girl clutched her books tightly, fingers gripping hard till the knuckles turned white. "You've got a point there." Lin Bei nodded. "No worries, I'll go with you." Zhang Jichao patted his shoulder. "Is Lin Zi still in the dorm?" "Yeah." Lin Bei nodded. If it was indeed a zombie outbreak, the source was likely the library. With some distance between the library and the boys' dormitory, the dorm might still be safe. "I'll go with you too." The rescued girl stepped closer and voiced her decision. "So, will you guys go? If not, staying together here shouldn't be too dangerous." Based on those combat abilities, Lin Bei felt a group could easily deal with the situation. "I'll go with you too." A rather thin boy from the back stepped forward now, his long bangs covering half his eyes. "So will I." The girl clutching the book chimed in. "What about this guy here? What if you leave, what happens to him?" That boy started pestering again, acting much like someone with a keyboard stuck inside his body, always looking to meddle in every situation. "Let's wait for the police to come and deal with it." The rescued girl suddenly became firm, looking at him impatiently. "Don't waste time," Lin Bei decided to ignore him and stood up. "Let's check the situation first before making any decisions." Zhang Jichao walked around them, silently picked up his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and said, "Let's go." Perhaps the girl's tough stance had intimidated him, the boy didn't say anything more. However, his eyes were still filled with malice as he spat on the ground watching the group leave. The others who chose to stay behind averted their gazes quietly, ignoring him completely. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, nothing bad will happen." The boy grinned exaggeratedly, satisfied when his girlfriend buried her head in his chest. Just as he was reveling in this moment, an abnormal pain surged through his neck. Chapter 3. A group of 5 people, led by Lin Bei, went downstairs. People in the lower level of the library had obviously already noticed the anomaly in the school and were all gathered in the first-floor lobby. No one was speaking, and the quiet air was filled with tension and unease. Hearing the sound of them coming down the stairs, everyone in the hall looked toward Lin Bei's group, but no one asked any questions. The 5 of them opened the door and walked straight out. Directly opposite the library was the school's largest road. Originally spotless ground now had a few knocked-over trash bins and sticks made from some unknown material scattered about. A bit further away, you could see patches of crimson blood smeared over large areas, but there were no people around, neither alive nor dead. "Let's go now," Zhang Jichao spoke up. To him, events were spiraling out of control, and all they could do was minimize damage and adapt to situations as they arose. Lin Bei nodded, and while doing so, he put on his cap. Whether due to being scared or perhaps a lingering effect from a high fever, he kept breaking out in cold sweat. After the wind blew across his face, the feeling of discomfort became particularly intense. As they walked along, the school looked like it had been hit by an enormous robbery, everything in disarray. They hadn't encountered anyone for a long time, until they finally came across two boys rushing along, backpacks slung over their shoulders and both carrying models in their hands. "Hey!" Lin Bei bellowed with all his might, surprising the two boys who had not noticed them earlier. One boy nearly dropped his model from shock. "Shit! Scaring us for what?" That boy lovingly patted at his hard work with anger and yelled back. "Don't you know about that thing?" Xiang Nuange asked with wide eyes, expressing great surprise at these two boys' calmness. "What? Zombies?" The other boy chimed in, "Do you actually think it's as horrific as American movies show? The government has stepped in, just now they escorted a group of students to the activity center. Everything's fine." His words conveyed a deep trust in the rescuers. "So why are you bringing your models along?" Wang Xingran pushed up his glasses. "Took 3 months to make this, what if some dumbass tears it apart?" That was reasonable enough. Lin Bei almost wanted to applaud with a banner raised. If there were a small journalist present right now, that would have been excellent material. University's outstanding students, still striving to learn even when faced with peril. "Does everyone need to go to the activity center?" Lin Bei frowned. "Did the dorm people leave yet?" "Not sure, we've just returned from the lab building. Everyone over there got evacuated." No one said anything after that short silence among them. Uncertain about what course of action to take next. Cough cough. Right as they were silent, a speaker above their heads buzzed to life. It played a string of strange audio. "Hello, we are." The announcement started but abruptly interrupted by more noise from the other end. "What's taking so long?" A rougher male voice took over, "We're from the military here to escort you. All survivors should head to the Student Activity Center or the Cafeteria number 3. Be careful not to get infected by the mutated humans. If you experience fever, go immediately to the second floor of Cafeteria number 3. There will be doctors who can help you." After a pause, he lowered his voice seriously, "Don't entertain any," roughly translates to unwarranted optimism. The broadcast ended abruptly afterward without any further sounds. Although this did not provide much useful information, it was sufficient for the current situation. "Still going to the dormitory?" Yang Lin murmured, who usually didn't stand out too much. The Student Activity Center and Cafeteria number 3 were located on the east and west sides of the campus respectively. Their current position was closer to the activity center. Going back to the dorm and then to the activity center would add many uncontrollable factors. Lin Bei understood her concerns, and casually rubbed his face before saying, "Let's split up again." The team of 5 was split into 2 smaller groups. The 2 boys holding the models went with Yang Lin and Wang Xingran to the activity center first. Meanwhile, Zhang Jichao and Xiang Nuange followed Lin Bei back to the dorm. Time was pressing, so they didn't have much time to say goodbye. After exchanging a couple sentences, each headed towards their respective destinations. Lin Bei wasn't certain whether Hu Linwen was still in the dormitory, so this sense of venturing into the unknown with only 2 others left Lin Bei quite anxious. His mind wasn't at ease at all. "I've never felt this road was so broad before." Xiang Nuange lifted her glasses, attempting to liven up the atmosphere. This road was considered one of the best in University, and it had an incredibly cheesy name, Tianya Road. On the other side of the school, there was a corresponding Hyogeo Lake. Normally, this area was monopolized by couples. Holding hands every 5 steps and kissing every 10 were common occurrences. Lin Bei sniffed, indeed. Just as the two were exchanging banter, Zhang Jichao suddenly spoke up, "What's that ahead?" On both sides of the road were shadowy trees. Ahead, in a patch of bushes with a fairly large gap, Zhang Jichao noticed a shadow. Xiang Nuange immediately tensed, while Lin Bei glanced around, then picked up a stick lying nearby. Just as he stood up, the bushes in front of him rustled. Startled, Lin Bei took 2 steps back as a zombie leaped out, its claws outstretched. This zombie was obviously not of the same kind as those in the library. It was more than twice as large, its whole body appearing muscular and formidable. "Shit! Does it lift weights or what?" "Little Bei. To the left." Zhang Jichao shouted loudly. Without turning to look, Lin Bei saw a shadow dart toward him from the corner of his eye, and the zombie in front pressed forward, step by step. With a thunderous bang. Lin Bei didn't even have time to comprehend what happened when the zombie on the left fell to the ground. Focusing all his energy, Lin Bei swung the wooden stick hard at the massive figure in front of him. But the stick could not penetrate the muscles bulging under the skin of this beefy opponent. With a roar, the beast lunged forward even more aggressively. Hit its head. At a crucial moment, a familiar voice rang out. Before Lin Bei's brain registered the command, his hands moved on their own, striking hard against the creature's forehead. A deafening sound reverberated through the air, and Lin Bei himself winced in pain. This time, the creature finally gave in. It collapsed like something hit pause, and remained motionless on the ground. Lin Bei dropped the stick. But before he could catch his breath, a pair of hands landed on his shoulders. The person leaning against him turned out to be Hu Linwen, whom they were searching for. How did you get out? Zhang Jichao tapped fists with him. A long story. Hu Linwen dragged out the phrase. Then don't bother telling it. Lin Bei shrugged off his hand and walked to where the bulky zombie lay. He looked at his hands, unable to fathom the strength he had summoned in that instant. Although partly due to stress response, such power was inexplicably strange. He recalled the announcement over the intercom: people with fevers needed to be checked. This meant that fever might be a trigger, and according to typical zombie movie logic, becoming a zombie required infection through wounds. But upon closer inspection, the zombie from the library had no obvious wound. At this realization, Lin Bei squatted down immediately and pulled open the bulky zombie's coat zipper. What's going on? Xiang Nuange followed suit and squatted down next to him, looking at Lin Bei with puzzlement. I just want to check. Though puzzled, none of them stopped Lin Bei. They watched him meticulously inspect any part of the bulkier zombie's body he could expose. As the search progressed, Lin Bei's expression grew increasingly grave. Seeing Lin Bei growing increasingly agitated, Hu Linwen pulled him up. What's wrong? Lin Bei avoided his gaze, eyes still fixated on the bloody forehead of the bulky figure. There are no other wounds. Lin Bei mumbled, eyelids drooping. Hu Linwen, confused, said, of course there aren't other wounds, you only hit it on the forehead. Zhang Jichao frowned, stepping quickly in front of Lin Bei. Raising a hand, he pressed it to Lin Bei's forehead. How come your fever is rising again? Lin Bei shoved his hand away and slapped his forehead forcefully, stating, I may also be in the incubation period of becoming a mutated zombie, so you'd better keep your distance. What do you mean? Xiang Nuange leaned closer, worriedly asking. Did you hear the broadcast? Zhang Jichao was quick on the uptake, linking Lin Bei's erratic behavior and mood swings together. What broadcast? Hu Linwen still couldn't make sense of things. Are you saying high fever could be the prelude to turning into a zombie? Zhang Jichao ignored Hu Linwen's question, continuing instead. Yeah, Lin Bei nodded briefly. Who knows for sure now, right? In these extraordinary times, no one would patiently answer every question for them. They could only deduce based on their acquired information. If their deductions were correct, it meant Lin Bei could become a monster unknown to anyone. Let's go straight to cafeteria number 3. Hu Linwen finally reacted, grabbing Lin Bei's arm as he yelled. No, Lin Bei pulled free, I'll head to cafeteria number 3 alone. You guys should go to the activity center. It hadn't taken them much time to get here, the area was very close to the activity center, allowing them to reach a safe place more quickly. What nonsense are you spouting? Hu Linwen shouted again, his eyes bloodshot. What if I turn like that on the way? Lin Bei pointed at the swollen zombie lying by the roadside and questioned sharply. Hu Linwen suddenly fell silent, his neck stiff as he turned his head away. If you turn into one of them, then I'll kill you. Zhang Jichao softly said, continuing, I won't let you hurt anyone. You aren't a monster now. Zhang Jichao patted his shoulder. Nothing is set in stone yet, so let's take it one step at a time. Zhang Jichao walked over to another zombie and picked up his backpack. Only then did Lin Bei realize what had been used to take down the zombie. It was the book Zhang Jichao had brought out from the library, Networking Makes You Successful. Lin Bei smirked, his mouth stiffening, then let's go, together. People who heard the broadcast hurried to 2 locations, cafeteria number 3 and the activity center were almost in complete chaos. Although divided into 2 major temporary sites, cafeteria number 3 appeared excessively crowded. There were quite a few people with fevers, and those without illness avoided them like the plague, creating an automatic large partition between them. This resulted in the already insufficient space becoming even more cramped. A pale-looking male student walked in through the main door. His skin was overly white, making the red flush on his cheeks particularly prominent. His entrance caught the attention of most people in the hall. No one instructed him where patients should stay, so he struggled to walk towards another group and leaned on a pillar, coughing twice before attempting to sit down. But just as he bent his knees, someone shoved him, causing him to collapse helplessly onto the floor. Already feeling unwell, this sudden occurrence prevented him from standing back up. He was obviously taken as an example. The man who pushed him stood up, pointing at him and spitting, "Be careful, all of you over there. If you dare to come closer, I'll knock all of you unconscious." He added sarcastically, "Who knows what kind of virus you might carry? What if you infect us?" Some people nearby originally felt bad watching this unfold but became silent upon hearing these words, saying nothing while observing this farce. The silence of those around pleased him even more, emboldening him to lift his leg, intending to kick the male student over to the other side. Just as he raised his foot, and before it touched the boy's clothes, another force pressed it down. The man immediately let out pig-like screams. What the hell? The man roared furiously, suddenly becoming agitated. But when he saw the towering figure before him, he quickly shut up. Keep going. Duan Lei still had his foot pressing on the man's shin bone, rotating it and eliciting cries of pain from the man. Did your brain get waterlogged? All of you are just sitting here watching. Duan Lei's cold gaze swept across everyone present, his lips forming a tight line. How could S University not have seen what kind of petty individuals they were admitting? College students, my ass. Pfft. This sentence struck like an invisible slap, landing squarely on every student present. The entire hall fell silent instantly. Even the suppressed man dared only to breathe faintly. What's going on? Huli Gang met with Song Zhizhen, not expecting that Duan Lei would be stepping on someone after merely arriving a few minutes earlier. This idiot hit someone, so I'm giving him a lesson. As he spoke, Duan Lei increased the pressure under his foot. You first drag him inside for inspection. Song Zhizhen pointed at the male student on the ground. Alright, Duan Lei wasn't satisfied but gave the man one more stomp. You'd better watch your step. Duan Lei adjusted the rifle slung over his shoulder and directly picked up the man, heading toward the makeshift infirmary newly set up in cafeteria number 3. Shit. Without any deterrent left, the man on the ground started cursing again. Huli frowned slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his beautiful eyes. Before he could explode, Song Zhizhen quickly stepped in front of the man. Try saying another word. He slowly squatted down, his eyes locked onto the man. Song Zhizhen's eyebrows arched, his lips curling into a slight smile, exuding an intimidating aura. The man was sufficiently scared, quickly learning his lesson and shutting his mouth promptly. Seeing the man fully compliant, Song Zhizhen stood up again. He tapped the shoulder badge on his uniform and said, Our mission is to protect you, but if you don't value your own lives, then get out yourself. The intimidation had worked. Song Zhizhen reached out to take off his hat and walked toward the resource point upstairs, asking Huli on the way, Is Xia Heng feeling better now? Her condition has stabilized. Have her go to the activity center, they are short of people there. Understood. Chapter 4. Although the school is a place with dense population, there aren't many zombies. Song Zhizhen held a thin report in his hand and had another craving for smoking, unconsciously rubbing the edge of his clothes. Where are the teachers from the school? All the people gathered below were young, and Song Zhizhen hadn't seen any teachers on the way here. Today seems to be the staff meeting, they should still be in the meeting room. Huli pulled out a cigarette box and asked, Do you want one? Send a few people to pick them up. Song Zhizhen took the cigarette but did not light it. What about food? Huli thought for a while. The number 3 cafeteria is fine, with a certain amount of reserves, but at the activity center, we only have the supplies we moved over. Which is the nearest canteen to the activity center? Number 5 canteen. Go there to move supplies. Not enough manpower. They only have a total of 53 people. There are over 1,000 people concentrated at 2 points. If left unattended, conflicts like what happened earlier might occur again. Moreover, feeding hundreds of people was also an issue. Call on the students at the activity center to help. Song Zhizhen put the cigarette back behind his ear. You lead a team to pick up the teachers, I'll go find a truck. Song Zhizhen changed into combat gear and wore the goggles, revealing just his jawline. Wasting no time after discussing the plan, both acted immediately. S University was located in the suburbs, its students jokingly referring to going downtown as if it was a market day. This allowed S University more funds to expand its campus. Including the already abandoned second cafeteria, S University has a total of 6 dining halls. The transportation of ingredients between the 6 canteens all depended on trucks. Song Zhizhen went downstairs and entered the kitchen of the canteen, looking for someone in charge. Apparently, the people in the kitchen were well informed about the situation outside. As soon as Song Zhizhen lifted the curtain, he heard a heated discussion from inside. How much meat is left in the freezer? So many people today, it will be hard to catch up. No problem, I will take out these idle pots, wash them, and cook large pot meals together. We won't do the stir-fried dishes today. It was almost dinner time, and the group of diligent uncles and aunts were orderly busy with their tasks. But among them, there were also worried people. A cooking aunt sighed, hands on her waist, saying, I think this is some kind of disease, probably as untreatable as AIDS. They're fooling around, there isn't a leader from the school standing out to say anything. Mysteriously, we were suddenly crammed together. Hearing this, others started agreeing. I agree. Do you think those people are acting with us? Tired of their guesses, the head chef knocked on the pot rim. 1 or 2 of you keep imagining nonsense things. Are you confused by thinking that those soldiers are terrorists? This sentence was originally intended to end the topic, but unexpectedly, when these words came out, everyone stopped their actions and looked at the head chef anxiously. The cooking aunt nodded dumbly. It wouldn't really be true, would it? Song Zhizhen, the supposed terrorist, paused mid-action with his hand still holding the door curtain, feeling inexplicably awkward. A young man near the door saw him, startled, took a step back, and leaned against the cutting board. Behind him, a basin of vegetables fell off the table. Song Zhizhen dashed past the young man's body like a bullet, catching the vegetable basin in the air, then gently placed it down. The young man was nearly drenched in cold sweat. The friction sound of firearms echoed in his ears, the flow of air passed as clothes whizzed by, strands of the man's bangs fluttered and firmly stuck back to his face within a few seconds. Such swift yet brief moments even made him realize the preciousness of life. After arranging the extremely scarce resources that would be essential in the future, Song Zhizhen stepped back 2 paces. He scanned the surroundings, memorizing the faces of the elder men and women present to some extent. Who here is in charge? The scene was silent for a few seconds, with no one answering. Song Zhizhen raised his voice and asked again, who here is in charge? We need a truck to transport supplies. After clearly stating the requirement, it obviously became more convincing than vague demands, and someone quickly stepped forward, it's me. The head chef removed his apron, I know where the truck is. Song Zhizhen nodded, and led the person out. Once they were gone, the kitchen began chattering again. This young guy looks so dashing, definitely a good person, concluded the cooking aunt once again, certifying Song Zhizhen's identity as a good person. The kitchen quickly rallied together again, but their movements continued without stopping, afraid of delaying the mealtime. The locations of the various canteens were too dispersed. There were a total of 2 trucks, one was parked beside canteen number 3, while the other was at canteen number 6, which was located farther away. Canteen number 6 was the most remote, but because it was closest to the comprehensive building and had high foot traffic, it was also the largest canteen constructed. Its ingredient reserves were also the largest. The situation could still be controlled for now, but from a long-term perspective, Song Zhizhen needed to concentrate these resources as much as possible. Moreover, the time promised by Deputy Li was approaching. Song Zhizhen glanced at his watch. If everything went according to plan, they would take over some medical supplies directly. At present, their medical supplies all came from the school hospital, but the stock of medicines there was limited, especially the sedatives. Due to official control, the hospital could provide only a small amount, but what they urgently needed right now were sedatives. After asking about the situation and obtaining the keys, Song Zhizhen sat in the car. Occasionally, several heads peeked out from the floor-to-ceiling windows of canteen number 3, looking down. The head chef looked up a few times, then opened the door on the other side of the car and asked him, "Are you driving to canteen number 6 now? Do you know the way? I can go too, more people means more strength." Song Zhizhen hesitated to say yes, but swallowed it back. He looked at this enthusiastic old man and shook his head. "Then I should go with you." The head chef got onto the truck, very pleased with himself for becoming a human navigation system. "Do you know how to drive?" "Young man, don't underestimate people. Back when I wasn't in the kitchen yet, I was a famous driver in the surrounding villages. It used to be a desirable job." Perhaps having found a rare listener, 5 minutes after the car left, the old man had already spoken for 3.5 of those minutes, all about how he gave up his well-paid, promising career as a driver to follow in his father-in-law's footsteps as a chef, just to win the heart of a girl. Song Zhizhen did not show any sign of impatience and instead took advantage of the idle moment to pass a cigarette over from his pocket. The old man slowly lit the cigarette, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and stared at it until it gradually dissipated. 2 puffs of the cigarette did nothing to calm the old man's excitement, rather, it spurred his desire to tell stories even further. He opened the car window, shook off the ash, and was about to continue his story when suddenly a sharp friction sound came from the rear compartment of the truck. Immediately afterward, the body of the vehicle violently jolted. "Is someone in the back? We haven't used this truck for days." The head chef was not as calm as Song Zhizhen, but years of experience prevented him from acting like a greenhorn. He quickly responded. Song Zhizhen stepped on the brakes all the way down, causing the tightened seatbelt to press painfully into the old man's shoulders. For a brief moment, his organs shifted positions before falling heavily back to where they originally belonged. The talisman hanging in front of the windshield swayed uncertainly, the counterfeit Buddha that had cost who knows how much money glowing an emerald green under the sunlight's reflection. The head chef's spirit hadn't fully returned when he heard Song Zhizhen's voice accompanied by the closing of the door, "Stay in the car and don't come out." He observed through the rearview mirror but didn't notice anything unusual. However, he dared not disobey Song Zhizhen. If he went out, he might end up being more trouble than help with his frail frame. Song Zhizhen pulled out his gun and unlocked the chamber while circling around to the back of the truck. The rear door of the cargo compartment was closed but not tightly sealed. The lock that normally held it shut was also hanging loosely from a ring on the side, leaving a small gap. But there was no sound coming from inside. Song Zhizhen frowned expectantly, waited a moment, then suddenly kicked the door forcefully. The force reverberated and swung open another door above it. As soon as light entered the rear compartment, the hidden zombie inside was exposed with no place to hide. It lunged out aggressively. Its incredible jumping ability propelled it straight towards Song Zhizhen. With his gun pointed directly at the zombie's forehead, Song Zhizhen fired with impeccable accuracy. After the loud gunshot, the zombie lost balance, its limbs collapsing as it fell down. Song Zhizhen spun around and kicked the zombie off, its limp body landing on the grass nearby. Disgusted by the foul smell of blood splattered on his face, Song Zhizhen wiped it off hastily, though it served little purpose. His combat uniform was stiff and couldn't absorb liquid like regular fabric, so the result of wiping it off only expanded the area covered by blood, leaving half of Song Jijan's face stained with bloody streaks. He wasn't obsessed with cleanliness but simply couldn't stand the stench. Since he couldn't clean it off anyway, he left it alone and locked the cargo doors together. Just as he was about to return to the vehicle, he suddenly heard a faint noise. Looking up, he saw the source, movement on the roof of the truck. "Old man!" Song Jijan shouted loudly, drawing his gun and rushing to the other side. The head chef, inside the car, only heard the sound of gunfire. He twisted his neck as much as he could, pressing his face against the window to see the zombie lying on the ground. Before he could discern the color of the blood flowing from the zombie, he heard Song Jijan calling him again. In a rush, he responded, readying his hand on the door unlock button to go out. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow loomed over the window in front of him. For the first time in his life, he was face to face with a zombie through only a thin layer of glass. The pressure exerted by the zombie was so great that it caused faint cracks in the glass. He was too shocked even to feel fear, his mind went blank. The car window, left open for convenience after shaking off the cigarette ash, now provided an easy path for the zombie. With bulging eyes and pale fingers, the zombie managed to stretch its claw-like hands through the narrow gap. Chapter 5. This hand was no different from that of an ordinary person. The nails were neatly rounded, showing a very clean young man, but now he had completely lost his mind and was dangling half his body from the top of the car, making it hard to associate with anything pleasant. The head chef quickly leaned back, falling backward onto the driver's seat. Even though his age had increased, his reflexes were still decent. His ankle had been sprained not long ago, and the doctor suggested wearing a wrist guard on his ankle. When the zombie's hand pulled up, it grabbed his wrist guard and tore open the pant leg covering his ankle. He twisted his upper body, gripping the steering wheel tightly with one hand while stomping down hard on the zombie's fingers that had reached into the car. Fortunately, the window was not fully open. The zombie needed to support its body with another hand and could only barely reach in with one hand. No matter how much strength the chef used, the zombie seemed to have no sense of pain, and its hand did not move an inch. The zombie's emotions gradually became more intense, and its movements grew more violent. Chef's stamina couldn't last, and after some time using his waist for leverage, his lower body began to cramp as if it had been spasming. But he persisted in resisting. "Hey! You damn brat!" He gathered all his strength and suddenly stepped hard on the zombie's hand. Unexpectedly, this step didn't push the zombie back but instead cracked the glass protecting him. The broken pieces of glass flew toward the window. Not just him but even the zombie seemed confused by the shattered glass for several seconds. Then the zombie launched an even more ferocious attack. Closing his eyes, the head chef felt his left leg seize up like a light show in his mind. His high level of stress caused his entire leg to go stiff. Just when he thought the zombie would overpower him, it unexpectedly smashed the remaining half of the car window again, this time more violently than before. This impact made the glass shake precariously, but the zombie's grip on his ankle loosened, and even its face showed contorted veins. Chef was startled. It appeared the zombie was enduring immense pain, but this expression lasted only for a moment. Shortly after, its face once again crashed against the glass. Chef noticed someone hitting its head with a stick. The action was so swift that the first time he hardly got a clear view. After being hit twice, the zombie became lifeless, its head drooping on the window with blood streaming from the back of its skull onto the car window. Once the crisis was over, Chef pulled out his foot and squeezed his left leg until it returned to normal from cramping. Song Jijan had just arrived and hadn't had time to fire a shot when he saw a young man with a stick knock the zombie down. There were also a few people standing behind him. Perhaps they were already accustomed to such scenes because their expressions remained calm. "The hell, its head is pretty hard." Hu Linwen shook his hand, which had gone numb from the wooden stick, while pulling the zombie with his other hand and yelling loudly, "Get out of here." With this dramatic yet juvenile action, the zombie was brought down and fell heavily to the ground. Song Jijan's footsteps were heavy, and Lin Bei noticed him as he approached, with his figure especially upright against the backlight, even with large goggles on. He felt oddly familiar with this figure, and the familiarity grew stronger as Song Jijan drew closer. "You." Lin Bei tried to speak, but Song Jijan placed a hand in front of him and said, "We meet again, young man." Song Jijan's voice was evidently more recognizable than his physique. As soon as he spoke, Lin Bei remembered who he was. Lin Bei recalled his encounter with Song Jijan and realized the profound meaning of his past words of advice. "Hello," Lin Bei responded softly. His throat was sore from a high fever, causing his voice to be particularly hoarse. Their destination was the third cafeteria. Since they had to return this car to the third cafeteria anyway, they decided together to climb inside. Before getting into the car, Song Jijan thoroughly examined both ankles of the head chef, confirming the damage after the pant leg had torn. "Not like when I was young anymore, these kids these days are more capable than ever." The chef sat in the passenger seat, sighing deeply. With the head chef acting as a human GPS, they didn't make any wrong turns going to the sixth cafeteria. Song Jijan arrived earlier than expected. The residents of the comprehensive building were the first group to relocate, so there were practically no people left in the sixth cafeteria, leaving it desolate. When the cafeteria aunties and uncles left, they took everything possible with them, and anything too heavy to carry was locked up. Luckily, the head chef carried the keys, otherwise, this trip would have been a waste of time. We should take more rice and noodles, and leave the frozen meat. There's no cold storage at the activity center. Song Jijin jumped off the car first, took out the keys given by the head chef, and opened the big door. However, as soon as he entered, he stopped. The people behind him also halted. What's wrong? Lin Bei was right behind him, and all he could see were the broad back of Song Jijin. Something's not right. Let's go out first. Song Jijin extended his left hand to protect him, while gripping the pistol on his waist with his right hand. The warehouse had no windows, and the few lamps hanging above had not been turned on. Lin Bei retreated backward while observing the surroundings. The light seeped into the warehouse from behind them, flickering onto a nearby shelf. The shelf reflected a chilling glint. I feel like there's a strange smell. Hu Linwen stood further back, peering hard inside but only saw a shadowy mass. Xiang Nuj had witnessed quite a lot with them, but being a girl, she was now shrunken behind Zhang Jichao, staying silent. Zhang Jichao subconsciously moved a bit more to the left, completely blocking Xiang Nuj from view. Where's the switch for the lights? Song Jijin stared straight ahead, his sharp eyes scanning the dark spots. It's outside. I'll go turn it on. The head chef quickly ran out. Retreat a little, don't be nervous, Song Jijin whispered. Lin Bei felt a bit disoriented. He managed to pull out a shred of clarity from his muddled state and stumbled backward after reacting for a while. He could already clearly sense his physical condition deteriorating rapidly, but under these circumstances, he could not afford to relax. He could only continue tightening his nerves. Click. Several soft sounds followed as the lights above were all switched on, illuminating the entire warehouse brightly, revealing what had been hidden in the darkness. The first thing visible were streaks of dragged and splattered blood on the ground. Xiang Nuj covered her face, pointing at the amputated limb in the corner with shock. Her entire body was trembling, and the chill spread from the soles of her feet up to her hair strands. This was different from any corpses or zombies she'd seen before. This intrusive visual impact rushed into her eyes, leaving her stunned. Don't look. Zhang Jichao was the first to react. He turned around, covering her eyes with his hand. Her long eyelashes fluttered helplessly in his palm. Unable to console her with words, he could only try to block her view. There was not just one amputated limb, Lin Bei even spotted half a torso dangling on a nearby shelf not far away, its lower part grotesquely bloody, blood winding its way down the shelf over a long distance. You stay here, I'll go check. Song Jijin turned around to remind them, but Lin Bei seemed absent-minded, as if he hadn't heard what Song Jijin said. Song Jijin sighed, handing the pistol to Lin Bei. The cold weapon was placed into his hands, but Lin Bei still appeared dazed. Song Jijin tapped his forehead lightly, the gun is cocked. Be careful not to let it fire accidentally. After saying that, Song Jijin took down the rifle slung on his back and approached the shelves quietly. Lin Bei kept staring at the area in front of Song Jijin. As he got closer to the shelf, there was still no sound. When Song Jijin reached the shelf with the remains, he focused intensely. Based on the zombies he'd encountered today, they didn't eat their own kind. But this corpse was an exception, mutilated and deliberately hung on the shelf. Frowning, he wanted to get closer. Yet suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Before he could confirm it, the corpse hanging on the shelf suddenly raised both its hands. Watch out! Lin Bei had been watching the corpse the whole time. As soon as it moved, he noticed. His brain hadn't fully registered what was happening when his mouth already warned Song Jijin. However, the corpse's movements were faster than Lin Bei's warning. It abruptly opened its eyes, its hands narrowly brushing past Song Jijin's combat uniform. The violent movement caused the shelf to squeak continuously due to compression. With such a close distance, Song Jijin couldn't raise his rifle. He braced himself against the shelf and leaned back, kicking away the outstretched hands of the corpse with his left foot. This corpse had fully exhibited signs of zombification, enlarged white pupils, thin veins across its face and neck. Perched on the shelf, from Song Jijin's angle, he had no way to free his hands or feet to touch its head. Behind you! At that moment, Hu Linwen shouted. Two dark figures had somehow sneaked up behind Song Jijin. He reflexively ducked his head, avoiding the attack launched by one of the shadows from behind. He fell to the ground, his right leg kicking up to knock down the zombie in front of him. However, these martial arts moves were utterly ineffective against them. Zombies had no sense of pain, so their actions were completely uninhibited. Song Jijin was different, his neck and most of his face were exposed. If a zombie's fingers scratched his exposed skin, he would surely turn into one of them. This made his movements more restricted. The zombie he pinned down kept struggling. He extended his leg forcefully, grinding the zombie's neck with his boot while pressing its hands with his knee and another hand. The zombie on the shelf couldn't move, but the other one could. Furrowing his brows, Song Jijin was still planning his next move when a gunshot rang through the entire warehouse. The zombie hanging on the shelf dropped its head instantly at the sound. Shoot the other one. Hu Linwen shouted anxiously. Chapter 6. Lin Bei's shot was purely a lucky break, like a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. The more Hu Linwen shouted anxiously, the less Lin Bei could react. He stared straight at Song Jinji, whose gaze only flickered across him momentarily before quickly turning away again. This was the first time he had clearly seen Song Jinji's eyes, where tiny sparks of light shone in the dark pupils. Fire! Song Jinji's voice cut through the void, pulling Lin Bei out of his daze once again. Another zombie was almost on top of him. With no other hand to spare for resistance, Lin Bei let go and instead propped himself up against the chest cavity of the zombie below, kicking it off with all his might, throwing zombie number 2 aside while using the momentum to roll himself to the side. Lin Bei fired his gun. He couldn't guarantee the accuracy of the bullets, he just roughly aimed and shot all 4 remaining bullets, only realizing when the gun clicked empty that he'd lowered it dumbly. The 4 bullets did not hit the zombies' heads as accurately as the previous one. One zombie took a direct hit to the center of its brow, another only got grazed on the neck and chest, though the bullet pierced the carotid artery, blood splattered everywhere. But this zombie didn't die, it wobbled around clumsily with unfocused, lifeless eyes trying to stand up. Its mechanical movement ceased soon after as Song Jinji finished it off from behind with a knife. Not bad. Song Jinji smiled slightly, walking up to Lin Bei and patting his shoulder. If it hadn't been for those few random shots from Lin Bei, Song Jinji might have endured even more trouble. Lin Bei avoided looking at him, lowering his head and shoving the gun into Song Jinji's waistband slowly. His motions were so slow that even Song Jinji, with his impatient streak, couldn't help but grab Lin Bei's hand and shove the gun inside himself. What's wrong with you? As their faces grew closer, Song Jinji noticed his faint yet heavy breathing, one breath following another, muffled as if buried in mud. He raised a hand to feel Lin Bei's forehead, it was burning hot, even higher than Xia Hang's fever. You guys keep moving things slowly, I'll take him to rest for a bit. Song Jinji immediately supported Lin Bei's waist and helped him out. Fever-ridden Lin Bei had no strength left, simply letting Song Jinji lead him around. He placed Lin Bei on one of the few soft chairs left in the cafeteria, then turned around and went back to the car to fetch the backpack. He'd tossed the bag into the car earlier, but it had plenty of medicine inside, including what Lin Bei now needed. Song Jinji moved quickly, the entire round trip taking barely a couple of minutes. When he returned, Lin Bei was still sitting in the chair, not leaning against the backrest but holding his back rigidly straight, turning his head slowly toward him at the sound of footsteps. Lin Bei's double eyelids folded deeply. Now, as he looked blankly at him, his eyes seemed large and innocent, glistening with water because of the high fever. Song Jinji was momentarily stunned by the expression, realizing for the first time what Xia Hang must have meant by deer eyes. He thought Lin Bei's eyes were quite deer-like. This wasn't merely a comparison, Song Jinji suspected a little deer had run into his brain, shaking everything apart. But at least Song Jinji still had some rationality left and didn't leave with the little deer. He dropped the backpack to the ground, squatted in front of Lin Bei, and said, I need to give you an injection. Is it a fever reducer? No. Song Jinji didn't want to lie. He kept staring at Lin Bei without looking away, and they locked eyes for a moment. After a while, Lin Bei lowered his head, his short bangs barely covering his eyes. Am I going to turn into a zombie? Like the ones in the warehouse? He added quickly, that would be so ugly. Lin Bei's train of thought spread far too much. Song Jinji had barely processed his first sentence when another completely blindsided him. Who said you're turning into a zombie? Ah. Lin Bei was stunned too, raising his head to look at Song Jinji, his eyes wide and round. Who told you getting a fever means you turn into a zombie? Song Jinji asked again. I guessed. Why always assume the worst? Song Jinji comfortingly patted his arm, opening the bag and pulling out a syringe and vial. You'll sleep it off, don't think about anything. Perhaps due to Song Jinji's soothing voice, Lin Bei really dozed off in a daze. When he vaguely woke up, he was still in the car but had moved to the passenger seat. Turning his head slightly, he saw Song Jinji gripping the steering wheel, chewing something rhythmically and working his jaw muscles. This Song Jinji appeared more relaxed than at any point today. You're awake. Song Jinji happened to notice Lin Bei opening his eyes while checking the road on the right. Do you feel any strength in your body? If you're hungry, eat something. It's on the windshield for you. How long have I been asleep? Lin Bei felt awkward being taken care of by a stranger for the first time. Moreover, he wasn't blackout drunk. He clearly remembered what happened before falling asleep and even recalled the childish questions he asked, probably due to his fevered brain making him act like a primary school kid. He'd been foolish before, but it was the first time he acted so stupid in front of a stranger, which made him feel uneasy for a while. About an hour. Song Jinji glossed over it easily. Lin Bei looked at the nearly dark sky outside the window and knew that it had to be much longer than just an hour, but there was no need to argue about such trivial matters. He rubbed his stomach and reached for the bag placed in front of the windshield. Lin Bei originally thought he would have no appetite after the high fever, but he underestimated his own hunger, devouring the sandwich and pure milk as if they were smuggled from some random convenience store with great enjoyment. What about my friends? After satisfying his physical needs, Lin Bei began to worry about Hu Linwen and the others who had gone missing. They're in the carriage. It was too crowded and stuffy earlier, so we put you in the passenger seat. Song Jinji patiently answered his questions. They had moved quite a few things to the activity center today. The head chef had driven another car, and Xiang Nange went back to the third cafeteria with her first. A few of them, including Song Junji, stayed behind to take care of the aftermath, thoroughly ransacking all the resources from the sixth cafeteria before finally leaving. The broken window was repaired ingeniously. Someone had simply found a piece of cardboard and taped it on transparent adhesive tape, but it hadn't been secured tightly enough, leaving a gap where the wind blew directly onto his throat. Holding the completely empty bag in his hand, with nothing left inside, he stuffed the milk carton into it, gently squeezing it. As air was pressed into the bag, it occasionally bulged out into a lump. "Are you cold in the neck?" Noticing Lin Bei's trembling actions, Song Junji rummaged through the little cabinet in front of him and tossed a paper ball onto Lin Bei's crotch area. "This is the only one. You can crumple it up and stick it in there." Lin Bei picked up the paper ball and obediently tried to push it towards the window, but this single sheet was far too small to handle the job properly. It propped up stubbornly at the seam for a few seconds before a strong gust of wind quickly blew it inside again, spinning it back down to Lin Bei's crotch. Song Junji glanced sideways, whistling and teasing, "This little paper ball sure behaves improperly." Lin Bei paused with his hand holding the paper, turning his head away without responding. Song Junji was getting older but never seemed to have a filter on his mouth, speaking whatever came to mind. Seeing that Lin Bei wasn't replying, he assumed this kid couldn't take jokes well and thus softened his tone, asking seriously, "Is the kid mad?" "I'm 21. Huh. That doesn't show at all." Song Junji genuinely thought Lin Bei looked very young. If he hadn't known Lin Bei was a college student, he would have thought Lin Bei suited high school perfectly. Mainly because Lin Bei's eyes were just too big, his face was already small, and the larger eye space made his face appear even smaller, giving him a lively look that subtracted several years from his real age. "What did you inject me with this afternoon?" Lin Bei didn't want to continue discussing whether or not he appeared young, immediately steering the topic elsewhere. "Sedative. Why did you give me a sedative? If I hadn't given you the sedative, you would have suffered more." Song Junji didn't seem to be lying, but Lin Bei truly didn't understand this time. Puzzled, he looked at Song Junji, waiting for further explanation, but Song Junji seemed to have already finished explaining, unable to squeeze out another word after a long pause. "It's..." Song Junji interrupted him, "Don't guess blindly." Having witnessed Lin Bei's wild imagination already, Song Junji was afraid Lin Bei might come up with something shocking, so he confessed frankly, "It's a mutation, but not the kind you imagine." "Can you understand?" You mean I?" At this point, Lin Bei gave up continuing himself. If the mutation wasn't heading toward the bad side, then it was highly likely the opposite. "Didn't you feel anything abnormal today?" Song Junji continued guiding him. "No." Lin Bei shook his head but then furrowed his brow, saying, "Does the feeling of my strength increasing count?" In fact, not only had his strength increased, but his reflexes had also become faster, though later his condition worsened, making it impossible for him to concentrate. "That's correct." Song Junji wore an expression of complete nonchalance. "Then what about the zombies that appeared at school?" Lin Bei pressed on, "I examined 2 zombie corpses today and didn't find any wounds on them. They weren't infected by someone else, they mutated on their own. No, they are also infected bodies." Song Junji almost immediately negated Lin Bei's well-reasoned hypothesis. He asked again, "Have you considered that it might be from more subtle wounds?" "What do you mean?" Lin Bei was very certain that he had checked every part of their bodies, except for the private areas. His eyes widened as he looked at Song Junji. "Are you saying I didn't check thoroughly enough?" The zombie virus first broke out in City B, then the rest of the metropolises followed suit, but this wasn't an instant outbreak. It has an incubation period like other viruses and can even be sexually transmitted. Yesterday happened to be your weekend off, and you might have unknowingly picked up something while having fun downtown over these 2 days. Song Junji blinked after saying this. Chapter 7. This was something Lin Bei had never expected, and Song Jijin's expression did not look like he was joking. "Is the situation in the downtown area worse than in the school?" Lin Bei tightened his grip on the small crumpled paper ball. Song Jijin looked ahead. "We received a secret notification a few days ago. Although the school authorities didn't want to believe it, they still let us into the campus. There are only a few scattered zombies here at the school, but the downtown area is much harder to control. Once the virus spreads there, entire areas will collapse. Why didn't you inform them earlier?" Lin Bei turned around and asked him, "Why didn't you tell them?" Lin Bei's gaze was like a sharp blade out of its sheath, sharply piercing towards Song Jijin. At this age, his sharp edges hadn't yet been smoothed by turbulent events, and he didn't know how to skillfully conceal his emotions. At that moment, he acted like a young lion thirsting for answers, restless and demanding. What could be achieved by telling them? Song Jijin answered Lin Bei's question while gripping the steering wheel. The virus wasn't diffused from just one place. Simultaneously, outbreaks erupted in cities all over the world, even other countries and regions couldn't escape unscathed. In such a scenario, if the public were informed prematurely, it would have only exacerbated the panic among citizens and increased the occurrence of extreme events without any tangible benefits. Furthermore, the government also needed time to respond and devise reasonable measures to reduce casualties and losses. Lin Bei's eyes were too pure, almost innocent. Song Zhizhen was even reluctant to mention the politician's so-called rescue methods to him. He wanted to tell Lin Bei that in such circumstances, there isn't as much room for idealistic great love as he might imagine, their strength alone wouldn't make much difference, but he held back, and the conversation ended abruptly. After a long pause, Lin Bei lifted his head again. Could we at least let them prepare? They'd have more awareness and preparation. Song Zhizhen glanced at him in astonishment. The light in Lin Bei's eyes flickered once more. If we informed them earlier, they might increase their vigilance. At this point, Song Zhizhen turned his head back and stopped looking at Lin Bei. With no target left, Lin Bei's gaze became vacant. He swallowed the half-finished sentence and stared blankly at the swaying signboard reading, "Safe Journey," until his eyes dried and ached, and he slowly closed them. Due to Song Zhizhen's authoritative status, Lin Bei felt as if he were an interviewer, whereas he himself was merely an inexperienced young person spouting naive opinions, none of which changed the interviewer's opinion and might even earn him a red mark mentally. "We can't stop what has already happened," the low voice broke through Lin Bei's nerves, waking him up immediately. "We can only do what we should within our limited abilities. As long as we're at peace with ourselves, it's enough. Protect yourself first before thinking about protecting others." Song Zhizhen's voice carried a stabilizing force, calming down the younger man like taming a little lion. The school wasn't large anyway, so they soon arrived at the Student Activity Center. Compared to the faint streetlights along the way, the Student Activity Center could be considered brightly lit. The only gate was tightly shut, but figures on the second floor could still be vaguely seen from outside. "Come on, let's unload the goods." Song Zhizhen parked the car and invited Lin Bei. Lin Bei unbuckled his seatbelt and hopped out of the car, hesitating momentarily as he closed the door gently, his eyes fixed on the rattling broken window panes, fearing that they couldn't withstand another strong shake. Song Zhizhen opened the trunk. It was truly suffocating inside, and the moment the door swung open, Hu Linwen darted out quickly, leaping off the vehicle and rushing past Lin Bei, who approached. In a hurry, Hu reached the roadside, pressing against his chest, trying to vomit but unable to. After a prolonged period of gagging, all that came out was some sour water. "Are you alright?" Song Zhizhen handed him half a bottle of water, patting his back to soothe him. Hu Linwen waved his hand, took the water bottle with one hand, and drank a big gulp with his head tilted upward. "Car sickness." "No, there's a smell inside the car, I can't stand it." Hu Linwen didn't expect himself to be so delicate. Initially, the discomfort started as mild nausea due to the smell, but as time went on, it worsened. Hearing this, Lin Bei also stuck his head into the cargo box and sniffed a couple of times, but only smelled a very faint bloody smell. Zhang Jichao reacted rather calmly, which certainly didn't match Hu Linwen's behavior, considering they were supposed to be sharing the same cargo space. The cargo box was tightly packed, there wasn't much space left for the two big adults inside. The people in the activity center seemed to have noticed the truck parked outside, and soon a few individuals wearing combat uniforms came out. Lin Bei's gaze fixed on the woman at the forefront. As they approached, the woman removed her goggles and gave Song Zhizhen a playful tap on the chest. "Captain, what good stuff have you brought us?" Lin Bei immediately recognized this as the woman who had fainted in his arms earlier, but apparently, she didn't remember anything from that incident. She then joked, "And these kids, where did you recruit them as laborers from? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up to unload the things." "Understood." Xia Heng tucked her goggles into a small pocket on her chest. The other men quickly crowded forward and began their work. Lin Bei and Zhang Jichao also started helping, carrying supplies inside with them as they entered the Student Activity Center. Bathed in the light of the newly renovated library, the Student Activity Center had been updated not long ago. What was once spacious was now densely populated. The three-story Student Activity Center included dance rooms and music practice rooms upstairs, along with two large conference rooms. On the ground floor, it used to be where daily student issues were handled, with a limited number of benches. Those without seats sat on the floor, forming small clusters and groups. Many students still carried backpacks and held various food items. Both Lin Bei and Zhang Jichao paused momentarily upon entering, quickly comprehending the situation. Lin Bei thought that the third canteen's condition must resemble this one. Seeing them enter, whispers rippled through the crowd, one voice alone wasn't loud, but combined, many voices became overwhelming. In an instant, the hall grew noisy. "Quiet." Xia Heng barked loudly. It was unclear what she had done before they arrived, but her voice carried significant authority, reducing the clamor by half instantly. "What kind of airs are you putting on?" At this moment, a low murmur rose. It was a strikingly beautiful girl hugging her knees while sitting on the floor. She was surrounded by others, all sharing similar thoughts, staring disdainfully at these soldiers. This troublemaker was highly inflammatory. Seeing that Xia Heng didn't rebut her, she grew even more smug, rolling her eyes, shaking her head, and closing them. No one around spoke another word, everyone was wide-eyed, observing this farce unfold. "Do you know what you're saying?" Xia Heng laughed instead of getting angry. She dropped the bag of flour she'd been carrying onto the ground with a heavy thud. Patting the non-existent dust off her hands, she challenged, "How about we settle this with a fight?" She also had a fiery temper. The rest of the group in combat attire smiled broadly, with one man even whistling approvingly to stir things up. They weren't active-duty soldiers. If it weren't for Song Jijin, they would have quit long ago. These students often considered themselves princesses or emperors, expecting everyone to treat them like gods. This wasn't the first conflict, but it was the first involving Xia Heng. Her temperament matched Hu Li's, usually carefree, but her fiery temper could surpass anyone else's. The girl didn't respond, but a boy standing beside her stepped forward. What accomplishment is it to bully a girl? Hey, today I'm really learning something new. Turns out our girl isn't really a girl. The whistle-blowing man egged on aggressively, pushing back. Caught off guard, the boy couldn't think of any retort and became speechless. Just then, the unruly soldier was tapped from behind. Turning his head, he saw his captain standing right behind him, his handsome face forcing him instinctively to straighten up. A written self-criticism. Please, Captain. He made a sad face, shooting a glare at the person who had conflicted with him before quickly feigning innocence again. Lin Bei hadn't adjusted to his quick facial transformations when Xia Heng came closer. I'll help write it. You can't avoid your responsibility. Song Jijin remained unshaken. Setting the sack on his shoulder down, he said, Lin Bei and... Then pausing slightly, Lin Bei reacted immediately, he is Zhang Jichao, and the one outside is Hu Linwen. You both follow me back to the third canteen. After finishing, he turned to leave but quickly rotated back, pointing at the two who had just argued with Xia Heng. For the next couple of days, don't provide them with any resources. Supplies are scarce, give them to those who need it more. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man sulking over writing a self-criticism immediately perked up again, nudging Xia Heng's shoulder and chuckling darkly. Understood, Captain. Why should we? The same man who was gloating earlier quickly showed dissatisfaction. The boy stood up directly, ready to challenge. Lin Bei looked at the boy's mouth flapping open and shut, spraying saliva everywhere, and frowned unhappily. He said, did you pay for it or lend a hand? This question clearly stumped the boy, but just as he was gathering his strength to argue back, Lin Bei continued, Team Leader Song risked his life transporting supplies from the 6th canteen, then he raised a finger and pointed to the group of people in combat uniforms nearby. They carried things that weighed dozens of pounds, one bag after another, all while having to ensure your safety day and night. Why should they do it? Most of the students watching still had a correct moral compass. Though they didn't speak up in defense, it was obvious they were siding with the soldiers protecting them. They now glared disapprovingly at the boy. In an instant, he became the target of everyone's disdain, panicking as he couldn't muster a single word. Let's go, it'll be pitch black soon. Song Jijin patted his shoulder. Lin Bei hadn't intended to grandstand any longer either, so he nodded and followed Song Jijin's steps. Chapter 8. On the way back, Lin Bei and Hu Linwen swapped seats. After the carriage was emptied, the smell became less pungent instead. The journey was bumpy all the way, but it wasn't long before they arrived at cafeteria number 3. This place was much busier than the activity center. Even before Lin Bei got off the vehicle, he could hear the commotion outside. Hu Li was directing a group of students to unload supplies. Boxes with medical markings were dropped on the ground, each still bound by army green seals. How many boxes have arrived? Song Jijin quickly approached Hu Li and took the clipboard from his hand. 7 boxes, 2 of compressed food, 4 of medicine, 1 of ammunition, Hu Li reported. Only ammunition? Yes. Weren't there any abnormal situations? Song Jijin said as she walked inside. No, today was relatively. Hu Li hurried after her, then let out an exclamation, ah. Before he could finish his sentence, a startled scream suddenly erupted, leaving, today was relatively peaceful, stuck in his throat. Hu Li exchanged a glance with Song Jijin, and both their eyes revealed solemnity. The sound had come from inside cafeteria number 3. They rushed in immediately. Lin Bei, who was just about to help carry things, followed them in. All the people sitting in the cafeteria stood up, looking around with alarm. Lin Bei only caught a fleeting shadow darting across the beams, which quickly disappeared. While Song Jijin was checking around, a student shouted loudly, what is that? Hanging on the dark beams was a cat, its green eyes glowing like spotlights. Its back arched and tail raised, even those standing several meters away could hear its rapid breathing. This cat's size was more than twice that of an ordinary house cat. Its claws were digging into hardened steel, producing sharp, scraping sounds. Isn't this Wang Zai? A girl asked hesitantly. Upon hearing the name, Lin Bei also recalled something. There weren't too many stray cats and dogs at their school, but they certainly weren't few either. They usually relied on the students for feeding, and this particular Wang Zai was extremely well known at school. Lin Bei himself had encountered it 2 or 3 times before. Having formed a clear impression, Lin Bei began to recognize it more vividly. Apart from its coat color and main features, it looked exactly like Wang Zai on steroids. A major reason why Wang Zai was so beloved was due to its docile nature and affectionate behavior towards humans. However, the current Wang Zai clearly wasn't the same familiar Wang Zai everyone knew. It emitted 2 short meows, one sharper than the other. Can animals also be infected? Lin Bei stealthily approached Song Jijin and asked quietly. I'm not sure. Song Jijin took half a step forward, shielding Lin Bei behind her. Lin Bei's gaze immediately fixated on the fine strands of hair and earlobe of Song Jijin nearby. Startled, Lin Bei instinctively slowed down his breathing, deeply concerned that his presence might make the other uncomfortable. Everyone move back a bit. While giving orders, Song Jijin led the people to retreat, widening the circle that had been surrounding the cat. Whether it was Song Jijin's actions or not, it seemed to provoke Wang Zai, whose dilated pupils suddenly focused sharply on Song Jijin. It snarled at her, its body tensing tighter and tighter. What should we do? Considering the large crowd of students surrounding them, Hu Li dared not act recklessly for the moment. Both using a gun or a knife would be too risky. Get a net. Song Jijin clearly understood his concerns and remained fairly calm. Alright, I'll go get it right away, Hu Li responded, keeping his eyes tightly on the cat perched on the beam as he swiftly squeezed out of the crowd. I'll count down from 3 to 1, you take care of yourself, Song Jijin whispered softly. Lin Bei naturally realized the advice was directed at him and lightly nodded his head, then remembered that Song Jijin couldn't see him, so he hummed slightly. Song Jijin paused briefly, and a corner of her mouth curled upward in a smile. If you agree, just say yes. Why are you making noise unnecessarily? Lin Bei didn't fully understand what she meant, but before he could think about it further, Song Jijin had already taken a step forward, along with an almost inaudible countdown, 3, 2, 1. The cat was fixating its attention solely on him. The moment he moved, it leapt down instantly. At that instant, Duan Lei yelled from the second floor, look here. Duan Lei, the big and burly man with a solid build and loud voice, managed to capture Wang Zai's attention right away. The frantic movement slowed down as it paced slowly within the circled space, carefully maneuvering and circling around Song Jijin. When it finally leaped down from the shadows, under the illumination of the lights, Song Jijin saw the pale fur streaked with bloodstains. Upon closer inspection, the cat's eyes shared a striking resemblance to those of the zombies, both grayish-white. However, unlike the berserk mutated humans they'd encountered before, this creature demonstrated exceptional agility. It kept maneuvering strategically around Song Jijin. The stalemate, however, didn't last long. Within 2 minutes, Wang Zai couldn't remain calm any longer and launched an attack straight at Song Jijin. Boss, catch it. Hu Li stood beside Duan Lei, tossing down a fine net he had prepared long ago. Song Jijin nimbly dodged Wang Zai, and just as she received the net, the cat suddenly changed its direction of attack and rushed towards Lin Bei's position. Shit. Song Jijin muttered a curse, gripping the fine net tightly as she charged forward. Aim at it. Hu Li furrowed his brows, lifting his rifle to aim. However, this cat's speed was abnormally fast. As it burst into full speed, all he could see through his scope was a fleeting shadow. Lin Bei's eyes flickered as Wang Zai had already rapidly approached him. At 1 meter away, the cat quickly jumped, lunging for Lin Bei's chest. There was no time to dodge, all he could do was raise his arm to block the cat. But unexpectedly, the force with which this cat pounced was not less than that of the zombies he'd encountered before. Inattentive for a moment, Lin Bei was pushed down to the ground, the cat's claws gripping tightly onto his sleeve. Its mouth opened wide, ready to tear Lin Bei apart. Unfortunately, however much it had mutated, a cat still couldn't match an adult man in size. Lin Bei didn't allow its jaws to touch any exposed parts of his body. The crazed cat kept wriggling, trying to break through Lin Bei's defense. It wasn't clear if it was Lin Bei's illusion, but he seemed to even smell the scent of rotten flesh. The zombie cat's teeth were much bigger than ordinary cats. Lin Bei didn't doubt for a moment that this cat could easily bite through his artery and leave him bleeding all over the place. Lin Bei's heartbeats grew increasingly urgent, resonating with the vibrations in his mind. Drumming beat after beat, amidst this horrifying scene, what oddly came to his blank mind was actually Song Jijin's last remark, if you agree, just say yes. Why are you making noise unnecessarily? At this moment, he suddenly connected his thoughts with the old scoundrel's way of thinking. He sarcastically pondered whether he would be the first man killed by a zombie cat, and whether his mom who lived far across the ocean, and his dad who cared nothing about him, would ever remember this son of theirs. What are you thinking about? Just then, a voice cut through Lin Bei's wandering thoughts. Song Jijin stretched out the net, using it to tighten around the zombie cat's wide-open mouth. She swiftly wrapped the net around its neck and hoisted it up. The 4 cat paws finally detached from Lin Bei's sleeve. He looked up at Song Jijin's bold figure, unsure whether the word miraculously alive fit the situation. Damn stray. Lin Bei glanced at Song Jijin, hurling a vulgar insult. Are you okay? Check yourself, Song Jijin promptly regained her composure. After taking out a dagger and quickly dealing with the zombie cat, she carelessly dropped the blood-soaked corpse on the ground. There were still many students surrounding them. Witnessing Song Jijin's swift actions, they unusually shrank back in unison, as if deeply fearing the blade might turn against them. Lin Bei pulled himself up, grabbing Song Jijin's hand. His scattered soul had just returned, leaving his legs trembling weakly. Hu Linwen and Zhang Jichao squeezed through from the other side of the crowd, worry evident in their gazes. I'm fine, Lin Bei waved dismissively. After resolving the matter, Song Jijin finally found time to deal with this issue. She coolly scanned the surroundings and asked, who brought this cat inside? Although before the appearance of the zombie cat, Song Jijin hadn't been sure if animals could get infected by the zombie virus, she had always reminded her team members to take note. She explicitly forbade anyone from bringing animals into the temporary shelter. No one understood the security of cafeteria number 3 better than her. This stray cat absolutely couldn't have slipped in on its own. Silence hung in the air, no one knew how this cat had strangely entered. This cat very likely has already infected others. If you shield it, you'll harm yourselves, Hu Li added pressure at an appropriate moment. Song Jijin said nothing more, and the atmosphere nearly froze solid. After a while, finally, a hesitant voice rose. I seem to have seen it, in the second-floor toilet. It was probably. Her words trailed off as her eyes remained fixed on another girl not far from her. Why are you looking at me? Not me. The woman pointed at stared hard back, shaking her head continuously, terrified eyes widening. Yet, they fleetingly glanced at the corpse lying sprawled on the floor. By now, the blood had spread quite a distance, emitting a strong stench of decay. Hu Linwen uncomfortably turned her head, working hard to suppress her nausea. I've seen her too. There's also a cat teaser stick in her bag, a boy standing near her abruptly spoke up, sparking a louder denial from her. No. I didn't. She widened her eyes, her face rapidly brimming with tears, yet no one could muster sympathy for her now. The other students unanimously demanded she open her backpack for inspection. They could still defend against external attacks, but if the virus erupted from within, there would only be one outcome, total annihilation. No one dared to take that risk now. The boy beside her couldn't bear it and reached out to pull off her backpack, but she fiercely resisted. Don't touch me. Just as they were struggling, Hu Li suddenly spotted a faint scab on the girl's nape. Are you injured? He exclaimed in shock. Song Jijin had originally just been cautious, unwilling to overlook any unsafe factor, but now she abruptly became serious. Upon hearing Hu Li's voice, the girl's struggling motions froze, then slowly calmed down. She stopped resisting and let the boy rip her backpack off. Chapter 9. The boy violently opened his school bag and turned it upside down. The first thing to fall out was a cat teaser, the bell on it jingling softly. By this point, the girl had completely given up resisting. Powerless, she stared at the cat teaser on the ground along with several packets of cat treats that had fallen out with some books. Are these wounds from a cat? Hu Li cautiously eyed her, slowly moving closer to inspect her injuries. Don't come near me. His actions irritated the girl, prompting another uncontrollable shout. Only we can help you. Hu Li stopped advancing, trying to calm her down. The students around them cautiously stepped back, not daring to approach her any further. I didn't mean to. Tears welling in her eyes, the girl looked down as she sniffled. I didn't know it had mutated. It was so obedient. I couldn't leave it alone. The incident occurred suddenly. She was feeding the cat when she heard the announcement. She hadn't even had time to give her new toy to Wang Zai when she brought him over, realizing only then that animals were not allowed inside. But she worried about Wang Zai, so she smuggled him in her school bag. Initially, she thought there wouldn't be much trouble. However, when she sneaked into the restroom to feed the cat, she noticed Wang Zai's size increase slightly but dismissed it without much concern. Afterward, though, Wang Zai suddenly lunged at her, clawing her neck before darting off and disappearing, reappearing later. I don't want to turn into a zombie, the girl lamented, covering her face as an ominous cloud enveloped everyone present. In the face of death, fear and panic overwhelmed everyone. What was even more terrifying was knowing oneself would soon transform into an emotionless creature, mindlessly gnawing, with no way to stop the inevitable loss of self-control. Song Jijin walked toward her, saying, I can help you. Really? The girl raised her head, looking at him with hope in her eyes. Yes, Song Jijin placed his hand on her shoulder. I hope you can pass away with dignity rather than become a zombie and get shot. The girl originally thought there might still be a twist of fate, but hearing his words shattered her last shred of hope. She gave a bitter smile and gazed mournfully at Wang Zai lying on the floor, murmuring, guess I'll be with you. She shifted her gaze and turned her head toward Song Jijin. Can I call my parents? The signal tower can't receive signals, phone calls won't go through. Song Jijin frowned, regretting his inability to assist. Though he carried a walkie-talkie and a radio, their failure rendered all futile. Seeing Song Jijin's powerlessness, the girl lowered her head dejectedly, muttering, I wanted to leave them a final message. You can write down your parents' number. We'll call once the signal tower works again, Lin Bei spoke up. Is that possible? The girl glanced back at Song Jijin. It is. Though Song Jijin didn't mention the slim chances of repairing the signal tower, he sought pen and paper while Lin Bei already handed over his school bag, right here. He took out a notebook and gave it to the girl. Thank you, the girl sincerely said, gazing at the blank notebook. For a moment, she wasn't sure what to write. She always cared about animals and other people who weren't close to her while neglecting her parents. Going 10 or 15 days without calling was normal, and she could barely recall the last time they had a conversation longer than 10 minutes. Was it her apology for forgetting their birthdays, or during an argument? Heartwarming moments between them seemed painfully scarce. As she picked up the pen, tears streamed down her cheeks onto the notebook. Hesitating for tens of seconds, she began writing, sobbing quietly. Originally just a simple letter, now filled with grievances and sorrows, knowing no one cared for her at such a life and death juncture, save for her distant parents, whose fates remained uncertain, yet they surely missed her deeply too. After filling page after page, she crossed everything out, eventually writing only 4 characters, "Be safe, no worries," followed by their phone numbers. "There's no need to call. Just send a text message. My mom's not in good health, she'll cry if she hears," she chuckled as she handed the notebook back to Lin Bei. These words seemed to bring her newfound composure, and wiping away her tears, she asked, "Could you make it less painful? I'm really afraid of pain." Some of the girls nearby couldn't bear the scene anymore, starting to sob quietly. Even the initially aggressive boys dared not look and averted their gazes. He thought he'd done the right thing, but the ending wasn't what he wanted to see. "Rest assured," Song Jijin promised her. "Let's hug, shall we?" The girl opened her arms and looked at him. "Sure." Song Jijin didn't hesitate to embrace her. The girl reluctantly drew strength from him, and when she let go, her gaze turned toward Lin Bei. Lin Bei willingly opened his arms, and the girl smiled instantly. "I died a worthwhile death." She buried her head in Lin Bei's shoulder, nestling close to his ear, whispering gently, "Thank you." When Song Jijin gave her the intravenous injection, Lin Bei wasn't nearby. He had gone to the restroom to wash his face. Casually wiping his face with his sleeve, Lin Bei suddenly remembered the struggle with the zombie cat as he lifted his hand. He froze abruptly. The mirror clearly reflected the damage on his sleeve. The cuff was full of threads torn by the cat's claws, a mess. Closing his eyes for a moment, he rolled up his sleeve to check his arm. The cold air raised goosebumps, but under the light, there were no wounds on his skin. Thankfully, this piece of clothing protected him thoroughly. Just then, a voice came from the doorway, "Can I come in?" Looking through the mirror, Lin Bei saw Hu Li leaning against the door with a kind smile on his face. Although he wore combat gear like everyone else, Hu Li seemed different, perhaps because of the glasses perched on his nose. He always gave Lin Bei an inscrutable impression. "Come in." Lin Bei lowered his sleeve and brushed past Hu Li, walking out. After passing by him, Hu Li turned to glance at Lin Bei before quickly looking away again. The hall had already been cleaned up. Except for a faint trace of a pungent smell lingering in the air, not a speck of blood remained. After scanning around and finding no sign of Hu Linwen, Lin Bei decided to search elsewhere when he spotted Song Jijin and Duan Lei returning from outside with a few others. He immediately guessed the purpose of Song Jijin's trip and asked, "Is the body properly disposed of?" "Yeah. Haven't been scared out of your wits yet, have you?" Just after hearing Xia Heng recount the scene where this young man stood up for them over the walkie-talkie, Duan Lei had a decent impression of Lin Bei. His grin showed 8 perfectly aligned teeth, which contrasted strikingly against his dark skin almost reflecting light. "Not really." Lin Bei forced himself to act confident despite his reservations. "You can count the supplies again and report back to me later." Song Jijin pulled open his bag and took out a cigarette, though he didn't light it, merely letting it rest in his mouth. "Isn't this what Fox should be doing?" Envious, Duan Lei reached toward Song Jijin's bag. "Boss, I'm craving one too." "Find your own." Song Jijin kicked him aside, blocking Duan Lei's sneaky hands. Miserly. Unable to get anything good from him, Duan Lei grudgingly went to the back to inventory the supplies. As he passed Lin Bei, he shot him a look, though Lin Bei couldn't figure out what it implied. Only after Duan Lei left did Song Jijin ask, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "No." Lin Bei pulled up his sleeve to show him that he hadn't been scratched. Lin Bei's arms were just as pale as his face. Since joining the army, Song Jijin hadn't met many people with smooth, delicate skin. Most were burly ruffians filled with muscles. He shifted his gaze, took out a lighter, lit the cigarette, and exhaled, thin smoke swirling between the two of them. Song Jijin was very clear about his sexual orientation and had never hidden it. His fellow soldiers who'd endured life and death situations alongside him naturally understood too, but he had always lived a celibate life. Over the years, he hadn't found anyone among the numerous men he'd encountered that he liked. However, today he realized he was somewhat in danger. More accurately, it was the first time he had experienced the feeling of falling in love at first sight. The old rogue took another puff, watching Lin Bei who still remained unaware. Song Jijin finally had some time to take a close look at Lin Bei. His eyes were very beautiful, his skin very white, his hair a little long, the bangs nearly covering his eyes. His ears were small and delicate, with a prominent little black mole on the lobe. Straightening and relaxing his posture, the older man coughed lightly while holding the cigarette. "Where's your friend?" "I haven't seen them." It was only now that Lin Bei thought of the 2 missing friends, but scanning all around, he still couldn't find them. Then realizing they absolutely wouldn't go outside alone, he felt reassured. As long as they stayed within Cafeteria 3, nothing bad would happen. "Would you like one?" Song Jijin offered. "I don't smoke, thanks." Lin Bei shook his head, leaving the old rogue momentarily caught off guard. "Do you mind the smell?" Normally, Hu Linwen and the others smoked often in their dormitory, so Lin Bei shook his head again, saying, "No problem. When I came in, there were a lot of people with feverish looks, weren't there?" Ever since entering, Lin Bei noticed many people appeared lethargic, their faces haggard. This question had been on his mind for quite some time. 1 quarter. Song Zhizhen followed his gaze. It was mealtime, and the two missing individuals, Hu Linwen and another, finally emerged. However, Hu Linwen didn't look well, being supported all the way by Zhang Chao. What's wrong? Lin Bei approached to greet them. He had collected food for 3 people, and the team members helping out at the serving counter seemed familiar with him, giving generous portions. Linzi kept complaining about chest tightness. Zhang Chao helped Hu Linwen sit on a chair. Fortunately, the cafeteria was spacious enough with more seats than the activity center, so although there were many people, everyone still had a place to sit. Song Zhizhen's group was also eating nearby. Duan Lei noticed them immediately and shouted loudly, "What's up with that kid?" Everyone at their table turned to look. Song Zhizhen tapped his plate lightly, "Eat your own food," before putting down his chopsticks and walking over to Lin Bei's side. Duan Lei exchanged glances with the others at the table and burst into particularly wild laughter. Chapter 10. Hu Linwen's face was pale, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Lin Bei placed his hand on Hu Linwen's forehead and found that his body temperature was even lower than his own. No fever meant no benign mutation had occurred. Lin Bei looked around, wanting to find Song Zhizhen to come over and take a look. At this moment, Song Zhizhen had already walked up to Hu Linwen and performed the same action as Lin Bei. Confused, he asked, "No fever?" "He's sweating cold sweat." Lin Bei held Hu Linwen's hand, it was cold, with slippery sweat on his palms. "Let's give him a shot first." This meal left a bad taste in their mouths. Hu Linwen was taken upstairs to the makeshift medical room to rest. After finishing his meal, Lin Bei went up to relieve Zhang Jihao. There were many people lying down in the medical room. Lin Bei kept watch for a while before stepping to the window to get some fresh air. The moonlight seeped through the windows, casting spotty light points on his face, half of it hidden in the dark. Not far away, Song Zhizhen stood watching him. He lit another cigarette, looking lazy like a crouching leopard. The child didn't know what he was thinking about, but his lips were tightly pressed together, making his features sharper. In no time, Lin Bei finally drew back his wandering thoughts. He rubbed his stiff arms and turned to leave when his eyes caught a vivid red figure nearby. Before he could take a closer look, a large face suddenly shot in front of him, blood splattered, skin torn off. Only a small part of the face remained intact. Shit! Lin Bei nearly had a heart attack and stepped back several paces. Nearby, he picked up the broom placed beside him. On the other side, Song Zhizhen threw away his cigarette and shouted, "Be on guard." Bang bang bang. The sound of zombies pounding on the glass came in waves. But there were more zombies outside than just the one in front of Lin Bei. He heard knocking coming from several directions. Behind him lay Hu Linwen, unconscious. Other students still conscious all jumped to their feet, but only managed to stand weakly against the wall due to lack of strength. Move back. Lin Bei raised the broom vigilantly, gazing at the window. This was a room on the second floor of the cafeteria to the right. Outside was a low guard room. Zombies must have climbed up to the big horizontal platform outside and approached from there. However, the height of a zombie couldn't reach 2 stories high. There must be more zombies below. Realizing this, Lin Bei immediately looked around for objects to block them. Eventually, he spotted a large filing cabinet in the corner. "Help me!" Lin Bei shouted, and the others quickly gathered to help. However, before Song Zhizhen could make it, sounds of broken windows elsewhere drew his attention. Zombies had already entered. Catch! Song Zhizhen threw Lin Bei a handgun and immediately turned to go to the other side. Lin Bei picked up the fallen gun, glanced in the direction Song Zhizhen had gone, then immediately focused on the situation at hand. Push it over. Cracks were starting to appear on the windowpane. They all quickened their actions. "Damn, why didn't they install railings originally?" one student shouted loudly. "You're just being talkative, push harder." His girlfriend joined in next to him, her neck veins almost popping out. As a crash sounded, signaling the breaking of the window, they successfully pushed the cabinet into place, pressing down exactly on the hand of the zombie reaching inside. The cabinet was full of files, made of iron sheets. No matter how much the zombie outside struggled, it only caused the cabinet to shake slightly, it wouldn't fall. "This is not safe, let's go out and check the situation." The size of the window far exceeded that of the filing cabinet. Once zombies reached another window, they would no longer have a second filing cabinet to press down. Go. Lin Bei supported Hu Linwen, who was unconscious, walking ahead. The noisy couple earlier also helped each other. Lin Bei noticed that the boy was limping. "I can walk myself, you support her." In the same room, there was a girl lying down, in the same condition as Hu Linwen. The boy pushed his girlfriend away. She looked at his foot but soon did as he said. Clang clang clang. Zombies outside gradually realized this route was blocked and slowly shifted to another window. Seeing the urgency, Lin Bei urged everyone on, "Quick, go." "Yeah." The boy replied. His leg trouble slowed him down and he fell behind. After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard movement from behind. Turning back, he saw the sturdy filing cabinet knocked over, and because he was standing within its range, it was falling fast toward him. Instinctively, he shoved his girlfriend who was standing not far away. Pushed by him, the girl stumbled forward and took a large step. When she turned back again, the filing cabinet had crushed the boy's foot. Zombies outside had finally found their way in, clawing and trying to climb inside. Ah! The boy's leg, which had just been injured not long ago, suffered secondary damage. He winced in pain, attempting to move it a couple of times, but his foot was pinned down tightly. Xiaodong! The girl screamed, rushing over to help lift the cabinet off him. But her strength was as ineffective as a drop in the ocean. She turned to Lin Bei for help. Go ahead. Yang Xiaodong pushed her hand away, you go first. No. The girl burst into tears immediately. She looked at Lin Bei again and saw him striding out with Hu Linwen on his shoulder. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Lin Bei carried Hu Linwen to the corridor outside and put him down there before swiftly running back into the room. He grabbed the handgun given by Song Jijin and handed it to the tear-streaked face of the girl. If they come in, shoot. I'll lift the cabinet. Lin Bei stared at her with determination before quickly joining the rescue efforts. The height of the horizontal platform outside only allowed the window frame to reach up to the armpits of the zombies. Therefore, it would take them great effort to climb in from outside. The girl trembled as she aimed her gun at the window, her tears falling non-stop. The barrel moved slightly along with her trembling arms. Don't be afraid. Yang Xiaodong forced out a stiff laugh, but this did nothing to comfort the girl. Instead, her tears flowed even more fiercely. I say 1, 2, 3, and we try together. Lin Bei said while covertly observing where the filing cabinet was pressing. 1, 2, 3. Yang Xiaodong tried his best too. The cabinet was lifted significantly, and his leg finally slipped out from under the cabinet. Blood seeped through the wrapped bandage, the smell of blood making the zombie frenzied. It stretched its hands exaggeratedly, using the strength of its companion to twist itself awkwardly onto the window frame. Shoot! Another piece of glass was about to shatter. Lin Bei helped Yang Xiaodong get up and observed the situation at the other location. With all her focus on the zombie outside the window, upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, the girl unconsciously pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled out, and the zombie fell backward with a cry. Lin Bei thought he'd have to waste several bullets from Song Jijin, but unexpectedly, the girl hit so accurately. Surprisingly, he glanced at the girl. The girl wiped her tears and calmed down, explaining, I like shooting games. The other side. Yang Xiaodong pointed to another window. The girl fired another shot and quickly took out another zombie. Shit. Hu Linwen had woken up somehow, leaning against the wall with his eyes wide open, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. What the hell is going on? Hu Linwen yelled strangely, wondering if he woke up incorrectly, otherwise how could he possibly see a real-life Alice? No time to explain, let's go. Lin Bei pulled Yang Xiaodong aside, you support him, I'll carry the other one. Clearly, the other girl didn't have Hu Linwen's luck. She leaned heavily against the wall, unconscious, and Lin Bei quickly squatted down and carried her effortlessly. Shit, when did you start practicing weightlifting with me on your back? Hu Linwen shouted again, then a female voice chimed in, don't talk nonsense, they're trying to climb in again. Hu Linwen and Yang Xiaodong exchanged glances, reluctantly holding each other. Once they touched each other, something incredible happened. Hu Linwen no longer felt dizzy or chest tightness, and he even seemed to gain strength. A phrase of disbelief formed in his throat, but the appearance of zombies surging in through the window startled him into swallowing it back down. He immediately began running out with Yang Xiaodong. Alice, you're on it. The girl found her rhythm with the gun, dispatching the third zombie emerging. Quickly moving away from the room, they realized the situation outside wasn't any better either. Other than team members scattered around with guns, the remaining students armed themselves with whatever they could find. Lin Bei even noticed a cafeteria auntie wielding an iron ladle, looking panic-stricken as she scanned her surroundings. Approaching where the crowd congregated, before they could descend the stairs, a new wave of panic erupted. A male student inexplicably started convulsing. Nearby students carelessly let themselves get pulled in and bitten on the neck. Ah! The explosion of excruciating screams didn't stop the boy's action. After biting, he quickly sought the next target. Almost instantly, the shouting boy ceased his cries of pain. His eyes became a uniform gray, his skin rapidly graying and deteriorating. Hurry up and run. Surrounding students hadn't expected such a hidden time bomb nearby. Now, they were all frantically fleeing in all directions. Regrettably, without proper weapons at their disposal, even tables and chairs fixed to the ground made them stumble and bunch together while running upstairs. Duan Lei went against the flow of people, aimed carefully, and fired a shot promptly, but being jostled caused him to lose accuracy, grazing the zombie's ear instead and hitting the ground. Shit! He yelled, realizing the zombie was about to bite another girl. Suddenly, a bullet pierced through its head, entering right between its eyes. Song Jijin stood upstairs with a rifle, calmly commanding, Duan Lei, take people downstairs to guard the gate. Hu Li, follow me. Hu Li shot and killed another mutated zombie in the hall from a distance before responding, got it. After receiving the instruction, Duan Lei directly pushed off the stairs with one hand and flipped down. He stood in the hall ready to move forward. Outside the gate was a layer of specially designed tempered glass, with another layer of roller shutter inside. The sound of zombies pounding on the glass could be heard in the hall, but the specific situation outside couldn't be seen. You go with them, I'll go help. Lin Bei set the girl down, intending to hand her over to another girl. I'll go with you. The girl gripping the gun didn't even look at him, her eyes tightly focused on the roller shutter door in the hall. Chapter 11. Lin Bei searched everywhere but couldn't find a decent weapon. Then an auntie from the cafeteria approached him, solemnly handing him an iron ladle as if it were an unparalleled weapon. Come on, do your best, the cafeteria auntie patted his shoulder just as Zhang Jichao arrived in time to hear it. The two exchanged a glance and both saw the same bewilderment in each other's eyes. Zhang Jichao was dragging a long steel pipe, he must have torn it off somewhere, with marks of great force at its end. The cafeteria doors hadn't been broken down yet, but heavy impact sounds kept coming from them. Duanlei remained at the very outer side guarding, ready for the moment when zombies would burst in. Students stood by the staircase between the first and second floors. Neither the first nor the second floor was safe now, and many of them felt ashamed upon seeing Lin Bei and his group. They spontaneously began looking for tools that could counterattack. Many realized that mere fear and avoidance wouldn't keep them alive, only by rising up and resisting could they truly survive. This small group of dozens could only guarantee their temporary safety. If they did not consolidate into a larger collective, sooner or later, they would be overrun by the surging zombies outside. Duanlei turned around, attracted by voices from behind. A few dozen people stood there, each carrying various objects, all of their eyes firmly fixed on the entrance. Duanlei looked at Lin Bei again. Seeing Lin Bei's resolute gaze, Duanlei couldn't help but curl his lips upwards. He gripped the rifle even tighter, more prepared to wait for the incoming zombies. Gunshots occasionally rang out on the second floor. After several minutes, Lin Bei heard Song Zhizhen's voice come through the radio attached to Duanlei's chest, establish defenses on the second floor. Hu Li, old Sha, come here to position our rifles. Soon after, footsteps resounded on the staircase leading to the cafeteria exterior. Through the curtain covering the cafeteria window, Lin Bei saw three scattered figures. Lei, watch out, they're about to charge. Alright, you'll see how I'll deal with these bastards one by one, Duanlei stretched out his hand, making everyone retreat a few steps. The remaining members took positions in front of the students, forming a line of defense. Finally, after countless collisions, the glass outside the door shattered. Song Zhizhen roared loudly, fire. All three individuals on the second floor fired simultaneously, unleashing a volley of bullets upon the mass of zombies congregated at the door. Meanwhile, everyone on the first floor waited for the door to break. The roller shutter showed signs of much uneven damage due to repeated hits. Although those upstairs might relieve some pressure, a blind spot still existed, they could only shoot the outermost zombies. Attracted by gunfire, part of the zombie crowd redirected towards where the three shooters were stationed. Hu Li, secure the platform so they can't climb. Once again, Song Zhizhen's voice came through. Lin Bei furrowed his brow, looking up and seeing someone toss a bomb from above. The shockwave made the entire ground tremble slightly. Three silhouettes had now dispersed beyond recognition. Before Lin Bei could worry any longer, the rolling gate was forced open by the rushing zombies, who poured in like a flood. The room erupted with panic cries and machine gun fire. Only shots to the head could directly kill a zombie, hitting limbs merely slowed their actions slightly. It was at this point Lin Bei comprehended this squad's battle capability. Rifles had become sniper weapons, every shot delivered a precise headshot. Zombie corpses quickly piled up at the opening, instantly blocking other zombies' advancement route. Throw. Following Duanlei's order, one team member immediately drew a grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it out through the gap. Several seconds later, another explosion was heard outside the door. Lin Bei and his comrades were strictly guarded, leaving them unable to take action. However, a girl standing next to him threw a bullet that felled a zombie. There are too many of them, we have no defenses upstairs. One of the team members stepped close to Duanlei. Their supply of additional ammunition was limited. If they exhausted it all, it would only provide temporary protection, the government couldn't possibly perform a second replenishment in such a short period of time. Hold as long as we can, Duanlei declared firmly. They could retreat, but this large group behind them couldn't. These students had no weapons. If they couldn't relocate together, the ones left behind would perish here entirely. This group of zombies lacked combat strength like cabbages, but their sheer numbers overwhelmed. And strangely, how this large wave of zombies gathered so quickly was a mystery. The stench grew stronger as blood pooled. On the second floor, Song Zhizhen watched the slow-approaching zombies from different directions, and suddenly a thought emerged in his mind. Find something to block the main door, and then turn off the lights. Zombies are sensitive to the smell of blood but not to sound, however, they hadn't studied the zombies' vision. These zombies heading straight for the cafeteria could not have been attracted by the smell, especially since the nearby teaching buildings were unoccupied with all the lights turned off except for the cafeteria that was brightly lit. There was no time left to verify this hypothesis now. They had no other choice but to try anyway. Duanlei immediately ordered two teammates to look for isolation objects, but Lin Bei suddenly said, "Let me go with others. You stay here to guard." Duanlei glanced back, seeing behind him a group of students looking ready to take on the world as if infused with adrenaline. He didn't know what exactly triggered their courageous side, but at this moment, they appeared fearless, even willing to die for the country. Lin Bei and Zhang Jichao acted instantly after speaking, while others also began searching for items to secure the doors. Duan Lei immediately resumed fighting. Zombies, realizing they were being obstructed, ceased the frenzied surges for the time being and started looking for other entrances. A large number of them were led toward the staircase leading up to the second floor, significantly increasing the pressure on Song Zhizhen's team. Found it. Here. One student shouted from the kitchen area. There was a large mobile cooking station that could be used to block the entrance. However, his joy lasted only seconds when a zombie, lurking in the kitchen, suddenly darted out right in front of him. Wah! Mommy! He leapt back, flailing wildly in the air as the zombie edged closer. Desperately, he managed to grab a handle and instinctively struck it against the zombie's forehead. The zombie stood still for several seconds making eye contact with him. Holding his breath, he noticed the zombie didn't move, prompting him to hit again. But before the iron pot in his hand touched the zombie, it rolled its eyes back and fell over. He stared in shock at his hand, and then surprisingly saw that he had single-handedly lifted an iron pot, an enormous medium-sized one at that. Somehow unknowingly, he had easily lifted it, and killed a zombie. By the time others arrived upon hearing the commotion, they missed his spectacular performance. Opening his mouth to recount his miraculous experience, no words came out. Hu Lin when patted him on the shoulder consolingly, scared you half to death, huh? That happened to me the first time too. He wanted to refute it, but just locked eyes blankly with Hu Lin when. Come help fast, Lin Bei, noticing the duo almost ready to form a brotherhood bond, called out urgently. Sure thing. Hu Lin when patted the stunned young man again. The weighty cooking station required some effort but eventually, with everyone pitching in, they successfully moved it and soon positioned it behind Duan Lei's defensive line. Push it forward. Amid intensified firepower, they pushed the cooking station into place behind the door to cover the gap where zombies had breached perfectly. The student stationed at the switch immediately pulled it down, plunging the cafeteria into sudden darkness. Though hindered in vision, the other senses became sharper. Equipped with night vision goggles, Duan Lei and his companions guarded the main entrance. Miraculously, turning off the lights seemed to work, stopping the maddening impacts from outside, though zombies still lingered, reluctant to leave. Is it effective? Hu Lin when asked Zhang Jichao near his ear. Zhang irritably shoved him aside and wiped sweat from his ear. After swirling around for a long time, the zombies gradually dispersed in patches, losing their target, wandering aimlessly in different directions. When the last zombie left, Song Zhizhen's voice came again from the walkie-talkie, crisis resolved. Huff. The hall suddenly erupted with synchronized sighs of relief as everyone let the suspended stone in their hearts finally land safely. Lights couldn't be turned back on, so relying solely on their phones, they made do with the weak light emitted by the screens. Song Zhizhen and his partners descended from the second floor, but their expressions weren't relaxed. Xia Li had been constantly adjusting her walkie-talkie which occasionally emitted static noise. What's wrong? Duan Lei approached. We can't reach Xia Hang and the rest. Song Zhizhen frowned tightly. How can that be? Duan Lei took out his own walkie-talkie and adjusted it repeatedly but got nothing back either. Contact with the members from the activity center had been lost. What should we do now? Old Xia properly attached the walkie-talkie, looking towards Song Zhizhen. We'll drive there. Waiting wasn't the solution. Noticing the solemn atmosphere, the remaining students lacked the celebratory joy typical of survivors and instead stared at these team members. There shouldn't be any more trouble tonight. Hu Li, Old Xia, and you two come with me. The rest of you stay here and guard. Song Zhizhen immediately made the arrangements. Go prepare the ammunition, we'll leave as soon as it's ready. Yes. What about me? Duan Lei stopped fiddling with the walkie-talkie and asked urgently. You stay here. Song Zhizhen looked at him. Someone needs to stay behind. If something happens here, I'll hold you accountable. Yes. Be careful. Lin Bei whispered when passing by Song Zhizhen. Song Zhizhen stared at Lin Bei, his face showing no emotion. He didn't respond to Lin Bei but instead said, you performed well today. He then smiled and emphasized again, really well. Chapter 12. After Song Zhizhen and his group left, Duan Lei started the repair work with the remaining people. This hustle and bustle made everyone too wary to sleep soundly again. Thus, everyone busied themselves under the faint glow of some light. The main gate was completely ruined. The makeshift counters they brought could only partially block the breach, while only the windows on the second floor still had a chance of being repaired. Lin Bei secured the last nail on the window, then leaned out for a look. Hu Linwen had already regained much of his fighting capacity. Although the stench of zombie blood still made him nauseous, the situation had improved significantly compared to before. Now he was hyperactive and chasing after women all over the place. Based on this observation, Lin Bei guessed that this might be one form of a benign mutation, albeit different from what their team experienced. Cold winds continuously swept in through the window's cracks, thoroughly dispelling any traces of drowsiness Lin Bei had left. His mind was now sharp enough to perform a trigonometric calculation on the spot. From this vantage point, he could only see the building used by art students. Since this building was specifically designed for fine arts majors, it had been carefully decorated, complete with a massive graffiti wall outside. Even though the teaching building itself was dark, there were rows of streetlights illuminating the path. Naturally, groups of zombies circled under these lights. He realized he had almost become desensitized to the presence of zombies. Spotting them at a distance now felt routine. However, the significant increase in the number of zombies tonight couldn't help but raise questions about where this influx had come from. By all accounts, Song Zhizhen's group had been doing their best to contain the outbreak, and many students had already been evacuated to temporary shelters. The few individuals not gathered should have included only some faculty members and students. But tonight, most zombies were dressed in student uniforms. "What are you looking at?" Shen Tian asked as she supported Yang Xiaodong behind him. "Zombies," Lin Bei replied, turning to look at them. "Here, your gun back," Shen Tian said with a cheerful smile, handing Lin Bei the pistol. "Why are you so interested in zombies?" Lin Bei took the pistol, smiled, but remained silent. "Pity we've run out of bullets." Shen Tian stuck out her tongue. "You're pretty good." Average, Shen Tian waved her hand, though the smug expression said otherwise. Yang Xiaodong laughed and said, "Don't compliment her anymore or she'll soar off." Later that night, the small group remained in one room until Hu Linwen's soft snoring finally broke the silence. Lin Bei, however, hadn't managed to drift off to sleep. Due to lack of blankets, Shen Tian and Yang Xiaodong were practically hugging each other for warmth, while Zhang Jichao who lay next to Hu Linwen was practically squashed by the latter's sprawl. Yet Zhang Jichao's deep slumber wasn't easily disturbed. Hours passed, and yet the team led by Song Zhizhen still hadn't returned. Lacking sleep, Lin Bei eventually nodded off. When he woke up the next morning, he found himself alone, the others who'd been sleeping beside him had vanished. Rubbing his face as he sat up, Lin Bei felt disoriented due to oversleeping. After some time, his head cleared, and upon lifting his eyes, he saw Song Zhizhen leaning against the door, staring at him. Lin Bei rubbed his eyes again, trying to clear his blurred vision, but the person before him didn't disappear. "Stop rubbing, your eyes are red." Song Zhizhen flicked his spent cigarette onto the ground and crushed it underfoot, adding, "Let's go down for breakfast, it's ready." "Okay." Lin Bei straightened up, and his military jacket slid to the floor. Pausing momentarily, he noticed that Song Zhizhen was only wearing an olive-green undershirt, so he picked up the coat, asking, "Yours?" Thanks." Lin Bei had never been shown such special attention before, unsure how to react. Song Zhizhen, however, acted naturally, walking over to Lin Bei and quickly slipping the coat on. Watching Song Zhizhen's lean physique and tight muscles, Lin Bei unconsciously turned away, then immediately berated himself for acting so absurd. Why should looking at another man cause discomfort? Yet by the time Lin Bei turned back, Song Zhizhen was already fully clothed, buttoning up his shirt. Lin Bei inexplicably felt a tinge of regret, though he wasn't quite sure why he felt that way. He thought something about his mental state felt off, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. "You awake yet?" Song Zhizhen arched a brow. "Almost." Lin Bei rose, supporting himself. "By the way, your gun." He handed it over to Song Zhizhen, saying, "It's out of ammo. I'm giving this to you. You keep it, and if you need bullets, ask Duan Lei." Lin Bei was about to refuse, but Song Zhizhen quickly interrupted, "I don't need it." "All right." Further refusal would have seemed petty, and Lin Bei indeed needed it. "Let's go." Song Zhizhen quickly stepped ahead of him, only then did Lin Bei notice the splashes of bloodstains on the back of his coat. "How's the situation at the activity center?" "Same." Song Zhizhen omitted the heavy casualties. When they arrived, the main gate had already been completely breached, with more zombies pouring in. Xia Hang and others were barely managing to protect some students. Many had been clawed or bitten by zombies. By the time they repelled the wave, the grounds were littered with corpses. "They'll be moving over here, part of them already have." "Moving here?" "Not here, the adjacent teaching building." Song Zhizhen didn't elaborate further, the two had already walked outside. Hu Linwen happened to see them and waved, "Over here." He held half a pancake in his hand, his mouth full, mumbling, "I thought you'd sleep till afternoon." The number of people sitting in the hall was significantly higher than yesterday. At Hu Linwen's table sat Duan Lei and others. Lin Bei caught sight of Xia Hang and his group, whom he'd seen before at the activity center. Xia Hang looked serious, with her hair tied high, making the wound on her face all too prominent. A cut stretched from her temple to the corner of her eye, which had already scabbed. Seeing them, Xia Hang lifted her head as if wanting to say something but was stopped by Hu Li, who added vegetables to her bowl, "Eat first." Xia Hang wouldn't give up, so Hu Li said again, "We'll talk after eating." After finishing their meal, Song Zhizhen and others went upstairs. As soon as Xia Hang entered the room, her eyes reddened. "Sorry, it's all because of my negligence." "I'm not here for your admission of fault." Song Zhizhen raised his hand to stop her and asked, "Why didn't you check the communication equipment last night? Why wasn't the non-functioning communication equipment inspected immediately?" "Sorry." Xia Hang lowered her head, holding back tears. This was the first major mistake she'd made. Dozens of lives had been lost due to her oversight. If Song Jijin hadn't arrived promptly last night, they might have lost even more people. She couldn't look into the eyes of the survivors who glanced at her. "It's my fault," said the blonde-haired man standing beside Xia Heng. "I noticed the communication device malfunctioned yesterday but didn't take it seriously and didn't adjust it in time." "All right." Song Jijin interrupted the next member about to speak. "All of you work extra night shifts and let Duan Lei and others rest for a few days. All of us made mistakes last night." Song Jijin addressed everyone present. "We underestimated them and overestimated ourselves. Although we're not active-duty soldiers, I know you've always held yourselves to military standards. Even without those promises from Deputy Commander Li, I believe you would still step forward. Even if not for protecting these people below, you would be protecting others somewhere else. I understand your spirit." Song Jijin paused briefly and continued. "I hope you stay true to your original intentions." His gaze swept across every single person present. Despite varying degrees of fatigue and injuries, the resolute determination in their eyes remained unchanged. They carried the same arrogance from a few years ago, and a resilient streak of not backing down. "Damn it!" Duan Lei's loud shout broke the heavy sorrowful atmosphere as he reached out expansively. Hu Li smiled slightly, her dimples subtly visible. "Damn it! Damn it!" Old Sha and the blonde-haired man exchanged looks and laughed. "Damn it!" Song Jijin also placed his hand on top of theirs, followed sequentially by others, leaving only Xia Heng standing aside. Watching them, Xia Heng's tears flowed uncontrollably like a gushing fountain. "Oh damn it, I can't stand seeing women cry." Duan Lei turned away, shouting. "And why is it getting worse?" Her laughter was elicited, as she wiped off the teardrops apologetically and placed her hand atop the tall stack of palms. "Damn it." Lin Bei, having nothing else to do, helped tidy up dishes after finishing his meal. He just encountered another male student helping out. The boy hesitated upon seeing him and said, "Give them to me, I'll carry them over." It was only after he spoke that Lin Bei noticed this male student. The boy was extremely pale, almost abnormally so. He was very thin and lean, with bangs covering part of where his glasses would normally sit, looking quite disproportionate. "No problem, you can't manage it alone." Lin Bei declined the boy's offer kindly, though he had a good impression of him and wanted to chat more when an abrupt loud voice exploded right next to him. "I finally found you. Today you can't escape, Zhou Liyuan." The speaker was Duan Lei. Zhou Liyuan smiled. "Help me hold these for a moment, and I'll teach you when I'm done." "All right, remember that," Duan Lei reminded him again in a concerned tone. Lin Bei was curious about the relationship between the two, but it wasn't appropriate to ask much. Instead, Duan Lei noticed him and said, "Hey, you're here too. Good, we'll go together later. I'll take you to get some bullets, the captain specifically instructed me. Don't let me forget later." Lin Bei didn't expect Song Jijin to arrange things so quickly for him. He was just about to thank Duan Lei when Duan Lei asked again, "Young friend, how old are you?" 21. "That's perfect, not like an old bull eating young grass." Lin Bei didn't hear clearly and wanted Duan Lei to repeat it, but no matter what, Duan Lei never clarified his words properly. After receiving the bullets, Lin Bei wanted to practice holding the gun. As soon as he found a quiet corner, he saw Hu Linwen and Zhang Chao already crouched there, seemingly doing something unknown. "This needs to be inserted." Hu Linwen held up a paperclip. "First, straighten it out." Zhang Chao held a ballpoint pen and was trying to use scissors to remove its tip. Lin Bei stepped closer, squatted down, and asked, "What is this?" "We want to try making a signal amplifier." Hu Linwen immediately pulled Lin Bei to sit down beside them. "Look, place your phone here." Lin Bei followed Hu Linwen's instruction, placing the phone at the wall corner and opening the screen, but there was little change. However, Hu Linwen didn't seem rushed, and after staring intently at the phone for a while, a weak signal bar suddenly flickered on. Lin Bei widened his eyes, about to say something when Hu Linwen suddenly pulled on him. "Keep your voice down. We want to try it ourselves first, then tell others if it works," Zhang Chao added. "If it doesn't, it will be nothing more than false joy. Can we make calls now?" Lin Bei carefully leaned closer to the wall corner, looking at the phone screen. There was also a letter on the paper in his hand he needed to send out. "No, the signal is too weak," Hu Linwen shook his head. "This morning, we wanted to invite you to join us, but you were asleep, so we didn't get a chance to tell you. Can we pick up any radio broadcasts?" Lin Bei asked again, pulling open the application interface for another try. "Don't know," Zhang Chao replied. "We tried phone calls and text messages this morning, all of which failed. We couldn't connect to the network either. Shall we try?" Lin Bei was becoming impatient. For several days they had been completely isolated from the outside world. If they could pick up a broadcast, it would definitely be good news. "All right." The three leaned in closely, nearly covering the light emitted by the phone screen. "What are the common frequency channels?" Hu Linwen asked while turning on the radio. Lin Bei tried to recall but drew a blank. Since he rarely listened to the radio normally, he could only helplessly reply, "I don't know, I only know the channel for our school's English broadcast." Hu Linwen gestured dismissively. At this point, it didn't matter what station they could pick up, anything would be good news. "Ah, just give it a random shot." Most modern smartphones no longer come equipped with FM signal receivers, so most require an internet connection to listen to broadcasts. The faint and unstable cell signal might or might not be strong enough to support their attempt to tune into frequencies. Is it working? Zhang Chao bowed his head and softly asked. Hold on. Hu Linwen kept adjusting, listening to the crackling sounds emitted from the phone. He switched through many channels but heard nothing but signal noise without a human voice. Crack. 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 The static sound seemed endless, continuing unabated. After trying for a long time with no success, the three could only unhappily give up. What should we do now? Lin Bei stuffed his phone back into his pocket. He hadn't brought a charger along, and his phone was running low on battery. He turned it off hoping it would last longer. Still follow the original plan, anyway, we didn't have much hope of receiving a radio broadcast from the beginning. Hu Linwen sighed. He said it this way, but he still felt somewhat disheartened. Lin Bei finally understood why Hu Linwen mentioned earlier the possibility of disappointment. Greater expectations lead to greater disappointments, a subjective feeling no one can avoid. When this emotion amplifies and even carries the hope of survival, the negative effects of failure become stronger. Lin Bei patted his shoulder, and Hu Linwen suddenly slumped as if all the air had been let out of him, sitting down on the ground. I don't know how my dad and mom are. They must be frantic without any news from me. Hu Linwen lowered his head and wiped his eyes. Damn, I should have gone home. He covered his head in frustration. Compared to Lin Bei's indifference towards family ties and Zhang Chao's relatives all being in the north, Hu Linwen was truly a person who grew up in warmth and affection. His parents had transferred jobs several times just to conveniently take care of him, and they lived in the city. University was indeed remote, otherwise, they would have already moved closer too. In the beginning, Hu Linwen would return home every week during his free time. Later, it became too much trouble for him to go back, so this week he also managed an elaborate excuse to reject going home, instead indulging in 2 days of lazy sleep over the weekend. It's all right. Lin Bei patted his shoulder, but his own mind was equally troubled and restless. He had always thought he didn't care, that even without supposed parental love, he could live perfectly well, even taking better care of himself. After all, he had survived like this for over a decade, but since he encountered this unexpected change, he realized the truth wasn't this simple. He had simply provided himself with enough excuses to hide within a beautiful illusion. He handled everyone's concern very cautiously, almost to the point of resistance, unsure of how to reciprocate these kindnesses. Let's continue where we left off. Zhang Chao picked up the ballpoint pen from the floor and resumed his work. Of the three, only Lin Bei was not majoring in computer science, though he studied a related field. The three quickly organized the simple tools they had at hand, but to create a signal amplifier, they needed a router and other tools, some of which were available in the laboratory building or in the nearby dormitory buildings. What do you think, shall we take a risk? Hu Linwen was also worried about the tools issue. Without them, no matter how many ideas they had, they couldn't make anything happen. How are we supposed to get there ourselves? Having experienced last night's zombie surge, they were understandably wary. If they wanted to go by themselves, they would need to avoid 2 classroom buildings, and this route wouldn't be nearly as smooth as before when they came here. Let's borrow a car, Hu Linwen suggested. I checked this morning. Even after their relocation to the teaching building, they'll leave one vehicle behind. If we return early, it should still be there. Why borrow a car? Song Jizhen knocked on the door. Hu Linwen was startled, stuttering, We're trying to build a signal amplifier, but we lack materials. Lin Bei looked at Song Jizhen and explained honestly. If this plan gained Song Jizhen's support, it would be considered half successful. Not only could the issue of borrowing a car be resolved, but obstacles could be minimized, and Lin Bei also believed this shouldn't be kept hidden from him. Song Jizhen was clearer-headed than anyone else present and also, more reliable. Yes, reliable. Lin Bei didn't know why he'd come to describe someone he'd only known for a few days this way, but whenever he looked at Song Jizhen, he couldn't help but trust him. Have you made a plan? Song Jizhen stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. Yeah, we intend to go to the dormitory building to get a toolbox, Hu Linwen replied. Song Jizhen squatted down and picked up part of what they had assembled, asking, how likely is it to succeed? Huh? Hu Linwen looked at him questioningly. 40%, Lin Bei spoke up. If we can get the toolbox, we will definitely be able to finish making the amplifier. This position receives weak signals, but you aren't certain whether this amplifier will actually work, correct? Song Jizhen asked back. Right. Lin Bei nodded, watching Song Jizhen anxiously, fearing that he might outright veto the plan. Go ahead. Song Jizhen turned to him. We initially planned to establish contact with the outside world once things stabilized somewhat. Staying confined on campus forever would deplete their supplies eventually. While food and medicine weren't an immediate threat now, in the later stages, isolation and food consumption could spell disaster. No one understood better than Song Jizhen how fragile people's peace of mind truly was, sustained only temporarily by security and their show of force. Apart from making initial contact with Deputy Li for the delivery of supplies, they had completely lost touch with Deputy Li since then. If communication didn't resume, they'd eventually need to rendezvous with Deputy Li in the city. Explain your plan in detail. After discussing among themselves, the group decided to make the move during the day, as nighttime actions would be too dangerous. I'll bring 2 people along to go with you. Lin Bei looked at him in surprise upon hearing this. It's too dangerous for the 3 of you. The dormitory building hadn't been cleared, and Song Jijin wasn't sure if that area was safe either. Having taken the car, Song Jijin only brought Xia Hang and Huang Mao with him. They were eager to make up for their previous mistakes and volunteered for the task at hand. Hey, we meet again. Lin Bei saw Xia Hang sitting upright at the back as soon as he got in the car. She no longer carried the exhausted look from earlier in the morning. Now, she was biting at the tape on her hand. Hey, Lin Bei waved at her, do you need help? Sure. Xia Hang raised her hand toward him. Lin Bei uncovered the disorganized bandage she had wrapped herself with and decided to redo it for her, asking, did you disinfect it? Not yet, just leave it like this and handle it when we get back, Xia Hang responded nonchalantly. She instead grew curious about the 2 unfamiliar faces in the car and asked, are these 2 your classmates? They're my friends. Alright, hi, I'm Xia Hang. My name is Hu Linwen. Hu Linwen had already returned to his usual playboy demeanor, naturally engaging Xia Hang in conversation. What about you? Xia Hang turned to look at Zhang Chao who had been sitting silently beside him. My name's Zhang Chao. SSSS. Xia Hang intended to ask another question but was interrupted by a sudden burst of pain. Lin Bei glanced at her and shook the small medicine bottle in his hand. I just happen to have some medication with me. Does it hurt much? Lin Bei asked. A little. Xia Hang spent her days mixing with men, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Usually, she wouldn't dare complain about pain, so now she simply held her neck stiffly and feigned courage. You'll just have to endure it for a bit, otherwise, the wound will become inflamed very quickly without the medicine. Zhang Chao looked at her and said his second sentence since boarding the vehicle. Chapter 14. The vehicle they were in wasn't the large truck previously used for transporting supplies, but the armored car driven by Song Jijin and his team when they entered the school. This car had been modified with 2 rows of seats facing each other, and several daggers were hanging on the inner walls. Hu Linwen was secretly a car enthusiast. Besides having an in-depth study of computers, he prided himself the most on his knowledge of cars. His family was wealthy, and since he learned to drive at 15 or 16, he received various luxury cars as birthday gifts every year. For his 18th birthday, he even received a limited edition Bentley. Now, seeing this modified armored car, he couldn't take his eyes off it, wishing he could stick right to the car. Like it so much? Xia Hang, holding her gun while wiping it clean, smiled and asked. Of course. It's now at the level of my second wife. Hu Linwen didn't hide his affection for this car. Xia Hang laughed again, then who's your first wife? Hu Linwen didn't answer immediately, then said quietly, I don't know where she is yet. Lin Bei watched his dimming eyes and felt that Hu Linwen was the most contradictory person he'd ever met. Though he usually behaved like a flirt, he had a special affection for Su Liqing. What are you talking about? Song Jijin opened the door and got in, and finally everyone was ready. That, Xia Hang nodded toward Hu Linwen, were discussing his first and second wives. You sure have good fortune. Song Jijin, no less casual, joined in the banter. Alright, stop talking about me. Hu Linwen still didn't know where Su Liqing was. He looked deflated, lacking vitality. The blonde-haired man turned around and glanced back, saying, check if you've brought everything. If we're all set, let's go. All set, let's go. Xia Hang seemed quite eager. Song Jijin interrupted her, saying, in a while, the 2 of you should unload your pistols and give them to them to use. Okay. Xia Hang nodded, fine, I'll do it now, and teach you guys along the way. As she spoke, she opened her gun holster and took out the pistol. Blondie, hurry up, don't dilly-dally. Alright grandma. The blonde man quickly disassembled the gun and tossed it to the back. Song Jijin caught it and handed it over to Hu Linwen beside him. What? Xia Hang held the gun, her eyes shifting between Zhang Jichao and Lin Bei, asking, now am I supposed to make a choice? I've got one, Lin Bei spoke up. Oh, you have one. Xia Hang nodded and handed the gun to Zhang Jichao, then became puzzled and looked at Lin Bei, where did you get the gun? I gave it to him. Song Jijin stared at her, stop babbling nonsense. Oh, that's how. Xia Hang's clever eyes darted between Song Jijin and Lin Bei, making Lin Bei feel bewildered. Goosebumps broke out on his arms under her gaze. Aren't you supposed to teach them? The blonde-haired man interjected at the right moment. Reminded by him, Xia Hang remembered her main task, so she reclaimed the barely warmed-up pistol from Hu Linwen and demonstrated for them. Xia Hang cleared her throat ostentatiously and coughed. Pistols are generally divided into automatic pistols and submachine pistols. You 2 hold submachine pistols, which have an effective range of 100 to 150 meters. She glanced at Lin Bei, and your pistol is a self-defense pistol, with a shorter range, usually only 50 meters. Overall, submachine pistols have a better ammunition capacity and offensive power than self-defense pistols, but they're sufficient enough. Xia Hang went on and on about pistols and extended the topic to many others, eventually reaching submachine guns. These male students inherently had an interest in firearms, so they listened intently. Their expressions of desire pleased Xia Heng, so despite drinking water 3 times, she never stopped her impromptu teaching. To sum up, theory is fundamental, but the key still lies in practice. But given this situation, there aren't many bullets available for you to practice with, so it's just training in real combat situations. Eventually, you'll get the hang of it. Xia Heng wrapped up her long lecture, and the blonde-haired man finally had the chance to clear his ears and relax a bit. All this while, he felt as if he was surrounded by Tang monk, one sentence about Zen and another on Buddhist scriptures, annoying to the point that he wanted to jump out of the car. On the contrary, the other idle person in the car, Song Zhizhen, had fallen asleep without anyone noticing. When Lin Bei turned to look at him, Song Zhizhen was sleeping soundly. Just as he was about to shift his gaze back, the blonde-haired man braked suddenly. At that moment, Song Zhizhen, unconscious, lurched forward instantly. In a rush, Lin Bei hastily supported Song Zhizhen's head and cradled him in his arms. This fluid series of actions left Hu Linwen confused before Lin Bei had already hugged their captain in his arms. What's going on? Xia Heng looked at the blonde man. I misjudged and didn't pay attention to the roadblock ahead. The blonde man shook his hand and continued driving. Lin Bei was now in a very awkward situation. He held Song Zhizhen, not knowing whether he should let go or hold him longer. Maybe you should consider helping him sit up against the backrest. Hu Linwen, unwilling to see his brother suffer so much embarrassment, suggested. Lin Bei observed the dark circles under Song Zhizhen's eyes. After taking into account Hu Linwen's suggestion, he decided to still hold him but changed his posture by resting Song Zhizhen's head on his thighs. Let's just keep it like this. Hu Linwen didn't say anything after that. The 3 of them all turned their gaze towards Lin Bei, their silent expression speaking volumes, clearly suggesting, you're so gay. Lin Bei. The others might not know, but Xia Heng was fully aware. Given her captain's alertness, there was no doubt he would have woken up already, too tired or not, there was no way for him to sleep that deeply, and it was very possible that he woke up even before Lin Bei embraced him. However, she had no intention to expose the wolf with the big tail. For her captain's grand mission to end his singledom, she was willing to pretend deafness and muteness. Xia Heng shifted her gaze, refocusing her attention outside the car. During the day, zombies rarely appear en masse, all she could spot along the way were just a few lone wolves, posing no real threat to them. Which direction do we go? The blonde man rummaged around and found a piece of chewing gum to relieve his nicotine craving. Just straight ahead, then turn right. Hu Linwen pointed out the direction while looking out of the window. He pressed his face against the window and gazed outwards, finding both familiarity and strangeness in the street scenery. On second thought, he realized he had never seen this street empty of people. Wow. Shit. Just as Hu Linwen's melancholic sentiment hadn't fully spread, a sudden zombie rushing forward startled him. With its hands grabbing the railing outside the armored car, it faced Hu Linwen in an intense moment of face-to-face contact. It was only due to Zhang Jichao's timely grasp that prevented Hu Linwen from plunging his entire butt underneath the seat. There's actually one that has been teleported here. Hu Linwen stared at the long-haired man dressed in ancient clothing, who appeared grotesque and fierce, leaving him momentarily speechless. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Xia Heng snorted. Before they finished exchanging these few words, the outside zombie had become completely enraged. His eyes fixated on the several prey inside the vehicle, one hand gripping onto the rail while the other began to forcefully collide with the glass. Very soon he discovered the collision strength was insufficient, so he replaced his fists with his own head. Boom boom boom. Hu Linwen. Xia Heng. A tough guy, Hu Linwen suddenly felt profound respect for the man outside. Isn't he going to kill himself this way? Lin Bei was equally bewildered. The only weakness of a zombie lies in the head, and he was genuinely concerned that this zombie might overreact and end up killing itself against the vehicle. He should know his limits, Zhang Jichao calmly remarked. Xia Heng caught his eye, and strangely, she couldn't detect any hint of sarcasm in his tone. Let him be, this car won't get damaged anyway. Xia Heng nonchalantly waved off. Ah. Sure enough, the outside zombie seemed quite discerning. After forming a blood imprint on his forehead, he gave up the idea of breaking the window through brute force. Hu Linwen, reluctant to maintain such a close-up encounter while hearing its screams, quickly moved to sit beside Lin Bei. Who can endure this shit? Hu Linwen rubbed the goosebumps all over his skin. What's he shouting? The external zombie did not cease its cries, and its voice possessed extraordinary penetration power. Calling friends to join him together. Xia Heng made a casual remark, not expecting her words to come true shortly afterward. Not long later, when they approached the next intersection, a large crowd of zombies dressed in a mishmash of styles surged toward them. Holy shit. Hold on tight, we are charging through. The blonde man clenched his chewing gum, eyes fixed ahead. As the car passed through the area full of zombies, he made a flashy maneuver but the zombies outside clung tightly to the windows, unable to be shaken off. Some managed to avoid the car and swiftly climbed onto it. Evolved? Xia Heng stared at the roof with surprise. She didn't notice the other zombies, but one climbing onto the car top caught her full attention. The incredible jumping ability it exhibited far exceeded that of any zombie they'd encountered before. This motherfucker can evolve. Hu Linwen felt his worldview had been overturned again. The original zombies were already difficult enough to deal with, yet now they could evolve. Lin Bei also seriously focused his eyes outside the window. These zombies weren't currently a threat to them, but eventually they would have to step out of the car and could not stay cooped inside forever. If they didn't eliminate these zombies, simply stepping out of the car would become a problem. Realizing something was amiss, Song Zhizhen decided to stop pretending to be asleep. He opened his eyes and propped himself up on the chair to sit. "You're awake." Lin Bei felt a second wave of awkwardness as he stared into Song Zhizhen's eyes. "I saw you sleeping just now, so I..." "Thank you." Song Zhizhen cut him off with a perfectly composed smile. Lin Bei swallowed back the words that were about to escape, lowered his head, realizing there had been no misunderstanding. Obviously, he was overthinking it. "Is there something on the roof?" Song Zhizhen tilted his head and stared at the car's ceiling. "It just climbed up there. I suspect one of the zombies has evolved." Xia Heng summarized the situation briefly for him. "Can you shake it off, Gangzi?" Song Zhizhen looked toward the blonde man. The blonde man frowned. "Not easy, I tried already, it's clinging on very tightly." Although their modified car was sturdy, they had added more railings outside for protection against zombies climbing aboard. Once the creatures latched on, it became difficult to dislodge them. Chapter 15. Let's go to the dormitory first. Song Zhenji took his gun and began checking the spare ammunition. "Got it." The yellow-haired guy accelerated hard, pressing down the accelerator. A zombie on the car roof, caught off guard, was flung off and fell down. "Open the sunroof when we arrive, Xia Heng, you open the car door and take out the one outside." "Okay." Xia Heng kept her eyes on the lone wolf hanging outside but didn't intend to grab the gun left in the car. Instead, she picked up the dagger tied at her waist. Passing through the last street, the car finally arrived at the dormitory building. As soon as the yellow-haired guy parked, he opened the sunroof according to their earlier plan. Xia Heng quickly jumped out after opening the door. Almost immediately, a zombie appeared in their line of sight. Song Zhenji fired several shots at the zombie's head, pushing its corpse aside before leaning out of the sunroof. However, there was no sign of another zombie on the roof. Xia Heng used the dagger to take care of the zombie crouching by the window, splattering her hands with its foul-smelling blood. She kicked away the zombie's body in disgust. At this moment, Lin Bei noticed a dark figure dashing past from the side straight towards Xia Heng. Lin Bei widened his eyes and shouted, "Xia Heng, something just passed." Upon hearing the shout, Song Zhenji immediately climbed onto the car roof via the railing. His wide view allowed him to instantly spot the zombie. A small-sized zombie had swiftly circled around to Xia Heng's back. Xia Heng reacted quickly, gripping the dagger tightly and swinging it backwards. But the zombie dodged it. Clearly, Xia Heng hadn't anticipated that the zombie could dodge her attack, so she rapidly twisted her head to keep track of the zombie's exact position, then pushed off with her foot and kicked at the zombie's head. Her speed kept her from falling behind against the zombie, yet the fight was arduous. Song Zhenji jumped off the car roof, switching to his dagger. His arrival significantly reduced Xia Heng's pressure, but this relief did not last long. They'd been exposed outdoors for too long and some zombies nearby had already discovered them and started slowly moving towards them. Seeing this, Huang Mao and others also got out of the car. They stood back to back, warily watching the group of zombies further away. Song Zhenji sped up and plunged the dagger deep into the skull of the fighting zombie. He said, "Let's get inside the dormitory first. Huang Mao, stay in the car." "Okay." Huang Mao ducked into the car, shutting the sunroof. "Hold on, I'm grabbing my gun." Xia Heng wiped the blood on her combat uniform and reached into the car for the gun, casually shutting the car door. Huang Mao drove the car alone to the side while Song Zhenji turned on the radio. "Gangzi, acknowledge reply." "Acknowledged." The two confirmed that the communication equipment was in good condition before slipping quietly into the dormitory building like fish. Xia Heng led the way, followed closely by Song Zhenji, with the chasing zombies quickly eliminated one by one with each shot from Song Zhenji's gun. Hu Linwen went ahead to test the facial recognition system. Their dormitory had upgraded the equipment, requiring face scanning to enter, very advanced. After trying twice, the machine showed a facial recognition error for Hu Linwen. Therefore, Lin Bei had to step forward to have his face scanned. Lin Bei's facial recognition passed quickly, allowing all of them to enter through the gate which Song Zhenji secured shut behind them, blocking any incoming zombies. It wasn't known whether zombies had ever intruded into the dormitory building, but the main entrance downstairs wasn't damaged. Other exits were equipped with high-strength steel doors, making the dormitory presumably safe as long as zombies couldn't develop flying or unlocking abilities. However, there must have been living people inside the dormitories before, as the doors on the first and second floors had been smashed by heavy objects likely because people staying in the dorms ran out of food and were gathering supplies. Their dormitory was on the 4th floor. The team quickly ascended to the 5th floor. Just as they approached the door, they realized their dormitory door was wide open. "Didn't you lock the door?" Zhang Jichao looked at Hu Linwen, who was the last person to leave. "What? I've always had good habits." Hu Linwen furrowed his brow, unable to remember if he'd locked the door. Given his hasty departure, leaving it unlocked seemed plausible enough. He stepped forward to push the door open. Suddenly, a club came flying toward him, accompanied by a whistling sound as it grazed Hu Linwen's face. Despite managing to avoid multiple direct hits with the zombie's face previously, Hu Linwen failed to escape a close encounter with the club. The wielder heard sounds from outside the door, but it was too late to alter the trajectory of the club. Even though he tried to decrease the force, he merely managed to deflect the club slightly away from Hu Linwen's face center. With a bang, Hu Linwen's cheek collided directly with the club. His cry of pain echoed alongside the sound of the club hitting the ground. Lin Bei pushed the door open and supported Hu Linwen, then he saw the situation in the room. There were several people standing inside, each holding various items. The strangest was the young man standing at the back. He had a half-eaten long bread loaf in his hand. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, the young man shyly hid the bread behind his back. "I'm sorry." The leading young man wore an apologetic look as Hu Linwen waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He sat on his familiar chair while holding his face. "Can you check if my face is okay?" Hu Linwen looked up at everyone with one eye squinted. "The condition now is not bad," Zhang Jichao said seriously. Hu Linwen waved again. "That's good." He had already made up his mind, from now on, no matter when, never rush to be the first. Remember, the first isn't something anyone should simply aim for. "Why are you here?" Lin Bei asked. Actually, he already knew the answer, he just wanted them to confirm it. "We've finished all the food downstairs, so we came up." The leading boy gave a sheepish smile. They'd lived pretty well these past few days. There were only 4 of them left in the entire building. At first, they had worried about pranks but were too timid to leave to check outside, so they starved in their dormitory for a day before finally venturing out to search the dorm building. They had just planned to pack up and go downstairs when they heard gunshots. Seeing people come, they didn't dare to descend right away. Instead, they chose to wait and observe, only for Lin Bei and his group to head directly toward this particular dorm. "Are you from the resettlement point mentioned in the broadcast?" Another male student asked, his eyes clearly focusing on Song Jinji and Xia Heng in combat uniforms behind Lin Bei. In this kind of situation, learning to latch on to anyone powerful was mandatory knowledge. "Yes, we came from cafeteria number 3. Lin Bei nodded. "Is anything wrong with the cafeteria area?" the boy asked anxiously. "No, we came over here to get some stuff." The boy obviously sighed in relief. All of them knew staying in the dorm wasn't a permanent solution, but the zombies wandering around outside discouraged them from going to the resettlement point. On second thought, they still hadn't reached the point of running out of everything edible, so they worried about their future situation while enjoying current peace. Lin Bei, however, was preoccupied with his mission. He asked, "Where is the toolbox?" "It's under that bed." Hu Linwen pointed to the farthest bed. Lin Bei walked over and crouched down to pull the box out. Song Jinji tilted his chin towards the other 4 in the room. "Do you want to come with us?" After hearing this, the 4 turned around and exchanged glances. Song Jinji grew tired of their hesitations, so he pulled out a cigarette and put it between his lips. Song Jinji's craving for cigarettes had been growing stronger recently. When he smoked, he liked to let his thoughts wander, though his eyes unconsciously locked on Lin Bei's rear end that was raised due to his position. After a moment, he chuckled, nearly choking on his cigarette, but he cleared his throat nonchalantly. Xia Heng cast a suspicious glance at him, thinking for a while but failing to understand what was going through her captain's mind, so she refocused on the corridor outside. "We'll go with you." After discussing among themselves, the group made their decision. Leaving with them at this moment would definitely be better, but until now, the dormitory building had been their comfort zone. They weren't sure whether stepping out of that comfort zone would bring changes in their situation, which explained their hesitation. But no matter what, surviving was most important. Once this chance passed, they wouldn't get another one. It was foolish to lose sight of the big picture over small matters, so after realizing this, their looks became resolute. It took Lin Bei quite some time to drag the toolbox out from beneath Hu Linwen's bed, where it was hidden under piles of shoeboxes. As soon as Hu Linwen turned around, he spotted the stash of sneakers he had treasured for a long time, and he sorrowfully covered his eyes. "Can I change shoes before we go?" Hu Linwen pointed at the stack of sneakers and timidly asked. "Sure, do whatever you want." Song Jinji still hadn't finished his cigarette, so he wasn't in a hurry. Hu Linwen rummaged through the pile of sneakers. One pair caught his eye, making it hard for him to put it down. Another pair was equally hard to resist. After sorting through for quite some time, he couldn't find a single suitable pair to wear and leave with. After much deliberation, Hu Linwen finally looked at the others. "What size shoes do you guys wear?" "I'm a size 42. If it fits, why don't you take a pair along? These mostly have never been worn." He fondly caressed the shoes. If Hu Linwen had known he would face such a painful day, he swore he would have kicked the habit of stockpiling shoes. He made the final decision before Song Jinji finished his cigarette, picking out the most expensive pair he had bought and putting them on. After pondering for a long time, Hu Linwen felt that showing favoritism toward anyone now wasn't appropriate. So, he opted for the simplest choice, deciding solely based on price. Except for Song Jinji, who wore combat boots and couldn't switch to sneakers, everyone else was ordered by Hu Linwen to change into his other shoes. After the distribution, there were still many pairs left, but they couldn't take all of them along. Hu Linwen could only leave them behind, hoping for a day when he could return. Is this your concubine? Xia Heng teased, looking at Hu Linwen's expression of heartfelt pain. No, Hu Linwen frowned sorrowfully, this is my childhood friend. Ha! Xia Heng laughed, shaking her head and turning her gaze back to the corridor. Then she noticed the door of a nearby room trembling slightly. Frowning, she stared at it for a while longer. Are you sure there are only 4 of you left in this building? Xia Heng turned around to look at the 4 students. Chapter 16. What's wrong? Song Jijin turned to look at her. Xia Heng held her gun, pointing the barrel at the opposite side of the corridor. There's a door swaying over there. Her eyesight had always been good. Even though it might have been the wind, it was still worth checking out. After taking one last drag, Song Jijin crushed the cigarette butt into the nearest ashtray. Let's take a look. Song Jijin coughed once but didn't act immediately. Instead, he looked at the 4 extra people. Are you all planning to go together or wait for a while? Together, the leading boy managed a nervous smile. He'd heard everything clearly just now and was terrified. This dormitory building wasn't impenetrable. If those swinging doors were indeed zombies, then following 2 armed people was better than acting alone. That's fine, Song Jijin nodded. I'll go first, Xia Heng, you cover the rear. Understood. Xia Heng stood aside by the door to clear their way. As the group moved out, Lin Bei followed behind Song Jijin, pulling out his handgun. Hu Linwen and Zhang Jichao quickly reacted, raising their guns with heightened alertness as they scanned their surroundings. The 4 people in the back finally realized that there were more than just 2 gun wielders. In fact, everyone in the group was armed except them. The boy in front wiped the sweat off his forehead, looking enviously at his own pathetic wooden stick, wondering if the guns were distributed by the government at safety checkpoints. Moving cautiously ahead, until Song Jijin signaled for everyone to stop. He approached the slightly opened door, pressing his rifle against it and gently pushed it open. The room was somewhat messy, with used snack bags all over the floor. Hu Linwen glanced suspiciously backward. Had you guys been here before? We probably did, but I don't quite remember, the boy shook his head. They'd entered too many dorms, leaving no specific impression this time around. Tentatively tilting his head for a peek inside, all he could see besides the trash on the ground was nothing unusual. Nothing in there. Lin Bei tried stepping closer but was stopped by Song Jijin, who whispered, there is. Song Jijin noticed a shadow beneath the bed as he pushed the door open and stepped in. Lin Bei swiftly followed. The shadow under the bed didn't emerge upon hearing the footsteps. Song Jijin tapped on the bed frame, aren't you coming with us? Seeing the silhouette crouched under the bed, it remained silent. A few seconds of silence passed before Song Jijin suddenly felt uneasy, sensing an ominous foreboding. Sure enough, a zombie that had been hiding behind the door suddenly lunged at Lin Bei, while another rushed out from under the bed as if following some pre-planned attack. This must be a student from the performance department, right? Unlike Song Jijin's calm demeanor, Lin Bei trembled initially from shock but quickly responded by firing 2 shots at the rushing shadow, both hitting the chest and abdomen of the zombie. The space in the dormitory was too confined, making it difficult for others outside to intervene. Song Jijin protected Lin Bei, kicking the approaching zombie away swiftly. Under Song's cover, Lin Bei took a 3rd shot, albeit slightly skewed, striking the side of the zombie's forehead causing it to fall. Now down to 1 remaining zombie, this surviving one roared fiercely and charged explosively towards them. Song Jijin swiftly grabbed Lin Bei's wrist and fired a bullet, eliminating the final zombie. Hurry up and leave. Having learned from previous mistakes, Song Jijin pulled Lin Bei and rushed out, with the others guarding outside not even comprehending what happened before joining the sprint. Meanwhile, Song Jijin activated his communication device as he ran. Gongzi, we're coming down now. I'm on my way. The appearance of 2 zombies confirmed that the entire dormitory building was no longer safe. Furthermore, the wail of that zombie bore a striking resemblance to the sound made when previous ones called for comrades. Lin Bei dared not ponder further. Following closely behind Song Jijin, he winced as Song squeezed his wrist painfully. It was tough going for the group lagging behind, but driven by survival instincts, none fell behind. As they dashed down the stairs, only 1 floor remained before they exited, when Song Jijin abruptly changed direction, a confusing maneuver for Hu Linwen and the rest. As Hu Linwen reached the stairwell first, he yelled in panic, noticing the hallway below packed full of advancing zombies drawn by their movement. Hu Linwen quickly sprang into action, the pricey running shoes on his feet making him feel as if he could leap straight up into the air. The group soon reached an outer dormitory on the 2nd floor. Huang Mao had parked his car outside, with most zombies seemingly attracted inside the building, leaving his vehicle unscathed. Huang Mao spotted them quickly, bringing his car closer. Song Jijin pulled out a rope, deftly throwing its sharp hook onto the railings outside the car. Securing the other end to the bed's railing, he patted Lin Bei's shoulder after confirming the rope's stability. Get down. Lin Bei did not hesitate. He grabbed the rope, closed his eyes, and stepped onto the windowsill. Secure it. Song Jijin casually pulled a towel, and Lin Bei wound it around the rope, testing its weight-bearing capacity. Closing his eyes tightly, he pushed hard off the windowsill with his legs, launching himself out like an arrow. Wind roared past his ears, cold sweat breaking out on his palms. Before Lin Bei could fully adapt to this tension, he collided with the car. Coming back to his senses, he quickly opened the door and climbed in. The rest followed one by one. Xia Heng was pushed down by Song Jijin, and as she descended, her feet touched the car door, landing steadily on the ground. There's still a fundamental difference between experts and amateurs, Lin Bei recalled. The place where he had been hit still hurt faintly. Too many people had come down, and eventually even the pillowcases from someone's dorm were used. By the time it was Song Jijin's turn, there was nothing left but bare hands. Wearing half-fingered gloves, the moment he started sliding down, he let go of the iron hook and flung it behind him. The zombies that clung to him broke through the room's door and jumped directly out of the window. One zombie ended up being crushed under others, successfully serving as a buffer for the other falling zombies. Huang Mao chuckled softly, truly touching brotherhood. There were too many people, the car was somewhat crowded. Xia Heng quickly hopped out of the vehicle to give Lin Bei some space and sat in the passenger seat. I'll keep watch. Song Jijin didn't say a word and sat beside Lin Bei directly. As soon as he settled in, Huang Mao floored the gas pedal. The group of zombies chasing the car behind them only managed to get a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Boss, is your hand okay? Xia Heng peeked out through the cracks of the front passenger seat with a sly look. Song Jijin immediately saw through her devious thoughts and ignored her. Xia Heng pouted and shifted her focus. She reached into Huang Mao's pocket for a piece of chewing gum, lamenting her role as the failed matchmaker who gained no appreciation. After Xia Heng stopped talking, the car became completely silent. Hu Linwen also had no time for jokes now. He caressed the scratches on his sneakers with immense heartache. Lin Bei was sitting close to Song Jijin. A mere glance revealed Song Jijin's hand, the gloves covered most of his palm, only a few fingers exposed thinly. Subconsciously, Lin Bei tried to find any wounds on Song Jijin's hand, but after carefully watching for a while, he never saw Song Jijin spread his palm open. The group quickly returned to cafeteria number 3. They hadn't even adjusted when they saw a big red poster on the wall. The paper stretched wide, bearing large strokes written in bold calligraphy, "Stay positive, persist stubbornly, help each other, unite as one." At that exact moment, a fitting voice sounded, "Although we're in a difficult situation, we must still persevere and never give up. Individually, our strength is small, but collectively, we're very powerful. As long as we're united and brave, nothing can stop us." Lin Bei. Wait, do you guys have a brainwashing session too? A new boy almost cried, mistakenly thinking he'd walked into some pyramid scheme. Hu Linwen was shocked and asked, "Is this your propaganda strategy?" Even Zhang Jichao, usually the least sensitive, seemed a bit surprised and cast a questioning glance at Song Jijin. Song Jijin didn't respond. He looked at the reflective bald middle-aged man standing prominently high, sharp eyes fixed straight ahead. Only then did Duan Lei, the roughneck, notice Song Jijin. He approached rapidly, grinning all the while. "What's going on?" Song Jijin, amid the stirring speech, scratched his ear. "Just arrived faculty members. This director wants to give a speech to boost morale." Lin Bei hadn't met this director before, but it didn't surprise him, it would be normal not to meet such figures. "Thank you all, my speech ends here." The director had great pride in his unplanned speech. He glanced aside, intending to call the next teacher onto the stage. However, the shrewd small eyes hidden behind thick glasses swiftly captured the presence of Song Jijin. "Is this our Captain Song?" He raised his hand, pointing directly at their group. Song Jijin glanced up briefly and immediately took a step back, pushing Huang Mao forward instead. Huang Mao faced the bald man, feeling doomed upon meeting the confident "I'm smart" gaze. "I knew it," thought Huang Mao, hearing the bald man excitedly shout, "Next, we will invite our Captain Song to speak a few words for everyone. What do you think?" The students had developed a reflexive habit of applause for support. Some genuinely hoped for a change from the standard official jargon, resulting in enthusiastic clapping. Huang Mao cast a pleading glance at Xia Heng and Duan Lei, but the two had already stepped back several paces, watching him with pity in their eyes. And he didn't dare to defy the captain's order either. So, with hundreds of eyes on him, he walked onto the stage like a man heading to his own execution. Once on stage, Huang Mao began stuttering, drawing a crowd of the other remaining team members who came to watch. Suppressed laughter erupted repeatedly as Huang Mao's ears turned crimson, practically smoking from embarrassment. The bald man tried to interact with him, but unfortunately, Huang Mao just wasn't cut out for it. Their conversation went nowhere, becoming more tangled as they proceeded, prompting laughter from the students below. Xia Heng clicked her tongue and said with a grin, "He doesn't seem this nervous usually." Song Jijin, hands folded over his abdomen, observed the scene with amusement. Chapter 17. After the laughter and merriment, Lin Bei and a few others didn't forget their main task. With the toolbox at hand, it became much easier to finish the remaining tasks. Song Jijin originally intended to go along but was stopped by Huang Mao, who had a disgruntled look on his face. He moaned pitifully, "Captain, I won't be able to get a wife." Song Zhizhen patted his dull yellow hair, trying to console him with a few words, when he was overheard by the balding director nearby. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Song Zhizhen. Ah, so this is Captain Song. My apologies for the misunderstanding earlier. He extended both of his hands. Song Zhizhen paused briefly, putting the half-drawn cigarette back in his pocket before shaking hands. The balding man warmly gripped his hand and said gratefully, Captain Song, thank you for commanding your team to rescue us. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today addressing our fellow classmates. This situation was incredibly perilous. I even saw the zombie's face. It terrified all the teachers, and they've sent me to express our gratitude. Just doing my duty, Song Zhizhen replied without much interest but still politely. Not at all, not at all. Regardless, we must thank Captain Song. After saying that, the balding man continued thoughtfully, I've already planned it out. Once this matter concludes, I will present your team with a banner. What do you think about the length of the red ribbon? The balding man seemed rather satisfied. It might be slightly too narrow, but no worries, these sorts of details can always be negotiated, right, Captain Song? Which military unit do you belong to? Finally getting to the point, Song Zhizhen smiled and glanced at the shrewd eyes behind the glasses of the balding man. We aren't part of any official army. The balding man also chuckled, is that so? Haha, it doesn't matter anyway, ancient wisdom says heroes don't need pedigrees. In my opinion, regardless of whether or not you're an official army, being able to perform such noble deeds is truly commendable. But soon his perplexity took over, and he questioned, can Captain Song still maintain contact with the government? I feel that staying here isn't a sustainable long-term plan. Can't establish contact. Song Zhizhen shook his head. What about the city center? My family is in the city center. There's been no phone signal and I'm very worried. The director furrowed his eyebrows, making his sparse eyebrows droop over his eyes, giving him a somewhat amusing appearance. The government will manage it. Song Zhizhen replied curtly. That's good, that's good. The balding man understood he was hearing polite platitudes, something anyone could recite, and knew he was merely being brushed off by Song Zhizhen. Eventually giving up since nothing useful would come from further questioning, he said, well then, I won't disturb Captain Song further. You continue handling things. I'll check on the students. All right. As the balding man walked away to check on the students, Song Zhizhen concealed his smile. Only when the balding man had moved far enough away did Huang Mao approach, muttering, a chatterbox indeed turned up again. Where's Hu Li? Song Zhizhen took out the cigarette he hadn't managed to smoke earlier and asked Duan Lei. Still consoling those teachers. Each one of them has less courage than the students. They were genuinely terrified when they returned. Smelling the tobacco, Duan Lei grew envious, stealing glances at Song Zhizhen's pocket while talking. Didn't you go there earlier? Previously, Song Zhizhen had delegated the mission to Hu Li, and hadn't followed up since. Hearing this, Duan Lei hit his head, saying, yes, we went once before. Their meeting spot was enormous, secure and closed tight like no mosquito could slip in. At that time, we also needed to pick up the students, so Hu Li handed over 2 bags of compressed food supplies to them first, before proceeding to collect the students. Had it not been estimated that the 2 bags of food wouldn't last more than a few days, Hu Li wouldn't have made the trip today. How far is the place? Song Zhizhen tapped the ash off the railing, turning around and handing a cigarette to Duan Lei. Upon seeing the cigarette, Duan Lei's eyes lit up, lighting it eagerly and taking a puff before speaking, not far. When I went with Hu Li, the large truck round trip only took about half an hour. Duan Lei continued, remembering something, I feel that those zombies are becoming increasingly dangerous. They used to just recklessly charge forward, now they seem to have developed tactics. On the way back, a zombie slipped under our car and bit a female teacher. Were there no people left behind in the vehicle? How could a zombie crawl under there? Song Zhizhen frowned, now understanding why Duan Lei mentioned that Hu Li had to console the teachers, it was because they were understandably frightened. Lao Sha stayed in the car, but he didn't notice. There was a small garden outside, likely allowing the thing to sneak through under cover of the bushes. We also found it unusual today, some mutated zombies move exceptionally fast, Xia Heng recalled, his expression darkening as he remembered the zombie that leapt onto their car roof earlier. And they can summon their companions now, something we haven't seen happen before. The evolution of the zombies was extremely disadvantageous for them, and the short interval between incidents made things worse. If they encountered more such evolved zombies in their next mission, it might lead to problems much greater than just failing a task. Evacuate before tonight, Song Zhizhen shook off the ash and put the last bit of his cigarette into his mouth. This gate won't hold. Xia Heng looked at the gate, after repairs, it barely covered the gap, but it was still not reliable. How are we supposed to evacuate so many people? Duan Lei, usually a doer, couldn't help but ask this time. Let's evacuate in batches, retreat to where they had their meeting. That place can't fit all these people, Hu Li said upon hearing the news as he finished consoling the teachers. The floor below the conference hall has single-layered glass, only the glass upstairs is double-layered. Zombies can easily break through the lower areas. The conference hall and its upper floor can be used to shelter people since the steel doors between the 2 floors cannot be breached by zombies. Are there any other places nearby the conference hall we could retreat to? Xia Heng suggested dividing the group again but choosing a closer destination this time. There's the teaching building and the library. Hu Li took out a map and pen, marking on the map while explaining, with everyone gathered around him. Our current cafeteria 3 is here, moving there wouldn't be too difficult. If divided into 2 groups, I think the library's location is decent, with a good view, though we're uncertain about the interior conditions. First, let's move resources over. We'll take a look at these 2 points when we come back. Song Zhizhen pointed at the teaching building and the library. If that doesn't work, we'll cram everyone into the conference hall tonight and make plans tomorrow. We can't stay here overnight. Understood. Xia Heng nodded and quickly spread the word. Others were responsible for counting and organizing supplies. The students reacted calmly upon hearing about the evacuation, but the teachers showed signs of agitation. They just arrived and now had to leave, going back to where they'd been earlier. It certainly wasn't ideal. However, unlike Hu Li who comforted the teachers, Xia Heng didn't care as long as everyone knew they were evacuating, leaving it to them to digest the information emotionally. As a result, the balding director was sent to confront Song Zhizhen for an explanation. Song Zhizhen had just finished tallying the supplies and was about to take a breather when the man arrived. Captain Song, as soon as he sat down, he heard the familiar voice of the balding director. Hu Li stood nearby and casually answered, "What's up, Director Huang?" "Deputy Leader Hu, you're here too." The director clasped his hands in front of his legs and hesitated, saying, "Some of the teachers are quite unhappy, you see." "What? They don't want to leave?" Xia Heng approached from behind, resting her hand on his shoulder. "How unusual." The director forced a stiff laugh. "Could we have some buffer time? They haven't recovered yet." "All right then, you can stay here tonight, and we'll come fetch you tomorrow. Do you find that acceptable?" Xia Heng grinned widely, showing 8 teeth in a perfectly polite smile. Once the words were spoken, the director knew the plan wouldn't work. He vigorously shook his head, and Hu Li seized the opportunity to explain. "The zombie swarm last time damaged the gates and shattered the upstairs glass. Another attack tonight would be dangerous. This place isn't safe to stay in overnight. Please inform Director Huang and the other teachers." Got it, I'll go tell them right away." Wiping sweat from his forehead, the director deeply regretted volunteering himself to mediate. Upon realizing the cause, he understood how unreasonable his earlier words sounded, quickly retreating to prepare the teachers properly. "All items have been checked. There's no fridge in that area, so let's keep meat supplies here." Hu Li adjusted his glasses without giving any thought to the previous little disturbance. "If possible, take more along. Once these are moved, clear the coal as well," Song Zhizhen added. "If we ever come back, what remains will still be a large reserve. Send a group first. Once the coal is ready, we'll wait for the next round." Understood. Seeing them busy, the students also volunteered to help. Now they instinctively sought out tasks on their own. Duan Lei and Lao Sha parked the 2 large trucks in front of the door, adding their personal vehicle which brought the total count to 8 vehicles. The students repeatedly carried packed goods onto the vehicles until 2 trucks were fully loaded. When all fixed resources were counted and arranged, they began to load the students onto the already full vehicles. Duan Lei and Lao Sha left with the first batch in their vehicles, while the rest of the people tidied up the remaining items. The cafeteria goods took up a lot of space and were cumbersome to organize, but with so many people on hand, it didn't take long to fully pack everything. In Cafeteria 3, there was a fixed coal reserve. They loaded part of it, leaving the rest behind for another opportunity to come back and clean up later. Everything hinged on when the first group arrived at their destination and sent the vehicles back. With a long wait ahead, Song Zhizhen went upstairs to check on Lin Bei and the other 2's progress. Upon pushing open the door, he saw not only the 3 of them, but also an uninvited guest. Looking at her profile, Song Zhizhen thought she seemed familiar, but with so many faces seen in the past 2 days, he couldn't immediately place who she was. The girl leaned towards Lin Bei, her shoulder-length hair falling over Lin Bei's shoulder. It was unclear what they had been talking about, but the girl laughed sweetly, her pose and the atmosphere hinting at some level of ambiguity. Song Zhizhen raised an eyebrow, then strode forward and moved close to Lin Bei. "Are you done yet?" Chapter 18. "You're here." Lin Bei saw him, and the smile on his face lingered, the curve at the corner of his mouth making Song Zhizhen's heart itch. He coughed lightly and squatted beside Lin Bei. "It's almost done. I just tried it. The message has been sent out, but I don't know if there's a signal in the urban area or not, so we may not receive any response." As he was speaking, he showed Song Zhizhen the phone screen, where the information was marked with the 3 words, "Delivered." Lin Bei's eyes sparkled, and Song Zhizhen couldn't help but touch his head. The short hair pricked the palm of his hand, but it felt quite comfortable. "Good job," he praised. Lin Bei didn't notice anything wrong. Instead, he excitedly said, "If we can establish contact, it will be much more convenient." "Yes," Song Zhizhen agreed. Cough. Xiang Nansho clenched his fist against his mouth, and Hu Linwen also had an expression of disapproval. He said, "Why do I feel something weird about you two?" "What's weird?" Lin Bei slightly widened his eyes and looked at them in confusion. Song Zhen put down his hand, cutting them off, and stood up to say, "You guys pack up first, we'll leave soon." The sudden release of weight above made Lin Bei realize what the strangeness in his heart was all about. He couldn't help but rub his hair, and the tips of his ears turned warm with delayed realization. The first wave of the team that went out returned quickly. According to the results checked by Duanlei and others, the library was much better than the nearby teaching building. Just as Huli said, the view was also much better than the teaching building. However, we need to clean the library a bit, so I've left someone over there. Duanlei drank some water and continued, can we finish this trip in one go? It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Based on the recent abnormal weather conditions, it would definitely be completely dark by 7:30. They still needed to sort things out after arriving, arrange personnel, and there were a lot of tasks waiting for them. Moreover, they couldn't turn on the lights at night, and actions wouldn't be convenient. It should be fine. Huli counted the number of people, which was pretty much as expected. As usual, everyone helped move the supplies onto the vehicle first, then the students boarded one by one. Even the teachers who were initially reluctant now waited in line obediently behind and squeezed themselves in. By the time they got everyone settled, the team members had already climbed into the vehicles. Lin Bei and others arrived later. Xia Heng opened the car door and leaned on it, waiting for them. Where have you been? Xia Heng patted Lin Bei's shoulder, up to no good. Lin Bei squinted his eyes and smiled. He carefully protected the backpack in front of him as he got on the bus, and several people squeezed into the last vehicle. Song Jian walked last, shutting the electric lock and locking the gate before getting on the vehicle. However, when Song Jian boarded, there were no empty seats next to Lin Bei. Xia Heng tapped the empty seat beside him, Captain. Song Jian had no objections, sitting in the seat opposite Lin Bei. Lin Bei was still somewhat flustered from the head pat earlier, his eyes dodging and avoiding looking at the person opposite. Song Jian, being boulder-faced, straightforwardly stared at the other person. Bei, what's in your bag? Why is it so precious? Xia Heng lifted an eyelid teasingly. Since no one on this bus was an outsider, Lin Bei simply opened the backpack, revealing a rather rough-looking signal amplifier. He lifted his head to explain, only to hear Huli ask, a signal amplifier? Yes, Lin Bei nodded. Have you tested it? Although Xia Heng did not understand its working principle, he could guess the general meaning of the Chinese word. We've tested it, it can send text messages and make calls, but... Lin Bei looked at Hu Linwen who remained silent. There should be no signal in the urban area. Very impressive, Xia Heng praised. Can it connect to the internet? Huli, rarely, became interested. Not yet tested, Lin Bei fiddled with his mobile phone. The hope is slim. This signal is too unstable. And they had tested it in the small corner of the cafeteria number 3, which originally had a weak signal. He was unsure if it would apply elsewhere. No problem, it's still good news. Xia Heng was very skilled at setting the atmosphere and acted like a thoroughgoing optimist. After reaching the library, the group began to adjust their arrangements. The zombie corpses cleared away were thrown outside. But one thing deviated from the original plan. The library was much larger than they imagined, ample enough to accommodate them all. Adhering to the principle of staying together as much as possible, they could only relocate the supplies brought into the meeting hall back to the library, which would also facilitate mutual support. One advantage of the library over other buildings was that there were almost no windows on the first floor, which greatly reduced the likelihood of being breached by zombies. Furthermore, the library had 6 floors with extensive operational areas. The uncles and aunts from the cafeteria set up stoves to prepare dinner while other boys helped reinforce the upper windows. The girls assisted in preparing ingredients for the evening, working as assistants. Song Jian left 2 people downstairs and took the rest upstairs to clean each floor one by one. They had already done an initial cleanup, but the vast area of the library required more caution. They divided into groups of 10, operating on 5 floors simultaneously, and the cleaning went smoothly. They even cleared out a couple of mist zombies. 3rd floor finished. 2nd floor finished. 5th floor finished. 4th floor finished. The walkie-talkies transmitted the voices of the leaders of each squad timely. Song Jian waited for a while but didn't hear the voice of the leader on the 6th floor, so he grabbed the walkie-talkie. How about the 6th floor? Finished, haha. The walkie-talkie transmitted a hearty laugh. What are you doing, scaring me half to death? Xia Heng scolded playfully. Womenfolk talking nonsense, what's so scary? The team leader of the 6th floor sarcastically rebutted. Xia Heng couldn't help but respond with a fiery retort, hey! How dare you talk like that? Wait until you come down, you'll get it. The walkie-talkie emitted another wave of laughter. Alright, let's gather, Song Jian appropriately interrupted their banter. He put down the walkie-talkie and waved his hand to recall the team members behind him. His finger hovered above the power button of the walkie-talkie, ready to switch it off when suddenly a painful shout came through, ah. At that moment, everyone's radios were on communication mode, and several teams across different floors stopped all actions, frozen in place. Soon after, they all heard a loud bang, seemingly the sound of the walkie-talkie hitting the ground. Not long afterward, a weak voice emanated from the walkie-talkie. It was the squad leader of the 6th team. It seemed his mouth was directly pressed against the radio, his breathing heavy as he gasped out, 6th floor. There is trouble on the 6th floor. After this statement, violent noises came through the radio. Support needed on the 6th floor. Song Jin shoved the walkie-talkie into his pocket, gripped his gun, and quickly rushed up the emergency staircase. His team was stationed on the 5th floor, so he arrived shortly. The other team members followed behind waiting for instructions. Song Jin cautiously opened the emergency channel valve, entered the 6th floor which consisted of a large self-study room and a humanities book storage area. Song Jin motioned for the team to split into 2 rows to search separately. He led his group into the book storage area. Almost as soon as they entered, they saw bloodstains trailing from the entrance. Everyone remained vigilant as they moved further inside. Quickly they heard a series of gunshots from the innermost part of the book storage area. They rushed towards the sound but halted immediately as they spotted the remaining few team members from the 6th team standing by the wall with guns at the ready. In the corner lay 2 dead zombies, and the 6th team squad leader sat leaning against the wall, his combat uniform dyed dark brown from blood. There was a massive wound on his abdomen. Upon seeing Song Jin, he summoned some energy and managed a smile. "Captain, you're here." "I'm here." Song Jin threw his gun on the ground and walked towards him. As he approached, he noticed Shunzi lying next to a body. Aware of Song Jin's gaze, Shunzi lifted his hand to press it against the face of the corpse. "I'll accompany liar, better to have company. Here, let's smoke." Song Jin knelt on one knee in front of him, took out a cigarette stick and lit it before offering it to Shunzi. Shunzi smiled weakly as Song Jin pressed his hand onto his continuously bleeding wound. "After smoking so many cigarettes, your cigarettes are still the best." The remaining team members soon caught up, and Xia Heng rushed forward, tears instantly welling in her eyes. Her crying became uncontrollable, so she covered her mouth and turned her head aside. "Hey, womenfolk always love crying," Shunzi spoke and the cigarette in his mouth fell down. Song Jin picked it up and placed it back in his own mouth, taking a deep drag before closing his eyes and exhaling burning white smoke. As the white smoke dispersed, Shunzi closed his eyes. Xia Heng could no longer control herself and collapsed to the ground sobbing heavily. Others around her also teared up. "Captain," a team member with red-rimmed eyes stepped forward, kneeling beside Shunzi. "Give me a quick shot." He tilted his head revealing the neck wound. Song Jin reached up and pulled his collar aside, revealing a claw mark that was still seeping blood. He shut his eyes, not uttering a word. "We've all got to go through this sooner or later, just doesn't look too pretty," the soldier said bitterly, smiling. Song Jin suddenly hugged him tightly, causing a little pain, but he still returned the embrace with all his strength. "Sorry." Song Jin whispered helplessly in his ear. "It's not your fault," he replied with unexpected magnanimity at this moment. "I have no regrets either, except that I haven't married a wife yet." Sorry." Song Jin repeated and then let go. "Shoot me now," he raised his hand which had already begun to become zombie-like, "while I am still clear-minded." Song Jin stood up leaning against the wall, and others could only see his broad back. His motion of pulling out the gun seemed like slow-motion playback, and the sound of the gun being drawn was cold and merciless. The teammates were blocked by him, and with a gunshot, he fell down as scheduled. Song Jin knelt down and held his head, laying him flat on the ground. Chapter 19. The gunshots upstairs were deafening, but they did not attract much attention from others. Hu Linwen ran to learn techniques from the cafeteria auntie and clumsily shaped each dumpling without any aesthetic appeal. Lin Bei squatted in a corner alone, fiddling with his phone, yet inexplicably felt restless. It had been a long time since they heard the gunshots, but Song Zhizhen and others still hadn't come down. The 2 team members who were originally guarding downstairs also disappeared at some point. He instinctively felt that something happened. "What's wrong?" A person sat down beside him. Lin Bei looked over and recognized the face. It was the boy who last time talked with Duan Lei. "Nothing." Lin Bei gripped the phone. "Are you worried about them?" Zhou Liji smiled faintly. Lin Bei stared at him in surprise. "Sort of. I am too," Zhou Liji sighed as he tilted his head up. As they were closer now, Lin Bei smelled an indistinct aroma of oranges from him, a very mild fragrance that made one feel comfortable like his whole persona did. After a moment of silence, Zhou Liji raised his eyelids and asked, "Who are you worrying about?" The face of Song Zhizhen quickly came to Lin Bei's mind. Concealing the odd sensation within him, he hesitantly responded in a slightly elevated voice, "Everyone." Zhou Liji smiled softly. He gazed at Lin Bei, the light-colored pupils seemed as if they had the ability to see through people. Lin Bei avoided his eyes and lowered his head. "I'm different from you," Zhou Liji shifted his gaze, lightly parting his thin lips, "I only worry about one person. Xia Heng." Lin Bei shifted his back so he could lean more comfortably against the bookcase. "No," Zhou Liji shook his head. He didn't continue on this topic but instead said, "I don't know your name yet, my name is Zhou Liji." He extended his hand. Zhou Liji. Lin Bei was sure he had heard this name before, he had some vague impression but couldn't recall where. He extended his hand to hold Zhou Liji's, saying, "Lin Bei. Try this." A voice penetrated through, both of them turned to look. It was Hu Linwen and a few others. He held a large bowl in his hands walking cautiously, fearful of spilling the soup. The library's only disadvantage was that there weren't many tables and chairs on the first floor, so all of them had to sit on the ground. Hu Linwen placed the bowl on the ground, too hot to hold, he immediately clutched the ear tip instead. We've just wrapped them, come, chopsticks. Hu Linwen picked up a handful of chopsticks randomly, which ended up being just enough even for Zhou Liji. Who is this? Xiang Nuange rubbed her hands, the swirling steam condensed into a white mist over her eyes, forcing her to take off her glasses and put them aside. Zhou Liji. Oh, Zhou Liji, right? I'm Hu Linwen. This one here is Zhang Jichao, and the lady on my left is Xiang Nuange. After grabbing the chopsticks, Hu Linwen hastily shoved a dumpling into his mouth, burning himself and becoming unable to utter coherent words, only able to stare wide-eyed while covering his mouth. Zhou Liji. Zhang Jichao seemed to notice something, glancing towards Zhou Liji, your Professor Zhou Liji, from biological research. Professor. Hu Linwen finally managed to swallow his dumpling, he looks younger than me. Lin Bei was surprised, only now recalling why the name Zhou Liji sounded familiar. Professor Zhou Liji specialized in biological research and joined the school last year. His classroom always had an extremely high attendance rate, but the failure rate was also very high. He was the youngest professor in the school. After studying abroad and accumulating sufficient credits, he returned to China due to a lucrative offer. Allegedly, the principal spent quite a fortune to hire him. The two main pillars of S University's academic strength were computer science and biological research. Their impressive achievements were largely attributed to the principal's willingness to spend money. Lin Bei learned of his fame due to a post on the school's internal network. An anonymous exposé claimed that Zhou Liji was homosexual. They, the curious onlookers, consumed quite a bit of entertainment from that post and had a laugh. However, when the administrator intervened and deleted the post, the matter quietly faded away without further ripples. Considering the words Zhou Liji mentioned earlier, it indeed corroborated the fact that he was a homosexual. Homosexual. Lin Bei, who had been a heterosexual man for over 20 years, surprisingly did not have the slightest disgust upon learning that Zhou Liji was homosexual. Instead, he actually felt a trace of happiness. This happiness arose mysteriously, and Lin Bei refused to delve deeper, choosing instead to bite into a dumpling and suppress his thoughts. I'm 25 already. Zhou Liji smirked. You look so young. Xiang Nuange propped up her cheek enviously. She asked curiously, do you use skincare products regularly? Zhou Liji set down his chopsticks, recalling carefully after a pause, then asked, does face wash and toner count? Let's just say, Xiang Nuange sighed, the genetic gap is indeed irreversible. Genes are innate, but they can still be improved through acquired conditions. If you want good skin, pay attention to your sleep, exercise more, and drink plenty of water, Zhou Liji suggested. Xiang Nuange covered her head in resignation, I'd rather stay ugly. While eating and chatting, the group quickly devoured a large bowl of dumplings. Hu Linwen rushed off to prepare another bowl while everyone sat on the ground waiting for him to return. After waiting for some time without seeing Hu Linwen, Song Zhizhen eventually led his team downstairs instead. A crowd of dozens descended, all with rather grim expressions. The others, who had been eating, stopped their meals and looked at them. Director Huang, who had prepared a long speech to discuss matters with them, hesitated upon seeing Song Zhizhen's solemn expression and decided not to bring up any trouble. He returned to his seat to continue eating his dumplings. 3 people are missing. Zhou Liji focused on the group. How do you know? Xiang Nuange noticed the tense atmosphere and asked curiously. There were 52 people total, 2 stayed behind on the first floor, and 50 went upstairs. Now there are only 47. Zhou Liji's perspective was unique, and Lin Bei marveled at how carefully he observed the details. At the same time, he was mostly confused by the disappearance of the other 3 people. His intuition hadn't failed him, something must have happened upstairs. And the worst yet most plausible result was that those 3 team members met their demise upstairs. After searching around for a moment, he finally spotted Xia Heng. Her frail figure was almost lost among the others, but when she occasionally turned her gaze back, Lin Bei glimpsed her red-rimmed eyes. Xia Heng was always bad at hiding her emotions, and seeing her confirmed Lin Bei's suspicion instantly. Panicked, he looked toward Song Zhizhen. Though his clothes were intact, a large patch of blood stained the front of his shirt. The cafeteria supervisor, an old man familiar with the team members, approached them hurriedly once they descended from upstairs. Today we made dumplings. Come and eat. He sensed the oppressive tension but asked no questions, only showing concern as he looked at them. Go have dinner. Song Zhizhen waved his hand, signaling for them to disperse. But nobody moved. He glared sternly at the rigid faces before him, saying, am I not being listened to anymore? Still, no one budged. They held their gaze unwaveringly, standing straight like young poplars stretching high. This commotion wasn't small, even people with thick nerves couldn't keep eating. Everyone looked at them in confusion. After a few minutes, Xia Heng made a movement. She took off her helmet and placed it on the ground, then slowly squatted down, hugging her knees. The entire hall grew silent enough to hear a needle drop, and soon, Xia Heng's suppressed sobs echoed through the air. Hu Li and the others stood beside her but didn't comfort her, she released her pent-up sorrow alone. Song Zhizhen raised his hand to press down the brim of his hat, leaning back against the wall. All anyone could see now was a sharp jawline outlined against the silence. We'll go together, Duan Lei broke the deadlock. Or else none of us will go. Song Zhizhen took out a cigarette. No. Duan Lei fell silent again, and the situation stiffened once more. Lin Bei looked at Song Zhizhen, sensing the suppression exuding from this formidable man. Even the hand holding the cigarette trembled. No matter how many times he tried to light it, there was no spark. In the end, he gave up and stuffed the lighter back into his pocket. If you want to stand, fine. He threw the words out coldly before striding upstairs. His figure gradually faded into the stairwell corner until not even his footsteps could be heard. Yet the remaining team members still didn't move, except for Xia Heng, who got up and wiped her tears roughly with both hands, exposing her puffy, red eyes. She hurried to the serving area. Please help us get some food. Every time a bowl was ready, she carried it to the other team members without saying a word, simply placing it down and moving on. It wasn't until the sixth bowl that Duan Lei shouted in frustration, "Damn it, go eat. What the hell are you acting like girls?" This shout was like flicking a switch. Slowly, more people started to move. Lin Bei stared at the full bowl of dumplings Hu Linwen had just brought over and lost his appetite. Supporting himself on the ground, he stood up. I'll go use the restroom. After speaking, he ran toward the stairs. Zhang Jichao stared at his retreating back. Isn't there a restroom on the first floor? The second floor restroom smells better, Hu Linwen joked. Zhou Liji nodded knowingly at Lin Bei's actions. He slowly wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, I'm full. You guys keep eating. With that, he also left. The three remaining people stared at the large bowl full of dumplings. Xiang Nuan struggled to swallow her saliva. How full are you guys? I'm 8/10 full. 7/10, Hu Linwen said as he shoved another dumpling into his mouth. Zhang Jichao put down his chopsticks with no intention of continuing. I'm full. Hu Linwen glanced around and fixed his gaze on the leftover dumplings. After Lin Bei went upstairs, he began searching for Song Zhizhen's figure, eventually finding him in the study room after circling the second floor. Song Zhizhen sat alone in the vast classroom, holding an unlit cigarette between his lips. His desolate posture seemed disconnected from the surrounding environment, encased in a cocoon of icy isolation. Lin Bei quietly pushed the door open and slipped inside, standing behind Song Zhizhen without taking his eyes off the man's silhouette. Had enough yet? After a long moment, Song Zhizhen leaned back in his chair, removing his helmet and placing it on the table. Strands of hair fell out of place, suspended briefly in the air. Chapter 20. Cough. Lin Bei stiffly coughed, trying to cover up his embarrassment. Come over and sit with me. Song Zhizhen tapped his cigarette on the table, idly tapping the cigarette filter with his fingers. Lin Bei didn't refuse. He circled around to Song Zhizhen's opposite side, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Perhaps due to the quiet habits he had cultivated in the study room, when he came to this environment, he couldn't help but be gentle. The sound of dragging the chair was very light, almost as if he lifted the whole chair. After completing this series of actions, Lin Bei belatedly realized his awkwardness. He cleared his throat, held his hands together on the desk, and sat straight. Why are you so nervous facing me? Song Zhizhen looked at him with an expression similar to a student listening attentively in class. The space of the study room was large, making it feel even more vast. Lin Bei denied, tensely scratching his nails, not nervous. After saying that, there were no more words exchanged. Song Zhizhen also seemed to have lost interest in conversation. He tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling. The curve of his chin and Adam's apple were very captivating. Lin Bei stopped his wandering thoughts and began recalling why he came up here on impulse without planning what to say beforehand. The two of them sat quietly for a while without speaking. Gradually, Lin Bei relaxed and no longer felt as awkward as at first. When he really got used to being around Song Zhizhen, he started enjoying it. Song Zhizhen didn't have the usual restlessness of others around him, instead exuding an air of great self-control. Now, one could not see the listless appearance he displayed downstairs, looking refreshingly pleasant. Do you enjoy smoking? Lin Bei broke the silence, his eyes fixed on the cigarette tucked behind Song Zhizhen's ear. Song Zhizhen reached up, taking the cigarette from behind his ear and holding it between his fingertips. Not bad. What? Do you want to try? Song Zhizhen propped his head with his hand and looked intently at Lin Bei. Song Zhizhen's eyes weren't large, but his pupils were big, giving the impression of larger eyes. Looking closely from this distance, Lin Bei noticed a very fine scar at the corner of Song Zhizhen's eye, seeming like it was from long ago. Though the wound had healed, the scar remained. I'll try. Lin Bei reached out to take the cigarette. Their fingers briefly touched for just a moment before quickly parting. When Lin Bei was little, he had secretly taken his father's cigarettes and tried mimicking adults. But lacking any method back then, he inhaled a large puff, finding the strong taste too choking. He nearly passed out from coughing. Since then, he never tried it again, harboring deep aversion towards it. Now the reason he wanted to try was because the scent of Song Zhizhen's cigarette was so appealing, completely different from those of other people. He even speculated it might be due to the brand. The tobacco smell lingering around Song Zhizhen was moderate in strength. Lin Bei had smelled it for the first time when Song Jijen protected him by pushing him behind him. The scent naturally swirled into his nose. Since then, this particular smoke had become associated with a peculiar sense of security brought about by Song Jijen. Song Jijen pushed the lighter in front of Lin Bei. Lin Bei took it in hand. It seemed rather old, most of the gilt finish was gone, revealing a weathered metal surface underneath. He placed the cigarette in his mouth, opened the lighter lid, and struck it to produce flames. As the cigarette lit, he awkwardly inhaled twice. Immediately, the cigarette revealed its glowing red core. Having learned from past experience, Lin Bei inhaled very lightly now. The white smoke followed his breath, curling inside his mouth as he savored it, failing to find any particularly comfortable sensation. Instead, the smoke seemed to have drawn the moisture from his mouth, leaving it dry. How is it? Song Jijen watched curiously, having seen a beginner's smoking performance free of charge, quite concerned about Lin Bei's current feelings. Tasteless. Lin Bei sucked another mouthful, seriously holding the cigarette like a veteran smoker, his face solemn as if conducting a chemistry experiment. His interest in the cigarette waned significantly. After clearing his throat, Lin Bei flipped his hand to grind out the cigarette, but Song Jijen suddenly stopped him. You're done. Yeah. Lin Bei nodded. Give it to me. Song Jijen took the cigarette from between Lin Bei's fingers. Only this one left. Saying that, he placed the cigarette in his own mouth. Before Lin Bei could connect the dots about the intimacy, Song Jijen stood up and leaned toward him. The cigarette was downward, the burning heat almost touching Song Jijen's skin. Song Jijen gently took the cigarette off, maintaining the distance between them, and softly exhaled a puff of smoke towards Lin Bei's face. The white smoke slowly dissipated, and Lin Bei's consciousness seemed to blur, vaguely confused and unfocused. Little thing, don't provoke me anymore. Song Jijen's thin lips moved up and down. Lin Bei indeed heard the sound, but his brain was like a malfunctioning machine, unable to process the meaning of those words. They remained in their current position, locked in a tableau-like stillness. Subsequently, Lin Bei heard Song Jijen sigh lightly. With hands braced against the table and leaning back, Lin Bei suddenly became unusually agile at this moment. He abruptly grabbed Song Jijen's shoulder, only half a step behind in reacting. The two of them, separated by the long desk, were now connected, stunning Song Jijen into silence. The two blankly stared at each other. It took Lin Bei a long time to regain his voice. I didn't provoke you. It's clear that it's you who is provoking me. The relationship between the two had always been subtly led by Song Jijen, as Lin Bei gruffly voiced, it's you who has been provoking me. Taking a bold chance, he closed his eyes and blindly moved his head closer. Once their breaths interwove, he opened his eyes again, claiming his role as the dominant one, pressing his lips onto the edge of Song Jijen's mouth. When they truly came together, Lin Bei subconsciously slowed his breathing. He could hear very clearly Song Jijen's heavy breathing and the forceful beats of his own heart thumping inside his chest cavity, thud thud thud, pulsing rapidly. He had now completely thrown caution to the wind, opening his eyes wide and staring straight at Song Jijen. Lin Bei could distinctly see Song Jijen's long eyelashes upon closing his eyes slightly, as well as the short hairs on the side of his face shimmering under the light. Empowered by a sudden burst of adrenaline, Lin Bei could only reach so far with his action. He released Song Jijen's shoulders and used his fingers to gently rub the corner of his lips which had kissed him. Song Jijen caught Lin Bei's wrist, raising an eyebrow. Is it over? Almost, Lin Bei replied, his throat tightening while trying to act indifferent. It's my turn now, Song Jijen said right before kissing him. Compared to Lin Bei's fleeting touch, Song Jijen almost cradled Lin Bei's entire body in his embrace, his broad palm resting at the nape of Lin Bei's neck. Lin Bei felt the pain where his hip bone pressed against the table edge, but he no longer had the energy to care. He felt Song Jijen's moist tongue teasing his lips and involuntarily trembled all over, feeling electric currents pass through him, making every hair on his body stand on end. Breath, Song Jijen gripped Lin Bei's chin and then tenderly caressed his face. Lin Bei followed his instruction, the dizzy sensation slowly fading away with each breath. Do you usually breathe through your mouth? Song Jijen teased, pinching Lin Bei's earlobe. Lin Bei. Thank you. Song Jijen lightly wrapped his arms around him, burying his head in Lin Bei's shoulder. Lin Bei didn't respond, instead hugging Song Jijen tightly. At this point, any more words seemed unnecessary and empty. They embraced each other, feeling the resonance of their heartbeats. Everything around them quieted down, as if even the flow of time had paused. The sky was slowly turning dark but still held a trace of brightness. Lin Bei carefully observed the light draping over Song Jijen's shoulders, its tenderness akin to a soft silk gown, soothing the hard edges of Song Jijen's presence, making him appear especially gentle. Song Jijen's embrace was warm, his palms were warm, and his entire being was vivid and full of life, real within Lin Bei's grasp. The upstairs was filled with warmth, whereas the downstairs felt as cold as the depths of winter. Xiang Nange, who was originally dressed lightly, started hopping around once the temperature plummeted after sunset. She patted her bloated stomach rhythmically while trying to stay warm. Where are you going? Hu Linwen watched as Xiang Nange bounced upstairs and asked. She glared at him without much patience, to digest. Hu Linwen, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, had forced her to eat several more dumplings, and the substantial meals made her feel as though the fullness was reaching her throat. Oh, digest well. Hu Linwen showed no remorse. By the way, check on Lin Bei when you go up there. He probably fell into some trouble, see if he needs tissues. Xiang Nange. Suppressing her urge to swear, she rolled her eyes toward the heavens and continued ascending the stairs without further engaging Hu Linwen. Once upstairs, the first thing Xiang Nange noticed was how much better the lighting was compared to the first floor. Light streamed in from windows around the walls, harmonizing beautifully with the luxurious decoration of the library. Visually, it presented quite a pleasant sight, but there was also an unsettling quietude. As she wandered around digesting her meal, she kept in mind Hu Linwen's instructions. Slowly pacing near the men's restroom entrance, she called out multiple times with great audacity, yet received no response. Being a girl, Xiang Nange couldn't just rush into the men's restroom, so she decided to leave. Just as she wondered if Lin Bei had gone upstairs to the third-floor restroom, her sharp little eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow through the gap in the corridor window. As she squinted closer, she realized it was two people embracing. The narrow opening barely allowed her to make out vague silhouettes, especially since she had not worn her glasses when coming upstairs. Inappropriately, her mind flashed with the words, "Doomed Romance," in big letters like an obnoxious screen comment. Regretting that she hadn't worn her glasses and unable to see clearly, she tried hard to pry the window open wider. Though it wasn't locked, it had been pressed down very tightly. Xiang Nange grasped the handle firmly and pulled with all her might, finally managing to crack it open a bit more. She kept pushing like a determined little fairy soldier, and after struggling for quite some time, the window finally opened wide enough to reveal the view. But before she could rejoice, the loud squeak from the opening window startled the two figures hugging inside the study room. Now, Xiang Nange's eyes were finally in focus. She looked at Lin Bei and Song Zhizhen. They both looked back at her. Xiang Nange couldn't recall a moment more awkward than this in her entire life. She finally understood what caused the odd vibes between Song Zhizhen and Lin Bei. Her brain flickered again with Hu Linwen's earlier reminder. It was utterly absurd. What nonsense about needing tissues when going to the restroom. Chapter 21. 2 out of the 3 people appeared awkward. Lin Bei was so embarrassed that he almost wanted to find a crack in the ground and hide in it. His relationship hadn't been determined yet, but he already hugged and kissed someone, only for his sexual orientation to be revealed unintentionally. He looked at Xiang Nange's bewildered eyes, feeling somewhat powerless. Xiang Nange was also uncomfortable. She exchanged glances with the two parties involved, but no one spoke. After a few seconds, she awkwardly forced out a smile that looked even worse than a zombie's grin. Before the smile had fully faded, she grabbed the window handle and pulled it shut with a bang. Lin Bei. Then hurried footsteps came from the corridor outside. Within a few seconds, the sound became more intense as Xiang Nange almost ran away, as if there was a hound chasing her from behind. Lin Bei. Lin Bei drooped his face, with both ear tips red. Song Zhizhen waited for him to calm down himself, and Lin Bei surprisingly managed to regain composure shortly after. Not long, an entirely calm Lin Bei tugged at the edge of Song Zhizhen's sleeve and looked up to ask him, "Are we together now? What do you think?" Song Zhizhen gazed at the twinkling stars in Lin Bei's eyes, and felt a slight sinking in his heart. Lin Bei lightly lifted the corner of his mouth, "I guess so." After rushing down the stairs, Xiang Nange finally stopped her mad dash and returned to the first floor in a daze. Saying that she wasn't shocked would be false, but what hit her harder was the overwhelming embarrassment in that instant, making her nearly lose her footing. Is this haunted? Hu Linwen was squatting by the staircase playing Candy Crush on his phone. Hearing the noise, he accurately picked up on her unease. Zhang Jichao also looked up. The interface on his phone was identical to Hu Linwen's. The two stared at her, even pausing their games. Feel if I have a fever? Xiang Nange brought her head close to Zhang Jichao, who clearly froze for a moment. Stiffly raising his hand, he touched her forehead, carefully comparing the temperature to his own before frowning. There doesn't seem to be a fever. Are you not feeling well? Yeah. Xiang Nange sat beside the two, looking pale as she said, I'm not feeling well. I passed the level. Hu Linwen tapped Zhang Jichao's arm, showing him the bright screen. Are you two competing? Xiang Nange noticed that the top bars on both their phones were exactly the same. Hu Linwen enthusiastically started the next level. Yeah. Did you bring a phone charger? Xiang Nange asked. She remembered there were 2 offline games on her phone, but due to poor battery life, her phone had automatically turned off. Do you use Android or Apple? Hu Linwen quickly slid his finger across the screen while asking. Android. I have one. After saying that, Zhang Jichao unhooked his bag. Inside, there was also a power bank which had little charge left after being used to charge Lin Bei's phone earlier. Okay, I'll go see where there are outlets. Xiang Nange took the data cable and looked around. She remembered that the library had many outlets, but all the nearby ones were already occupied. Many people depended on them, sitting or gathering on the floor around the outlets depending on whether seats were available. After wandering for a bit, Xiang Nange returned, having given up on charging her phone. There should still be outlets on the second floor, but she didn't want to go up just yet. She might accidentally run into them again and risk getting silenced forever. Didn't find any. Zhang Jichao saw the charger hanging from Xiang Ning's hand immediately. You could go upstairs and charge it. Later, they'll start going up, and then there really won't be any spots left. Hu Linwen advanced another level, but instead of continuing to the next, he turned off his phone and stood up. Let's go up and find a place to sleep. Don't you want to play some more? Xiang Ning forcibly squeezed out a sentence. We can still play upstairs. Hu Linwen stared at her. Did you see something upstairs? What could I possibly see? Xiang Ning smiled and shook her hand dismissively. Unless you stormed into the men's restroom and saw Lin Bei. You better take responsibility, Hu Linwen joked. Xiang Ning. Come on. Hu Linwen waved a hand, leading the way up the steps. Xiang Ning didn't try to stop him anymore, letting out a sigh and following along. The three went upstairs but did not enter the study room. Instead, they headed to the storage area on the other side. On each floor, there was a small bar in the storage section, and the trio aimed for the sofas there. The sofa was so soft that Xiang Ning almost wanted to sink her entire tired body into it. The sturdy defenses of the library ensured they had a safe night. When Lin Bei woke up, he had already forgotten his dream, but it was one that left a very pleasant impression. Last night after separating from Song Zhizhen, Lin Bei encountered the three people lying on the bar counter. With only 3 sofas, Lin Bei had to squeeze onto a slightly larger sofa with Hu Linwen. Their big builds made for an uncomfortable sleep, as half their legs hung outside the sofa, yet this was far better than previously when they had to sleep on the floor against the wall. Song Zhizhen, however, didn't sleep at all last night. As soon as he went downstairs, a group of them cornered him, and Xia Heng personally cooked him a bowl of noodles. After being watched as he finished the meal, they again pressed him like King Duanlei's words echoing in their ears. After slowly wiping his mouth, Song Zhizhen surprisingly agreed to their request, and eventually, everyone decided to stay behind and leave the 3 teammates' bodies on the 6th floor. Initially, everyone thought Song Zhizhen had made up his mind to send the bodies back downtown by himself, much to Duanlei's distress, who almost cursed at the idea. It would take at least 2 hours to get downtown, during which time countless zombies could be encountered. Moreover, downtown was always crowded with people, and Duanlei feared the sheer number of zombies might even bury Song Zhizhen's car. But Song Zhizhen, at that time, lost his mind, refusing to listen no matter how much others argued. Now, however, he seemed like he'd come to terms with something. Song Zhizhen didn't miss the astonishment on their faces, but still acted composed, placing the chopsticks neatly over the bowl as he stood up and said, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive, not thinking straight. Thank you for your suggestions. This was the first time Song Zhizhen apologized to them, and everyone looked dumbfounded at him. Previously, he had never done anything so rash. He had always carefully considered everything and never acted recklessly. As the mainstay, he had always played this role well. The loss of 3 team members shattered his usual composure, even making him less rational. Everyone knew he felt responsible, it was his duty as the captain to take responsibility, but they didn't want to lay the burden entirely on his shoulders and wished to share the load. Though their thoughts may have differed, their starting point had always been aligned, as if their hearts were connected together. Would it be inappropriate if I cry now? Xia Heng sniffed and looked up, laughing while tears welled in his eyes. Everyone was amused by Xia Heng's almost crying expression, and the atmosphere lightened instantly. It's late, everyone go sleep. Those keeping watch tonight will need to work hard. Song Zhizhen waved his hand dismissively, pressing down on the nerves throbbing painfully under his skin. Who is keeping watch tonight? Duanlei quickly pointed out a few people. You guys start guarding, it'll be dawn soon, and then we'll come to replace you. Alright. The designated ones packed up their gear and headed upstairs, and the rest dispersed afterward. Song Zhizhen remained motionless, sitting by the table deep in thought. Neither Xia Heng nor the others disturbed him, allowing him to sit alone. Through this experience, they unanimously believed Song Zhizhen would be clear-headed staying alone. The next day, Duanlei and Huang Mao were about to eat breakfast before going to relieve the night guards. The result of Song Zhizhen pulling an all-nighter was clearly visible in the dark shadows under his eyes. Duanlei, with his coarse nervous system, couldn't see through, assuming Song Zhizhen merely woke up early, so he started eating boisterously. However, Huang Mao was much more observant. Seeing the weary Song Zhizhen set off alarms in his little head, causing it to churn repeatedly. Huang Mao felt Song Zhizhen's behavior was quite contradictory. He didn't look happy, nor simply sorrowful. Instead, he seemed caught between these 2 emotions, creating a contradiction. This strange sensation persisted until Lin Bei came down and sat directly beside Song Zhizhen. Huang Mao noticed Lin Bei holding a bowl of dumplings, eating for a bit, and then Song Zhizhen naturally transferred some meat filling from his own bowl into Lin Bei's. Huang Mao. As the only one at the table aware of the truth, Xiang Nuange had kept forcing herself not to look at Lin Bei and Song Zhizhen since last night when she went to bed early and missed the conversation. By morning, her emotions had subsided, so she just assumed the issue resolved itself. Yet, the two started openly displaying affection right at dawn. How are you eating so slow? Duanlei glanced at the dazed Huang Mao and grumbled, hurry up, we still have to relieve others. Huang Mao steadied his wits, bowing his head into his bowl so he wouldn't see the awkwardness in front of him. Song Zhizhen's action shocked both Huang Mao and Xiang Nuange, and even Lin Bei himself was taken aback. He sneakily peeked around the table to see others deeply engrossed in their own meals, and relaxed. Nevertheless, Lin Bei shot a scowl at Song Zhizhen, signaling him not to continue such antics. Song Zhizhen didn't have as many concerns, but he also didn't want Lin Bei to not eat well. He settled down and calmly ate the remaining few dumplings with an air of composure. They had a relatively leisurely period, the zombies outside couldn't disturb them, and supplies were abundant. However, as their time in the library grew longer, many people started losing patience. Without news from the outside world and stuck in monotonous survival day after day, they became restless. The signal booster developed by Lin Bei and others completely lost its function in the library. They had tried it in various places, but they couldn't capture any signals. The food stored in the library was quickly consumed by hundreds of mouths. Eating poorly and sleeping uncomfortably every day made everyone in the library start to waver. The person in charge of the cafeteria reported the remaining food to him daily, and Song Zhizhen carefully organized a group of people, leading them to the third cafeteria to collect the backup food. But as soon as the backbone left, the library experienced its first internal riot. Chapter 22. This conflict was not a sudden outbreak. There had been friction before, and although Song Zhizhen was aware of it, he couldn't prevent it. It is indeed difficult to manage hundreds of people, managing one does not guarantee managing another. There are always some troublemakers who refuse to be disciplined. After managing a few times, Song Zhizhen simply stopped interfering unless there were bloody incidents. The troublemakers wouldn't dare contend with Song Zhizhen's armed group, though conflicts still happened from time to time. However, they all feared Song Zhizhen. Today, since Song Zhizhen had taken a large part of the team to fetch supplies, fewer people were left guarding the library, so they could no longer restrain themselves. Initially, the conflicts were over sleeping places, but now a gang was gathering to dominate the entire third floor. The third floor was the best decorated area in the library. The key point was that the air conditioning worked well. Although other floors also had air conditioning, their power was much weaker. Most people could only sleep on the ground without blankets, huddling together for warmth. Initially, it was decided that all girls and those who were sick or injured would sleep on the third floor. Gradually, private scrambles occurred, but this was the first time it had been openly brought up. It's cold in winter for everyone, but we can't hold on to good resources without letting go, can we? We need to appropriately rotate so others can enjoy these resources too. A boy stood on a long table in the hall, shouting at the top of his lungs. His hair, untrimmed, grew in short clusters looking like a hedgehog, making him resemble more of a ghostly teenager. Shut up, idiot, Hu Linwen didn't look at him but allocated a bit of his attention to curse while being entirely focused on a game he had played all night but hadn't cleared yet. Are those people from the sports department? Lin Bei noticed a few muscular individuals whose coats couldn't cover their bulky figures, explaining why they wanted the third floor. Most of them were wearing very thin clothes. Originally, such private matters did not need to be openly discussed. Although Lin Bei had not encountered this himself, he had heard before that people often went up to the third floor to forcibly seize sleeping spots from the sick. Girls were spared being driven away, but who would want to sleep in the same room as such unsavory characters late at night? They simply changed their spots quietly without telling Song Zhizhen, adhering to the mindset of, better safe than sorry. Today, the matter came to light because when they were on the third floor, sick people wanting to rest there were driven down. Taking advantage of the sparse management, they quickly declared their ownership. The team members left behind holding guns seemed not to have heard them, maintaining their guard and not paying any attention to them. They initially felt a little uneasy, but now, it was as if they had consumed fuel and burned off the last bit of their hesitation. Seeing no one responding, the leading ghostly teenager nodded contentedly. Since no one objects, let's take it as unanimous agreement. Lin Bei wasn't particularly interested in this illogical genius reasoning. He knew Song Zhizhen's stance, though usually turning a blind eye, he absolutely would not tolerate such behavior. All that was needed was to wait for Song Zhizhen to return and handle the situation. Lin Bei had great confidence in his boyfriend. Thinking about Song Zhizhen caused his mind to wander, and he stopped paying attention to the antics of the ghostly youth. Until a voice suddenly appeared, Lin Bei turned his head. It was Shen Tian, and Yang Xiaodong was standing beside her, trying to hold her back. But Shen Tian was not easily restrained, especially given Yang Xiaodong's leg injury which still prevented him from stopping her. She broke free from Yang Xiaodong, angrily pointing at the person who had spoken out. Who the hell do you think you're talking about? Finally, Hu Linwen raised his head to see the situation. It's Alice. Shen Tian had left an indelible impression on Hu Linwen. He could never forget the scene where this female version of Alice shot zombies. Even though she wasn't armed now, her combat effectiveness was still formidable. Her mouth fired off words like a rocket launcher, loud and booming. Since moving to the library, Lin Bei hadn't seen these two again. Now thinking about it, it seemed Shen Tian had been too occupied taking care of Yang Xiaodong. The library stockpiled many medicines, materials provided beforehand, managed by Hu Li. Medicines shouldn't have been lacking, and Yang Xiaodong indeed appeared better, with rosy complexion, though his gait remained slightly lame. Yang Xiaodong took a few steps forward to pull Shen Tian. Aware of his wounds, Shen Tian refrained from creating too much trouble and acted quite cautiously. The ghostly youth hesitated upon seeing Shen Tian pop up and took a while to reply, You seem to have some complaints. He struggled to find an appropriate address and ended up brushing over it briefly. Take a guess, Shen Tian angrily laughed. Her eyes fixed on someone in the distance. Do you really know what you're worth? She had disliked these people for a long time. Shen Tian didn't care much about herself, but she pitied Yang Xiaodong. Once, when she went downstairs to fetch food, the remaining Yang Xiaodong was provoked by them. Before Yang Xiaodong could get angry, Shen Tian returned and immediately blew up. After much effort, Yang Xiaodong finally calmed her down, and after calming down, she directly took him to change their resting place. Since Shen Tian was originally a person who held grudges, she hadn't shown any kindness to these people since they had crossed paths. Now they had become even more brazen and shameless than before. She had been squatting on the ground suppressing her anger for half a day until her fury reached its peak. Just as Yang Xiaodong wanted to stop her, seeing the situation was wrong, Shen Tian shot out like a skyrocket. You! The ghostly youth glared but soon changed into a pseudo-kind smile. Minorities should obey the majority, right? Do you see anyone around opposing it? He seemed determined that everyone around would pretend to be ostriches. Shen Tian glanced around, and her face couldn't help but darken. Not a single person stood up. She arched her eyebrows coldly without saying a word. A pair of hands suddenly gripped her. Yang Xiaodong quietly stood behind her, the warmth giving Shen Tian reassurance. I oppose too. The ghostly teenager ignored their private gestures as if they were invisible and turned his attention to others. There were only 2 heads standing in the whole hall. He suppressed the rising corner of his mouth and arrogantly said, Looks like the majority still agrees with me. Even though some students don't. His gaze flicked over, noticing more people starting to stand up. To his side, he saw Lin Bei and a group standing tall. Though they didn't say anything, they clearly expressed their stance. During this period, many knew that they were closely aligned with Song Zhizhen's group. As they made their position clear, more and more people stood up. Even Huang Director, who had been sitting in the corner watching the commotion, rose with his large beer belly prominently sticking out. The ghostly teenager hesitated for a few seconds, then quickly regained his composure. He leaned forward, grabbed a pen holder off the table, crushed it in his hand within seconds. The crowd heard the sound of cracking coming from his hands. He dropped the shards on the table, raising his lips. In today's world, democracy can't solve problems. That pen holder had a high density. Obviously, an ordinary adult male wouldn't be able to break it with one hand so easily. Lin Bei stared at the broken pieces on the table and immediately recalled a discussion he'd had with Song Zhizhen about these changes. His heart trembled as if struck by lightning. It had come too early. He looked at those standing behind the ghostly teenager. The looks on their faces spoke volumes of certainty, showing they had been preparing secretly for a long time and were waiting precisely for this moment. Not only did the mutations increase the combat capability of zombies, but it also started affecting ordinary people like them. After the initial wave of high fevers passed, not many people exhibited slight changes, just increased strength or heightened speed and sensitivity. Hu Lin Wen, being one of the most unique cases, only had enhanced smell perception. When discussing this issue with Song Zhizhen, Song admitted that among them, Xia Heng had undergone the most successful mutation. Her combat abilities grew rapidly, and the fruits of her mutation showed frightening effects. Under the current circumstances, Lin Bei did not believe that guns alone could suppress this group. But what terrified him was, what if the mutation rate accelerated, and these individuals' powers grew exponentially? Could Song Zhizhen's group really control people with rebellious intentions? And based on his understanding, most people present were still ordinary humans. Under the suppression of overwhelming power, they simply couldn't counterattack. A new system seemed to be emerging. Sooner or later, this chaotic present reality would become a world where fists decide status. The ghostly teenager was satisfied with the astonished expressions on people's faces. His gaze swept over them, unwilling to miss the shock in anyone's eyes. He had guessed correctly, mutation did not occur in every person. At first, he was horrified by the changes in his own body, even fearing that he might transform into a zombie overnight, until he met someone who reassured him and even guided him to control this force. Now, he could already skillfully manage the transformations in his body. Thinking about it, his gaze hastily swept across all the people, locking onto that particular person in the corner. That person displayed their usual soothing gesture, instantly calming his restlessness. The group of people behind him were all gathered by that person who helped him secretly find others like him. They had been researching the cause of these mutations, and ultimately agreed that it was largely due to physical constitution. Among those following him, a large portion were athletes or gym goers, their fit bodies providing an excellent foundation for their mutations. Shouldn't outstanding individuals enjoy better resources? Isn't this only natural? The ghostly youth squatted and sat on the table. He gazed at the submissive crowd in front of him, feeling superior to everyone else. He finally understood the immense allure of power. He relished being looked up to by all at this moment. He glanced at the armed team members who coldly stared back at him, and his disdain only grew stronger. Chapter 23. Not everyone bought into his approach, and gradually skeptical voices emerged from the crowd. Resources are public property. Do you actually intend to monopolize them? Exactly. Lin Bei heard the cafeteria aunt's voice chime in. They were buzzing with discussion below, while Hu Linwen also joined in, gripping Lin Bei and the other two. Isn't that Lu Jinglu? He pointed at someone sitting at the long table. Do you know him? Xiang Nuj hadn't heard of this person. He's the one who competed with Little Bei doing push-ups during military training. Zhang Jichao had a good memory, and upon being reminded by Hu Linwen, he remembered this person. When Lin Bei had first arrived, he was all the rage. Many female students admired him. During military training, he often appeared on the university forum as a much-discussed figure. Their computer science department and the adjacent physical education department were grouped into the same platoon, frequently training together. Lin Bei was very amiable towards everyone, which made him immensely popular among the opposite sex. Back then, Lu Jinglu was something of a troublemaker. Once during a night singing competition, when the company commander brought over some girls from the dance department to sit next to them, Lu Jinglu tried to stand out and challenged Lin Bei to a push-up contest. Even though he was from the PE department, he didn't seem to care about losing face. But what he didn't expect was encountering such a tough opponent. Lin Bei might have looked frail and underweight, but when it came to push-ups, he showed no sign of weakness. By the end, Lin Bei simply got up and admitted defeat, after which Lu Jinglu kept hounding him, claiming Lin Bei had let him down by going easy on him. Eventually, they lost contact. Lin Bei dug him out from scattered memories and was somewhat surprised. Don't I remember him being quite handsome back then? Lu Jinglu wasn't bad looking in terms of features, but his disheveled hair and unkempt beard ruined the impression. Good thing our brother Chao has a survival bag. Hu Linwen rubbed his smooth chin, making a comment. Zhang Jichao even carried a razor in his backpack. If not for knowing Zhang Jichao's motherly habits, Hu Linwen would have thought Zhang Jichao deliberately escaped prepared. Will they intervene? Xiang Nuj looked at the unmoving staff nearby. They won't. Lin Bei glanced over there as well. At present, no one dared make a move, and at most they were just exchanging banter. It seemed nothing serious would happen. Most of them probably shared similar thoughts, so the situation remained relatively stable. Then Lu Jinglu slid down from the table and stood slightly slanted on the ground. I assume no one has any objections anymore. He grinned. Why is his tooth crooked? Xiang Nuj had been staring at him, her glasses turning her into a microscopic girl noticing every little detail on Lu Jinglu. Annoying. Lin Bei yawned. His sleep had been getting worse recently ever since he started dating Song Jizhen. Their actions couldn't escape others' eyes, almost publicly known without an explicit announcement. At the time, Hu Linwen and Zhang Jichao acted as though they had expected it all along, embarrassing him for a long while. But this semi-public relationship wasn't bad either. At least now he could openly spend time with Song Jizhen daily. They even slept in the same place now. However, Lin Bei's sleep quality didn't improve with the presence of his boyfriend. He always woke up feeling tired. On the first day sleeping together, Lin Bei fell asleep and felt someone kissing him, but the tobacco taste infiltrating his mouth immediately made him aware it was his new boyfriend. At first, he was embarrassed and hesitated to open his eyes, but over the following days, Song Jizhen became increasingly bold. Every time Lin Bei was about to fall asleep, he'd wake up because of another kiss. They couldn't get enough rest while being together. He even considered sleeping separately again, for both their benefits, given how intense this age was. Many times, they nearly went too far but were always cautious due to their surroundings being an open space. Last night, Lin Bei didn't sleep early, staying awake playing with his phone instead. Seeing him awake, Song Jizhen indeed refrained from sneaking kisses, but it wasn't possible to stay up every night holding the phone like that, right? Lin Bei yawned again, pressing his hands onto the Jingming acupressure point. Young people need moderation. Hu Linwen gave him a pat on the shoulder, acting like an experienced elder. The resources are certainly public, nobody said anything about monopolizing them. Lu Jinglu laughed, exposing more clearly the crooked tooth. Thankfully Alice doesn't have a gun, Hu Linwen tutade once more. Shen Tian on the other side seemed ready to explode into a ruthless female warrior at any moment. Otherwise, he would have been shot by now. Don't act all high and mighty. If you're so tough, why don't you knock us all down? Lu Jinglu was unpopular. A boy stepped forward indignant. His face featured two thick eyebrows, giving him a rather funny appearance. It's over. Lin Bei stared at Eyebrows Guy, knowing he was about to set off the powder keg. As expected, as soon as Eyebrows Guy finished speaking, Lu Jinglu immediately discarded his false face. He glared coldly at Eyebrows Guy, his sinister eyes locked onto him like a predator. Lu Jinglu couldn't contain his temper and was especially susceptible to provocation. These were the limited impressions Lin Bei had of him. Originally, Lin Bei thought they could wait for Song Jizhen to return and deal with him, but now it seemed they wouldn't have that luxury. Lin Bei stared intently at Lu Jinglu, unwilling to miss any small movement. Lu Jinglu adjusted his wrist a few times, but before Lin Bei could clearly see his actions, he darted out in the blink of an eye. His body moved so nimbly it defied human logic. No one understood how he managed to instantly move in front of Eyebrows Guy. It was as if he had drifted more than 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei's heart raced in surprise. He had mentally prepared himself for Lu Jinglu to be strong, but he never expected such overwhelming strength. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Lu Jinglu already had his hand around Eyebrows Guy's neck. Effortlessly, he lifted Eyebrows Guy up, causing everyone around to retreat several steps, forming a circle around them. The teammates who had been standing still until now raised their guns and aimed at Lu Jinglu. One of them, with his face half covered by a mask, spoke through muffled tones, "Let him go." "And if I don't?" Lu Jinglu grinned wickedly at him. Eyebrows Guy struggled desperately, but it didn't seem to affect Lu Jinglu at all. From beginning to end, he appeared completely relaxed. Several team members reacted and pulled the safety catches on their guns, aiming directly at him. Eyebrows Guy was already choking under the pressure, his plump face turning bright red. However, Lu Jinglu had restrained himself, releasing Eyebrows Guy just as he was about to pass out from lack of oxygen. With no force holding him up, Eyebrows Guy collapsed on the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently. "I was just kidding," Lu Jinglu said, raising his hands in mock surrender. The leading team member nodded, signaling the others to lower their weapons. At this moment, however, a sudden change occurred. People who had been lingering around Lu Jinglu somehow maneuvered behind a few team members unnoticed. Without preparation, they were caught off guard and quickly gagged using white cloths over their mouths and noses. Although the team members had superior physical capabilities compared to ordinary people, one of them broke free from the restraint and knocked down the person behind him. But due to the powerful drugs inhaled, he fell soon afterward. With his hand still pressing the alert button, the person he just felled saw this action and quickly checked to confirm no alarm was sent out before nodding toward Lu Jinglu. The collapse of these sturdy guards became the last straw for everyone, disbelief swept across their faces. What is he going to do? Hu Linwen frowned deeply. Lu Jinglu acting now was equivalent to antagonizing both himself and Song Zhizhen. "He wants to leave," Lin Bei pulled him slightly and signaled for him to crouch like the others, while gripping the hidden gun tucked in his waistband. Watching Lu Jingluo's smug grin, Lin Bei suddenly realized this might have been part of his plan all along. He had always known Song Zhizhen's attitude and was confident that the remaining guards wouldn't interfere with minor squabbles. The previous clumsy provocations could all have been staged to deceive these armed protectors. But what was his purpose in doing so? Lin Bei couldn't figure it out yet, but his doubts were answered quickly. Lu Jinglu directed others to head upstairs, and soon they returned carrying crates sealed tightly, ammunition and medicine that Hu Li had been guarding. "What should we do?" Zhang Jichao leaned close to Lin Bei's ear and asked. Among the three of them, they still retained their guns, but the number of opponents and their terrifying abilities far exceeded their own. Box after box of ammunition, medicine, and even the limited supply of compressed food stored in the library were all being carried out. Lu Jingluo's group tied up the several team members, stripped them of all their weapons, loaded everything onto themselves, and even searched out a car key left by Song Zhizhen. This key had been specially reserved, a routine practice where they always kept a vehicle available for the base when they went on missions. Their common habits had been thoroughly uncovered, making it convenient for them to take away all the supplies. "Hold your ground," Lin Bei clenched his fists tighter. At this moment, direct confrontation was the least rational course of action. However, if they let them take everything away, they would undoubtedly all face severe resource shortages. In this situation, the precious food had become the least valuable thing. Lin Bei's eyes were firmly fixed on the crates containing ammunition and medicine. "What about it? Are you guys thinking of joining us?" Lu Jinglu scanned the people present, knowing well that none of them could pose any threat to him. As such, he exuded an air of utter relaxation, lazily sitting atop one of the crates like a king surveying his domain. The silence dragged on and Lu Jinglu eventually grew disinterested, though he still maintained the expression of someone who believed others were not appreciating his generosity. He stood up, brushing off his pant legs as if ready to have the crates moved out when suddenly a trembling hand rose hesitantly. "Why you, where are you going?" Lin Bei pulled his bangs completely aside, wearing the pair of glasses he'd just borrowed from Xiang Nuange. With his head bowed, his entire body quivered. From Lu Jingluo's vantage point, all he could see was a shaking figure whose face remained obscured. Chapter 24. Lu Jinglu had no idea that this person was an actor, but he greatly appreciated this leading figure who had just revealed intentions of surrender. He stopped in his tracks and said very amiably, "Leave the school and head to the city." Lin Bei briefly hesitated. He thought these people wouldn't venture beyond the school grounds, but upon second thought, it made sense. The school, though large, could not house two tigers on one mountain, nor were its resources particularly abundant. Lin Bei wanted to stall Lu Jinglu. It was getting late, and if Song Zhizhen's group moved fast enough, they should be able to return in time. Thinking this, Lin Bei asked again, "If I go with you, what benefits will I have?" "Ha!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Bei heard a derisive laugh from somewhere nearby. It was one of Lu Jingluo's subordinates. Lu Jinglu didn't expect him to ask this question. Looking at Lin Bei's prominent hair whirl, he chuckled, confidently asserting, "Definitely better than being here." Who knows where this brash confidence came from, all talk and no action. It seemed Lin Bei was really being swayed, the tremor in his shoulders became smaller, like he was being pacified. But he fired off another question, "Can I visit home when the time comes? My parents are there, and I don't feel easy leaving them behind." Lu Jinglu didn't expect this request, sneering inwardly, thinking they'd likely turned into zombies after all this time. However, he didn't shatter Lin Bei's illusion just yet. He was counting on Lin Bei to help attract more people to join their group. Shaking off such thoughts, Lu Jinglu put on a kindly expression, sure. We don't need to wait uselessly here. Who knows what's happening outside? He slowed his speech, taking a risk might lead to better survival chances out there. For survivors who had spent many days here with basic survival needs met, they now desperately desired to learn about the outside world. Being trapped within the school walls made them unable to connect with the outside. This statement by Lu Jinglu wasn't only for Lin Bei but mostly aimed at others present, knowing well their psychology and how to attract them. Resources were scarce now, so having more people wasn't necessarily advantageous. However, if Lu Jinglu truly had ambition, he wouldn't be content with just the dozen-odd people under his command. No matter how powerful their mutation ability might be, a mere handful couldn't achieve much. What Lu Jinglu was currently doing already revealed his intentions, to bolster his forces by absorbing others. Moreover, the conditions for mutation weren't fully understood yet, so no one could say for certain whether those ordinary individuals without mutation abilities would never experience mutations. Lu Jinglu took a chewing gum out of his pocket and popped it into his mouth, glancing sideways as he asked, "How's your consideration going?" "I'll go with you." Lin Bei clenched his fists as if making a great resolution. He slightly raised his head, revealing his shadowy eyes half covered by his hair, sharp and resolute like a sword. Lu Jinglu was captivated by this gaze, clapping in approval, "Smart. Is there anyone else who needs more time to think?" Lu Jinglu pushed his hair back, but it was too coarse, stuck at an awkward length, and immediately bounced back after being flattened, quite amusing. But no one could laugh now. The group in the hall stared at Lin Bei with eyes like they were watching a traitor. Still, some among them began to waver. They looked at Lu Jinglu with fervent eyes. Not hurried, Lu Jinglu waited quietly for their response. Once one sheep broke away, other restless sheep would follow suit. Shen Tian didn't care for Lu Jinglu, and she cared even less for this surrendering person. Her gaze shifted from Lu Jinglu's troubling hairline to the traitor standing on the other side. This traitor was rather slim. On closer inspection, Shen Tian realized, he seemed familiar. Shen Tian. As if sensing Shen Tian was looking at him, the slight flicker of Lin Bei's eyes beneath his glasses went unnoticed by others. Though her mind resisted accepting this new image of Lin Bei, Shen Tian continued staring, dumbfounded, trying to understand his antics. Though Shen Tian wasn't unintelligent, it took her a moment to realize this person was indeed Lin Bei. Having affirmed this, everything slowly started making sense. Despite limited contact with Lin Bei, she believed in his integrity. He wouldn't do something like this. The only explanation was that he was pretending to surrender. Her initially agitated heart calmed a bit. Although rash, she knew how vital these several cases of supplies were for their collective. Lin Bei was likely buying time for Song Zhizhen's team. Shen Tian gripped nervously at the golden little pig charm on her bracelet. This pig had been blessed by a temple, as her mom claimed. Allegedly, it could not only solidify objects but also ward off evil spirits. Shen Tian usually paid no heed to these whimsical claims, as the primary use of this pig charm in her life was merely for decoration or perhaps an end-of-term exam wish. When your heart is sincere, miracles happen, well, that's what they say. For Shen Tian, such moments were reserved for the life-or-death gamble of final exams, yet here she was with even more fervent determination, staring at Lu Jinglu's smug face. The anger swelling within her caused her to clench her hand too tightly, and inadvertently, she snapped the red chain lock. Shen Tian stared blankly at her broken bracelet, a chill running down her spine. Even if the charm were supernaturally effective, pigs wouldn't be much help. All she could do now was hope this temple-blessed pig was magnanimous enough not to hold a grudge against her misstep. With reluctance, Shen Tian tied her bracelet into a new knot and tucked it carefully into her clothes pocket, ensuring it would not accidentally fall out as she zipped it up securely. No one paid attention to Shen Tian's small private motions at this point. Before Lu Jinglu's patience was entirely drained, someone finally stepped forward to make their position clear. This time, the impact was far greater than Lin Bei's earlier appearance. Subsequently, several others emerged like shoots after rain, and Lu Jinglu counted them through. In total, there were 7 people. Out of hundreds of people, only 7 stood up. But instead of viewing this as a lack of popularity, Lu Jinglu was quite pleased with the result. He dusted off his non-existent dirt on his clothing and said, "All right, since you've all thought it over, there will be no coercion from either side. Those who agree to come with me can join me, those who don't want to can stay." After saying this, he acted as if he were about to leave. His followers helped lift several large boxes. Those who agreed to go with him naturally formed a line, while Lin Bei reluctantly moved to the very last position. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he quietly maneuvered around to Shen Tian's side, shielding the exchange with his body as he handed her the pistol. In this dire situation, no verbal communication was necessary. Shen Tian immediately understood Lin Bei's plan. She clutched the miniature pistol tightly in her hand and cautiously concealed it under her sleeve. "Fine, if you're leaving, then why are you taking our things?" Opposition voices erupted again. Under their threat, most people didn't dare express their dissatisfaction openly. However, the words echoed a common sentiment shared among others, sparking louder murmurs in response. "Are we hundreds of people going to be intimidated by you few? Don't you lose face telling people outside. The robust voice of the cafeteria auntie immediately garnered nods of approval. Lin Bei had never truly comprehended the might of Chinese aunties before. Now, he silently acknowledged how awe-inspiring their courage was. You may leave, but the supplies stay. Voices echoed across the crowd. Yes. We're many in number here, we need these things. Why should you? The opposing voices swelled louder. A young man with a shaved head looked uneasy. Shrinking his neck, he edged closer to Lu Jinglu and whispered, what should we do? Although intimidated by the group, this young man had also mutated. Yet, his strength did not match Lu Jingliu's, his abilities were just slightly above normal people's. Their effortless victory over the guards earlier resulted partly from the guards' lack of vigilance and partly due to their reliance on drugs. One-on-one battles, they wouldn't back down easily, but being faced with hundreds of angry individuals still instilled sheer terror. Even those standing nearby carrying boxes wore unpleasant expressions. Surrounding them were their former classmates, some even from the same grade and class. Not only was it hard to bear looking upon them, but the glares felt like hundreds of knives piercing directly into their flesh, both physically and emotionally uncomfortable. Haven't you seen enough to convince you? Pushing the bald-headed man aside, Lu Jingliu's face darkened. Amidst the questioning insults raining down from all directions, his originally cold demeanor turned icier. Don't you even try reasoning anymore. In the cacophony of voices, it was difficult to discern individual statements, but one voice stood particularly loud, none other than the cafeteria auntie who had previously rallied the group's morale. Before anyone else saw his movement, Lu Jinglu had almost instantaneously reached the cafeteria auntie. Towering over her with his imposing height, his presence cast a shadow over hers. Ordinarily, auntie relied solely on vocal intimidation, she wasn't accustomed to such close confrontation. Terrified, she retreated repeatedly, her heart pounding furiously as if it were about to leap out of her chest. But Lu Jinglu left no room for retreat. With lightning-fast action, he grabbed her by the throat, and this time unlike the previous incident, he showed almost no restraint. Once clutched by him, the auntie instantly arched her head back, mouth agape, emitting hoarse gasps through her windpipe as she struggled to breathe. Hu Linwen and Zhang Jichao, who had been crouching in wait for an opportunity, almost simultaneously aimed their pistols that they had concealed for so long at Lu Jinglu. However, before they could take the shot, a sudden sound of a bullet breaking the air already rang out. Lost in his fury, Lu Jinglu never expected someone among this group to be armed. In disbelief, he stared at the bullet that pierced through his chest as blood rapidly spread across it. His grip on the woman's throat slackened, clutching his chest, Lu Jinglu wavered and collapsed onto the ground. This unexpected gunshot stunned everyone, including Hu Linwen and Zhang Jichao, who froze momentarily. After exchanging glances and confirming that neither had accidentally discharged their weapon, they relaxed slightly. Then they looked toward Lin Bei, but Lin Bei's hands were empty. He stood quietly among the crowd, silently observing Lu Jinglu. Chapter 25. Shen Tian only relaxed after seeing that this shot had completely deprived Lu Jinglu of his ability to attack. She raised her sleeve to wipe the cold sweat off her forehead, and her legs went weak. For her, this was far more stimulating than fighting zombies. When she shot the undead, she could still hypnotize herself into believing that she was just playing a live-action simulation game. But when she raised her gun, aiming its cold muzzle at a living person, her 20 years of education caused her to hesitate. As a result, the bullet that was meant for the heart ended up hitting the lung instead. The remaining brothers of Lu Jinglu were immediately in disarray. The closest one to him, a bald-headed guy, supported him as Lu Jinglu continued to breathe heavily. Before long, blood began to soak through his light-colored coat. Let's go. The bald-headed guy lifted up Lu Jinglu and glanced back. Almost all of the people who had surrendered retreated, leaving behind only about a dozen individuals. No one dared to stop them anymore as they drove away swiftly. With the car sounds fading into the distance, the library returned to silence once again. Amazing, Lin Bei squatted down in front of Shen Tian. Is it? Huh, Shen Tian laughed bitterly, her gaze avoiding touching upon the blood on the ground. Yang Xiaodong hugged her shoulder lightly, rubbing it gently before pulling her into an embrace to comfort her. Hu Linwen and others untied the ropes from the team members' bodies, laying them on the ground. The potent drug effects left them unresponsive, and Lin Bei anxiously checked their breathing. Feeling a faint breath, he finally calmed down. You okay? Seeing Lin Bei looking dispirited, Xiang Nange stepped closer and asked. She was slightly myopic, yet the concern in her eyes carried a unique wisp of vagueness. I'm fine. Lin Bei wanted to slap his face but remembered the strong presence of the black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose as he raised his hand. He took them off and handed them to Xiang Nange. Here. After putting on the glasses, Xiang Nange's astigmatism improved, Lin Bei's face becoming instantly clear. She smiled, I think the black-rimmed glasses suit you well, elegant. Let me try. Hu Linwen suddenly squeezed between the two, quickly removing the glasses that Xiang Nange had just put on, and wore them himself. How does it feel? This pair is quite heavy. While complaining, he struck poses resembling a peacock showing off its feathers. Lin Bei looked seriously, and under his gaze, Hu Linwen struck several handsome poses akin to those on magazine covers. After a while, Lin Bei drew a conclusion bluntly, a bit outdated. F***K, I'll beat you. Hu Linwen angrily removed the glasses. Not bad, average, Xiang Nange offered her opinion without hesitation, I think you look better without glasses. She put the glasses back on her own face. Shut up. Hu Linwen showed sharp teeth with anger. You can't even handle the truth. Xiang Nange rolled her eyes. Not long after, the sound of engines came from outside, getting closer and closer until it stopped at the entrance. Everyone who stayed on guard in the hall became somewhat nervous, fearing that it was the bald-headed guy returning with reinforcements. However, soon the sound of another vehicle approaching was heard. Those near the door confirmed it was the supply team coming back and thus pulled open the wooden bars holding the door shut, opening the main gate. Gangzi was the first to jump out of the car, and as soon as he got down, he saw a group of people guarding the door like waiting wives, their eager gazes almost brimming with tears. Gangzi. He felt a bit at a loss, so much so that his hand kept dangling on the car door, blocking the way for the rest of the team to get out. What are you doing? Daydreaming about women? Lao Zhua gave him a gentle kick in the lower back. That's enough, Gangzi opened the car door, feeling flustered, this was the first time he had been stared at by so many women. His cheeks burned red with sudden shyness. The other team members got out one by one, shouldering their guns and guarding the area outside, you guys upstairs, come down and help. Coming. The people at the door responded promptly, rushing down with great speed, behaving as if they were racing against time. Did we leave them hungry? Shiha thought it was odd, not knowing why everyone rushed so much. Maybe. Huli enjoyed the relaxation, keeping watch around with his rifle in case any zombies appeared. The team members, having become guards rather than primary laborers, a bunch of students transformed into temporary workers, all working very hard. Apart from the initial enthusiasm in the first few days, it had been a long time since Xia Heng had experienced such treatment. Just as she was about to throw the cloth bag over her shoulder, in the blink of an eye, a male student had already snatched it from her, blushing furiously before running off with it. Xia Heng. Poisonous, isn't it? Xia Heng watched the male student struggling to climb the stairs, feeling very sorry for him. Director Huang is giving another motivational speech, right? Gangzi vividly remembered that speech, his words biting through gritted teeth. Maybe. Song Jinji parked the car without fully grasping the situation. He took off his gloves and put them in his pocket, tidying up his appearance as he asked, what are you talking about? The mobilization conference, Xia Heng gestured toward the group of laborers with a sneer. Is there blood on my face? Song Jinji ignored their banter and thrust his face in front of Gangzi who was about to speak. The sudden appearance of a handsome face not only interrupted Gangzi's thoughts but scared him enough to make him exclaim, damn. What's the captain doing? Gangzi raised his hand to smooth his yellow hair that had almost stood on end from fright. Muttering, something. Xia Heng picked up this word on the spot and applied it now. But under Song Jinji's calm gaze, she swallowed the middle character, silently censoring herself. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Xia Heng grinned, fawning, Captain, your face has no dirt on it, you look super handsome. Oh. Song Jinji's expressionless face adjusted his hairstyle once again on the car window. Satisfied, he stepped towards the library. The work attitude is getting less and less serious. Xia Heng sked. Humph. The blonde jealously gazed at Song Jinji's retreating back, melancholy barking to the sky. The captain can no longer experience the joy of being a single man. After entering the hall, Song Jinji sensed some abnormal atmosphere. Like the yellow-haired one, he received everyone's full attention. Standing firmly in the hall, his gaze finally locked onto Lin Bei's back, but soon his expression darkened when he saw the conspicuous bloodstains in the center of the hall and the several team members lying in front of Lin Bei. Song Jinji clenched his fists tightly and heavily stepped over. Lin Bei heard the familiar sound of combat boots stepping on the ground and looked back. His eyes met Song Jinji's gloomy ones. Turning around, he walked closer and embraced Song Jinji, leaving the latter momentarily surprised. Nevertheless, Song Jinji lifted his hand to comfortingly pat Lin Bei's back, his gaze fixed on the few team members behind Lin Bei. What happened? Song Jinji relaxed slightly after hugging Lin Bei but became increasingly concerned, his eyes scanning each of the few team members, not spotting any wounds on their exposed skin. We lost a vehicle. Lin Bei pressed his lips against Song Jinji's shoulder, his voice muffled. Did someone leave? Song Jinji guessed, unable to forget the blood on the ground. Did someone get injured? All our people are fine. Lin Bei released him, pointing at the unconscious team members on the floor. They were knocked out. The last shred of worry in Song Jinji dissipated. He scanned Lin Bei from head to toe. Are you injured? No. Then everything's fine. Song Jinji seemed entirely unconcerned about losing the car as he checked the condition of the teammates. Taking out the walkie-talkie, he said, Huli, come upstairs. I'm coming. Huli soon rushed up, appearing even calmer than Song Jinji. He directed a few individuals to lift them up for rest effortlessly. Their return brought immense happiness to everyone. The cafeteria's aunties and uncles were especially happy. As a result, the quality of food improved dramatically, and everyone had the best meal from a large pot at night. As Song Junji and others ate, they gradually understood the situation. Everyone was highly enthusiastic in discussion, chatting incessantly. Human nature always makes the most united when facing external threats. Did they say where they were going? After Xia Hang spoke, she picked up a big piece of braised eggplant and stuffed it into her mouth, looking extremely content. Downtown, Lin Bei replied. Xia Hang chewed on a bite of eggplant with a mouthful of rice for quite a while before swallowing it down. She then showed disdain, saying, "Oh, the Suicide Squad. Isn't the situation in the downtown area really terrible?" Xiang Nange pushed her glasses and asked. "It's clear even if you think with your toes." The blonde interjected, "The downtown area isn't even a priority protection zone, so how could there be so many, cough." He realized what he was saying midway through his sentence and cut himself off. He felt the increasing number of stares falling upon him, with many interested in this topic. Hu Linwen frowned and asked, "Why?" I'm not too sure about this." Just speculating, the blonde awkwardly laughed a few times and lowered his head to eat his meal. Seeing the blonde fall silent, those interested turned to look at others, but all avoided answering the question, suddenly becoming excellent at eating quickly. The downtown area is out of control, the scope is too large, and S-City isn't even a first-tier city, Zhou Liyuan suddenly spoke up. More or less, Song Junji agreed. Next to S-City is C-City, so allocating military forces requires weighing the pros and cons. He dissected the topic, laying out the facts for everyone to see. C-City was one of the top heavy strongholds in the country, with advanced transportation hubs and a thriving economy. In all logic and reason, between the two cities, relatively weaker S-City would be abandoned. Then why did they come to save us? Zhang Jichao looked at Song Junji. Because, Song Junji paused momentarily, his gaze sharply sweeping over everyone present, "You are the seeds, the hope." Hope. This word carried much weight, and at this moment, everyone understood what they bore. They weren't just refugees in the apocalypse, they enjoyed the current aid and peace purely because of the heavy burdens on their shoulders. Power and duty were inseparable. Chapter 26. The appearance of the mutant sounded an alarm for everyone. Thus, Song Zhizhen and others decided to tally the number and location of mutants within the institute in order to gather more strength. Trusting them completely, everyone cooperated. After 3 days of counting all personnel, Hu Li handed over the statistical report to Zhou Linyuan, the most senior member on site in biological research, allowing him to lead a team of biology-oriented students in further investigation. "I need some research equipment." Upon receiving the report, Zhou Linyuan immediately sought out Song Zhizhen. "Agreed." Song Zhizhen, puffing on a newly bought cigarette from the convenience store, relaxed as he cracked his neck with a snap. With a satisfied sigh, Song Zhizhen asked earnestly, "What exactly do you need?" "A lot, I hope I can accompany you when the time comes." "Okay, we'll arrange it quickly." "What's the amount?" The research on mutants was their current main task, because only after finishing the statistics did they discover the immense potential contained within. Since external information couldn't be accessed, Song Zhizhen and his group had no choice but to research themselves. As the head researcher, Zhou Linyuan's requests were something Song Zhizhen would maximize his efforts to fulfill. Zhou Linyuan considered for a moment and hesitantly said, "A truck should suffice, some of the equipment is rather heavy." "Good, I'll let you know then." Such efficiency ensured that the plan was put into action the next day. After a sleepless night discussing the approximate action plan with Hu Li and reviewing the campus routes and approximate locations, they both believed the mission's difficulty shouldn't be too high. In order to involve more people in the mission and stimulate the abilities of those with special powers, hetero-ability users, a small number of hetero-ability users also participated in the action. 3 hetero-ability users joined Zhou Linyuan and 4 other members, making a total of 10 people. They departed in a truck and a modified off-road vehicle. The building for biology teaching was an independent structure, with a specifically designated area adjacent to it for instrument storage. Originally, they could have just gone straight to the small building and taken what they needed, but since Zhou Linyuan didn't have the key, they had to retrieve it from the office on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. "Can we just break the door open?" Duan Lei suggested in a coarse voice. The others in the car looked at Zhou Linyuan, thinking Duan Lei's plan feasible, but Zhou Linyuan shook his head, "No, the instruments inside the small building are very valuable, so the defenses are quite solid." Seeing that Duan Lei still wasn't convinced, Zhou Linyuan added, "Even if you had bombs capable of blasting the door open, I advise against it. The instruments are very delicate, there can be no room for error. Bombs, while having considerable destructive power, are also uncontrollable. If the wall were to crack due to a bomb, it might easily damage the surrounding instruments. Should such an event occur, their trip would have been for naught. How many exits does the teaching building have?" Song Zhizhen did not have specific details about the school building layout, so he could only compare based on other similar teaching buildings. 2, 1 on each side. "The exit on the right is closer to the small building, but the office is located farthest to the left on the 3rd floor, replied Zhou Linyuan. "Alright, anything specific you need from the office?" Song Zhizhen inquired. Zhou Linyuan shook his head, "Only the key." "In that case, you don't need to come along, we'll bring down the key for you." As the only individual present with lower combat capabilities, Song Zhizhen wasn't inclined to include Zhou Linyuan. No, I'm going with you. Zhou Linyuan looked up resolutely, but then bit his lip hesitantly, adding, there are some things I need to clear up personally. Okay. Seeing Zhou Linyuan's firm determination, Song Zhizhen stopped trying to prevent him. How much longer? Soon. Xia Hang, while steering the wheel to avoid zombies, responded. Song Zhizhen nodded, saying, once we arrive, stay behind to guard the vehicle. Ah. Xia Hang wasn't particularly pleased. She had guarded the vehicle during yesterday's mission as well, and now seeing zombies made her itch to use her rifle. Song Zhizhen paid no attention to her complaints. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the mission location. Huang Mao drove the truck following close behind, with Xia Hang and Huang Mao assigned to guard the vehicles while Song Zhizhen led the team upstairs to the teaching building. Wow, no wonder this is a top-tier major, even the teaching building looks more expensive. Following Lin Bei was a literature student. He had introduced himself when boarding the vehicle, a very sociable young man, even chattier than Hu Linwen. Still manageable. Both Lin Bei and Hu Linwen, alumni of other top-tier majors, showed no particular astonishment. The computer science teaching building looked about the same. It's eerily quiet up here, giving me the creeps. Normally, such a completely silent and empty teaching building was a novel experience. Perfect for shooting horror movies. Hu Linwen followed with an opinion, like those scenes where a ghost face suddenly pops out. Exactly, I feel the same way. The two chatterboxes echoed each other, veering what little atmosphere of terror remained to another galaxy. Song Zhizhen walked at the front, Duanlei took the rear, and the others were in between. Lin Bei naturally followed behind Song Zhizhen, observing his back while Song Zhizhen strolled leisurely with a gun in hand as if he were on a sightseeing tour. Occasionally he would glance into a classroom or look afar. What floor is it again? The talkative boy apologized with a smile, I tend to forget things when I'm nervous, and I talk too much. The third floor, Lin Bei replied. Following Song Zhizhen's gaze, Lin Bei swept past the classrooms they walked by. Biology classrooms were always full of strange human skeletons and glass bottles. He found it quite intriguing, and couldn't help but move closer. Stay farther away. Song Zhizhen had been watching Lin Bei from the corner of his eye, and reminded him upon seeing him approach. All right. As Lin Bei said this and looked away, the talkative boy screamed suddenly, look at that skeleton. Everyone quickly turned to see the skeleton he was pointing at. Behind the skeleton emerged a head, its pale face embedded with big round eyes. What's this thing trying to do? Charm us? After exchanging glances with her, Hu Linwen saw the seemingly docile zombie instantly transform. Her already large eyes grew even larger, resembling huge glass orbs, and her mouth opened so wide it could nearly fit a fist. Hu Linwen. Still cute. Lin Bei tossed out a sarcastic remark. Hu Linwen swallowed her saliva, unsure how to describe this scene. She could have stuck with being alluring, why did she have to transform? I think she wants to come over, the talkative boy gulped, never taking his eyes off the zombie. Subjectively, he was very scared enough to see double, but his eyes refused to listen, fixed firmly on the zombie. Do we really need you to say this? Hu Linwen's temper flared up due to being startled by the girl zombie's transformation. This zombie moved very slowly, slower than before her mutation. She almost dragged herself along the ground, but soon after her legs came out from behind the skeleton, something unusual was noticed. Her leg has been bitten off. The zombie's left pant leg revealed only emptiness, the fabric was torn and ragged due to dried and clotted blood. The pain and despair at her death must have been immense. It was then Zhou Linyuan stepped close to the glass, saying, I recognize her. Really? The door to the classroom was closed, and no one worried about the zombie coming out from inside. They spoke freely near the window. She wanted me to be her graduate supervisor. If not for this mess with zombies, by now she should have been doing project research beside him. She was alone in the biology lab, likely borrowing equipment for an experiment, a moment that touched Zhou Linyuan deeply. Let's go, don't look anymore. Duanlei coarsely draped an arm over Zhou Linyuan's shoulder, dragging him forward. There are bound to be more zombies here, let's be careful. Let's go. Song Zhizhen said. The group reached the third-floor office without much resistance. Zhou Linyuan's seat was right next to the entrance, comfortably arranged, with optimal lighting. It was the perfect time of day, when sunlight filtered through the clouds spilling randomly across his desk. Can I eat this? Lin Bei picked up a Snickers lying on his table casually. Sure, go ahead. Zhou Linyuan didn't even look up, busy organizing his documents. He kept many important materials on his computer, but carrying it around wasn't practical. Besides, without internet connection, most of its utility was lost. Zhou Linyuan gathered the critical data into new folders and retrieved the keys and a photo frame from the drawer. His movements were swift, so fast that Hu Linwen barely saw the corner of a picture before Zhou Linyuan tucked it into the folder. But Hu Linwen and Zhou Linyuan didn't have the kind of relationship where he could joke around lightly. Moreover, there's still natural authority in a teacher's identity. Hu Linwen hesitated and decided against asking, but Duanlei curiously questioned, what's that? Zhou Linyuan paused momentarily, replying, nothing significant. While denying the importance of the photo, he placed it at the very bottom of the folder. After organizing everything, Zhou Linyuan checked once more, ensuring nothing was left behind before closing the folder and holding it in his arms. "Let's go," said Zhou Linyuan indifferently. "Sure thing." Lin Bei finished eating, satisfied with his indulgence. His spirits lifted, and as he called out, he quickened his pace to catch up with Song Jijun. "Honestly, disgusting." Hu Linwen rolled his eyes, observing the quiet intimacy between the two as if no one else was around, like they thought sneaking small touches and shadow dances went unnoticed. Hu Linwen focused on the shadows cast on the ground, which staggered due to different heights. He stretched his feet a little, no longer caring about whether his expensive shoes would have creases, being very casual about it. But while looking, something felt off. Then suddenly it struck him, cold sweat breaking out as he counted the number of shadows created by the sun. Shocked by what he saw, he shouted loudly, "Zhou Linyuan." After retrieving the documents, Zhou Linyuan had fallen to the back of the group, where the extra shadow also appeared. The moment Hu Linwen gave the warning, everyone moved into action, including the zombie stealthily lagging behind. It was only 2 steps away from Zhou Linyuan. When he heard his name, Zhou Linyuan immediately felt his scalp tighten and a chill run down his back. He didn't have time to check the situation behind him, so he bent down quickly and ran forward. His swift movement narrowly avoided the outstretched arms of the charging zombie. However, because of his extreme tension, Zhou Linyuan stepped on the loose shoelace while running, causing him to stumble forward with no regard for how painful the fall might be. His mind was filled with the realization that the project could end before it even began. Closing his eyes, Zhou Linyuan pitched forward, but after a second, he realized he hadn't hit the ground. Instead, he was tightly embraced by a warm set of arms. Soon after, there were fierce gunshots, and his head rested in the arm holding the weapon as he felt the recoil vibrate onto his face, aching every time a bullet discharged. When the gunshot ceased, there came the sound of a heavy body hitting the ground. The zombie had been turned into a sieve and collapsed to the floor. "Are you alright?" asked Hu Linwen, patting his chest. Zhou Linyuan waved off concern as he stood up from Duanlei, saying, "I'm fine." "Duanlei, walk at the rear. Everyone else follow me closely, let's wrap this up quickly," commanded Song Jijun, reholstering his weapon as he briskly walked out. And just like a starting alarm bell, soon they encountered an entire batch of zombies trapped in a classroom. As they passed through the corridor, the window zombies spotted them, frantically smashing at the glass. Classroom windows were not as strong as those in the library, unable to withstand many hits, showing obvious signs of cracking. "What happened here?" "Bio-experiment gone wrong," exclaimed the talkative boy, horror-stricken as he watched their palms rhythmically pound against the glass. Even while running, he didn't forget to offer his commentary. "Forget about them." Lin Bei's mood swung wildly, barely catching a breath before plunging back into adventure. "Run, the window's almost broken." Duanlei stayed at the back of the group, keeping an eye on what was behind while rushing forward, feeling almost overwhelmed. He wished he had 4 eyes, 2 mounted on the back of his head. "Hold my hand," Zhou Linyuan reached out, helping guide Duanlei's way. The warmth of the touch startled Duanlei momentarily. Just as he was about to speak, a scream cut him off. "It's broken. It's broken." Screaming, the talkative boy warned them just as the sound of shattered glass confirmed the breach. Like released seals, all the zombies from the classroom poured out the window and charged toward their direction. "Fuck," 1,000 words unsuitable to say bubbled to the surface. Duanlei opened fire on the nearest few zombies, taking advantage of the moment when the others were blocked behind them to make a dash downstairs as quickly as possible. "Zhou Linyuan, come open the front door." Song Jijun kicked open the iron gate at the teaching building exit and headed straight for the adjacent building. But before he'd taken a few steps, Lin Bei stopped him, just in time for a zombie to fall from the 3rd floor directly in front of Song Jijun. "Jump, jump. They're all jumping down," screamed the talkative boy, glancing skyward. That sight frightened him immensely, as the group of zombies jumped without hesitation or preparatory actions like some death-defying team. Most critically, these suicide jumps didn't kill them outright. Instead, with broken arms and legs, they still dragged themselves forward with astonishing tenacity as if they were unaffected. One of the zombies, dressed in a suit, kept walking despite his head being twisted to one side. His eyeballs didn't even glance at them, and he walked unevenly as if he had been drinking fake alcohol. Hu Linwen. "This must be touching China," the talkative boy wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Hurry up, don't just stand there." Lin Bei saw them admiring it like a diving performance and prompted. "Come on." The group veered around the zombies heading towards the small building, but unfortunately, these zombies landed too irregularly, one here and one there, almost like they were playing a game of tag. Lin Bei felt like a chick now, surrounded by 3 zombies. He didn't know where to go next. Seeing the 3 zombies coordinating to narrow their encirclement, Lin Bei quickly shifted to an offensive strategy. He fired at the nearest zombie, with close-range precision resulting in a significant kill shot right between its eyes. Once the encirclement was broken, Lin Bei immediately broke free, but the other 2 zombies were no pushovers either. Their speed suddenly increased, and the bullet Lin Bei fired missed. However, he remained very calm. Though he hadn't fired many shots in total, he practiced every day with his gun to hone his skills. Xia Hang had said that gun sense was a real phenomenon, and it indeed held true. Listening to these words repeatedly made Lin Bei feel like a dead-on marksman. As he dodged attacks from the zombies, he fired amidst the sound of gunfire mixed with the wind. In this moment, all his senses were dulled except for the sensation in his hand. His wrist trembled from the recoil, while 2 bullets accurately hit the foreheads of the zombies. "You're good," Song Jijin praised his young boyfriend while shooting, exceptionally good at picking his moments. "Go straight ahead, we'll cover you." Duanlei pushed Zhou Linyuan towards the door, prepared to guard against the remaining zombies. Compared to the warmth and mutual devotion over here, Hu Linwen and the talkative boy were truly in hell. They formed a duo since they had always been lagging behind, thus becoming easy targets when the zombies couldn't approach Song Jijin's group. "Can you handle it?" Hu Linwen's marksmanship was atrociously bad, barely managing to exert any physical force on the zombies. Plus, he only had a small pistol, which offered little security. "If you can do better, come on. Stop hiding behind me." If Hu Linwen's hands weren't so occupied, he would have wanted to slap him. Chapter 27. The two of them were making jokes while fighting the zombies surging toward them. But as the zombies fell, their numbers did not decrease. It seemed like more zombies were jumping down from upstairs without end. My goodness, are these zombies planning to join the national diving team? Seeing that the zombies' diving skills were getting increasingly proficient, at first they easily broke their arms and legs, but later they could just shake their heads after jumping down and be perfectly fine. They seemed to have the ability to learn. When Lin Bei saw the situation was wrong, he quickly came over to help them. With 3 people attacking, it was much more effective than 2. But they only managed to create a safe area around the 3 of them. The zombies recklessly charged straight into their gun barrels, and unlike the zombies who had no hesitation, they found themselves restrained when taking action. "Let's go over there." The chatterbox pointed towards a classroom on the 1st floor. "What for?" "I'll grab a shovel." Lin Bei glanced at the short wooden stick in the chatterbox's hand and felt somewhat powerless. He said, "Just charge ahead." The zombies were forced to retreat bit by handguns. Finally the chatterbox got his handy tool. He picked it up, shook his hands, and looked ready for a big fight. "What are you doing? Going to sacrifice yourself?" Hu Linwen didn't understand. "Fight them." The chatterbox stylishly flicked his bangs to the top of his head, raised the shovel with both hands, and began the watermelon smashing mode. The iron shovel hitting the zombies' heads was almost perfect every time, producing a ding-ding sound that resonated, giving Hu Linwen a headache. Hu Linwen. He suddenly felt that in this abnormal world, anything would be normal. Could a chatterbox, timid little sheep, really smash zombies like watermelons? Facts prove that in front of survival, people can do anything. His superpower won't be transforming zombies into watermelons, right? Hu Linwen gave a stiff smile. Lin Bei took bullets out of his pocket and loaded them into his handgun. "If I misjudged him, will he accidentally smash you too?" Hu Linwen. "Is there a lot of stuff?" Lin Bei shouted toward Song Jijin. The 3 of them had already entered the small building, now they were inventorying the supplies. Zhou Lijuan needed many large machines, trucks could indeed carry them, but carrying them all the way out would also be quite difficult. The zombies outside kept coming, even zombies from other places were running over to join the fun. The machines were heavy themselves, so any bumps or knocks along the way would also be quite troublesome. "First, let's pick up the smaller ones and take them out." Song Jijin opened the walkie-talkie. "Xia Hang, Gang Zi, the 2 of you bring the car over to the small building to help." After confirming what items needed to be transported, the 3 moved the required machines closer to the door and waited for the 2 to bring the car over. "I'll go help, you 2 stay here and guard." Song Jijin placed the last small instrument on the ground, picked up his gun, and walked out. His fighting style was completely different from Lin Bei's delicate style. The firepower of rifles was fierce, shooting down several zombies at once. Besides, Song Jijin was deliberately showing off, and his shots were even wilder. Duanlei watched how Song Jijin spent ammunition as if it were free and painfully turned away. Anyone in front of love will become a dumb person with an IQ of -250. He once fantasized about the captain falling in love, but never thought that under the nourishment of love, the captain's individual characteristics would wildly develop in a messy direction. That's love. Duanlei sorrowfully patted the machine and then realized how precious it was, immediately apologized. Zhou Lijuan stood beside him, shook her head, and then calmly observed the 4 people outside struggling with zombies. Xia Heng quickly drove the car in. Taking advantage of the backward momentum, Xia Heng flattened 2 stupid ones trying to hard collide with the SUV. At this point, there was no need to leave someone in the car, so the 2 jumped out and quickly helped Duanlei carry the load. Originally, Zhou Lijuan wanted to follow and lift something, but upon discovering that even Xia Heng's strength was greater than his, he abandoned the idea of moving the big stuff and started moving the smaller items instead. Big or small, doing is doing, one should not feel inferior because of one's shortcomings. But he still couldn't help but look at the 3 muscular bodies, especially Duanlei. Normally, he just seemed like average size, but when he lifted heavy things, his arm muscles bulged, looking like they would burst through his combat uniform. Zhou Lijuan felt frustrated inside, furiously turned his head, yet exposed faintly red ear tips. With the help of Song Jizhen and the new psychic power holder, the watermelon killer Chatterbox, the remaining zombies were wiped out completely. After the Chatterbox finished smashing zombies and finally had nothing left to do, he exhaled heavily, expelling the boiling hot air in his lungs. Such direct contact did not dampen his enthusiasm, instead, it made him extremely excited. My clothes are ruined again. Hu Linwen sighed heavily. He hadn't changed his clothes for many days. The main reason was he didn't have the chance to do so. Every time his clothes got dirty, all he could do was wipe them with a towel, which was not very effective anyway. It was much like imagining plums to quench one's thirst, though different in form, they were the same in essence. Lin Bei heard this and glanced down at his own clothes. His attire bore few bloodstains because its grey color concealed any dirt rather effectively. Among the three of them, it was the Chatterbox who fared the worst. Because of using a shovel in close combat, and hitting hard, almost all the blood sprayed onto him. Streaks and patches of it covered him from head to toe. Some of the dried blood even emitted the stench of decaying flesh. Hu Linwen couldn't endure the smell once he stopped moving. Pinching his nose and furrowing his brows, he distanced himself from the area saturated with zombie blood and leaned against the car for rest. Are you alright? Lin Bei patted the Chatterbox sympathetically, finally understanding why Song Jizhen had chosen to bring him along. Indeed, his strength was formidable. I might need to give my hands a break. The Chatterbox's face turned pale as if in pain. Looking closely, Lin Bei saw that his palms were bloody and torn. The wooden handle of the iron shovel could not withstand excessive force, causing many small splinters to penetrate deep into his palm. Lin Bei took the shovel out of his hand and motioned for him to get into the car. Is there any medicine in the car? Lin Bei asked with a tilt of his head. There's a small first aid kit. We'll treat him when we get up there, Song Jizhen said while staying alert and observing the loading situation. The transportation task was nearing its end, as Duanlei carried the last object onto the vehicle before slamming the door shut with a heavy sound. On the way back, Hu Linwen chose to ride with Xia Heng since his hypersensitive nose couldn't bear sharing the space with someone heavily drenched in zombie gore. Duanlei, meanwhile, relieved Xia Heng, allowing her to rest due to her being a girl. Xia Heng wasn't exactly exhausted but still appreciated the relaxation, only for her gaze to fall on the blood-smeared sight once she sat on the back seat. Quite valiant, aren't you? Xia Heng, sitting next to the Chatterbox now, stared at his bloodied hand. The Chatterbox scratched his head and smiled bashfully, got excited for a moment. At the sight of his shy smile, Xia Heng felt oddly uneasy. Wasn't this guy the one who helped her carry stuff outside the library the other day? Her memory of him was vividly clear. Xia Heng decided it would be better not to speak. Closing her mouth in resignation, yet realizing switching seats would be awkward, she abandoned her thought of moving closer to Lin Bei. Meanwhile, Zhou Lijuan paid no attention to the awkward atmosphere around, concentrating fully on treating the Chatterbox's wounds. Some splinters were deeply embedded. At first, he tried initiating conversation amidst the sudden silence, only to flinch sharply from a wave of pain caused by the splinters. His violent tremor drew Xia Heng's startled attention. Sorry, does it hurt? Zhou Lijuan asked gently as he pulled a particularly long splinter with tweezers, assuming it to be shallow. Yet he was surprised by just how deep it went into the flesh. No problem, the Chatterbox gritted through clenched teeth, trying his best to endure the sharp sting. His usually handsome features twisted somewhat under the strain. Xia Heng watched his painful expression, quietly smiling inwardly. Upstairs, a large study room on the second floor of the library had been allocated to Zhou Lijuan to store equipment. A few biology students, rarely exposed to such a luxurious array of devices, stared at the high-tech apparatus, eyes gleaming with greed. Borrowing scientific equipment normally entailed cumbersome procedures, a bundle of precautions to heed. Although some students occasionally gained insight by assisting teachers with research projects, only a handful of exceptional ones were allowed access to these precision instruments. For most, such opportunities were out of reach. Their excitement over the new equipment fueled their interest in joining the project. Seeing their heightened enthusiasm, Song Jizhen let his guard down and stepped outside for a cigarette, leaving them free rein in the lab. Are you tired? Leaning against the window frame, Lin Bei noticed Song Jizhen approach and posed a simple question. For a fleeting moment, Song Jizhen hesitated in his movements, but the voice inside him, unabashed and bold, soon rose again. Holding his cigarette by fingers, he tucked his head beneath Lin Bei's shoulder and murmured softly, tired. Come here, Lin Gage will comfort you. Lin Bei's eyes curved into crescents, his strong arm encircling Song Jizhen's robust frame. Shifting slightly, Song Jizhen's spiky hair brushed Lin Bei's neck intermittently. In a softened tone, he pleaded, a kiss from Lin Gage would make it all better. Cough. Lin Bei suddenly felt abashed, pushing lightly but to no avail until adding more force. They finally separated. We. Xia Heng tugged nervously at her helmet, throat tightening as she struggled to utter words. Her gaze wavered between the two, finally settling on Song Jizhen. For a moment, Xia Heng's thoughts spiraled into nothing but. This is intense. Song Jizhen cast an unfriendly glance at Xia Heng and the others who appeared behind him, his eyes flashing daggers that nearly drained their health bars. Hu Li's quick thinking emerged at this critical time. He pulled Xia Heng behind him and said seriously, "Captain, we'll go downstairs to prepare food." Huang Mao stood awkwardly by, not even having a chance to flash his trademark awkward smile before Hu Li yanked him by the neck and disappeared with them. The three came in a rush and left just as quickly, scattering the intimate atmosphere between the pair completely. Lin Bei subconsciously rubbed his neck, slightly uneasy yet unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Just as he was about to laugh out loud, he cleared his throat. "How about another hug from Lin Gage?" With these words, Lin Bei spread his arms wide. Song Zhizhen's mind became muddled under the mix of shyness and humor etched onto Lin Bei's face. The minor embarrassment had already fled without a trace as his rationality abandoned him. Stepping forward, he embraced Lin Bei and whispered close to his ear, "A kiss from Lin Gage will do." His voice was soft enough to only lightly vibrate Lin Bei's eardrums, but the deep tone made it even more alluring. It caused every tiny hair on Lin Bei's ears to stand at attention, sending tingles up his spine until they were processed by his brain. This chain reaction weakened Lin Bei's legs. "Will Lin Gage give it?" Song Zhizhen nibbled gently on Lin Bei's earlobe with his teeth. Lin Bei did not answer verbally, but soon tilted his head away from Song Zhizhen's lips, freeing his ear. Then he leaned forward voluntarily, grinning as he pressed his lips closer, saying, "Lin Gage will give. Lin Gage will give." These three words broke the final thread of rationality in Song Zhizhen's mind. The shameless little devil took over, forcefully pressing onto Lin Bei's lips while still being gentle in his touch. Song Zhizhen's hands moved from Lin Bei's waist to his face, while Lin Bei, eyes closed, lazily placed his hands on Song Zhizhen's hip bone, savoring this kiss. Though Song Zhizhen possessed a dominant character, when his role transformed into that of a boyfriend, his dominance morphed into consideration. He always thought about Lin Bei's feelings, showing care in every way imaginable. This concern translated practically into mutual respect and equality in their relationship. He never considered yielding at disgrace, instead reveling in acceptance. This tobacco-infused, tender kiss ensnared Lin Bei, who opened his eyes to meet Song Zhizhen's gaze straight on. Those inherently affectionate eyes made him succumb entirely to the gentle waves within Song Zhizhen's eyes. Lifting his head to allow Lin Bei to breathe, Song Zhizhen wasn't incapable of breathing properly, it was just that whenever Lin Bei grew nervous, his breathing turned erratic, inhaling more than exhaling. With a labored breath, Lin Bei ran his fingers along the corner of Song Zhizhen's eye, asking, "How did you get this wound?" He'd been curious for some time but kept forgetting to ask, leaving the question unanswered until now. "It's a knife cut." Song Zhizhen glossed over it casually. 3 words were enough for Lin Bei to visualize the dangerous situation during the injury. If that blade had come closer, it wouldn't have just been a scar. "It didn't hurt much back then," Song Zhizhen understatedly remarked, but it wasn't a fabricated lie meant to soothe Lin Bei. The knife was so fast it gave him no time to react, and the pain only surfaced after ensuring safety. Besides, the wound itself wasn't deep. In Duan Lei's words, this blood loss wasn't even worth wasting a band-aid on. But that didn't stop Song Zhizhen from being melodramatic. Pointing to his abdomen, he mentioned, "There are quite a few wounds on my body, including a bull-sized scar on my stomach." Lin Bei's expression changed instantly, furrowing his brows as he softly laid his hand on Song Zhizhen's stomach. "Where exactly is it?" Seeing how genuinely concerned Lin Bei was, Song Zhizhen cleared his throat softly and chuckled, "I'm bluffing. No major injuries, but lots of small ones." Song Zhizhen pouted childishly, "Comfort me again, Lin Gage." The coquettish charm in Song Zhizhen's tone rendered Lin Bei powerless. Giving in, Lin Bei hugged him. "Do you want Lin Gage to blow on your wounds?" "Yes." Song Zhizhen grinned wickedly, lifting one eyebrow mischievously as he pointed at his thigh root. "There's a wound here too, I'd like Lin Gage to blow on it." Lin Bei. "Damn, I've been played." After the meal, Hu Linwen, Zhang Jichao, and Lin Bei once again started working on the signal amplifier. Though its limitations had become increasingly evident, they refused to give up. Zhang Jichao had been working on the signal amplifier alone during the day, but to no avail. His phone couldn't even receive a weak signal, let alone amplify one. "Maybe we can try other people's phones or their walkie-talkies. Usually, walkie-talkies should be able to cover a few kilometers of communication." "No, walkie-talkies." Lin Bei suddenly stopped in his tracks, then got excited and rushed out. "What's up?" Hu Linwen shouted, watching Lin Bei's figure quickly disappear. He mumbled, "What about the walkie-talkies?" Zhang Jichao sat staring at the scattered items on the ground, pondering over what clues he could deduce from the information Lin Bei had given. "Walkie-talkies." Lin Bei rushed down the stairs and randomly grabbed a person dressed in combat uniform, asking, "Is your walkie-talkie domestically produced?" "Walkie-talkie?" "It should be." The soldier who didn't know Lin Bei well but was aware of his relationship with the team captain, thus cooperated by checking the device. Below the base of the set, there was an inscription reading, "Made in China." "Is this brand domestically produced?" "Yes." Song Zhizhen answered. All military communications equipment was domestic, which significantly reduced the risk of military leaks. "Can I borrow it for a moment?" Lin Bei asked. The soldier handed over the walkie-talkie readily, and almost as soon as it reached Lin Bei's hands, the device turned into priceless treasure. His eyes brightened as he said to Song Zhizhen, "I think I found a way to contact the outside world." We've tried that, but the frequency is always busy when we tune it to the military zone. The soldier looked at him confusedly. If walkie-talkies could communicate externally, they wouldn't be stuck here worrying about it. No, have you used the radio function of the walkie-talkie? Lin Bei asked animatedly. Radio? That soldier froze. Seeing the puzzled expression on the soldier's face, Lin Bei grew happier because their ignorance proved this method hadn't been tried yet, and anything untried meant it had hope. Song Jizhen said, try it and see. Their movements attracted the attention of other soldiers, so they followed them upstairs. Hu Linwen had just waited for Lin Bei to return when he saw more people entering the already small room, filling up the previously empty space. Hu Linwen. He had never seen such a scene before. What are you doing? Hu Linwen tugged at Lin Bei's sleeve. Lin Bei kept it suspenseful, you'll see in a bit. With dexterity, Lin Bei opened the walkie-talkie and pressed F+9, smoothly entering a new page and switching to FM mode. A beep sound was heard, and the side indicator light lit up. In the final step, Lin Bei hesitated slightly, but he still firmly pressed the button. A zzz sound of electricity came out of the walkie-talkie. For dozens of seconds, only this noise persisted, and he tried channel after channel, his eyes fully focused on the numbers appearing on the screen. As the numbers increased, the possibility of this method work began to get doubted. But no one left the room, all watched intently as Lin Bei fiddled with the small walkie-talkie in his hands. After several minutes, Lin Bei tiredly rubbed his eyes and continued tuning frequencies. As his emotions heightened, his actions became a little agitated. Song Jizhen squatted down and placed his hand on Lin Bei's, saying gently, don't rush. Hearing this, Lin Bei inexplicably calmed down and continued adjusting the frequency, his movements becoming slower and smoother. Ziz. A familiar sound. Ziz. Another familiar sound. Ziz. Once again, the familiar sound. Lin Bei switched to the next key, but when he went back a second later, he caught something, a voice from the walkie-talkie. Am I hallucinating? Lin Bei raised his head to ask, his hands trembling involuntarily. Chapter 28. Don't panic, switch back and listen. Song Jizhen knelt on one knee, his palm supporting him on the ground. Okay. Lin Bei agreed excitedly as he pressed the control button. His breathing was trembling, and he unconsciously swallowed. After a few seconds of zizzing, electric current sounds, a resounding male voice came out from the walkie-talkie. Lin Bei's eyes widened with joy, unable to hide his astonishment from his face. Shit. The blonde guy kicked in excitement, accidentally hitting Hu Linwen, who was equally excited in front of him. Hu Linwen didn't pay attention to this small anomaly. He was intently staring at the walkie-talkie, listening carefully to the sound emitted from it. Everyone in the room held their breath, trying to hear clearly what the male voice on the walkie-talkie was saying. Lin Bei increased the volume on the walkie-talkie until it was just right before stopping the adjustment. The B City Military District began mobilization yesterday morning. Placement of survivors will be assisted by police within the zones. The unclear epidemic situation in B City has been alleviated. Governor Chang announced that B City will strongly promote vaccine development, hoping citizens won't lose trust in the government. Once vaccine development is complete, it will be deployed nationwide as quickly as possible. Compared to the relatively stable B City, various smaller cities have been affected by the epidemic, even leading to conflicts between military and civilians in some areas. The source of the epidemic is still unclear, and progress on the vaccine is slow. The walkie-talkie signal wasn't great, accompanied by broken static when the host spoke, but this didn't affect his clear diction, and everyone heard the host's words clearly. After the voice cut off, Hu Linwen came back to his senses, blankly asking, is that all? That's all. Lin Bei inspected the walkie-talkie and noted the channel. Denial of facts. Zhang Jichao meticulously chewed over the wording used by the host, always feeling something amiss. Song Jizhen, exhausted, pinched his nasal bone. He wasn't surprised by this event, but even though he had guessed such possibilities, he still felt weary. Denying the zombie virus was the government's way of wanting to downplay serious situations, speaking bureaucratically and using vaccines to placate the public, giving them a distant hope. Let's keep listening later. Being able to obtain information from the outside world, even very limited, was still worth celebrating. This kind of perfunctory rhetoric from the government made Lin Bei feel somewhat intolerant, but except for them, other team members in the room were not particularly startled, showing remarkable calmness. Let's just keep the walkie-talkie on. Song Jizhen looked at the numbers on the screen and said. Although it consumed some power, it helped avoid missing any information. Lin Bei nodded approvingly. All right. Should we go down and tell them? Xia Hang hugged her stomach, expression cold. Since many people saw them come up here, if they didn't actively inform, it would spark speculation. Besides, it wasn't a bad thing to share this with others. She believed it was necessary to inform the others. Sure, Huli, you go organize it. Unlike in the cafeteria, the enclosed design of the library gave them a strong sense of security. Every day, many zombies would wander around outside, but none could break through the library's barrier. The longer they stayed, the better the internal defense measures became, almost impregnable. After completing the preliminary work for a few days, Zhou Liswan's project quickly got underway smoothly. Due to the lack of freezing containers, and with experiments needing to proceed, blood samples had to be taken at fixed times daily. Ugh, bruised, said the blonde guy holding his finger. As soon as the needle came out, cotton was shoved onto his wound. Be gentle, the blonde complained. Duanlei showed no sympathy for his fear of needles, pressing hard on it, which immediately resulted in a punch to his chest. Don't be foolish. Song Jijin restrained the two childish ones with one hand each and then sat on the stool waiting for Zhou Liswan to take his blood. Can I check your tongue coating? Zhou Liswan, mask on, voice muffled, held both a needle and iodine alcohol. Song Jijin opened his mouth, letting Zhou Liswan use the flashlight to observe his oral cavity. After the examination, Zhou Liswan tossed the wooden stick into the trash can, seemingly unintentionally asking, have you been feeling any discomfort recently? No. Song Jijin pushed his tongue against the upper palate and moved his neck, anything unusual? I looked at your blood sample yesterday. Your cell activity is too high. Zhou Liswan poked the needle tip into Song Jijin's finger and then, realizing Song Jijin might not understand the professional terms, explained, higher cell activity may lead to some adverse reactions, such as fever, chest tightness, dizziness, or even vomiting. I haven't had any of these reactions, Song Jijin said as he took the cotton ball and pressed it to his hand, catching a glimpse of Lin Bei in the corner of his eye. He immediately stood up and left his spot. Zhou Liswan pushed his glasses up, made a special mark on Song Jijin's blood sample, and placed it aside. Is there a mission today? Over the past few days, Lin Bei had been recording the broadcasts from the walkie-talkie. He had just finished a broadcast record when Hu Linwen urged him to come down and rest. No missions today, only routine ones. They hadn't gone out for days now, and the group of soldiers were so bored that they almost wanted to tear the roof off. Lin Bei noticed Song Jijin pressing his wound and asked, did you give blood? Yeah, I guess it's all about selling my blood to keep you alive. Song Jijin blinked teasingly. He had once overheard someone making a similar comment to their girlfriend while getting blood drawn and decided to try it himself. This time, it successfully flustered Lin Bei. As dusk approached and the sun was about to set, Lin Bei, holding the cotton ball for Song Jijin, looked into his eyes and asked earnestly, want to take a walk after dinner? Sure. Walking within the library space equaled some form of intimacy, a rule between them that didn't need to be stated but was well understood. So tonight. Before Lin Bei could continue, he saw Song Jijin put a finger to his lips. Shoo. Lin Bei furrowed his brow slightly, what's wrong? But soon enough, he knew why. The radio, which had been silent for many days, suddenly emitted faint buzzing sounds. Are there any other survivors at the school? A voice came through the radio. A female voice responded, we're not sure, there probably are. She held the microphone closely, her nervousness evident in her words, hello, we are survivors. Our location is at the school broadcasting room. Are there any other survivors? Lin Bei's eyes widened as he looked toward Song Jijin, who already wore an expression of calm determination. He casually tossed the cotton ball on the ground and let his sleeve fall back down. Let's go now. It wasn't a question, Lin Bei used a firm tone. Yeah. Song Jijin fastened his cuffs and gestured to the other team members who had heard the broadcast, deciding to bring more people along since executing a task at night was much riskier than during the day. He needed to ensure the operation would go perfectly smooth. Lin Bei grabbed his hand, saying, I'm going too. No way, Song Jijin hugged him lightly, wait for me to come back. The hug was fleeting, leaving Lin Bei gazing worriedly at Song Jijin's retreating figure. This mission did not involve bringing along any individuals with special abilities. Song Jijin brought 10 team members with him, and as soon as they left, the hall erupted in discussion about the group of survivors at the broadcasting station. No one could believe it, after all these days, there were still other survivors at the school. The number of zombies outside kept increasing, and even if there were survivors hiding in the school's corners, their situation would be extremely perilous. Lin Bei was also pondering this issue but leaned towards thinking that this group of survivors might likely have previously possessed strong individuals with unique abilities. No matter how powerful regular humans were, they wouldn't be able to withstand wave after wave of zombie attacks. Lin Bei had personally witnessed just how tenacious zombies could be. What are you thinking about? Xia Heng gave him a pat on the shoulder, snapping him back to reality. Lin Bei turned to look at her, surprised, you're not going. Xia Heng was always the first to rush ahead whenever there was a mission, her energy comparable to that of a daredevil. They wouldn't let me go. They said I'm their sole heir, and they'd have to focus on protecting me instead. Xia Heng shrugged helplessly, then unloaded her gear and tossed it onto a cabinet before sitting atop the counter using both hands for leverage. Lin Bei followed suit and sat next to her, looking through the small glass window in the wall towards the outside world. It's getting dark. Xia Heng murmured softly. With a derisive laugh, she bitterly commented, it's been such a long time since I've been out to bask in the sunlight. There will be opportunities later. Lin Bei focused on the last streaks of twilight in the sky. Do you think? Xia Heng lightly laughed, asking, how long do you think this whole thing will last? I'm afraid the world will become unrecognizable to me. Rarely showing such sentimentality, her gaze carried a tinge of sorrow. The world is changing, and so are we, but it will always remain familiar to us. Song Jijin and his team of 11, due to the sudden nature of the event, were only able to devise detailed plans once on the vehicle. We're uncertain about the number of survivors, nor do we know the exact situation at the broadcasting station. However, we must leave more personnel on standby at the car, ready to assist. Lei Zi, Gang Zi, Lao Sha, Hu Li, the 4 of you will accompany me to scout the area, and the rest will stay behind to respond in case anything happens upstairs. Understood. There were several times more zombies wandering the streets at night than during the day. Huang Mao watched group after group of zombies within the line of sight guided by the headlights, and a large wave of stragglers. Drive faster, don't let them have the chance to climb up. Song Jijin whispered. Yes. Huang Mao stepped on the gas and sped off, and the SUV immediately unleashed powerful thrust, almost transforming into a bulldozer scattering the zombies helter-skelter. This feeling brought joy to Huang Mao as if he were driving a tank, and he whistled merrily. How's my skill, huh? Huang Mao bragged with satisfaction. The backseat mocked, like a kid. Shit, Huang Mao reached out to slap the horn but was still an intelligent commander who could be flexible. Alright, let the brothers drive later while I take a rest at the back. Nah, it's still better to watch the kid drive. The backseat chimed in again, provoking him. Quiet down, focus on driving. The rest, check your equipment. Song Jijin lightly pressed his temple and threw off the sudden dizziness that had crept up. Yes. Song Jijin's words held great power, and the car immediately returned to silence. But this silence didn't last long. Someone curious was pushed forward, winking slyly at Song Jijin and asking quietly, Captain, are you really together with Lin Bei now? A few faces around appeared disinterested but were actually all eavesdropping. Even Huang Mao in the front seat put away his carefree demeanor, slightly leaning his head back against the seat, all slick and smooth operators. Song Jijin exhaled through his nose, his fingers dangling on the gun barrel. Upon receiving the precise response, everyone in the car immediately erupted like heated oil splashing water, urging and teasing Song Jijin, Captain, I never thought you'd even consider finding a wife. That troublemaker began showing off his wit once again. So, am I destined to be single for life? Song Jijin slightly lifted his eyes, his sharp corners slanting upwards. The troublemaker rubbed his forehead awkwardly and said, it's just hard to imagine. Hard to imagine that the person they revered as a godlike figure would fall for an ordinary mortal. He looked at Song Jijin, everything about him remained familiar. The youthful arrogance and audacious attitude that used to characterize him had been polished to smoothness, but that was when Song Jijin shone the brightest. Thinking of this, Dunzi's eyelids drooped gloomily. Ever since their group was forced into scattered operations, Song Jijin became increasingly introverted. He rarely connected deeply with others, yet everyone could understand his thoughts from his actions. Song Jijin was atoning, doing so on behalf of others. Dunzi had never considered what kind of other half someone who was regarded as a faith and followed willingly to face any peril would choose, but when Lin Bei appeared beside Song Jijin, it convinced all those who trusted Song Jijin. After the brief laughter and jesting subsided, the situation grew grave again. The building where the broadcasting station was located lost all its lights, and even the streetlights nearby flickered sparsely. Put on the night vision goggles, be careful. Before getting out of the car, Song Jijin reminded them again, stopping Huang Mao who was rushing to get out hastily. Got it. This wasn't their first mission, and their movements were extremely swift. By the time they put on their night vision goggles after stopping the car, zombies attracted by the light were already heading this way. I'll drive in a little further, we'll be surrounded here soon. Huang Mao bit down on the tasteless gum under his tongue and spat it forcefully between his teeth. He quickly turned the steering wheel, forcing the nearby zombies to retreat step by step before parking the car at the bottom of the steps. Get out. Song Jijin gave the low command. The 5 men jumped out of the car swiftly, led by Hu Li, who was familiar with the terrain, rushing up the steps into the teaching building. Their steps were soft, but their rapid movement still caught the attention of the zombies. A part of them quickly changed targets and followed them into the teaching building. On which floor is the broadcasting station? Song Jijin asked in a lowered voice. 4th floor. Hu Li observed the path ahead while running upstairs. Lao Sha stayed at the back. The sound of the zombies' footsteps wasn't far behind. He dared not relax and reported the situation while running. We're surrounded below, let's leave from another exit later. There's an iron gate on the 4th floor, which can hold them back for a while. Their movements were swift, and they climbed to the 4th floor in no time. Lao Sha closed the iron door from behind while Hu Li had already taken the others to the broadcasting station. In the cramped space, several people squatted, hidden in the dark discussing softly. Will anyone come? Probably. The girls said this with little hope, but it was their own fault for not taking the broadcast seriously at first and just staying in the classroom. Then when they decided to return to the dormitory, zombies broke in and bit one of the boys. Panicked, they fled for their lives and eventually after a few days managed to make it bit by bit to cafeteria number 3, only to find that it had already been deserted. They didn't know where those people had gone, so they could only put their hopes back on the radio station, hoping someone might hear the broadcast and come rescue them. In fact, they were prepared to huddle here for the night. The temperature was low at night, and several of them wearing thin clothes crowded together hadn't warmed up much. Their hands and feet were icy cold, but they dared not stand up and move around, fearing to make any noise and attract zombies. Did you hear footsteps? Just as she was shivering from the cold and her teeth grinding together, the sensitive girl suddenly heard an extremely faint sound. Did you? The others all pricked up their ears. One person exclaimed joyfully, could it be someone has come to look for us? He got excited and stood up. The girl was about to say something was off with the dragging steps when the boy had already stood up and walked to the door, grinning and ready to welcome the survivors coming to save them. But as soon as he opened the door, he froze. He only had time to let out a painful scream before being pounced upon by a zombie emanating the smell of corpses. He fell to the ground just as Huli pushed open the door of the broadcasting room, and screams erupted everywhere. Huli quickly opened the door, only to find the broadcasting station empty. Downstairs. Huang Mao pointed to the third floor directly opposite their corridor, from which they could see clearly. Go via the other side. Song Zhizhen quickly devised a countermeasure, realizing zombies had already followed them upstairs, and the stairs must be full of zombies now. Going back the same way was impossible, and the third floor without an iron gate blocking it became more dangerous at this moment. Those few people would likely be completely surrounded by zombies. To the stairway over there. Just as these people who had witnessed their friend being knocked down and bitten, falling into despair, suddenly heard a loud guiding voice. Following the voice, they saw the ones truly coming to save them. They wasted no time, each grabbing a wooden stick and boldly running towards the staircase despite their fear. Soon enough, they understood why the people upstairs had advised against using that side stairwell. Already a group of zombies had surged out from there. Seeing this situation, they were so tense that their scalps went numb and every hair stood up, yet they did not dare to stop or slow down. As they were almost out of breath, Song Zhizhen and his team also arrived at the staircase, pressing behind the survivors to protect them from the zombies. Huli, go ahead and clear the way. Song Zhizhen held his gun and shot back the advancing zombies. Upon receiving orders, two men instantly rushed to the front of the group. With them leading the charge, the pace of progress quickened. They soon descended the stairs, while Duanlei ran while opening the walkie-talkie, shouting, come to this exit to pick us up. After they burst out of the stairs, they finally saw the headlights of vehicles approaching from afar, and the survivors waved their hands ecstatically. Two female students among them couldn't help but cry tears of relief. Two vehicles drove swiftly to their location, and before the approaching zombies could reach them, everyone managed to climb aboard. Song Zhizhen pressed heavily against the last door to shut it securely. The car atmosphere became lively due to the fresh additions, but Song Zhizhen remained silent, lowering his head uncomfortably. Chapter 29. There were 5 survivors in total, but they had just lost one of the boys, leaving only 2 boys and 2 girls. After the tension from the crisis disappeared, the sorrow of losing a friend made their eyes red. Why were you on the 3rd floor? A new person was driving now, and Huang Mao was sitting at the back. He initiated a conversation. One of the boys lowered his head and said, before we left, we stored our stuff on the 3rd floor. It was getting late and we were all hungry, so we planned to go down to grab some food. We thought we'd come back upstairs after eating, but then we heard the sounds of zombies and didn't dare move. Did you keep hiding all this way? Huli hid the glimmer in her eyes and took a sip of water from her flask. The girl frowned. Yeah, we've been looking for others, but haven't met any living people along the way. She looked a little shy and whispered, can I have some water? To prove that she was really thirsty, she swallowed audibly while looking at the water bottle in Huli's hand. Sure. Huli wiped the bottle mouth with her clothes and handed it over. Thank you. The girl hastily grabbed the bottle with both hands and drank heartily. Huang Mao sat beside her, clearly hearing her gulping sound. Comparing made her appear more graceful in his eyes, even if it was for the first time he realized Xia Heng also had an elegant side. After quenching her thirst, the girl became conscious of her behavior and fidgeted while rubbing her neck. Sorry, I was too thirsty. It's fine. You should drink some too. Huli gestured for the girl to pass the water bottle to her friends. After a few conversations, the survivors weren't as nervous anymore. They asked, where is your current shelter? The library. We all thought your next shelter would be in the cafeteria. They scoured several cafeterias without seeing anyone, almost losing hope. Initially, they had considered the library but unanimously decided against it since the library could accommodate people but not solve the food problem. These damn bastards are all clogged on the road. Dunzi cursed quietly. Faced with countless zombies in front of him, he was growing somewhat impatient. Huang Mao naturally enjoyed this and chuckled, I told you guys were rookies, but you wouldn't believe me. Hey, when we get back, it'll be mealtime. Talking about it makes me hungry. Lao Sha touched his stomach. He'd lost a bit of weight recently, needing to adjust his belt buckle. Dunzi reminded them, we should hurry. I'm about to accelerate. As soon as he spoke, he floored the accelerator, jolting everyone in the car. Duanlei remained steady by grabbing onto the side handles and didn't budge. As he was about to mock these inexperienced juniors, Song Zhizhen suddenly collapsed onto him from the side. Duanlei fumbled to catch his team leader. For a moment, he wasn't sure what happened. Although Song Zhizhen wasn't feeling well, he hadn't lost consciousness yet. He propped himself up and readjusted his seating posture. This motion drew attention from everyone else, causing the entire vehicle's gazes to shift toward him. Not feeling well. Duanlei furrowed his brows and turned on the overhead light. Only after the light illuminated did they see Song Zhizhen's deathly pale complexion. His forehead dripped with cold sweat. Zhou Liyuan mentioned earlier that the captain's cell activity was high. Huang Mao was nearby and overheard a few words, but like Song Zhizhen, he hadn't taken it seriously. Hu Li stiffened his face. Let's get back first and discuss this further. Help him hold on. In haste, the group returned. Dunzi had mastered smooth driving skills under Huang Mao's guidance, sending zombies scattered as he drove recklessly. After around 10 minutes, the car turned into the library entrance. When they got out, Song Zhizhen didn't allow anyone to support him, walking up the stairs by himself in the middle. Seeing that he seemed okay, Duanlei let him be but stayed closely behind just in case his captain stumbled on the steps. Hu Li went inside to look for Zhou Liyuan. Song Zhizhen and the rest directly headed upstairs to rest while Huang Mao led the other survivors through the hall to familiarize themselves with the environment. Everyone knew it was dangerous to go on missions at night, so the students who saw them return safely were all pleased. Seeing someone return, Xia Heng quickly darted over from the other side, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she tightly held on to Huang Mao and asked, "Where's the captain?" She held a piece of paper with something written on it. Huang Mao instinctively felt it was something significant and wasn't comfortable discussing Song Zhizhen's condition in the hall, so he evaded, saying, "If the captain knows it, so do I." "Ah, everyone already knows," she pointed around. Surprisingly, Huang Mao saw the crowd around smiling, their eyes glittering brightly. "Tell me about it." Huang Mao became interested. Xia Heng shoved the piece of paper into Huang Mao's hand and said, "You read it yourself." Huang Mao rolled his eyes and opened the note. He had seen a lot of such small notes in the past few days, all of them containing information recorded by Lin Bei and his team. As a result, he now recognized the handwriting immediately. It was written by Zhang Jichao, a tall guy who wrote neatly and meticulously. He quickly read through it, growing more shocked with each line until finally, he even laughed and asked urgently, "Is this true?" Xia Heng nodded fiercely and snatched back the note. "I'll go share this with the captain and others." Now that Xia Heng brought it up, Huang Mao didn't hide it anymore. Leaning close to her, he whispered, "The captain isn't feeling well," and went upstairs to rest. "What happened?" Xia Heng asked, worried. "We don't know yet. Hu Li has gone to find Zhou Linyuan. We plan to check the situation first. Then I'll go upstairs to see him. You take care of these people." Xia Heng stuffed the note into her pocket and then ran upstairs. This strange turn of events made the onlookers around confused, but Huang Mao, being one of the parties involved, seemed completely unaware. He continued seriously explaining the specific arrangements and precautions inside the library to the others. After going upstairs, Song Zhizhen couldn't hold out any longer. Duanlei helped him lie down for rest, and Hu Li soon returned with Zhou Linyuan. Carrying a small bag and dressed in a white work uniform, Zhou Linyuan had transformed into a temporary doctor. "What exactly are the symptoms?" Zhou Linyuan squatted next to Song Zhizhen, pulling out his blood sample report from the bag. Song Zhizhen had already fallen asleep, so Duanlei had to answer for him, probably dizziness. "He's always felt weak. You need to redraw his blood and test it again. Hurry," Zhou Linyuan instructed his young assistant nearby. The assistant was sharp, quickly finishing everything before taking the samples for testing. "My initial judgment is that it might be due to overly active cell activity. There's nothing serious though," Zhou Linyuan reassured everyone during this lull. "What causes the cells to be overactive?" Hu Li adjusted his glasses and followed up with a question. Zhou Linyuan lifted Song Zhizhen's chin and checked his lymph nodes before answering. "There are many possibilities, but according to our current research direction, the most probable scenario is that his body is undergoing a mutation. This mutation could cause increased cellular activity within the body. This explanation is plausible. We lack professional medical equipment and personnel, so we can only make a rough judgment at present. Let's wait a bit for the report to confirm whether my statement is correct," Zhou Linyuan added further explanation. Xia Heng arrived just in time to hear Zhou Linyuan say there was no big issue with the captain, and she relaxed somewhat. She took out the note again, showing it to the group. "How long will this take specifically?" Hu Li was the first to ask. Xia Heng replied, "Just in these couple of days." Guarding the radio wasn't meaningless for Lin Bei and the others. They learned from the radio messages that the situation in the downtown area of City S had stabilized. They also heard the host say that the S city government would send people soon to provide support in various areas and relocate personnel to a unified safe base. Given the previous importance that the S city government placed on University S, they should expect others to take over this batch of survivors quite soon, almost as if unloading the entire team's burden. Lin Bei, who had just heard the news from Huang Mao, also came over. Seeing his silhouette, Zhou Linyuan started to dismiss everyone. "Go rest first. Lin Bei and I will keep watch here. Once the report comes out, I'll inform you." Hu Li knew that crowding wouldn't help and he didn't wish to disturb the couple either, so he led the others away first. When most of the people left, Zhou Linyuan reiterated to Lin Bei, "There's nothing serious. Don't worry. Now we're waiting for the report. Preliminary assumptions suggest it's caused by mutations. Alright, thank you. Lin Bei looked directly at Song Zhizhen's face. Watch over him for a while, I'll go check on the blood sample analysis progress. Zhou Linyuan seemed intentional about giving space to the two. Lin Bei smiled gratefully and said, alright, you go ahead. Sitting beside Song Zhizhen, Lin Bei reached out and held his left hand. His thick palm felt rough and uncomfortable, hardened calluses covered it, yet that sensation somehow settled Lin Bei's heart. Leaning his forehead onto their clasped hands, Lin Bei slowly absorbed the warmth radiating from Song Zhizhen's palm. After leaning for a moment, Lin Bei's forehead was suddenly lightly tapped. He woke abruptly, looking up towards Song Zhizhen, seeing him raising his index finger, and asking with a smile, comfortable enough like that? You woke up. Lin Bei lowered his hand but didn't let go of it. Their hands remained intertwined. Song Zhizhen had no strength and with his drooping eyelids, he said, my magnetic field sensed you, so I woke up. After saying this, he chuckled, slightly curling the corners of his mouth. You rest a bit more, I'll stay by your side. Lin Bei lowered his voice. Song Zhizhen rarely sounded aggrieved. Flipping over, he pressed on Lin Bei's wrist and half closed his eyes to say, will you not consider sleeping with the patient? Stop fooling around. Lin Bei extended his hand for Song Zhizhen to lie well, removing the helmet wrapped around his head. Song Zhizhen was truly without spirit. After playing around for a few sentences, he fell into a deep sleep. Lin Bei touched Song Zhizhen's forehead, making sure he wasn't feverish before feeling reassured. By the time Zhou Linyuan came over with the lab report, half an hour had already passed. He slowed his steps to walk to Lin Bei's front and said, the results are out. It's confirmed as a mutation. There's nothing serious. Let him rest well. Alright, Lin Bei took the lab report with his other hand, softly saying, can you help me get some water? His lips are a bit dry. Only now did Zhou Linyuan notice the intertwined hands of Lin Bei and Song Zhizhen. Supporting himself by his legs, he stood up and said, coming right up. Zhou Linyuan acted quickly and thoughtfully prepared cotton swabs as well. Handing the items to Lin Bei, while leaving, he said, you keep watch here for a while longer and then go eat. He probably won't wake up tonight. Alright, I'll wait a bit longer. Lin Bei dabbed water onto Song Zhizhen's lips using a cotton swab as he spoke. Song Zhizhen had thin lips that looked sharp. He was most frightening when expressionless, with his eyelids lazily drooping and smoking with nonchalance, his prominent jaw unreservedly showing its edge. Lin Bei usually slept earlier than Song Zhizhen and woke later than Song Zhizhen. So far, he'd never seen Song Zhizhen's face while he was sound asleep, but today was Lin Bei's first chance to see his completely unguarded look. He slept very orderly, losing all his sharpness, looking very gentle. After wetting his lips, Lin Bei put the cup on a small stool. Song Zhizhen clung to him tightly. Lin Bei didn't dare to withdraw his hand for fear of waking him. Have some. Hu Linwen still cared about this brother and after eating his fill, he brought a meal up for him. You can leave it on the stool. Lin Bei turned to look at him. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Hu Linwen made a wry face and asked teasingly, can he even move himself? He grabbed my left hand. Hu Linwen helped move the stool closer to Lin Bei and placed the food on it. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground. Any plans yet? Hu Linwen watched him awkwardly pick up his chopsticks, twisting his upper body like a half-pretzel roll and tried hard not to laugh while asking him. Lin Bei gave him a sidelong glance, picked a piece of meat, and said while chewing, what plans? Won't we be handed over to others soon? Hu Linwen nodded toward Song Zhizhen, can Captain Song still lead us then? I reckon it's quite uncertain. Lin Bei hadn't thought much about this issue, but he also didn't need much thinking. He directly replied, I'll follow him. Hu Linwen curled his lips, so. Married chicken follows the rooster. You're the chicken. Lin Bei tossed the bone in his bowl onto Hu Linwen. He flailed his arms and barely caught it before the oily bone dropped onto his clothes. Talk is talk, why resort to physical violence these days? Hu Linwen raised his hand and precisely threw the bone into the trash can at the corner and cheerfully whistled. Keep it down. Lin Bei frowned darkly. Okay. Hu Linwen held up his hands, I surrender. Alright. He was quiet for only a short while, then couldn't help but speak again, just in case Song Zhizhen's group really leaves, once you've made your decision, let us know, me, Chower, and Nuge all want to go with you. At least we're brothers. Don't just abandon us. Lin Bei paused with the meat on his chopsticks, then said, alright. The people coming from the other side will likely take us downtown. Lin Bei guessed, if your parents and Su Licheng are still alive, they should be at the shelter location mentioned. Hope so. Hu Linwen wasn't as dispirited as he used to be every time he mentioned his parents, instead, he seemed composed now. Lin Bei looked at him and suddenly recalled the content of today's conversation with Xia Heng, we're all changing, none of us can forever maintain the pure foolish spirit in our hearts. The word growth always makes one lose many things. Hurry up and eat, what are you spacing out about? Once you finish eating, give the bowls to Xiang Nuge for washing. She has taken charge of washing all the dishes recently. If you come down late, she'll deny it again. Hu Linwen saw him stopping his chopsticks and immediately started muttering. Isn't she at least a girl? I haven't done anything to her. Hu Linwen chuckled mischievously and whispered to Lin Bei, I'm creating opportunities for her and Chower. When I came up just now, Chower went to help her wash the dishes. Zhang Jichao had feelings for Xiang Nuange. This was something Hu Linwen had figured out long ago. Lin Bei knew it roughly but clearly. Only Zhang Jichao himself was still in the dark, enthusiastically sneaking kindness towards Xiang Nuange while pretending no one knew. So Hu Linwen decided to damage Xiang Nuange's image so that Zhang Jichao could stand out as fresh and warm-hearted. At this thought, Hu Linwen almost moved himself as a matchmaker. He wiped away a few fake tears and said mournfully, Super Mom Zhao is off to find true love, and all that's left of the 3 rascals of room 503 who once dominated they's me, a lonely little leak. Alright, you're overacting. Lin Bei swallowed the last piece of meat in his bowl and pushed the bowl to Hu Linwen, take it down and make opportunities. The revolutionary victory relies on you, Mr. Hu. Got it. Hu Linwen took the porcelain bowl, and upon closer inspection, realized Lin Bei had only eaten half of the meal, picking out all the meat and not touching the green vegetables at all. Hu Linwen complained, holding the bowl with bad temper, do you know how precious food resources are? Why don't you leave it downstairs? I'll heat it up and eat it tomorrow morning. Lin Bei asked, tilting his head. Lord Lin, how can I dare neglect your majesty? I shall take care of it immediately. Hu Linwen was obsessed with role-playing, truly embodying a dramatic actor. As soon as Hu Linwen left, he returned quickly. However, Xia Heng's group was much more reserved compared to Hu Linwen. They came quietly without any heavy breathing, and when they saw their captain sleeping like a little wife holding hands, they acted as if they didn't see it, eyes steady and expressions solemn as if they were here on guard. Aren't you guys going to sleep? Lin Bei glanced at his watch. It was 9:15 p.m. By this time, these people would have already found a place to sleep because they took turns standing guard and thus went to bed early, resting until midnight shifts. We're not at ease, we just came to check on things. Huang Mao looked earnestly emotional, gazing at Song Zhizhen like seeing a husband lost for many years. Lin Bei. Xia Heng stepped on him and blocked him behind, embarrassed to say, we just came to check on the situation. Lin Bei, you should also rest early. Alright. Lin Bei responded casually. Having seen what they came for, there was no point lingering. Within a few minutes, those on duty went on duty, those to sleep went to bed, and the cramped room quickly became a private space again for two. Lin Bei remained watching over. He sat idly for a while and pulled out his phone, preparing to play a game single-handedly. Playing with one hand wasn't fun, so he chose to slowly play Candy Crush. Fortunately, his phone was small enough and his palm large enough that sliding with one hand wasn't too hard. He leisurely kept vigil until 11:30 p.m., precisely his usual rest time. Glancing at the low-battery phone, Lin Bei turned off the screen and put it in his pocket, then started observing Song Zhizhen again. Song Zhizhen's features were intriguing, good-looking at first glance, even better upon detailed examination. Lin Bei, as if bewitched, stared at his face, suddenly wanting to try Song Zhizhen's feeling of stealing a kiss from him while asleep. Upon thinking about it, Lin Bei acted. He stood up and leaned down, placing his lips on Song Zhizhen's unexpectedly soft mouth. Lin Bei felt thoroughly content after the kiss, reaching out to touch Song Zhizhen's face. As his hand touched Song Zhizhen's forehead, Lin Bei noticed that Song Zhizhen's temperature seemed slightly abnormal. Chapter 30. Lin Bei was uncertain if the situation was normal. He glanced at the time, confirming that Zhou Linyuan should still be awake, and decided to go find him first. When he found him, Zhou Linyuan was packing up his things, looking exhausted. Upon seeing Lin Bei approach, he managed to gather some energy. What's wrong with Song Zhizhen? Zhou Linyuan could tell from Lin Bei's expression that something was wrong with Song Zhizhen. Lin Bei said, he has a slight fever. Wait a moment, I'll go once I'm done. Zhou Linyuan flipped the report to the last page. He still had a few data points left to record. Seeing Lin Bei busy, he didn't rush him and just sat on a small stool. After a while of silence, Zhou Linyuan, while transferring the data, asked, if someone comes to take us away, do you think it's a good or bad thing? Lin Bei paused for a moment and answered seriously, 50-50. Oh. Why? Zhou Linyuan looked up at him with bright eyes, sharp as hooks. Instinct. Lin Bei swayed the almost broken stool back and forth, making a squeaky compression sound. Where are all these good things? He had observed the reactions of Song Zhizhen's teammates. Despite appearing happy on the surface, their happiness wasn't as sincere as that of the students below. Their joy seemed restrained. With his feet off the ground, Lin Bei hooked the legs of the stool and countered, your research is just beginning. What will happen then? Zhou Linyuan enjoyed researching, and Lin Bei could sense his immense interest in this field. It was different from how he usually approached other matters. They couldn't yet determine if the so-called safety base elsewhere would provide an environment like this for him. One step at a time, Zhou Linyuan responded indifferently, as though not overly concerned about this matter. After quickly jotting down the final numerical value, he closed the report book, picked up the coat beside him, and stood up. Let's go. He put on his coat and grabbed a thermometer from the table. After quickly checking Song Zhizhen's temperature, Zhou Linyuan held the flashlight to examine the thermometer, then after a while said, a low-grade fever, nothing serious. Okay, thanks. Lin Bei had only called him over to set his mind at ease. Seeing there was no issue, he hurriedly said, you should rest first. All right. That night had been nerve-wracking, past the usual sleeping point. Even though Lin Bei tried not to play on his phone, he still couldn't fall asleep, sitting by Song Jizhen and occasionally applying water to his lips and checking his forehead temperature. Lin Bei tossed and turned all night, even forgetting when he had fallen asleep. When he woke up, the sky was already bright, the light coming through the little window directly shining in his eyes. It took a bit of effort for Lin Bei to open his eyes due to the strong light. Once he opened them, his eyes were abruptly hit by the intense light, making him very uncomfortable, the pain stinging in his eyes. He squinted, but they were still stimulated to the point of tearing up. Just when Lin Bei was nearing the verge of madness, the light before him was suddenly blocked. After adapting for a while, Lin Bei finally opened his eyes and truly returned to full awareness. Looking at the hand 5 centimeters above his eyes, Lin Bei immediately recognized the small black mole under Song Jizhen's thumb. He rubbed his eyes, leaning back slightly, bonelessly asking, "Are you awake?" Song Jizhen lowered his hand, pulling Lin Bei into his arms and kissed his cheek. "How do you feel?" Lin Bei turned around to face him, cheek to cheek. Overnight, stubble had appeared on Song Jizhen's chin, which Lin Bei reached out to touch, prickly against his fingers. "Fine," Song Jizhen let him touch, his face filled with gentle smiles. After feeling it for a while, Lin Bei finally remembered Song Jizhen hadn't eaten for 2 meals, asking, "Are you hungry?" Song Jizhen hugged him tighter, teasingly saying, "I've had my fill just by looking at you." Lin Bei burst out laughing, his teeth showing more than his eyes. "Tell the truth." "Hungry," Song Jizhen admitted, sounding a bit aggrieved. They were both starving. Though Lin Bei had eaten a bit, the few pieces of meat weren't enough to counteract the energy spent overnight. After debating for a moment, they both got up. Lin Bei, after putting on his coat, began messing with his hair, but his soft hair wouldn't fluff up no matter what. "It's getting long," Song Jizhen pinched a clump of his hair. His sideburns were fine since his original hairstyle kept them shaved short. They hadn't grown much. The main problem was his bangs, which easily covered his eyes when let down. "Should we tie it up?" Song Jizhen pulled out a leather cord from his jacket pocket. "It belongs to Xia Heng. She gave it to me last time to keep safe, but she never came back for it. She was rather careless." Song Jizhen guessed she had probably forgotten all about it long ago. "Let me try." Lin Bei combed the front part of his hair to the back and tied up all the long strands. Without a mirror, he fumbled around blindly for a while before turning to Song Jizhen, who acted as his human-sized standing mirror. A glint of approval flashed in Song Jizhen's eyes. Not bad. With all his hair combed up, Lin Bei's previously harmless facial features suddenly appeared much sharper. His face proportions were evenly distributed, even without a fringe, his features looked very refined. In particular, his eyes stood out completely exposed, looking pleasing to the eye. "Really?" Lin Bei had never tried this hairstyle before. As he reached out to adjust it further, Song Jizhen stopped him and said, "I'll do it for you." Lin Bei complied, letting Song Jizhen take over. He reorganized his hair, gathering every stray strand neatly. "All done. Let me see." Lin Bei pulled out his phone, which already showed low battery from last night and was now critically close to shutting down. He quickly opened the camera app, glanced at himself briefly, then turned and grabbed Song Jizhen hurriedly. "Quick, quick. Take one picture. It's about to shut off." The screen displayed only 3% power left. They pressed their heads together and rushed to snap a photo just before the phone turned off. Lin Bei thought the picture turned out well, despite neither of them washing their faces beforehand, they still looked handsome. Just as he wanted to zoom in on the image, the phone automatically powered off. "Hey, that was too fast." Lin Bei was caught off guard by its shutdown. "Hurry up and wash your face. Let's go downstairs for breakfast." Song Jizhen patted the back of his head, and the two headed to the water tap outside the toilet to freshen up. The October tap water felt cold enough to pierce the bones. Lin Bei rapidly splashed water on his face, moving with lightning speed. "Are you not cold?" Lin Bei casually wiped off the water droplets from his face, squeezed beside the sink, and watched as Song Jizhen slowly washed his face. The slowness made Lin Bei feel colder. "Freshen up a bit," Song Jizhen said as he lifted his face, with droplets of water rolling down from his hair onto his cheeks. After taking their time grooming themselves, they went downstairs. Down there, everyone had already been busy doing chores. Xia Heng, who initially looked dispirited while tearing apart a steamed bun, immediately brightened upon seeing them and quickly made room for them. "Oh wow, our handsome little Lin looks incredible today." Xia Heng exclaimed theatrically, drawing the attention of everyone seated at the table. Lin Bei was used to her exaggerated antics. He sat down in a spot and asked her, "Didn't you sleep well?" Xia Heng looked like she'd aged 10 years overnight, listless and lethargic. "Don't mention it," Xia Heng huffed at the reminder, casting a sly smile at someone buried in food across the table, Huang Mao, as she complained, "Someone last night suddenly went crazy in their sleep, dreaming about needing braised pork trotters. He wouldn't wake up no matter how we pushed him, and later snored and clenched teeth through the second half of the night." Huang Mao got shot straight through the knees, figuratively speaking. He buried his head even lower, wanting to shove his face into his bowl to hide. They laughed and joked throughout breakfast until Lin Bei finally remembered that he hadn't told Song Jizhen what they had heard. As the last person in the library to know about the evacuation plan, Song Jijin remained eerily calm throughout, showing not a ripple of emotion on his face. Are you finished reading? Lin Bei nudged his elbow to ask. Song Jijin returned the note to him and, while wiping his mouth, remarked, good news. Though he said it aloud, there wasn't a trace of joy on his face. This piece of information invigorated the students holed up in the library as if they'd glimpsed a ray of hope. Every one of them seemed overly excited, including the school staff. After breakfast, Director Huang came again after being absent for several days. This time, he represented all the teachers and students to express gratitude to Song Jijin's group. Song Jijin attempted to leave when he saw Huang coming, but failed. From far away, Director Huang bellowed loudly, loud enough for the whole building to hear the echo. Having his escape thwarted, Song Jijin listened indifferently as Huang rambled on. Meanwhile, Lin Bei hastily finished his meal, tossed Song Jijin a look of good luck with his eyes, and left. Swinging his hands, he set off to find Hu Linwen and the others. During the meal, Lin Bei had searched for them everywhere but couldn't locate the trio. Not knowing where they'd gone, Lin Bei treated it as an after-meal stroll and wandered leisurely around. After a few minutes, he finally spotted the three in the kitchen. When he found them, Hu Linwen was crouching by the door, Zhang Jichao and Xiang Nuj were inside, shoulder to shoulder, arm to arm washing dishes, one washing, the other drying. Their division of labor was extremely clear. Lin Bei tiptoed over to Hu Linwen's side and crouched down by the door just like him. Hu Linwen had developed a keen sensitivity over these few days. Immediately he spun around and delivered a roundhouse kick towards Lin Bei. With quick reflexes, Lin Bei dodged it and stopped Hu Linwen from making another move, saying, "It's me." Oh, upon recognizing him, Hu Linwen turned his head back, glancing stealthily as he asked, "How's it going?" "Things are moving fast." Lin Bei flattered him insincerely. "Humph." Hu Linwen hooked his arm around Lin Bei's shoulders, pulling him back slightly before examining him at a distance, asking, "Why'd you change your hairstyle?" "My hair grew longer." Lin Bei was still getting used to the little tufts on his head and subconsciously reached up to touch them. "Hey, be gentle. Don't mess up your hairstyle." Hu Linwen quickly reached out to stop him when he saw what Lin Bei was doing. Lin Bei brushed the strand of hair that had fallen on his face and asked, "What do you think of my new hairstyle?" "Not bad, very stylish." Hu Linwen joked casually. Even though there was news about someone coming, this was only part of the reference. Whether or not they would come, and when, was still uncertain. Everything remained the same as before, everyone's lifestyle didn't change, but deep down, there was now an extra layer of expectation. Lin Bei's initial joy was somewhat dimmed by Song Jijin's rather muted response. It wasn't that he cared too much about the event anymore. He continued staying in front of the radio daily, unwilling to miss any broadcasts, taking every opportunity to practice with others whenever he got time. When Lin Bei practiced, he really meant business. On the first day, he sought Xia Heng's help. As friends, Xia Heng naturally was happy to assist. They worked together all afternoon, Xia Heng teaching him the basics while sharing key fighting techniques. Anyone can fight, desperate rabbits even bite, but why is there such a gap between fighters? One reason is professional training allows easier access to combat techniques. Trained bodies also perform much better compared to untrained ones. Being new to martial arts, Lin Bei started with zero foundation but learned extremely quickly. Even in just one afternoon, he picked up quite a bit from Xia Heng. In the current situation, they couldn't take their time laying down basic skills for Lin Bei, so Xia Heng focused on practical fighting techniques during their sparring. By the end of the afternoon, the results were significant. Lin Bei went from being easily dominated to finally pinning Xia Heng down. "Let's take a break and wipe some sweat." Exhausted, Xia Heng waved her hand, stepping aside to drink water. "Thanks for your hard work." Lin Bei was drenched in sweat from exertion. He wiped the perspiration off and rested beside Xia Heng. Xia Heng looked at him, offering the water bottle while asking, "Why do you suddenly want to learn this?" "I'm interested in it." Lin Bei sipped water slowly, suppressing the heat rising in his chest. "You're not honest with me either," Xia Heng frowned, pretending to be hurt. Lin Bei closed the water cup tightly, setting it aside on his jacket, saying, "Survival instincts, wouldn't it make things safer?" "I thought I knew you pretty well." Xia Heng glanced at him with skepticism. "You think you'll hold the captain back, don't you?" "Yeah, a bit." Reluctant to lose face, Lin Bei didn't say everything fully. Xia Heng understood, gripping the bandage in her hands, and said, "The captain chose you and likes you, you must have traits he appreciates. Everyone excels at different things, there's no question of who drags who down. Besides, you can always match people doing push-ups, right?" Xia Heng teased, her eyes curved into identical crescents of laughter. Lin Bei. "Really? Haha. Come on, let's practice some more. It's been ages since I've sweated this much." Xia Heng stood up, tapping her fists together. "All right." Lin Bei hopped down, both locking eyes and engaging immediately. Xia Heng, small but quick, had agile reflexes which were her strong points. Plus, her hand strength wasn't weak at all. Lin Bei had been hit close to suffering internal injuries twice due to underestimating her, after which he slowly mastered defensive tactics. Watch out. Xia Hang warned, then dashed toward Lin Bei like the wind. Barely dodging, Lin Bei could clearly feel this Xia Hang was entirely different from the earlier one. She gradually ramped up her attacks, helping Lin Bei adapt to the techniques of fighting. Every slight improvement from Lin Bei spurred her to leap ahead significantly, keeping Lin Bei constantly on edge and never letting him get complacent. Chapter 31. 3 days later, the long-awaited people finally welcomed the so-called rescue. Song Zhizhen saw the convoy coming while on guard duty and sent someone down to open the gate. Song Zhizhen and the leading man hugged each other and started chatting. This guy is still a pretty high-ranking official. Hu Linwen whispered to Lin Bei beside him. How do you know? Hu Linwen said, look at his shoulder insignia. How has the situation been recently? Li Zhouyan smiled and patted Song Zhizhen's shoulder, calling out to the people behind him to come in. That group was well equipped, even with a small thermal imaging device. Song Zhizhen understood why they could find them so quickly. Still okay, Song Zhizhen handed him a cigarette. The two walked to the window, and Song Zhizhen lowered his voice and asked, what's the word from up top? What can they say? Once the situation stabilizes, they have to come and console us a bit. Li Zhouyan, holding a cigarette, had crease marks by his eyes even when he wasn't smiling. Song Zhizhen turned his head and looked at him. When they met last year, he didn't look as aged, but now his white hair had started to grow. Li Zhouyan took 2 puffs, exhaled a breath of turbid air. The lingering white smoke between them did not disperse for a long time. After quelling his nicotine craving, he said, so, what are your plans? My plans? Song Zhizhen's face hidden in the white smoke remained ambiguous. I haven't decided anything yet. Do you want to go with us or what? Li Zhouyan didn't bother with pleasantries, bluntly urging, give me a definite answer. After saying this, he worried that Song Zhizhen might misunderstand, and hastily explained, I'm not some guy your adoptive father sent here to do ideological work. I know, Uncle Li. Song Zhizhen leaned against the window frame, you arrange for them to leave first, I need some time to think about it. Ah, suit yourself, don't dwell on things from the past. No one blames you, make your own decision. Li Zhouyan pinched out the last stub of the cigarette, casually stepped on it with his foot, then patted Song Zhizhen's shoulder and arranged for the retreat. The retreat of hundreds of people was a big operation, but the number was already within Li Zhouyan's consideration. He brought only remodeled buses, and accommodating several hundred people was not an issue. Now the biggest problem was Song Zhizhen. Once Song Zhizhen was ready, they could leave at any time. Li Zhouyan assigned them to first divide into specific numbers and vehicles, and then leisurely sat in a chair, smoking while waiting for Song Zhizhen's decision. Deputy Li. Hu Li and others came over to greet him. Everyone knew each other. Li Zhouyan hadn't seen these people for several years, so he straightened up excitedly. Hey, we've grown apart. Li Zhouyan laughed and stood up, giving everyone hugs around. Duan Lei, how did you become so stout again? When Li Zhouyan reached Duan Lei, he hit his chest with a punch. Uncle Li's physique isn't bad either. Duan Lei smiled foolishly and endured a punch. Hey, knows how to speak nicely. I enjoy hearing good words at my age. Li Zhouyan laughed heartily and then began winking at the group, aren't you going to persuade him? Our words carry no weight. Xia Hang winked and motioned with his hand, pointing towards Lin Bei who was walking toward Song Zhizhen. His persuasion works. Who's the young one? Li Zhouyan scrutinized carefully several times, confirming that he had never seen this young man before. The captain's family member. Yellow Hair mischievously said. Lin Bei went over without speaking, but instead stood beside Song Zhizhen. After Song Zhizhen finished 2 cigarettes, he cleared his throat and asked him, are you coming with me? In the last 2 days, Xia Hang had told Lin Bei a lot about Song Zhizhen's past, and he clearly knew the internal conflict Song Zhizhen was experiencing right now. Lin Bei didn't want to add any more pressure on him, so he gently nodded, yes, wherever you go, I'll follow. Alright. Song Zhizhen touched Lin Bei's hair tuft, smashed the cigarette butt, and took large strides forward. He shouted toward Li Zhouyan, I've made my decision. Li Zhouyan and several other team members all looked over, waiting for his answer. Together. Song Zhizhen buttoned up his sleeves, tidied his helmet, something he always did before taking action. Alright, let's go. Li Zhouyan finally felt relieved. He stood up laughing, glancing a few extra times at Lin Bei standing behind Song Zhizhen. Soldiers stationed outside drove the buses one by one to the entrance. No one knew what happened during their journey here, but the bus windows and tires were splattered with blood stains everywhere. However, at this moment, no one thought it was terrifying anymore. Everyone was quickly assigned onto the buses. First vehicle leads the way, the following convoy follows. Li Zhouyan commanded from the grand steps of the library, his voice loud and clear. After saying this, he looked at Song Zhizhen, I'll just squeeze in with you guys, do you mind? Whatever. I'm just worried about disturbing your young people's conversation. He said this with some deeper meaning, but Song Zhizhen acted as if he hadn't noticed anything unusual and continued to look solemnly forward. How many more haven't boarded the vehicles? Song Zhizhen glanced backward, some remained inside the library. Hu Li roughly scanned the area and replied, more than 100, 2 vehicles will be enough. Hurry up. After finishing, Song Zhizhen asked again, is the relocation spot in the suburbs? No, it's in the city center. Li Zhouyun remotely observed the convoy and only relaxed when he saw all vehicles were equipped with safety devices. The suburban infrastructure is not good, it's not convenient to set up a large base there. There are a small group of zombies at 3 o'clock direction. Yellow Hair's voice came through from the radio. They left a team on the upper floor manning the guns, keeping watch over the surroundings now. Song Zhizhen glanced at the 3 o'clock direction. That group of zombies had already started moving toward them. Quickly arrange them to board the vehicles. Come with me, Lei. As Song Zhizhen spoke, he pulled his rifle bolt open and walked ahead. Duan Lei beckoned backward with a shout, let's go. Xia Hang enthusiastically followed them. This squad of about 10 faced over 40 zombies without any sign of weakness. They held their rifles and shot wildly into the zombie group, the powerful force of the bullets preventing the zombies from approaching closely. Duan Lei, carrying a Thompson submachine gun snatched from someone else, charged forward first. The zombies hit by bullets howled chaotically, flesh flying everywhere, dark red blood splashing all over the ground. I've run out of bullets. Xia Hang slung her rifle behind her back, drew out her long dagger, and rushed toward the zombie group. Her speed truly showed itself only at this moment. Lin Bei hardly caught sight of her movements, but under her hands, the zombies were like shrimp soldiers and generals, devoid of any combat ability. Why do I feel they're acting especially irritable today? Hu Linwen stared wide-eyed. I feel the same way. Xiang Nuj moved closer to them. Under their self-created, agitated fighting style, the zombies had no chance to fight back. In no time, the 40-some zombies were eliminated. Everyone was arranged onto the vehicles, and the guards remaining upstairs also descended. Their squad took their armored car and even drove away 2 trucks from the school. Did you design this emblem yourselves? Just before getting into the vehicle, Li Zhouyun noticed the emblem on the armored car door. It was a black hunting eagle, quite distinctive. Yeah. Xia Hang answered as she trailed behind him. I've seen it before too. Li Zhouyun turned his head back briefly. They were driven to the downtown area where we saved them. They claimed to be your team members, seriously injured while looking for treatment downtown. They're not ours. Song Zhizhen thought of the vehicle taken away. It was driven off by the school's Psimen. Psimen have appeared at the school too. Li Zhouyun hesitated momentarily, then quickly crawled into the car. Let's talk inside. A few people rapidly climbed aboard. After confirming no one was left behind at the library, the convoy slowly started moving. How are those several people you saved? Song Zhizhen asked. The one with the lung puncture barely hung on. At the time, after hearing it was your person, I paid extra attention. But that group lacked courage. Later, they muttered unclearly, so we simply sent them to a safe base. Li Zhouyun sighed. The reason I came along, you can guess a bit of it. My old bones can't endure trouble anymore, and my words don't carry much weight. His gaze swept across the car, finally settling on Lin Bei and other unfamiliar faces, but thinking of his connection with Song Zhizhen, he didn't bother hiding anything further and directly went on. When the emergence of Psimen was announced, the first batch of Psimen at the base were taken away. Those above claimed they needed to study their genes for better vaccine development, yet batches of people were sent away and until now, not a single person has returned. He sighed again. I suspect their intentions aren't pure. You know, the military department now is in utter chaos, with very few actually doing real work. Song Zhizhen patiently listened, and then expressionlessly said, Uncle Li, I can't help with this matter. Their eyes met. Li Zhouyun backed down first, lowering his eyes, wrinkles around the corners becoming more pronounced. I know I'm putting you in a difficult situation. I don't have the position to handle this thing right now, Uncle Li, please forgive me. Well, Li Zhouyun waved his hand, abandoning the heavy-hearted act altogether. Everything is still messy and unclear, pondering now won't help either. Looking at Li Zhouyun's ostentatiously magnanimous expression, Song Zhizhen couldn't help but close his eyes for a moment. Li Zhouyun never did things according to conjecture. By bringing this matter out into the open, it showed that he already had something in hand. If it were the younger Song Zhizhen, regardless of any reason, he wouldn't have refused him, whether it was due to that laughable youthful idealism or the powerful position within the military that allowed him to act unimpeded, he would have had a legitimate reason to get involved. But things were different now. Everything had changed. He was no longer that hot-headed young man, nor was he that reckless soldier burdened with heavy responsibilities at such a young age. He had no more excuses to interfere in these matters. Sensing Song Zhizhen's low mood, Lin Bei subtly grabbed his hand and gently scratched his palm with his index finger as a quiet comfort. Chapter 32. Lin Bei's hands were very warm, the comfortable warmth spreading from Song Zhizhen's left palm all the way to his heart. Song Zhizhen sighed and restrained himself from doing anything that might embarrass Lin Bei in public. The sadness in his mind was like seeing a ghost, quickly saying goodbye to him. All he could think about was why Lin Bei's hands were so soft. Not long after Lin Bei thought his actions were secret, they were noticed by Li Zhouyun and others across from them. However, they adhered to the principle of not prying if they see it. Even though they noticed, they pretended not to. The atmosphere in the car was just right. They maintained this state of poking each other until they reached the urban area. As soon as they entered the city, everyone became alert, looking out the window. What the hell happened here? Hu Linwen looked at the scene of a chain reaction accident outside the window. This accident didn't happen recently, the blood on the ground had turned black and dried up. More than 10 cars crashed into each other, blocking the central road completely. Take a detour through the side roads, this way won't work. Li Zhouyun looked out the window, he was very familiar with such situations, showing great calmness at this time. Duanlei saw the convoy ahead make an emergency U-turn, but because there were parked vehicles everywhere, the roads were very narrow, the cars in front couldn't move at all. The zombies are coming. Suddenly, a large group of zombies appeared in front of the convoy. The number of zombies was completely different from the small-scale ones at the school level, even Duanlei couldn't help but take it seriously. At the blocked intersection, zombies began crawling out from the cracks. The bus at the forefront was already surrounded by zombies. From far away, they could hear the screams of the students on the bus. Run them over. We'll fire our guns and create a path for them. Song Jijin let go of Lin Bei's hand, both their hands were sweating profusely, and now their palms were sticky. Lin Bei carefully held Song Jijin's hand while watching him put on protective gear. Alright, I'll give it a try. Their vehicle was more convenient than the bus, but Duanlei wasn't sure if they could drive to the front. He tightened the steering wheel and stared ahead, forcefully pushing aside the slightly offset cars blocking the center. Duanlei no longer cared about possible damage to the car and continuously stepped on the gas to rush forward. Li Zhouyun's subordinates were already engaging in counterattacks, but the number of people equipped in each vehicle was limited, and it was also difficult for them to act inside the car. After bumping along a route full of private cars, Duanlei finally reached the front of the convoy. Their appearance instantly attracted the attention of the zombies. Zombies started fiercely rushing toward them. Song Jijin and others directly opened the door and rushed down. Just as all the team members got out of the car and Xia Heng was turning around to close the car door, Lin Bei suddenly grabbed her wrist. I'm getting out too. Before Xia Heng could object, Lin Bei had already firmly added, I know you understand me. Xia Heng coldly killed a zombie that sprang up from behind her. Blood splattered all over her when her dagger pierced through its body. She moved away from the car door and agreed to Lin Bei's request. Lin Bei immediately jumped out of the car. When Hu Linwen and others tried to follow, Lin Bei closed the door. Stay in the car. Hu Linwen. Song Jijin only noticed that Lin Bei had gotten out much later. Seeing that figure who was already proficient at fighting zombies, Song Jijin barely frowned, and his movements grew harsher. Lin Bei's special ability had significantly altered his physical functions in the short term. The training with Xia Heng not only taught him fighting techniques but also how to use the potential abilities of his body. Song Jijin had once said Xia Heng used her special ability the most flexibly and best. Her movements and the latent strength within her body were well integrated. Under Xia Heng's intense coaching, Lin Bei's improvement was indeed significant. Even Li Zhouyun couldn't help but be surprised. There are more and more of them. Their speed wasn't slow, but it wasn't enough to drive the zombies back. The zombies fought fiercely as if bloodthirsty, and as soon as one batch was eliminated, another much larger group would take its place. This level of intensity was something Lin Bei had never encountered before. No matter how much he'd improved, he was still just a beginner. When his stamina began to falter and his guard slipped momentarily, a zombie suddenly appeared behind him, leaping over the top of the armored vehicle and lunging towards him. Lin Bei didn't react in time, but Song Jijin grabbed him and fell backwards, hitting the ground. Immediately after falling, Song Jijin opened fire at the attacking zombie, which plummeted to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Realizing belatedly what happened, Lin Bei sat up, but Song Jijin didn't say a word. He quickly got up and attacked another zombie with harsher movements than usual. Song Jijin's face was covered by goggles and a mask, so Lin Bei couldn't see his expression. Yet, Lin Bei could feel something was off. But the situation did not allow any further distraction. After a brief pause, Lin Bei quickly regained focus, determined not to make such a mistake again. This time, he faced towards Huang Mao, ensuring that his back wouldn't be exposed to two-sided attacks. While their team held off the zombies, the vehicles behind finally started to retreat one by one. As the last car moved backward, Song Jijin quickly signaled for everyone to regroup. He and Duanlei stayed at the rear while others hurriedly boarded the vehicle. Once on the vehicle, Huang Mao popped open the sunroof to provide covering fire for the two until they both climbed aboard swiftly. After boarding, Huang Mao slammed the sunroof shut. This time, however, Song Jijin chose not to sit in the back seat. Instead, he climbed into the passenger seat, where he threw his helmet onto the dashboard and quietly said, "Let's go." The zombies were already following their footsteps and climbing onto the cars. Duanlei stepped hard on the gas pedal to catch up with the convoy ahead. The sound of zombie pounding was deafening. Lin Bei's position happened to be directly behind the passenger seat, but he couldn't see Song Jijin, who was completely blocked from view by the bulky chair back. There was almost no need to guess, Song Jijin was angry. A sudden wave of unease swept over Lin Bei. It was the first time Song Jijin had been mad at him, and Lin Bei had no idea what to do. Helplessly, he bowed his head, feeling like his thoughts were scrambled eggs, and his fingers fidgeted nervously. Captain, I let Lin Bei get out. I thought he needed practice, Xia Heng really believed in herself and Lin Bei when she let him leave the car, but who could have expected this situation? Now, she felt so guilty that she wanted to commit suicide right there. No one responded, creating an awkward silence for a moment. Then, after some time, Song Jijin finally spoke, though not to Xia Hang but directing his order toward Duan Lei, drive faster, get us farther ahead. I need to check the road condition. Okay. Once Song Jijin made it clear he wouldn't discuss the issue on the vehicle, silence enveloped the rear seats once again. Lin Bei lowered his head even further, fixating his eyes on his shoelaces. Did you get hurt? Hu Linwen asked suddenly, grabbing Lin Bei's hand. On the side of his palm was a large gash. Xia Hang tensed immediately. How did it happen? I scratched myself. Lin Bei swiftly withdrew his hand. Though unaware of what exactly happened, Hu Linwen was much more perceptive than anyone else in the car. He probably guessed that there might be an issue between Lin Bei and Song Jijin. Seeing Lin Bei's non-cooperative demeanor, Hu Linwen decided not to press further. The vehicle jostled forward on the uneven road, and the tension inside reached freezing point. By the end, Hu Linwen actually thanked the zombie on the roof that kept drumming against it incessantly. It sounded almost meditative, akin to a monk chanting prayers, and it only grew louder as the journey continued, even forming its own rhythm. Its persistent noise suggested it aimed to revolutionize Chinese music worldwide. Is that building up ahead the base? Duan Lei stared at a huge structure in front. This construction had originally been a large wine factory remodeled, with its entrance styled after ancient city gates. As soon as the convoy arrived, shooters atop the structure started firing, providing cover and taking care of zombies clinging onto the vehicles. One by one, the vehicles entered. Gunfire persisted continuously until they drove inside the base, at which point a highly skilled sniper finally took down the persistent zombie on the roof, bringing the loud drumming to an abrupt halt. Welcome to base number 3. Li Zhouyun clapped his hands, attempting to lighten the suffocating atmosphere inside the vehicle. Others followed along briefly with polite comments. Seeing their lackluster responses, Li Zhouyun tried again. Tonight, we'll prepare a welcoming feast for you all, letting you relax thoroughly. This sounds good. Huang Mao raised an eyebrow. Uncle Zhou, don't cheat us now. How dare you joke about Uncle Zhou? Li Zhouyun slapped his head hard. Can we take a shower at the base? Xia Hang, feeling uncomfortable, shook her shoulders. I haven't taken a shower for many days. Whether it was the cafeteria or the library, their living conditions could only guarantee food and rest, let alone bathing. As a female, Xia Hang wasn't too bad off. She could at least boil some water to wipe herself. The males had to pour cold water over themselves. Huang Mao always finished in 3 minutes, 1 minute to take off clothes, 1 minute to rinse with cold water, and 1 minute to get dressed again. We can. Li Zhouyun waved his hand generously. City S had many bases like this one, so the number of people in each base was not large. As soon as their convoy entered, they caught the attention of everyone inside. Even though a large group of people came in, the audience did not show much reaction, their expressions apathetic. Compared to the students who were well settled immediately after the outbreak, the situation of these citizens was far worse. Many of them waited to be rescued from bloody zombie seas before reaching the base. Moreover, most of them were older and more mature than the students. Huang Mao glanced at these people, letting out a sneer. Just a few glances were enough to see that many present were resistant and unwelcoming to their arrival. This was similar to when another new group suddenly joined an established community, and this group would share their benefits. Nobody would feel happy about that. Come on, come with me, I'll welcome you all. Though old, Li Zhouyun became more meticulous. He hung over Song Jijin's shoulder, leading them into the base. Chapter 33. The exterior of the base was rather simple. After entering the gate, all that could be seen were various stacked wooden crates. Song Jijin and the others followed Li Zhouyun inside. The closer they got to the center, the more sophisticated the interior facilities became. Before long, they saw 3 massive helicopters parked on the open ground. At this time, the soldiers from the outer perimeter were swapping posts with those inside. There were lines upon lines of gun-carrying soldiers in protective suits walking around. Damn, this is insane, Hu Linwen whispered to Lin Bei beside him. His eyes had been darting around since they entered, but unfortunately, Lin Bei's mood wasn't high, so he didn't respond much. Lin Bei was only a few steps away from Song Jijin, yet he didn't dare approach. In a short span of time, his emotions had swung wildly. This relationship had always been initiated primarily by Song Jijin, and Lin Bei had become accustomed to being the passive receiver. Lin Bei's experiences throughout his life made him more sensitive to emotional issues. He desperately wanted Song Jijin's forgiveness but lacked the opportunity and hadn't figured out how to express it. This way is the cafeteria, and over here is the equipment room. The large area above is where residents are housed. Li Zhouyun acted as an attentive tour guide while walking. The entire base was divided into 3 parts, with the largest area allocated for resident settlement, followed by the cafeteria and equipment room. Although it wasn't mealtime yet, some people had already started preparing dry rations and canned food. No fresh ingredients? Hu Linwen asked curiously. At school, they didn't have supplies of dry rations or canned food except for a small part brought by Song Jijin and others. Most of the time, they still consumed fresh ingredients. Li Zhouyun turned back with a smile. There are too many people here, and the supply of fresh ingredients can't meet the demand. We can only prepare these simple foods. Is there enough space for the students? Song Zhizhen asked. Yes, we prepared it before you arrived, Li Zhouyun replied, patting Song Zhizhen's shoulder. Come, let me show you something big. He led them towards the equipment room. The door was wide, a massive arched iron gate that had somewhat rusted due to its age. The rust spots covered the surface, and stubborn patches of flaking iron clung to it. Li Zhouyun unlocked the lock and pushed the heavy iron door open with a creaky groan. All these things inside took a lot of effort for me to secure, Li Zhouyun smirked proudly, taking the lead and stepping inside. Sir. Two soldiers armed at the entrance immediately gave a military salute upon seeing them. Li Zhouyun casually raised his hand indicating they could relax. Has Li Ping returned? Sir, the lieutenant general hasn't returned yet, the soldier replied respectfully, showing evident tension. All right, notify me once he returns. Yes sir. Let's go inside. Li Zhouyun ignored the guards and continued inward. Along the way, there were numerous dropped supply boxes. Each box bore a huge national emblem, and below, in small print, was the signature of Leopard Army Unit 36. So many guns. Duan Lei had been unusually excited today, holding another person's gun and shooting straight ahead non-stop. Other times, he never dared to use them because ammunition was finite. Once it was used up, the gun would be useless. They had always maintained restraint. However, here, the massive arsenal tempted him to perform 108 different headshot techniques for zombies right on the spot for Li Zhouyun. You bet, Li Zhouyun spoke lightly, but his expression suggested that these were merely trifles, something unworthy of mention. Along the path were light and heavy machine guns, rifles, sniper rifles, even piles of grenade boxes, but Li Zhouyun didn't stop by them. Instead, he kept moving forward. After passing the last large shelf, everyone finally saw the big thing Li Zhouyun referred to, a cannon protruding prominently from behind the shelves. A cannon. Song Zhizhen, walking at the front, caught sight of the entirety of the beast first. I snatched it from the neighboring unit, Li Zhouyun gloated. That old guy in charge wouldn't budge until I bribed him with several boxes of machine guns just to win a favor. Haijiao. Song Zhizhen took out a cigarette, placed it in his mouth, and walked towards the cannon. Stopping lazily next to it, he slowly reached up to touch it. Yes, their base isn't far from ours, Li Zhouyun responded. Speaking of relations, the cheetahs under Li Zhouyun's command weren't very familiar with Song Zhizhen. Song Zhizhen had been brought up by Haijiao's Pei Yan himself, and until the day Pei Yan passed away, this group of people led by Song Zhizhen were the prominent figures in Haijiao. Everyone in Haijiao knew their reputation well, and it even attracted many capable people from the military department to join Haijiao. At that time, the wave of popularity sparked by Song Zhizhen once brought great honor to Haijiao, thus his position there was akin to walking sideways in arrogance. Lazily lighting a cigarette, Song Zhizhen's right hand stayed propped up on the cannon without lowering it. How is old Pei's health? Song Zhizhen asked lightly without turning back. He's doing alright, but he's old. Always restless, nothing like finding trouble for himself. Li Zhouyun said this without putting himself in the category of being older when talking about others mercilessly. If you have a chance to go on a mission later, I'll take you there to meet some people. Let's see. Song Zhizhen lowered his hand with an indifferent attitude. After touring the armory, Li Zhouyun took them out for a celebratory meal. A group of them ate heartily just using canned food with dry rations. Song Zhizhen left quietly halfway through the meal, and by the time Lin Bei looked up again, Song Zhizhen was no longer at the dining table. I'm done eating. Help me clean up the cans later. Lin Bei whispered. Sure. Hu Linwen glanced at his bowl. The canned food had only been touched a few times, and the dry rations hadn't been touched at all. Hu Linwen skillfully moved the can in front of him, gathered the dry rations, thought for a moment, then put the dry rations into his pocket. Lin Bei sneaked out from the noisy cafeteria, but as soon as he stepped outside onto the open ground, he was at a loss. This wasn't the small library where he knew everything so well. He was neither familiar with the place nor did he know where Song Zhizhen would go. Annoyed, Lin Bei frowned tightly, regretting not having followed Song Zhizhen closely just now. There weren't many people outside anymore, only scattered soldiers busily moving around. Lin Bei scanned several rounds but didn't see that familiar figure. Why are you out here? Have you finished eating? Just as he decided to crouch somewhere and wait for Song Zhizhen's voice suddenly came out. Upon hearing this sound, the guilt and regret in Lin Bei's heart instantly magnified. He struggled to turn around, keeping his head down without looking at Song Zhizhen. But he also couldn't help himself. The person he had been yearning for finally stood before him, and Lin Bei immediately threw away all his pathetic pride, lifting his head with red eyes looking at him. Are you angry? Yes. Are you still angry now? As Song Zhizhen spoke, Lin Bei's eyes became redder, almost tearing up. Anxiously, Lin Bei lowered his head to hide his vulnerable state from Song Zhizhen. What kind of image does a man look who cries easily? Although he thought this in his mind, Lin Bei could not control his emotions. Hey, why are you crying? Song Zhizhen helplessly rubbed the top of his hair. I'm sorry. Lin Bei clenched his fists, nails digging into his skin, trembling subconsciously, fearing what Song Zhizhen might say that he didn't want to hear. Why apologize to me? Lin Bei couldn't say it, he just felt that in such a situation, he should apologize, should give in. After waiting for quite a while, Lin Bei didn't say anything. Instead, he lowered his head further, looking like a deflated little snail. Song Zhizhen sighed gently, grabbing Lin Bei's hand. Lin Bei trembled, relaxing his fingers immediately. Song Zhizhen lightly swept over the pinches on the fingertips and pulled out medicine from his pocket. Does the wound hurt? Not really. Lin Bei spread his hand, revealing the wound. The side of the palm wound had already started scabbing, but because Lin Bei hadn't taken good care of it and kept clenching his fist, the scabbed area cracked slightly, blood seeping out. I'll disinfect it first. Song Zhizhen forcibly pulled him to sit on a nearby patch of open ground, pulling various bottles of medicine and bandages out of his pocket. Hurt, and you tell me. Song Zhizhen opened the cotton swab dipped in disinfectant and treated the wound, but Lin Bei didn't let out a single sound, as if his spirit floated off to outer space, absent-minded. Give me a hand, hold this end. Song Zhizhen quickly poured the powder drug and started wrapping. With a dull reaction, Lin Bei grabbed the edge of the gauze and stared fixedly at Song Zhizhen's hair swirl on the top. Song Zhizhen only had one hair swirl, his hair grew neatly, looking very healthy. Don't let the wound get wet. Song Zhizhen packed the bottles and containers from the ground back into his pocket, pulling Lin Bei to stand up. Song Zhizhen did not take the chance to let go of Lin Bei's hand but instead asked, is there anything else you want to tell me? I'm sorry. Lin Bei repeated it softly again, his voice so weak, like the feeble mew of a kitten. Nothing more. Don't be angry. Anything else? Lin Bei suddenly felt choked in the throat, his mind all blank, unable to think of what he should say after half a day. Speechless. Song Zhizhen gripped Lin Bei's thin wrist and said, then let me talk. I'm sorry. Today I was too impulsive, I shouldn't have played Cold War with you over worrying about your safety without considering your emotions. I know what you're thinking, but I hope you can also value your own safety. You don't need to always chase after me, I will stop and wait for you. Take it slow, no rush. Chapter 34. Do you understand what I mean now? I do. Lin Bei slowly nodded. That's good. Song Zhizhen lightly brushed past Lin Bei's earlobe, were you upset just now? The sense of embarrassment inside Lin Bei crept up. Come here, brother Song will give you a hug. Song Zhizhen pulled him into his arms and hugged his slim waist. When the two returned to the cafeteria after their intimate moment, Hu Linwen obviously noticed that Lin Bei's mood had changed. He glanced at Song Zhizhen who had also just sat down, fully understanding. He took out the dry food from his pocket and placed it on the table, keep eating, there's still some canned food. Without a word, Lin Bei started eating the compressed biscuits, his ear tipped so red as if they might bleed, and he exuded an overall sweet atmosphere. Hu Linwen helplessly turned his head, feeling as though his single status was hit by 10,000 points of damage. But before he could recover his dignity as a singleton, Zhang Jichao and Xiang Neige across from him began sharing the canned food, taking turns with chopsticks, turning a simpleton into a feast. Hu Linwen was utterly angry, chewing the piece of meat with tendon in his mouth until it made crunching sounds, while consoling himself that there was nothing worth being self-pitying about, after all, there were thousands like him in the world of singles. This meal took quite a while. Just as it was almost over, a soldier ran in, covered in blood, and rushed to Li Zhouyun with a panicky look. After lowering his voice to say a few words, the originally smiling face of Li Zhouyun immediately turned pale, and he stood up abruptly without a word, striding out quickly. Song Zhizhen stood up to follow, and the others were also restless. What happened? Hu Linwen put down his chopsticks, his gaze following the group. There must have been an incident. Not long after, they came back inside with 2 stretchers and a large group of soldiers. The group of soldiers all bore injuries and hadn't even been properly bandaged yet. It was clear they had hastily returned, looking quite disheveled. Doctor. Bring the critically injured inside first, everyone else needs their wounds taken care of too. Li Zhouyun appeared more solemn than any other time they had seen before, carrying a decisive air in his actions. The injured soldiers were led away by the doctors who arrived for treatment, while the 2 injured soldiers on the stretchers were directly carried towards the makeshift tent on the side. As they lifted the tent flaps and entered, Lin Bei saw the various sizes of instruments inside. He guessed this was their specially set up small operating room. Li Zhouyun and the rest weren't allowed to enter the tent. After the stretcher went in, only those not injured remained standing next to him, and he slumped slightly, covering his forehead with his hand. Can someone tell me what happened? When we were retreating, the zombies collapsed the ceiling. There were 2 wooden boxes on top, which fell right onto Major General Li and them. Li Zhouyun nodded, signaling he understood, calming down for a moment before asking again, how are the others injured? He had only managed to check on the conditions of the 2 severely wounded, and didn't spare attention to the rest of his team. Just minor injuries. That's good, then all of you go rest first. Li Zhouyun waved them off. Seeing that they hadn't moved, Li Zhouyun raised his voice to repeat, go. They hesitated briefly but dared not defy Li Zhouyun's orders. They gave a military salute and left in an orderly manner. Outside the tent, only Li Zhouyun and Song Zhizhen remained. The two leaned shoulder to shoulder together for a while without anyone speaking. After a long while, Li Zhouyun slumped dejectedly and let out a heavy sigh, asking, Zhizhen, do you think it was too selfish of me to let Pingyu join the army? His heart isn't really in this line of work anyway. Pingyu has no regrets. Li Pingyu and Song Zhizhen had spent their childhood in the same courtyard. They grew up playing together. Back then, both were rebellious, one devoted to the barracks and the other passionate about politics. In the paths of entering politics or joining the army, Li Pingyu and Li Zhouyun had numerous arguments. From the depths of his heart, Li Zhouyun looked down upon the dirty tricks in politics and, having seen so much, did not want his only child to get involved in such messy affairs. Moreover, considering his identity, he believed that within the ranks of the military, Li Pingyu would have better opportunities for development. But even so, the lack of communication between the two led to stubborn disagreements, with neither willing to yield. This stalemate continued until the college entrance examination year when Li Zhouyun used his connections to directly alter Li Pingyu's application choices. By the time Li Pingyu realized, it was already close to the start of school term. Reluctantly, he ended up attending the military academy and eventually joined the army. Almost everything Li Pingyu achieved today had been forced on him by Li Zhouyun. This was why, when he saw Li Pingyu lying heavily injured on the stretcher, Li Zhouyun felt even more guilty. Over the years, he had reflected countless times on whether he had really made a mistake and whether he should have given his child more space. But such thoughts disappeared completely when he saw what Li Pingyu was doing now. Li Pingyu was indeed a promising young talent suitable for military life, so they never really delved deeper into this issue again. I'm afraid I've ruined him. Li Zhouyun rubbed his chin. If anything happened to him, I wouldn't even have the face to meet his mother. Song Zhizhen waited with Li Zhouyun for news, and the two were silent. They stood there waiting for more than half an hour until the tent finally opened. Li Zhouyun rushed over at once, pulling the doctor to ask, how's the patient? No big deal, the doctor waved at him, both are fine. Major General Li has a fractured hand bone, got a few stitches on the head, and probably needs to be observed for a few days to check for any swelling. Good, thank you. It was clearly visible that Li Zhouyun relaxed immediately. He pointed at the tent, can I go in now? You can, it's fine. This time Song Zhizhen didn't follow inside. He waited outside smoking, occasionally using his boots to kick pebbles on the ground. After finishing one cigarette, Song Zhizhen patted off the smoke ashes blown onto his clothes, and walked away with his hands in his pockets. By evening when he met Li Zhouyun again, Song Zhizhen learned about the task that Li Pingyu and others had undertaken this time. Why bring zombies back? I mentioned this to you before. They said it's to analyze the reason behind the rapid evolution of zombies. There's an expert team sent down specifically for this research. I also have someone. During school, we considered this area of study. They haven't been researching for long, but the people can be borrowed by you guys. Oh, who is it? You probably don't know their name. I'll have someone find them. Duan Lei was assigned to find this person. He asked everyone around and no one knew where the person was until he came to Xia Hang, who stood up with her hand raised and a piece of chicken breast halfway in her mouth. Seeing she wanted to say something, Duan Lei guessed she knew where the person was, so he didn't rush, and stood waiting for Xia Hang to swallow the bite. Xia Hang licked her fingers after eating with evident satisfaction, disregarding the decorum expected of girls entirely. After she felt satisfied, she slapped Duan Lei on the shoulder and said, before dinner, he asked me where the bathhouse was. I think he went to take a shower. As she spoke, she wiped the grease on her hands onto Duan Lei's clothes without him noticing, and then walked away with the information. The bathhouse was originally the employees' bathhouse of the wine factory, with separate sections for men and women. Duan Lei entered the men's section and started shouting as soon as he entered. After shouting for a while with no response, just as he was planning to search elsewhere by chance, he suddenly noticed a small door on the side, marked with a plaque inscribed with the words, shower room, in small characters. Without thinking, Duan Lei pushed open the door and entered. As soon as he entered, a gurgling sound could be heard coming from the farthest corner. Steam filled the room from that little cubicle, spreading misty warm currents instantly towards Duan Lei's face. He walked aimlessly toward the farthest end, subconsciously lightening his steps. Before long, a figure white as jade caught his eye. The men's shower cubicle had only a short wooden board covering the key parts, exposing everything else. Zhuo Luyuan's broad back was exceptionally good-looking, with a seductive waistline descending, abruptly cut off by the wooden board. Streams of water quickly gathered into lines dripping down, and his hair, wet and clumped together, swung with every motion of his body. Duan Lei felt parched looking at this, even doubting if he'd walked into a steaming oven. The surrounding air was hot and sticky. He took a step back wanting to leave directly and wait outside for Zhuo Luyuan to finish washing, but his movement was too big, stepping straight backward into the wooden panel behind him, which struck the door, creating a clear sound. Who's there? Upon hearing the voice, Zhuo Luyuan immediately turned to look. Duan Lei froze awkwardly, scratching his head. Well, caught in the act of peeking at someone showering. Who's there? Zhuo Luyuan repeated the question. Duan Lei looked up in surprise, realizing Zhuo Luyuan wasn't wearing his glasses, thus couldn't see clearly through blurred vision. Before Duan Lei had time to consider whether he should just leave and pretend he hadn't come, Zhuo Luyuan began fumbling for his glasses. In the process, he stepped hastily and got his big toe caught by a crudely made iron drain cover. Letting out a cry of pain, he anxiously pulled off his clothes to cover himself, leaning against the wall with one hand holding onto the eave so as not to fall. Duanlei, hearing the commotion, didn't hesitate anymore about whether it was awkward or not and directly pushed aside the wooden board and entered. Only when he approached did Zhou Luyuan realize who it was, staring at him in a daze. Duanlei. I came over because I need you for something, Duanlei said awkwardly, touching his nose and turning his face away to avoid looking at Zhou Luyuan. Are you alright? My toes stuck. Zhou Luyuan, embarrassed, used his shirt to cover key areas. Duanlei looked closely at him from close range, feeling a strange sensation in his head causing throbbing pain in his temples. He crouched down slowly, gripping Zhou Luyuan's ankle carefully. With every movement, Zhou Luyuan felt pain but tried not to show it much. Duanlei instinctively eased his grip and gently freed Zhou Luyuan's toe. Zhou Luyuan stared at the back of Duanlei's head, gazing deeply with a flash of insight that quickly vanished. Are all the zombies brought back here? Song Zhizhen's gaze fell on the iron cage. This was a specially made cage, holding dozens of zombies. The tall metal cage conducted electricity, and as some aggressive zombies charged towards them, they were struck down by powerful electric shocks. Despite this grim sight, other zombies continued to blindly charge forward, driven by their instincts. Are those two zombies the high-level ones you mentioned? Song Zhizhen pointed to two motionless zombies, one standing nearby and the other squatting in the corner with its head bowed low. If not for identifying them correctly, Song Zhizhen would have thought they were normal people. Their zombie transformation wasn't prominent, their pupils only faintly grayed, and their faces lacked grotesque expressions and bulging veins. Yes. At the sound of this voice, Li Zhouyun and Song Zhizhen turned simultaneously to see Li Pingyu, who had arrived unnoticed. A white bandage was wrapped around his head, and his hand was immobilized by a splint hanging from his neck. Yet, there was no sign of discomfort on his face. Slowly approaching the two, he finally stopped in front of the iron cage. These two were brought back from our last mission. Initially, we thought they were survivors until one of our team members got bitten while trying to help them. Li Pingyu explained, then turned toward Song Zhizhen and extended his arms. Buddy, how about a hug? It's been a long time. It has. Song Zhizhen cautiously avoided touching Li Pingyu's injuries. They embraced briefly before letting go. I thought you'd be sulking and wouldn't come. If it weren't for today's mission, I'd have gone to meet you. Not me, I'm not a kid anymore. Song Zhizhen replied nonchalantly. Quit pretending. Li Pingyu sneered at his feigned demeanor and moved to stand beside Li Zhouyun. Father. Why are you up already? Li Zhouyun reprimanded. No serious damage, couldn't lie still after waking up. I heard the famous Captain Song had returned, so I wanted to take a look. Don't get my clothes dirty, Song Zhizhen deflected promptly. Li Pingyu chuckled, are we brothers or not? No. Song Zhizhen ignored him, severing the pretense of brotherhood immediately. Instead, he observed the persistent zombies relentlessly attempting to break through the iron cage. At this moment, he heard a roar, which abruptly silenced all the frenzied zombies. None dared to attempt breaking the cage again. Are those two the leaders? Who knows? Li Pingyu shrugged nonchalantly. We roughly guess it might be due to hierarchy issues. It could be an internal class system among the zombies, whoever's stronger is obeyed. Simple and crude class structure. And what about their research progress? Song Zhizhen gestured toward the researchers busy in another glass cabinet. Don't know. Li Pingyu raised an eyebrow dismissively, they don't answer to us. Song Zhizhen instantly understood. He had assumed that the Lis had absolute authority in this base, but now realized it wasn't so. These researchers represented an independent force from the military personnel. Their existence instilled confidence among civilians and even served more as oversight. Such an independent base would make the government nervous, they needed someone to keep watch, and these researchers very well could be their surveillance monitors. How did Lieutenant General Li get injured? Asked a man in a white coat concernedly. It's a trivial matter. Let me introduce you to, this is the head of the Base Research Institute, Yan Bin, and this is my friend, Song Zhizhen. Li Pingyu didn't hesitate at all to spread Song Zhizhen's name. Yan Bin's pupils contracted slightly as he scrutinized Song Zhizhen carefully before raising his hand and saying, hello. Hello, Song Zhizhen curved his lips into a smile, allowing himself to be examined by Yan Bin. Chapter 35. General Song, I have heard much about you, Yan Bin said humbly with sincerity. Let's not be formal, I don't hold that title anymore, Song Zhizhen replied calmly, as their hands briefly met. Even without the empty name, your strength, General Song, cannot be denied. Are we now in a time of mutual commercial compliments? Li Pingyu could no longer stand the atmosphere and interrupted their conversation. Haha. Yan Bin laughed, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. After laughing, he asked, are you interested in what's behind here? He pointed to the iron cages behind him, now tranquil, over 10 zombies stood in various postures inside. Yet they were still restless. Their gaze towards the group was predatory, just waiting for an opportunity to pounce and bite. No, I'm here to recommend someone to you, Song Zhizhen responded plainly. Yan Bin looked surprised but quickly resumed smiling, saying seriously, anyone recommended by General Song is indeed someone I would like to meet. Can I ask who it is first? Zhou Li Yuan, a teacher from S University. Zhou Li Yuan. Yan Bin repeated the name, certain he had never heard of it before. But unwilling to refuse Song Zhizhen outright, he said, then I look forward to seeing the person you bring me, General Song. Alright, I'll bring them later. Good. Yan Bin finished speaking, when the pager in his hand rang. He turned it off and apologized, you all can take a casual look around. I have some matters to attend to and must leave. His worried expression seemed genuine, and Li Pingyu hadn't intended on detaining him anyway. Upon witnessing this, he immediately said, go slowly. Yan Bin came and left hastily, his fluttering clothes swept away in the breeze. Once he disappeared from view, Li Pingyu patted Song Zhizhen's shoulder, he's finally gone. Who is he? Song Zhizhen gazed in the direction Yan Bin had left. He'd had no prior interactions with this person in charge, yet during their first meeting, the latter had been overly eager. Song Zhizhen didn't think he possessed any particular utility value to Yan Bin. One of your father's men. Li Pingyu hooked his neck, they've shown us such great face, so we shouldn't waste it, right? Since he's already said we can casually take a look, we might as well go around. I haven't had the chance to wander inside previously. You're tricking me. Song Zhizhen shot him a sideways glance. That sounds harsh. How can it be called a trick? We're family after all. Li Pingyu wiggled his eyebrows at him, wanting to thump his chest to prove his sincerity, but unfortunately, being one-armed, he couldn't pull off the high-difficulty move and had to give up reluctantly. Song Zhizhen wasn't planning to argue with him. Having mentioned it once was enough. He followed the two into the research room. The equipment inside was far more complete than what the school had, with several large operational machines already set up. People seen through the glass windows were busily engaged in tasks, none of them taking even a moment to glance in their direction. All these items were airlifted over, costing a lot of effort at the time, Li Pingyu remarked, pointing at the instruments inside the window. Bypassing the operation table and walking straight through a long corridor, the group soon reached the core position of the brewery. Unlike the outer areas exposed to sunlight, this area was entirely composed of enclosed corridors with very high wattage wall lamps, glaring fluorescent lights making their eyes ache. This isn't soaked in formalin, is it? Li Pingyu, who didn't get the chance to come inside, upon seeing the zombie submerged in the glassware for the first time, noted that the zombie was curled up almost naked, with long hair floating upwards, its facial features calm. Perhaps, Song Zhizhen stared at the other few glass containers inside the room. They housed different zombies, both male and female. Their common feature was having an extremely robust build, even the women appeared muscular in their arms and legs. If they were to escape, they would surely be fighter jets among zombies, Li Pingyu observed their characteristics inside. Shouldn't there be nothing left inside? Li Zhouyun cared about Li Pingyu's wound, wishing to conclude and return early. Not done yet, Li Pingyu didn't want to lie down and wanted to walk further in. Song Zhizhen still remembered the favor earlier, now agreeing with Li Zhouyun, let's go back. It's not meaningful anyway. Why teaming up against me already? Irritated, Li Pingyu struck the glass window lightly, causing the container within to shake slightly, ripples forming in the liquid. Looking at their determined stares, Li Pingyu relented first, alright, let's go. We'll drink together tonight. He hurried ahead to lead the way, while Song Zhizhen and the other trailed behind slowly. After the brief movement, the liquid in the glassware quickly settled down. The light from the incandescent lamps reflected off the glass surface, creating an eerie glow. The female zombie, who had been lying curled up, suddenly raised her head, wide-eyed, watching as the trio walked away, but soon became quiet again. Her hair gently swayed before stopping, leaving only a few small bubbles dancing on the water's surface. Song Zhizhen, who had already walked far away, suddenly stopped and looked back. Li Pingyu was about to ask him what he was doing when Song said casually, nothing. Walk slower, my old arms and legs can't keep up, Li Pingyu said as he caught up with Song Zhizhen, grinning like a sly fox, I have a surprise for you tonight. Song Zhizhen didn't expect much from his plan and wasn't looking forward to it, so he just nodded slightly as if acknowledging. To prepare the welcome feast for that night, Li Zhouyun had taken out all of their limited fresh food supplies. The grandmas and grandpas from the school canteen spontaneously pitched in without being asked, and they managed to make home-cooked dishes from the large pots of food. There wasn't much else here at the brewery, but there was plenty of good sorghum liquor. Li Pingyu ordered several cases of baijiu from the warehouse, stacking them neatly on the table. Everyone gathered around the staff canteen tables. Those survivors who'd grown tired of eating canned food finally got some side dishes. They were practically hugging the plates. Those on duty or relieving shifts couldn't drink alcohol, so Li Pingyu simply changed seats to sit next to Song Zhizhen and joined their drinking session. Song Zhizhen didn't have a strong drinking habit. After having a bit, he put down his cup. On the other hand, Li Pingyu found himself surrounded by people under Song Zhizhen's command. Since he couldn't get Song Zhizhen drunk, they focused on him instead. Each one took turns taking a sip, eventually turning him into someone red-faced and tipsy. However, Li Pingyu's tolerance for alcohol was not something to underestimate, especially because he still had things on his mind. Once he finished the last dregs of wine in his glass, he decided not to pick up another. He massaged his temples for clarity, pushed aside his wine glass with his finger, glanced around the table, and finally rested his gaze on the only unfamiliar face present. Who is this? I've never seen him before. Li Pingyu pointed at Lin Bei, his breath carrying a faint alcoholic odor as he spoke. People at the table might not have been very familiar with each other, but at least they could recognize faces. If not for a close relationship, Li Pingyu wouldn't have lingered at this table waiting for them to drink with him. Shaking his head, he thought that maybe the alcohol was getting to him, causing him to fail to fully recognize everyone under Song Jizhen. Of course you haven't. Xia Heng smirked and winked at Song Jizhen. Why don't you ask our captain? What do you mean? Li Pingyu was completely baffled now, glancing between Song Jizhen and Lin Bei. What should have been normal behavior felt strangely inappropriate after Xia Heng's words. Song Jizhen remained unfazed, not even sparing them a glance. However, Lin Bei appeared somewhat uncomfortable, nervously rubbing his ear as he lowered his head to eat. Just when Li Pingyu was feeling confused, Song Jizhen suddenly turned his chopsticks and placed a piece of meat in Lin Bei's bowl. Lin Bei became even more awkward, his ears immediately flushing bright red. Li Pingyu. His clouded brain, dulled by alcohol, instantly regained half its lucidity. Half open-mouthed, he stared at the pair, disbelieving. Do you understand now? Xia Heng nudged him with her elbow. Li Pingyu. Before he could curse, a clear voice rang out, Big Brother Song. Li Pingyu's body stiffened, his spine grew cold. This voice was like a death knell, driving away the remaining 3/10 of his drunkenness. Grabbing the wine bottle, he poured himself half a cup and then stood up, holding his glass solemnly. I'll go toast with my dad over there. Song Jizhen quickly grabbed him, saying, drink here. In the blink of an eye, that voice reached behind Li Pingyu. Big Brother Song, long time no see. Escape was impossible now. Li Pingyu just wanted leniency. He reversed his grip on Song Jizhen's wrist, lamenting pitifully, Big Brother Song, I really didn't know about you. It's all my fault, blame me. It was purely accidental. He knew the second son of the Pei family harbored feelings for Song Jizhen, but both parties were unattached, so meeting wasn't wrong, and even if it didn't work out, a dinner together could fix things. How could he imagine that his brother, who'd shown little interest in women for 20 years, had randomly hooked up with someone, with the person in question sitting right beside him? This was clearly asking for trouble. Pei Minran was oblivious to the undercurrents at play. He approached the table, picked up his glass, and beamed brightly, his exuberance practically bubbling over. Brother Song, congratulations on completing your mission. Before he could finish, his eyes caught Li Pingyu sitting nearby, and his tone rose slightly. Big Brother Pingyu, what happened to your injury? I got hit, Li Pingyu replied bitterly. He gave up resisting and sat down, picking up his cup. I'll drink a toast as punishment. It was wrong of me to do this. With that, he raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. The burning sensation coursed from his throat all the way up to his forehead. Right now, he wished more than anything that he could just get drunk, completely passed out for days until Song Jizhen's anger had subsided. Pei Minran couldn't make sense of this action, but the others understood perfectly. Lin Bei, who remained clueless about everything going on, thought it had nothing to do with him. He kept his head down and continued eating quietly. Chapter 36. The person involved had no expression, so naturally, others didn't say much either. Li Pingyu added a set of chopsticks and a bowl beside himself, inserting himself between the two, separating them. Come on, sit down and have dinner. It must be tiring for you to come here. Li Pingyu stopped Pei Minran's attempt to pour alcohol and pulled him down to sit. No, the place where I was on duty isn't far from here. Pei Minran didn't understand why Li Pingyu's attitude shifted, but seeing Song Jizhen's dispirited look, he did not do anything reckless. After a while, the atmosphere at the table gradually warmed up again, and Pei Minran opened his mouth. Brother Song, how long are you planning to stay this time? It depends on the situation, replied Song Jizhen without a second thought. Do you want to go back to Haijiao? Father misses you very much. Pei Minran carefully observed his expression, afraid that Song Jizhen would appear displeased. We'll see later. When Song Jizhen said this, Pei Minran knew that it was a gentle refusal. His smile was bitter, and he took a swig of wine in silence. Are you full? Song Jizhen put down his chopsticks and turned around to ask Lin Bei. Lin Bei's mouth was still stuffed with food, cheeks puffing out like a squirrel feeding on nuts. Song Jizhen's heart softened, and he naturally wiped away the rice grains at the corner of his mouth. If you haven't finished, take your time. No rush. Lin Bei hummed in agreement, but his face blushed red despite himself. Li Pingyu used his glass to cover his eyes. He couldn't dare to look at Pei Minran sitting next to him anymore. Now he offended not only Song Jizhen but also Pei Minran thoroughly. Sure enough, Pei Minran knocked his chopsticks on the table unsteadily, and he smiled. I started trembling after drinking just a couple of cups. He was not someone who didn't know when to stop. On the contrary, his self-esteem was well protected from childhood. Now he wouldn't make a scene. Seeing him talk this way, everyone realized he intended to turn over this absurd matter today. Li Pingyu quickly salvaged the situation. This is top-quality sorghum liquor, you probably haven't tried it yet. It's very potent. Then let me try, brother Li, shall we drink one down? Let's do it. Encouraged by those at the table, they began to persuade each other to drink again. Huang Mao jumped onto the stool and raised his hand. Don't just drink wine. Let's play something fun, let's. He scanned the table and casually picked up an empty wine bottle. We'll spin the bottle, whoever it points to will drink one down and perform a talent. How about that? What talent do you have? A military martial arts demonstration. Xia Heng laughed uncontrollably. Huang Mao took the chance to pit some friends tonight and shouted loudly, stop talking nonsense, will you come or not? I'm done eating. Lin Bei whispered. In that case, let's leave. You're not going to drink. Not worth it. Song Zhizhen stood up on his own accord. Do as you please, Lin Bei and I are leaving first. Ho, Captain, you're being quite unreasonable now. What do you intend to do with little Bei tonight without drinking? One of the team members teased mischievously. Song Zhizhen threw his gloves at him. Get lost. This won't do, you must drink one down before you leave. Huang Mao jumped off his stool, came over to them, and held a cup towards them. Each of you drink one down, then we'll let you go. Others chimed in, presenting a stance of refusing to let them go unless they drank. Can you drink? Song Zhizhen found it tedious to tangle with them and looked at Lin Bei. I can. Lin Bei nodded. Just a little. Song Zhizhen grabbed the cup and swallowed half the alcohol in one gulp. He slammed the overturned cup heavily on the table. Lin Bei imitated him, but unfortunately, he lacked the capacity for alcohol. After gulping it down, he felt extremely uncomfortable, his throat burning like fire, pricking painfully. Song Zhizhen poured him a cup of tea to soothe him, and Huang Mao pulled him close and whispered into his ear, Captain, seize the opportunity. After finishing the alcohol, naturally, no one dared to stop the two people anymore. They walked side by side, the night wind teasingly darting into Lin Bei's exposed skin like playful fairies. The cold collided with the warmth in his body, conflicting and struggling, making Lin Bei feel extremely uneasy. Not feeling well? Song Zhizhen grabbed his hand. Lin Bei hadn't put his hands in his pockets, they were as cold as ice, making Song Zhizhen regret throwing away his gloves. He should have thrown something else instead. Why don't you put your hands in your pocket? Waiting for you to hold my hand. Lin Bei slightly lifted his head, their gazes meeting for a brief moment. Your hands are warm, he said, then raised the other hand as well. This hand is cold too. Song Zhizhen. Song Zhizhen touched his face, it was burning hot, thus realizing that the half cup of alcohol had dizzied him. When Song Zhizhen did not make a move for a long time, Lin Bei directly grabbed his hand. The sudden touch of warm skin made Lin Bei feel very comfortable. He leaned against Song Zhizhen's body, his nose close to his neck, breathing steadily. The cold wind mixed with the smell of alcohol enveloped them. Finding a comfortable position, Lin Bei remained still, and Song Zhizhen was almost driven crazy by this act of seduction. Yet, he knew better than to take advantage of the situation outside. It didn't matter to him as much since he had grown out of caring for showy appearances, but he worried that Lin Bei would be embarrassed when he woke up sober in the morning. He maintained perfect self-control, observing how Lin Bei's breathing gradually slowed down. Song Zhizhen felt like he was almost successful. Faint noises from the canteen reached them from within the base, along with rustling winds and their inconsistent breathing and pounding heartbeats. Breaking the silence at an opportune moment, Lin Bei asked softly, don't you want to kiss me? Song Zhizhen remained speechless, then Lin Bei added, I want to kiss you. Is it okay? Song Zhizhen. As Lin Bei's lips impulsively crashed towards him, Song Zhizhen recalled Huang Mao's meaningful words earlier. However, his thoughts soon returned to the present, and he embraced Lin Bei tightly, kissing him back actively. After drinking alcohol, Lin Bei became incredibly soft, so unlike the state when he was sober. Song Zhizhen did not want to miss the current Lin Bei. Their breaths intertwined, indistinguishable from each other, just as the shadows under the lamppost stuck together seamlessly. I don't feel well. Lin Bei let out a soft moan, pushing Song Zhizhen away slightly with his forehead. The moment they separated, the cold wind swept between them, instantly cooling down the sweet heat. Suppressing his desires, Song Zhizhen coughed, hoarsely asking, do you need to throw up? Dizzy, Lin Bei clung to Song Zhizhen, closing his eyes right after resting against him. After waiting for a while and confirming that Lin Bei would remain unconscious, Song Zhizhen carefully carried him. They walked back to the room allocated by Li Zhouyun under the moonlight. Taking into consideration their relationship, Li Zhouyun thoughtfully arranged a large bedroom for them with a small bathroom, the best configuration available at the base. Placing him gently on the bed, Song Zhizhen took off his shoes and socks before covering him snugly. After arranging everything properly, Song Zhizhen looked around but couldn't find a chair. Without being particular about comfort, he simply sat on the floor and lit a cigarette to watch Lin Bei's peaceful sleeping face. Lin Bei's hair was slightly messy, a few strands playfully slipping onto his nostrils. Song Zhizhen leaned forward to arrange the hair neatly, unwilling to let go afterwards. He gently stroked Lin Bei's cheek and experienced for the first time a sense of tranquil serenity. A moment later, he lightly scolded himself, pulled his hand back, and went into the toilet. He stripped off his clothes and turned on the shower head. Suddenly, a jet of cold water spewed out. Hot water supply in the base was time limited, usually from 7 in the morning to 10 in the evening, so it had already been cut off at this hour. However, Song Zhizhen did not consider himself delicate. He splashed himself haphazardly, suppressing his physical responses. The coolness brought by the cold water spread all the way from his soles to the crown of his head. Song Zhizhen trembled noticeably, and after putting on an undershirt, he exited the bathroom and carelessly tossed his coat on the floor before slowly climbing into bed. When his body started warming up again, Song Zhizhen moved closer to Lin Bei, whisperingly hugged him, and Lin Bei seemed to sense it and immediately turned around, burying himself into his embrace. Song Zhizhen closed his eyes briefly, reciting the cleansing incantation 3 times in his mind. After quite a bit of, both finally fell into deep slumber. They had only just arrived at the base yesterday and hadn't yet joined any formal assignment, so everyone on the team slept well the next day, waking up lazily past midday. Huang Mao and others were already having lunch, waiting patiently at the table. When they saw that 2 seats remained empty, he gave a knowing smile. What? Old Sha nudged him, unable to bear his lewd expression. You wouldn't understand. I'll tell you, Captain will definitely thank me today. Huang Mao drank a bowl of pickled vegetable soup smugly, feeling almost ecstatic, wanting to burst into a lucky tune right there. For what? A familiar voice came over. Huang Mao saw Song Zhizhen's face filled with unmet desires and drowsiness, which startled him. His gaze shifted to Lin Bei, who still appeared natural but slightly more reserved in expression. Huang Mao believed they must have consummated something last night. But then again, something seemed amiss. In theory, the captain shouldn't be in such a condition post-coitus. Suspiciously eyeing Lin Bei, he scrutinized him thoroughly, and suddenly a saying popped into his head: there is no field that cannot be tilled, only oxen that die of fatigue. Could it be? Huang Mao's eyes widened in shock. He had never realized that Lin Bei, who appeared so upright and proper, actually had the potential to be such a siren, forcing their usually valiant captain into this state. Noticing Huang Mao's increasingly strange expression, Song Zhizhen kicked him to snap him out of his wild imaginings. Ahem, Huang Mao scratched his hair awkwardly. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Had he known Lin Bei could act so seductive, he would have done something earlier, maybe even prepared some bullwhip canned food for their captain to boost his strength. Get lost, Song Zhizhen muttered upon seeing him again, knowing how dirty his mind could get. Huang Mao only thought that the captain was feeling embarrassed and angered at once, so he wisely backed off, slinking silently to the other end of the table while stealthily watching the interactions between the captain and Lin Bei. The captain pulled out a chair for Lin Bei. Lin Bei's pointed ears flushed red. The captain handed Lin Bei chopsticks and helped him serve meat. Lin Bei's earlobes turned crimson. The captain gently arranged Lin Bei's disheveled hair. Lin Bei's entire face turned scarlet. This was truly a sign of deteriorating moral values. Huang Mao stared intently at Lin Bei's bright red cheeks and began to doubt the current trends, wondering if being coy and shy made someone more appealing these days. Chapter 37. Lin. Fox spirit. Shy and timid. Bei had already remembered what happened last night. That half cup of liquor had managed to slightly intoxicate him but hadn't erased his memory. He spent half an hour recalling the events from last night. By the time Song Zhizhen woke up, Lin Bei had already finished contemplating. He didn't mention a word about last night, slowly finishing washing up before pulling Lin Bei onto the bed to retie the leather ropes he had undone the previous evening. Next time, don't drink alcohol again. Lin Bei lowered his head, his pigtails flopped down like they were dispirited. Upset? No, Lin Bei quickly shook his head in denial. I didn't realize my tolerance for alcohol is so poor. You don't know yourself well enough. Song Zhizhen casually said. The words from the blonde-haired man last night kept cycling in his mind. This guy probably knew because he talked with Hu Linwen and others before. Still dizzy. Lin Bei evaluated his current state and shook his head, not dizzy. Are you going to follow out on missions these next 2 days? Lin Bei asked. There won't be any missions the next 2 days, how about it? If there's no mission then I'll find Xia Heng, let her continue teaching me. Song Zhizhen raised his hand to check the time, speaking coldly, why don't you come to me? She was all taught by me. Song Zhizhen shamelessly took all the credit that should have belonged to Li Zhou-yun. You're quite busy. Lin Bei quickly responded. I'm not busy at all. Song Zhizhen's tone turned worse. Do you know what human relationships are? If you let Xia Heng help today, then next time, you have to help her back, one give and take, you'll get tired. Lin Bei silently stared at him. Song Zhizhen continued, I'm different. I'm your boyfriend, 4 rounds of 5 into a family. I don't take advantage of you, I teach you, it counts as mutual help, no need to be polite. Mutual help? Normally I teach you training, and in bed, you teach me training. Song Zhizhen spoke nonsense for a while until now revealing his purpose. His narrow eyes smiled into 2 arched bridges. What do you think? Lin Bei. All morning telling dirty jokes made Lin Bei somewhat unable to handle it. Song Zhizhen didn't force him, wrapping an arm around his waist to stand up. Think it over carefully. If you feel this matter can work, I will personally guide you in training today. Xia Heng is far inferior to me. He smirked while laughing. While eating, Lin Bei also didn't forget about Song Zhizhen's words. Although he felt that Xia Heng wouldn't mind him, he also thought it wasn't good to always take up Xia Heng's personal time. Moreover, he was actually looking forward to Song Zhizhen personally teaching him training. Lin Bei lowered his head trying to hide his red face. He didn't dare say this to Song Zhizhen, but inside he already had an idea. Come find me after you consider it thoroughly, I'm off to handle some things now. Song Zhizhen was full after having breakfast. Watching Lin Bei squirm in the morning gave him great satisfaction, his voice even carried laughter when he spoke. Lin Bei softly acknowledged, and after the person left with big strides, he also put down his chopsticks. Once the person left far away, the long-restrained Huang Mao couldn't hold back anymore. Like a starving wolf, he darted to Lin Bei's side. How did the captain perform last night? Lin Bei. Got pretty worn out, right? After Huang Mao said this sentence, he connected it to the earlier situation, negating his own statement in his heart. He should ask whether the captain got worn out last night instead. He hasn't stayed by Song Zhizhen's side for too long. Hu Li and Duan Lei, those older ones, followed him for 6 or 7 years already. They allegedly drilled through mud and sand together since their new recruit days. He never saw Song Zhizhen's less composed side during drills. His first impression was Song Zhizhen holding a wooden stick, following around Li Zhouyan giving them training. Therefore in Huang Mao's mind, Song Zhizhen was always this towering figure. But today, this image shattered. Some people look like fierce tigers but actually aren't sharper than a fox spirit. Lin Bei. Lin Bei didn't want to tangle with him. Listening to him speak just twice was his limit. He couldn't care less about Huang Mao's gossiping heart now and stood up to leave without waiting for Huang Mao's next sentence. Huang Mao feigned retention, yet his excitement lingered as he stared at Lin Bei's hurried back. Don't go too far, be careful, captain sends you to the frontier. Xia Hang couldn't bear him teasing Lin Bei recklessly. I'm just helping stir things up a bit. If we wait for captain to act, when can we get some meat shreds? Song Zhizhen saying he had something urgent really meant he was busy. He went to see the research lab director, this time without the Li's father and son accompanying him. Yan Bin became even more polite instead. Sit down, would you like something to drink? Just plain water. Song Zhizhen wasn't particular about such things. Yan Bin raised an eyebrow and poured him half a glass of water. General Song, are you going to recommend someone to me? Yes and no. Song Zhizhen enjoyed keeping him in suspense without clarifying further. I've heard much about General Song already. Today's meeting proves it. Song Zhizhen showed no curiosity about his own accomplishments, knowing all Yan Bin could hear were probably some rash foolish deeds from his younger days. He drank his water silently, waiting for Yan Bin to continue. Sure enough, seeing that the other side wasn't responding, Yan Bin didn't feel awkward and went on unperturbed. General Song, you know why your father sent me here. You have a deep relationship with Deputy Li, and I just wanted to use this connection to have a word with you. The word sounded grand but omitted all the underlying calculations. Years ago, Song Zhizhen had long since given up any yearning for filial affection, and after hearing these words, he let out a scornful laugh. Slowly putting down his cup, he decided to let Yan Bin finish his performance. Please go on. General Song knows how deeply affected you were by that incident back then. He also wants to find an opportunity to make amends, but hasn't found the right time yet. Here's a document personally signed by him, you can take a look. Yan Bin opened a drawer as he spoke and took out an envelope marked with 5 big characters, for Song Zhizhen only. Song Zhizhen took the handed-over document indifferently, opening it lazily. Inside were 3 densely written pages of his father's handwriting, which Song Zhizhen glanced over and tossed aside without looking. Instead, he found the document Yan Bin mentioned earlier behind the letter. Ren Mian. Just reading the title made Song Zhizhen lose interest. All said and done, it was merely another sugary cannonball. Song Zhizhen had been too used to his father's tactics, and now they only felt insipid. These are your father's intentions. Not necessary. Song Zhizhen placed the document back on the table. I'll have the person you asked for come over this afternoon. They also have some machinery you might find useful. When they left, they brought along all the treasures belonging to Zhou Liju, but never unloaded them. The items remained packed in crates. Even though the task of delivering the message was completed, Yan Bin knew from the beginning it wouldn't succeed, not at all feeling pressured in the slightest. Instead, he was more intrigued about the person Song Zhizhen recommended. Mentioned by name, Zhou Liju had just welcomed Duan Lei early that morning. Yesterday, Duan Lei had been thoroughly frightened, pulling the person's foot out before running off, leaving the matter unresolved. So, Duan Lei had to return early once again, doing extensive psychological preparation outside Zhou Liju's door before finally mustering the courage to knock. Zhou Liju didn't have the same privileges as his teammates, having to share a room with 3 other teachers. Originally employee dormitories, 4 people living together wasn't particularly cramped. Hearing the knock, Zhou Liju, who was closest to the door, immediately opened it, only to be met face to face with Duan Lei's beet-red complexion. Zhou Liju found it amusing but didn't betray his emotions. Is there something you need? Duan Lei looked at him, glancing at the 3 figures behind Zhou Liju. People sitting or lying on the beds around turned their wide eyes toward them curiously. Noticing Duan Lei's line of sight, Zhou Liju stepped out directly, closing the door behind him. Let's talk outside. Okay, Duan Lei nodded but immediately regretted it as soon as he saw the empty corridor, wishing he hadn't stepped out. Standing face to face with him made the atmosphere even more awkward. They had known each other for quite a while, maintaining a light friendliness between them. Though rough on the outside, Duan Lei noticed that Zhou Liju's attitude toward him differed from others. He had always ignored, or rather dared not deal with, that fact. With Captain being the precedent, he had no aversion toward homosexuality, but that didn't mean he could accept becoming homosexual himself. Besides, he promised his mother to find a wife within 2 years and give birth to a healthy boy. Zhou Liju couldn't decipher the inner turmoil reflected in Duan Lei's expression, nor did he care to speculate about it. He simply reminded gently, if there's something you want to say, now would be the time. It's a bit cold outside. Only then did Duan Lei notice that Zhou Liju had come out wearing only a single layer. Without thinking twice, Duan Lei swiftly took off his jacket and draped it over Zhou Liju's shoulders. After completing the action smoothly, he suddenly became aware of how embarrassing it actually was. Duan Lei. Thank you. Now please proceed. Finally, Zhou Liju smiled, with laughter shining in his eyes. Ahem. The captain wants you to enter the base research lab, there are biology experts inside. Hearing this, Zhou Liju's eyes lit up, and Duan Lei instantly knew he had agreed. Indeed, the moment Duan Lei finished speaking, Zhou Liju said, I'm in. Alright then, I'll report back to the captain. This afternoon, you can come first, we'll help unload the equipment from the car for you. Alright, Zhou Liju nodded. I'm actually here for this matter. You see, you're busy, so I won't bother you anymore. Duan Lei awkwardly scratched his already messy hair. Zhou Liju didn't respond to his rambling and said instead, I'm not busy. Duan Lei. Duan Lei was startled for a moment and then said, is that so? Haha, well, I am quite busy. If you don't have anything else, I'll take my leave. Okay. Zhou Liju visibly became deflated. He took off the jacket from his shoulder and handed it back to Duan Lei, I'm heading back anyway. You go ahead with your business. Duan Lei fidgeted as he accepted the jacket. Seizing the moment before Zhou Liju turned away, he quickly added, it wasn't my intention yesterday. I really just wanted to deliver a message. Zhou Liju looked up at him and then smiled, you must have heard about me, right? I'm gay, he raised his hand as if to smooth Duan Lei's hair but was quickly evaded by Duan Lei. Zhou Liju's hand froze in midair but he soon shoved it into his pocket, smiling as he said, the things you think are trivial matter a lot to me. Next time if something happens while I'm showering, get someone else to pass the message. That way, I'll feel more comfortable. And so will you. Chapter 38. As Duan Lei was momentarily stunned, Zhou Liyuan had already finished speaking and left. These 2 sentences hit Duan Lei like a bombshell. He stood there in a daze, his eyes wandering. After standing there for a few minutes, Duan Lei eventually left as well. On the way down the stairs, he encountered Songjin coming out of the research lab. Lei. Seeing Duan Lei's stunned expression, Songjin called out to him. Oh, Captain. Duan Lei instinctively raised his head. Songjin noticed something was off with him, but he didn't ask, merely walking alongside him toward the exit. What did Zhou Liyuan say? He agreed, said he would reply this afternoon. Duan Lei hesitated a moment before replying. Well then, could you help unload something from the truck a bit later and deliver it to him? Songjin rubbed his sore neck, causing it to crack loudly. Duan Lei stopped in his tracks, looking troubled. Never mind, Captain, I'll find someone else to do it. I have some things I need to attend to today. What is it? Songjin glanced at him. It's just a minor thing. Clearly lacking any skill at lying, Duan Lei struggled for half a minute to concoct even the simplest lie. Songjin didn't press him, merely turning away and saying, all right then. The 2 continued forward, and after a few steps, Duan Lei felt uneasy again. He thought that he had messed things up, though his original intention wasn't to damage his relationship with Zhou Liyuan. Instead, their connection now seemed strained, which was not the outcome he wanted. But he also couldn't figure out a better way to resolve the issue. That conflicted feeling persisted until they reached the stairs leading down to the training building. As Songjin was about to enter the building, Duan Lei pulled him back right before stepping inside. He opened his mouth to say something, but let go of Songjin's arm. What's wrong? Songjin looked him over. It's nothing, Captain, you go ahead. Duan Lei shook his head several times. Songjin patted him on the shoulder. Speak up if there's anything bothering you. Duan Lei nodded. Songjin didn't dwell on Duan Lei's matter further. Everyone deals with issues in their own way, and if Duan Lei truly encountered a difficult situation, he would be able to sort it out himself. With both hands in his pockets, Songjin entered the training hall where the off-duty team members trained. Lin Bei was there as well, having just finished a round with Xia Hang. Lying on the floor were 2 other people who had collapsed from exhaustion. Teacher Xia, we'd better leave. It's not convenient here for us, Hu Linwen squinted, sweat soaking through his clothes. Xia Hang saw Songjin upon arrival and agreed instantly, immediately picking up his jacket to stand up. Captain, I'll hand over Lin Bei to you. I'll take them to another room. Without considering Lin Bei's opinion, the 3 moved quickly, leaving behind Zhang Jichao who closed the door last. Immediately afterward, Songjin started unbuttoning his coat. How far has Teacher Xia brought it? Lin Bei looked elsewhere, close-range combat. Let's practice then. Song Jin casually threw his coat aside and immediately assumed a combat-ready stance. Alright. Lin Bei didn't dare to underestimate him and quickly launched an attack. Their arms collided, generating enough force to numb their limbs. Lin Bei frowned, swiftly dodging Song Jin's aggressive assault while passively defending himself. It was Lin Bei's first time sparring with someone other than Xia Heng. The differences between the two made it so Lin Bei no longer had clear strategies to counterattack. Song Jin's style was entirely different from Xia Heng. If Xia Heng's movements were agile and precise, Song Jin's were swift and powerful. Though Xia Heng's attacks were fast, they lacked strength, whereas Song Jin combined speed with power. His movements were sharp and decisive, forcing Lin Bei into relentless defense. Don't just focus on blocking, find my weak points, Song Jin stated, his gaze focused, maintaining the same frequency of offense without slowing down. A punch came whistling by, grazing past Lin Bei's face. Lin Bei fell backward as Song Jin prepared to catch him by the waist, but using his wrist as support, Lin Bei pushed himself up off the ground with great force. Kicking high with his right leg aimed at Song Jin's side. In that fleeting moment of carelessness, Song Jin gave Lin Bei a chance. Quickly sidestepping, avoiding Lin Bei's kick, he bent down low. With Lin Bei's kick missing its mark, he lunged forward, giving Song Jin no breathing room. Song Jin's satisfied expression showed, then once more they engaged fiercely in combat, Lin Bei doggedly matching Song Jin move for move thanks to his stubborn perseverance. While controlling the fight and observing Lin Bei's offensive characteristics, Song Jin stretched the bout, ensuring it concluded within 5 minutes. Good job. Song Jin released his grip on Lin Bei and helped him to his feet. Lin Bei caught his breath uncontrollably while Song Jin remained unaffected, grabbing a water bottle from nearby to offer Lin Bei. Take a break. Lin Bei took a large gulp of water, and after he finished, Song Jin took the bottle directly to his own lips. Good reflexes, Song Jin praised with a smile. The two trained and rested intermittently for a while, depending entirely on Song Jin's mood. Lin Bei felt that he had rested more than he had trained, yet he still ended up feeling sore all over when they were done. Need me to carry you? Song Jin joked as he helped Lin Bei put on his coat. I can walk, Lin Bei calmly refused, walking ahead and pushing the door open. His face still bore a red flush from the sweat and heat. After an afternoon of training, Song Jin felt thoroughly invigorated, in such a good mood that it seemed like he might float away. He followed Lin Bei out and hummed a tuneless melody as he walked. You should go back and take a shower first, there won't be hot water later. Lin Bei didn't hesitate to agree, the sweat on his body indeed made him uncomfortable. They both returned to their room, and Lin Bei was about to take off his coat to enter the bathroom when Song Jin blocked the bathroom door. Want to shower together? Save water. Lin Bei. Before Lin Bei could refuse, Song Jin grabbed him, shall I help you take off your clothes? I can do it myself. Lin Bei quickly lowered his head, his wet hair falling in clumps under the dim yellow light of the bathroom. Song Jin felt as if his heart had been gripped by a hand, soft and limp beyond measure. Lin Bei slowly took off his sweater, exposing his upper body completely to the air. The cold air made him shiver involuntarily, trembling slightly. Song Jin averted his eyes, closing the window that had been letting the breeze through, then turned on the shower. Steam from the water spread throughout the small space, filling the entire bathroom. Lin Bei reached to unzip his pants, about to take them off when Song Jin grabbed his hand and pushed him forcefully under the shower head. Warm water flowed down from the top, making Lin Bei close his eyes contentedly. Still cold. Song Jin supported himself in front of him, placing his palm on Lin Bei's back. Lin Bei silently shook his head. Song Jin kissed him gently, Lin Bei raising his head to meet him. The hot water soon drenched them both. The cramped space couldn't hide the intimate atmosphere. Song Jin's hand slid down Lin Bei's waist, gently slipping into his underwear. Okay. Song Jin murmured near his ear. Lin Bei moaned softly, turning his head to avoid the direct stream of water. Song Jin slowly moved his hand lower, keeping his eyes fixed on Lin Bei's face, unwilling to miss any subtle expression. After a brief adaptation period, Lin Bei clung to Song Jin's shoulder, lightly biting his neck. Hiss. Song Jin paused for a moment and chuckled softly, are you a dog? Lin Bei wouldn't let go, continuing to nibble lightly without much force. However, the bites gradually became something different as he tentatively licked once. Instantly, all of Song Jin's senses focused on the tender piece of flesh at his neck. He tilted his head slightly upward, vengefully intensifying the motion of his hand. Just now full of energy, Lin Bei immediately softened. He released his mouth and leaned his head against Song Jin's shoulder. However, he didn't settle down. Shivering, Lin Bei struggled to undo Song Jin's belt. The buckle on his uniform belt was tight, and despite his efforts, Lin Bei couldn't get the belt loosened. Song Jin increased the speed, leaving Lin Bei weakly leaning against the wall, tightly pressing his lips shut as erratic breathing escaped through his nose. Ah! Clutching Song Jin's shirt, Lin Bei's body uncontrollably started sliding down, until Song Jin caught him firmly around the waist. With Lin Bei experiencing a brief spasm, he lost all strength and was fully dependent on Song Jin's support to stand steady. Feel good? Song Jin extended his hand. Lin Bei didn't feel like speaking, recovering for a moment before clinging to Song Jin. I couldn't untie your belt buckle, Lin Bei remarked, adding, isn't mutual assistance supposed to be part of our cooperation? How come you're so good at teasing me? Song Jin pinched his chin and moved forward to softly kiss him. I learned from you, Lin Bei said, lowering his head to focus on unbuttoning Song Jin's clothes. Finding it cumbersome working in reverse, Lin Bei struggled for quite a while before finally managing to undo the buttons. Lin Bei cautiously reached in and grabbed hold, tossing the question back to Song Jin, feel good? At this rate, you'll kill me next time, Song Jin whispered, sucking on his earlobe. Both men messed around in the shower but had no intention of finishing things completely. As long-time bachelors nearing adulthood, they needed some time to adjust. Moreover, Song Jin lacked necessary tools in his hands to risk going all the way and could only engage in some foreplay. Are you hungry? It's not meal time, is it? Lin Bei stood in front of a simple wardrobe wearing plain boxers. Inside the wardrobe were only the combat uniforms brought by Li Zhouyun. Go check, Song Jin casually threw on a piece of clothing and tossed the new combat uniform next to him over to Lin Bei, you wear this. Lin Bei put it on without hesitation. His build was only slightly smaller than Song Jin's, so their physiques were about the same size. It was Lin Bei's first time wearing the combat uniform, and he found it somewhat interesting. Since the combat uniform was designed to be loose, it made Lin Bei appear even more slim after dressing. Is your coat dry? Lin Bei asked. I didn't bring it in just now. Song Jin picked up his coat and, with one smooth motion, affixed Lin Bei's shoulder insignia properly. Let's go. Let's see what food is left. The two exited the room, walking one after another. Standing in the corridor, they could still see a corner of the cafeteria, where a few scattered people could still be seen moving around. Chapter 39. After missing the mealtime, there were already few people left in the cafeteria. The two of them picked up canned food and white rice from the window, and found a corner to sit. After finishing their meals leisurely, Song Jijin planned to take Lin Bei for a walk after the meal. Before this idea could be realized, Li Pingyu came over, straddling the stool next to Song Jijin. Without shame, he greeted Lin Bei, hello, I am Li Pingyu. Lin Bei was stunned, put down his chopsticks, and scanned the intimate posture between Li Pingyu and Song Jijin. Just as he was about to say something, Li Pingyu loudly shouted, sister-in-law. Oh, don't misunderstand, I'm his brother. Lin Bei didn't hear clearly the words he skipped over and replied, hello, my name is Lin Bei. North of southeast. Is there something you need? Song Jijin gave him a sideways glance, interrupting Li Pingyu's speech. There is, Li Pingyu tried to cover it up, I have a task here, do you have any ideas? No. Song Jijin closed the empty can and put it into the bowl. Don't be like that, Li Pingyu got anxious, this is a big task. He reached out to stop Song Jijin who was tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, let me finish. Go ahead. Li Pingyu glanced around and leaned closer to Song Jijin to whisper in his ear. After he finished speaking, Song Jijin's expression turned solemn. Li Pingyu patted him, things outside have already gone chaotic. It's rumored that a large number of survivors haven't entered the safe base yet. Is the government still distributing supplies? Yes, every day they are being dropped, but you know it's not enough. Rescue teams have been dispatched by the nearby bases, and we are also sending people out. There is still plenty of space in the base to accommodate other survivors. You're no longer in the system now, I know how it affects you. I'll go. Song Jijin lazily interrupted him, I will gather the team later. We will confirm the number of people and the plan tonight, and leave tomorrow. Li Pingyu paused for a moment, then smiled, alright, I fully support you. Go back and wait for me, I will be back a bit later. Song Jijin looked at Lin Bei. I will go with you. Lin Bei firmly said. Song Jijin chuckled softly, how come now you follow my lead? Lin Bei choked, unable to utter a word. Go back and wait for me, I will be back soon. Song Jijin stood up. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, Li Pingyu chimed in, it's okay if he goes together. Song Jijin lightly scanned him, and Li Pingyu quickly shut up. The account with Pei Minran last time hasn't been settled yet, Li Pingyu knew he was still under sin, so he dared not talk much. I won't cause any trouble. Lin Bei stood up following, his back straight like a stubborn young poplar tree. Song Jijin lowered his eyes, taking quite some time before he said, alright, let's go together. Lin Bei visibly became excited, quickly cleaning up the cans and bowls of the both of them, and ran over to put them away. Where did you find such a treasure? Looking at Lin Bei's back, Li Pingyu turned to bump Song Jijin. You guess. Seeing Song Jijin in a good mood, Li Pingyu quickly admitted his fault, I was wrong last time, I didn't think an iron tree would blossom on you. Song Jijin rolled up his sleeves ready to act, Li Pingyu quickly stopped him, my hand hasn't completely recovered yet, remember 100 days for tendons and bones. Where is Pei Minran? Song Jijin asked. She went back that night, drunk as a skunk, alas. Li Pingyu sighed, I've completely offended her, she must think I played tricks on her. Stop working as a part-time matchmaker, when have you ever successfully pulled red threads? Song Jijun threw cold water on him. Just as Li Pingyu wanted to argue, seeing Lin Bei approaching, he hastily stopped, glaring indignantly at Song Jijun. By the time the small meeting ended, it was already midnight. Song Jijun was so exhausted that his eyes couldn't stay open. Lazily leaning against Lin Bei on the way back, Lin Bei participated in this kind of meeting for the first time, showing particularly excitement throughout, with shining eyes. Can you still fall asleep? We have to wake up early tomorrow. Song Jijun felt uncomfortable in the night breeze, and huddled closer to Lin Bei. Should be able to. If you can't sleep, what else can we do? Lin Bei. In the end, the two still didn't do anything else. As soon as they dived into the quilt, Lin Bei suddenly fell asleep. By the time Song Jijun finished washing up, Lin Bei had already buried himself in the blanket. Both of them dreamt nothing that night and slept particularly soundly. Lin Bei had a good sleep, and was energetic. He remembered that they would set off in the morning, waking up earlier than Song Jijun. It was still dark outside, but Lin Bei had already opened his eyes. After being in a hazy state of consciousness for a while, Song Jijun finally came back to his senses. Lin Bei wanted to get out of bed but was afraid of waking him up, so he could only stay in bed. After quite a while, Song Jijun moved closer to him and asked, "How long have you been awake?" "Not long. Let me check the time." Song Jijun took out his watch and put it on. The time just flashed past 7 o'clock. Winter mornings got light late, and at 7 it was still dim. The group finished breakfast just past 7:30. I'll repeat this again, 20 people per small group, 2 vehicles for each group, search for survivors from the east, west, and south directions, keeping voice communication open during this time. After breakfast, pack your things, give equipment one last check. 7:45 departure on time, understood? Understood. The voices of 60 people rang through the cafeteria. Song Jijun led the team to the armory to organize their equipment. He quickly arranged his own before supplementing Lin Bei's ammunition. It's my first time wearing these clothes. Hu Linwen approached Lin Bei, also wearing a brand new combat suit. Looks good on you. Right? I think so too. Hu Linwen sighed with feeling. All personnel that Li Pingyu could dispatch had already been sent out, those remaining had to ensure the safety of the base, so all responsibility for this task fell on Song Jijun and his group. As part of the reserve force, Hu Linwen and others were pulled into the mission as well. Hu Linwen thought he was glowing with handsomeness. After parading around flaunting himself like a peacock, he noticed Su Qinan sitting in the corner. He quickly went over. Did you bring your iron shovel? I didn't have time when we left. Su Qinan thought about the shovel and felt a twinge of pain in his palms. You might experience a significant drop in fighting capacity. Hu Linwen shook his head and looked upward with melancholy. After making the final preparations, the group finally set off grandly in 6 cars. As they passed through the gate, they immediately encountered zombies piled up at the entrance. Teammates on high ground cleared the obstacles for them. Once the last car exited the gate, the 6 cars split into 3 routes and drove off in different directions. Song Jijun turned on thermal imaging and infrared, constantly paying attention to the fluctuations on the screen. There are too many zombies concentrated here. Hu Li stared at the road ahead. Huang Mao sat in the passenger seat, his brows knitted together as he asked, is the road ahead blocked? The gap is a bit narrow. Can we blow it up? Hu Li also noticed the situation ahead. Let me try. Xia Heng leaned out of the sunroof, holding a mortar. Slow down a little, let me adjust. Hu Li slowed the speed accordingly. After Xia Heng adapted to the slight tremors of the car for a few seconds, she suddenly fired the shell. The recoil sent her entire back crashing against the window frame. With a loud bang, a car blocking the way was blown sky high. Cool. Huang Mao applauded approvingly. Hu Li stepped hard on the gas pedal. The car swerved sharply in a graceful arc and quickly circumvented the congested area. That was great. Xia Heng stretched her shoulder which had gone numb. Why don't we drive directly to the nearest mall? Hu Li entered the main road. Their plan was to search for as many survivors as possible, focusing primarily on public areas, particularly large malls where supplies were abundant and suitable for hiding. The nearest mall is right ahead, turn left at the next intersection. Huang Mao pulled out the navigation system. Can the infrared detect anything? Xia Heng glanced at the machine and calmly said, not yet. Hu Li drove smoothly and parked the car downstairs from the mall. You guys stay behind and maintain contact. According to the plan, Hu Li and Huang Mao stayed in the car, and the rest immediately got out to look for survivors. The first floor of the mall was looted clean, everything was messy everywhere. Stepping on shards of glass, Song Jijun entered the building. You find the broadcasting station. The rest come with me to search. Yes. 3 people swiftly left the group. The others followed Song Jijun closely. There shouldn't be anyone on the first floor. Xia Heng watched the distance. How about the thermal imaging? Any display? Song Jijun asked. No. Duan Lei held the device and scanned everywhere. Let's go upstairs. The probability of finding survivors is higher there. Alright. The 3 team members soon found the broadcasting room. The voice playback continued uninterruptedly, but until Song Jijin and his team reached the third floor, no survivors were discovered. Let's move on to the next location. Wait. Duan Lei raised his hand to stop them. There's some fluctuation now. He lifted the device, and an image showed a blurred shadow. Let's check it out. Song Jijin walked in the direction generated by the image. The thermal imaging clearly pointed to the fitting room. Xia Hang was about to pull the door when Song Jijin stopped her. He stared at the mirrored door and said, "Is there anyone inside?" There was no response from the fitting room. Xia Hang prepared herself, raising the gun directly at it. Just as everyone's nerves were on edge, the fitting room door slightly cracked open, and a hand slowly emerged, followed by a voice, "There's someone." A woman crawled out of the fitting room. Her face was pale, her hair disheveled, and she moved with difficulty, using her hands to push against the ground. She looked at the group with fear. Xia Hang, being the closest to her, quickly shifted the gun behind her back and went to help the woman up. "Thank you." The woman couldn't avoid her help and had to rely on Xia Hang's strength to stand up. It was then that Xia Hang noticed her chapped lips. "Here, have some water." Xia Hang unhooked her water bottle and helped her take a sip. "Can you still walk?" "I can." The woman stubbornly nodded. Song Jijin switched on the communicator, no need for broadcasting anymore. Have the people in the broadcasting room withdraw and come down together. Chapter 40. Have some dry rations. Lin Bei took out his spare supplies and handed them to the woman. She was obviously starving and immediately reached for the food with excitement. After a moment, she hesitated and trembled as she said, "I'm sorry, I'm so hungry." "Don't worry, eat up," Lin Bei reassured her. The woman stopped being polite and tore open the packaging, stuffing large bites of biscuits into her mouth. As she ate happily and began to relax around them, Lin Bei casually asked, "How long have you been here?" "It's been a few days," she replied after swallowing hard, crumbs scattering all over the floor. "Did you see anyone else here?" There were others. The woman wiped away the residue from her lips and paused before saying, "A few days ago, we came here together to look for supplies, but then, we encountered zombies, and I got separated from everyone. I don't know where they went. For these past few days, I've been hiding in the dressing room and haven't dared to go out." "How many people were there?" "Including me, there were 7. After hearing this, they carefully searched the entire mall again but found no trace of the other individuals she mentioned. When the 3 from the broadcasting station arrived, everyone gathered and left the mall. They had entered the mall without much trouble, not even seeing a zombie's shadow, but leaving was different. Zombies swarmed around their off-road vehicle, blocking the gates completely. "Should we force our way through?" Duan Lei prepared himself, lifting his gun ready to fight. Lin Bei recalled a similar situation at the school. "Can't we slide out like last time? The second floor doesn't allow descent. There are no places for climbing ropes above." Xia Hang had already inspected the terrain before going upstairs. Besides, they had survivors with them, and a large group surrounded their vehicle outside. If they used climbing ropes, they couldn't guarantee safety. Stop dilly-dallying." Duan Lei was annoyed by their slow decision-making process. "Let's Lei and I clear the way, Xia Hang will cover the rear." "Yes." Duan Lei cheered loudly, startling Hu Linwen, who clutched his chest and followed with his gun in hand. Zombies surged from the main entrance, almost blocking the entire passage. Duan Lei carried a small mortar cannon and launched a barrage at the zombie group. The small team of about 10 people tightly guarded the survivor, surrounding her securely in the middle. "I feel like throwing up," Hu Linwen frowned deeply, his face contorted. The powerful explosion scattered the zombie's dismembered limbs and rotten flesh all over the ground, releasing an overwhelming stench that made him almost bend over in nausea. "Don't vomit on me," Su Qinan shielded himself behind. Their guns remained ineffective, one lacked the strength to fight, and the other couldn't aim accurately. It was only at such moments that Su Qinan deeply missed his small iron shovel that he once despised. The relentless zombie assault left them no time to catch their breath, but luckily their numbers provided enough advantage, keeping the zombies at bay. Lin Bei gripped his rifle, shaking his tingling arms during brief breaks. "What's the situation outside?" "Zombies keep clawing at the windows and surrounding the cars," Huang Mao shouted on the radio. "Crash through. Drive straight ahead. Drive right into the hall." Huang Mao instinctively agreed, "All right." Realizing the situation after his brain caught up with his mouth, he exclaimed, "Wait, how can we get inside? Is there space?" Song Jijin quickly glanced at the counters behind. "Yes." "All right, here we come." As the group shot while advancing towards the gate, a few zombies quickly charged out. Song Jijin immediately switched his gun's direction and sprayed bullets at the zombies. Just as the last one fell, glass shattered behind them, and 3 unrecognizable giant dogs burst through the side window. "Shit," Lin Bei cursed silently, pulling the survivors behind him. Did the big dogs mutate? Xia Hang barely kept his bubble gum from slipping down his throat. These monstrous canines were several sizes larger than normal large dogs, and now turned their focus to encircling the humans. "I finally understand why big cities restrict breeding large dogs," Su Qinan swallowed nervously. "At this point, do you still think we can manage?" Hu Linwen looked back at Duan Lei. Lei didn't expect him to call out to him at such a critical moment, causing him to hesitate for a moment. Do it. Song Jijin took the mortar from Lei. I'll hold off the middle one, you guys deal with the rest carefully. With giant dogs in front and zombies behind, they were about to be surrounded. Song Jijin had already rushed out the moment he finished speaking. Xia Hang and others moved immediately after him, firing at the giant dogs. But these beasts were too agile, and their bullets only inflicted minor injuries. Tough skin. Lin Bei pressed down the excitedly rising gun nozzle. Their attacking rhythm had already been disrupted by the 3 giant dogs. In this state of tension, they couldn't guarantee the accuracy of the bullets. The zombies, now with support, became even more ferocious as they charged toward them. At the moment when the zombies were about to surround them, a sound of tires screeching against the ground came from outside. Suddenly, an off-road vehicle burst through the glass entrance valve. The glass shattered violently, scattering shards all over the floor. 2 off-road vehicles squeezed into the hall one after another. In front of the hall were numerous advertising stands, which the off-road vehicles arrogantly pushed aside while also colliding several zombies under their wheels. But the zombies on top of the vehicles didn't fall off due to the rapid movement of the cars. As soon as the vehicles stopped, the zombies at the entrance quickly surrounded them, forming a zombie wall around the off-road vehicles. I knew it, Huang Mao lamented, covering his eyes and watching as the few zombie brothers in front of them left bloodstains and smudges on the glass windows as if performing magic tricks. How do we get through? Lin Bei hesitated as he looked toward Song Jijin. Song Jijin, Lei, and Xia Heng managed to control the large dogs, engaging them in fierce struggles, while the remaining team members headed for the door to check the vehicles. Bullets swept through both the zombies and the vehicles themselves. Huang Mao had adjusted his mindset. He calmly watched the teammates making holes in the off-road vehicle without losing composure. As the zombies on the car body gradually cleared, a teammate shouted, "Get on! Get on! Get on!" They quickly pulled open the car doors. Before anyone could fully enter, the giant dog in front of Xia Heng noticed. It suddenly jumped up and dodged out of Xia Heng's fire suppression range, charging toward the direction of the off-road vehicle. None of them expected it to suddenly change its attack direction. Even before Xia Heng could issue a warning, one of the team members at the rear was already bitten on the shoulder. That member was directly behind Lin Bei. He raised his gun and shot at the giant dog's head. Before the giant dog could attack another person, it was instantly killed by Lin Bei's unexpected shot. The death of one giant dog did not significantly alter the surrounding situation. Xia Heng freed her hands to help Lei, but she clearly felt that the remaining 2 giant dogs were much stronger than the one she had previously dealt with. Having lost one companion, the remaining 2 giant dogs seemed enraged. Their thick fur almost completely blocked the impact of the bullets, pushing them further back step by step. Seeing that the 3 were unable to break free, Huli sounded the horn to call other team members. "You guys get in the car first. Gongzi, you aim from the back." Huang Mao immediately opened the car door and entered the back seat. He opened the sunroof and placed the machine gun on the roof. "Give me some space." Huang Mao yelled loudly towards the 3. It was impossible for them to lock onto the targets as they were entangled in combat with the giant dogs. "You aim, we'll make room soon." Xia Heng didn't turn her head, carefully avoiding the giant dog's claws as she tried to retreat to a place slightly further away. However, her position near the face-off prevented any retreat because the giant dog would stick close once she moved back. "Take care of the one on the left first." Song Jijin dropped the mortar on the ground and picked up a rifle to fire, drawing the attention of the giant dog. Xia Heng quickly circled around behind the giant dog and climbed up the counter to shoot it. Their flawless coordination caught the giant dog unprepared. However, the bullets fired at its brain failed to penetrate due to its thick fur. The bullet's power was severely compressed, causing the giant dog to tremble but ultimately ignoring Song Jijin who was so close. It then turned to lunge at Xia Heng on the other side. How could Song Jijin let this opportunity pass? He suddenly jumped and pressed the gun nozzle against the back of the giant dog's head. The bullet was instantly fired, and the giant dog fell to the ground without a chance to bounce or struggle. At the same time it fell, Huang Mao had aimed at the last giant dog. He pulled the trigger, and the force of the machine gun proved too much even for the beast with its thick fur. "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" Huang Mao clenched his fists, bringing the machine gun back inside the vehicle. The few remaining outside quickly jumped onto the off-road vehicles. The 2 off-road vehicles simultaneously reversed and drove toward the main road. After a day of rescue operations, they barely had time to rest, and even so, their efforts yielded little result. Among the 3 teams, very few people were saved, and Song Jijin hadn't seen any large groups of survivors. No matter where they searched, they could only find a few individuals. As it neared noon, they stopped to regroup and repair, with a few of them gathered inside the vehicle eating dry rations. "I don't think this is going to work." Song Jijin erased the last 2 marks. "We're not going there next. Let's head straight to the airdrop supplies location." "Is the airdrop point fixed?" Lin Bei supported his chin. "No, but the general locations don't change. Apart from the safety bases, the points for dropping supplies are basically around these areas. If there were a large number of survivors, they would likely gather at the drop points. Song Jijen circled a few small dots with a red pen, marking their current position as well. He pressed the pen onto the paper. We'll go along this route. Chapter 41. After changing the plan, Song Jijen immediately contacted the other two small teams and notified them of the next deployment. They decided to go to the nearest gas station to refuel the off-road vehicle first. Get out of the car, take a breath of fresh air. The gas station had been abandoned for some time. The sign was pressed down on the ground with messy tire marks printed on it. One of the fueling display screens was smashed, protruding awkwardly. Can we still refuel here? A figure with yellow hair rolled down the window, sticking out his head while chewing gum and observing the surrounding situation. We can, it's not broken. I'll get out and check if there's anything. Lin Bei opened the car door and jumped out. Hu Linwen also got out of the car. He was now very sensitive to any smell, and after smelling a foul odor in the car, he couldn't bear it anymore. Are you okay? Lin Bei supported him. I'm fine, just give me a moment to catch my breath. Hu Linwen bent over with his head low, waving his hand helplessly at Lin Bei. The weather was nice today, with the sun shining brightly. It was about 1:15 in the afternoon, close to the hottest part of the day. Lin Bei went out wearing his combat uniform for the first time, and the sweat-soaked nylon material made his undershirt completely damp. He could feel the scorching heat in the air and undid the top button of his jacket. Want some water? Song Jijen threw a bottle of mineral water to him. Where did you get it? Lin Bei pressed the bottle against his face, slightly dissipating the heat. Inside. Song Jijen pointed toward the gas station's restroom. The restroom had been thoroughly ransacked during an earlier oil raid. Song Jijen found only one bottle of mineral water amid the mess. He shaded his eyes from the blinding sunlight. The temperature fluctuation is too big. Lin Bei took a sip of water then passed the bottle to Song Jijen. When I got out of the car. Song Jijen wiped the water residue off Lin Bei's lips. Lin Bei tucked the bottle into his pocket, making his pant legs bulge noticeably. The scout with yellow hair put down his binoculars and said, "A car is coming." What kind of car? One of those buses from last time. Before yellow hair finished speaking, a vehicle already crushed through the gravel road heading their way. The uneven road caused the entire car body to sway uncontrollably. What kind of people are these? Another rescue team perhaps? Lin Bei kept his eyes glued to the bus. There were more than just one car coming. Behind were two sedans, but not the modified bus Li Zhouyun drove last time. Instead, these were very ordinary passenger buses. Song Jijen kept staring at the swaying car bodies and suddenly noticed a group of zombies following behind when the vehicles crossed paths. He grabbed Lin Bei and pulled back. Get in the car. What's happening? Hu Linwen, who just caught his breath, was hurriedly pulled back inside the car. They've let a bunch of zombies here. Hu Li couldn't care less about refueling anymore. He quickly shut the valve and hastily got into the driver's seat. Take a detour and let them go first. Song Jijen calmly commanded. As the three vehicles passed them, Lin Bei saw terrified faces in the bus. They were pressing against the windows and looking back anxiously. The zombies chased them relentlessly from behind. Go up. Hu Li turned the car to follow the three vehicles. Song Jijen opened the sunroof, unscrewed the grenade, bit the trigger wire and quickly threw it out. The explosion sound followed soon, but the number of the chasing zombie group showed no signs of decreasing. The only bright spot was that the speed of the zombie group didn't exceed the convoy and continued chasing behind the vehicles. How did so many people suddenly appear? Yellow hair stared at the sedan ahead, biting the candy stick in his mouth. Where did this group come from? Ask them. Hu Li skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel and got to the front position. Another SUV remained behind as a rear guard. 10 minutes later, they finally shook off the large group of zombies. Hu Li stopped the car in the middle of the road, blocking the subsequent buses. Yellow hair eyed the towering buildings on both sides and asked curiously, why stop here? Don't want to ask the situation. Hu Li glanced at Song Jijen for approval. Get out and have a look. He jumped out of the car and knocked on the driver's side window of the bus. After a while, the window finally rolled down, revealing a face full of thick muscles. Song Jijen appraised for 2 seconds and then asked, where is your team from? That's none of your business. The driver huffed, if you know what's good for you, step aside. We don't travel with your likes. Do you think you have what it takes to drive out? Song Jijen lazily looked at him without putting any weight on his threatening words. All you soldiers know how to do is coerce us. The driver glared at him fiercely. Huh? What do you mean by that? Pretending to be innocent, aren't you? Didn't you bring us here just for experiments? Don't tell me you don't know anything about it. The driver's face was flushed with anger, almost spraying spittle everywhere as if he were the epitome of righteousness. We're not traveling with you people, move out of the way now. A man from the rear seat of the bus rolled down his window and joined in the commotion. What's going on? Yellow hair looked at his captain's unsettled expression, clueless about the murmurs behind. I'm going to take a look. Lin Bei opened the car door and jumped out. As he approached Song Zhizhen, an empty soda can flew out of the bus, which Song Zhizhen caught and crushed effortlessly, wearing a grim expression. "We've come to rescue survivors," Song Zhizhen explained. "The previous batches also said they'd rescue us, then what happened?" A woman popped her head out from inside the vehicle, her face full of sorrow. "What's going on?" Lin Bei whispered his inquiry. Song Zhizhen stayed silent, standing beside the driver's window, asking, "Where are you headed now?" "It's none of your business." The driver refused to answer. "With so many women and children aboard, do they have enough weapons to protect themselves?" Song Zhizhen pressed. The driver's eyes flickered uneasily. Being turned into zombies is better than being used for human experimentation. "Why are you convinced that the people taken away were used for human experimentation?" Lin Bei asked again, "Did you witness it yourself?" "It's none of your damn business." "You brat, what do you know?" The driver became increasingly agitated, rubbing his nose uncomfortably. "In a situation where you cannot guarantee their safety, I will not agree to let you take the people," Song Zhizhen stated firmly, lowering his eyelids with an unyielding attitude. The driver hesitated briefly, glancing backward uneasily. Lin Bei furrowed his brow, following his gaze toward the back. Suddenly, a young man stood up in the bus, pointing furiously at his neighbor and shouting, "Don't fall for their lies. My friend is right here. Still don't believe. He's an eyewitness to the human experimentation." Since the person indicated was sitting down, Lin Bei couldn't see him clearly, but he vaguely recognized the young man who stood up, though he couldn't recall where exactly they had met. Perceiving Lin Bei's discomfort, Song Zhizhen turned sideways and asked, "What's wrong?" "I think I've seen that boy before." Just after these words, the hesitant driver regained his firmness quickly, coldly looking at Song Zhizhen and Lin Bei outside the car. "I won't believe you. Where we go is our freedom, and you have no right to interfere." Song Zhizhen didn't reply, instead asking Lin Bei, "What impression did you get?" "Can't quite remember." Lin Bei tried to glance more carefully, but the man had already sat down. "Could the eyewitness come out?" "I'd like to ask some details." Song Zhizhen looked at the driver. "If it's true, I'll help you." Song Zhizhen's sincerity showed, making the driver hesitate for a moment before rolling up the window to consult with the people inside. "Will they agree?" Lin Bei observed the driver's conflicted expression. "Relax, they will," Song Zhizhen replied confidently. After a while, the driver rolled down the window, confirming his certainty. "He's too weak to get off the bus. You'll need to come aboard and talk to him." Song Zhizhen nodded in agreement, and for once, the driver moved swiftly, opening the door promptly. The two stepped onto the bus one after another. Inside, the scene wasn't much different from what they had expected. More than half of the passengers were women and children. Suddenly, a baby's cry erupted in the vehicle, immediately calmed by its mother who gently rocked her. A man stood in the middle of the bus, whom Lin Bei intuitively guessed was the friend of the alleged eyewitness. Sure enough, he stepped aside to reveal the person seated inside. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the bus. Though the sunlight was scorching hot in reality, it seemed to barely affect this man wrapped in a blanket, whose appearance was disheveled, long and messy hair partially covering his thin jaw, extremely pale complexion. Upon sensing someone approaching, he slowly turned around. What followed was the shocking sight of the severe burns on the right side of his face. More than half of his face was covered with burn marks, scars extending down to his neck. His eyes appeared unfocused, black pupils scattered. Both Lin Bei and Song Zhizhen froze momentarily upon the sight. "Have you seen now?" The young man beside them suddenly spoke up. "Now what makes you deny the facts?" The shrill voice was like a pebble thrown into a still lake, causing ripples of disturbance. The people inside the bus began to grow more agitated, and their gazes turned increasingly hostile. The young man's anger did not subside. He bent down to fix his companion's blanket, completely covering the exposed jawline. Lin Bei observed this seemingly unintentional action, his sharp eyes flickering. He grabbed the young man's arm and asked sharply, "Do you know me?" "I've never seen you before." The young man shook off Lin Bei's hand. Lin Bei wasn't sure, but he decided to test him anyway. "You're also from S University." The young man hesitated for a moment. Who said that?" Lin Bei noted his momentary discomfort and was about to ask further when the other young man sitting nearby suddenly started coughing violently, shaking uncontrollably as if trying to expel every organ in his body. "It's all your fault. Get out of my bus now. If anything happens to my friend, I won't forgive you." Chapter 42. That guy's suspicious. Lin Bei kicked a pebble by his foot. "What should we do now?" After they were pushed down, the people inside the bus had taken an attitude of non-cooperation, shutting all doors and windows tightly. One step at a time, Song Zhizhen took out his lighter to light a cigarette. A small spark leapt from the lighter but it quickly disappeared despite Song's repeated attempts to make it work. "Let's just wait here." Song casually tossed the lighter onto the ground. "I'll steal a lighter and be right back." "Okay." Lin Bei opened the car door and got in. Several team members inside had already begun nodding off. He gently closed the door behind him, being as quiet as possible. "There's no need, they're not asleep," Xia Heng yawned, observing his cautious movements. As if confirming her words, those who had been closing their eyes awoke instantly, quickly regaining full consciousness. Xia Hang stretched and asked, "Is everything resolved outside?" Lin Bei shook his head. Through the car window, he caught sight of Song Zhizhen's silhouette. When Song wasn't walking properly, his shoulders slouched slightly, yet he still exuded a different kind of charisma unlike others who looked disheveled when slouched. His laid-back manner was uniquely stylish. Through the transparent storefront window, Song's actions were fully exposed. After searching for quite a while, he found the box of lighters, put 2 in his pocket carelessly, and also picked up a few packs of cigarettes from the shelves. After obtaining what he wanted, he didn't leave immediately but instead leaned on the counter and opened a pack of cigarettes. The most cluttered part of the counter was the cash drawer, where only a few coins and 50-cent pieces remained. As he smoked, he picked the most appealing 1 yuan coin from the cash drawer and began playing with it, flipping it in the air. Lin Bei's face was very close to the car window. Even across half a street, Song Zhizhen could see him clearly. He gave Lin Bei a remote smirk and blew a ring of smoke like a thug. After teasing Lin Bei, Song Zhizhen became serious. He bit the cigarette between his lips and used both hands to toss the coin. If heads came up, then he would take it, tails, he wouldn't. He silently recited in his mind. The moment his palm covered the coin, the first thing Song Zhizhen saw was tails. He tossed the coin again, this time cautiously, but the result wasn't what he expected. For the 3rd time, he let the coin fall to the ground without trying to catch it. Then he turned around and grabbed 2 boxes of condoms from the upright cabinet. Song Zhizhen cheerfully whistled, tucked the paper box into his pocket, and stepped out. Director Yan, Zhou Liji greeted him with a lukewarm tone upon seeing the arrival. Yan Bin stood next to him watching him input data and asked, "How are you adapting?" "Pretty good. I read the report materials you handed over before. If your data is correct, it's theoretically feasible. If you agree, we can allocate a separate project team specifically for you and provide full support." Yan Bin offered an olive branch. Zhou Liji paused for a second, nodding. "I agree." Yan Bin smiled contentedly. "Then, please prepare a detailed plan. We will arrange personnel for you as soon as possible." "Okay." Seeing Zhou Liji's cool attitude, Yan Bin didn't lose any enthusiasm. Curious, he asked, "Professor Zhou, why did you choose to join S University originally? Resources abroad are much better than in China." Zhou Liji gathered the printed materials one by one into the file bag and replied after a long pause, "To contribute to my country." "Does this answer satisfy you?" Even if Yan Bin felt dissatisfied, he laughed in good humor twice and finally stopped, straightening his expression seriously. "Yes, I must say I didn't expect Professor Zhou at such a young age to harbor such a grand ideal. To study for the rise of China is what Chinese citizens should do." Their eyes met, and neither said a word. Through this interaction, Yan Bin came to understand the boundaries of Zhou Liji, this gifted oddball. They could talk about official matters perfectly well, but once private topics came up, Zhou wouldn't budge an inch. Yan gave up prying further and suggested, "If there's any equipment shortage, report it to the deputy director, and we can apply to headquarters as soon as possible." "Okay. You." Yan Bin started but was interrupted by the swaying chandelier above, followed by hurried footsteps coming from upstairs. After spinning 720 degrees, the hanging lamp finally tore loose from the ceiling block partially, revealing the poor soundproofing on the underground floors. The thud-thud-thud noise was especially grating, even drawing Zhou Liji's attention upward toward the white-painted wooden panels above. "What's going on upstairs?" Yan Bin opened the door to look out and found that all the personnel in the research room had gathered in the corridor. Many of them hadn't even taken off their gloves, asking about the situation outside when, at that moment, the emergency lights in the corridor suddenly flashed and the loudspeaker above issued a sharp warning sound. "What's happening? Is there a problem upstairs?" The emergency alarms on the 1st and 2nd underground floors were connected. If someone triggered the alarm on the 1st floor manually, the 2nd floor would also issue an alert. "Go back to the lab, don't come out." Yan Bin stepped forward to take charge of the situation. The core research results and data were kept on the 2nd underground floor. Even if something unexpected happened on the 1st floor, the valve between the 1st and 2nd floors could ensure the safety of the 2nd underground floor. After quickly dispersing the crowd, Yan Bin opened his walkie-talkie and called Li Zhouyun. As soon as the signal was connected, Li Zhouyun's voice came through, urgently asking, "Where are you now?" "2nd floor, what's going on upstairs?" Yan Bin walked into the lab and pulled open the wooden door under the operating table. The originally flat operating table revealed an independent space with a row of guns neatly displayed underneath. He immediately took one out and threw it to Zhou Liji, saying, "Do you know how to use it?" "No." "Just hold it, you'll be able to use it even without learning." Yan Bin tossed him the gun and then took another rifle from inside. At the other end, Li Ping grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, "The zombies have appeared. You bring people to guard the valve, we'll handle the situation upstairs." "All right." Yan Bin hung up the communication. "Is the valve closed?" Zhou Liji was holding the gun, unconsciously scraping the barrel with his hand. "I'll go check, you stay here and guard." "I'll go with you." Zhou Liji tentatively lifted the gun, trying out the feel. "No." Yen Bin walked out of the lab and closed the door behind him, shouting to the other lab members, "Pay attention to the warning signs, stay in your rooms. You come with me." Yen Bin arrived at the guard room entrance. The two people stationed before the guard room immediately stood at attention and saluted him, replying, "Yes." The passage connecting the first and second floors was linked by a small elevator, and the valve outside the elevator blocked access between the first and second floors. After bypassing the passageway entrance, Yen Bin and his group quickly spotted the open valve. Yen Bin frowned seriously and said, "Cover me, I'm going to close the valve." A piece of machinery box got stuck at the valve, presumably due to chaos earlier while items were being transported upwards, but before they managed to wait for the elevator to descend, something went wrong upstairs. Consequently, the left-behind mechanical box perfectly wedged itself into the valve closure position. Yes. One guard positioned himself at the rear with the gun while the other accompanied Yen Bin forward. The alarm sounded increasingly cacophonous as the red emergency light dimly illuminated the whole space, creating an uneasy tension. Yen Bin's expression remained calm. He cautiously tried moving the machinery box, but due to its full load of mechanical components, he failed to budge it immediately. After confirming the environment was secure, the guard bent down and helped him move the mechanical box. With mutual coordination, they finally managed to shift the box slightly, but soon enough, it got jammed again, with the valve's iron sheet hooking onto the bottom of the box. "Lift it up." Yen Bin knitted his eyebrows tightly, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Due to the raised threshold caused by the valve under the box, both managed to slip their hands inside this narrow gap. 1-2, push hard. Yen Bin clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The machinery box was slowly lifted as the duo painstakingly shifted backward. Ding! The indicator light of the elevator suddenly lit up, the green dot standing out notably within the enclosed space. The guard at the rear instantly rushed over to the two of them, sharply focusing on the elevator. All three held their breaths tightly as Yen Bin expedited the strength on his hands and yelled forcefully. They gradually moved the machinery box bit by bit. Just as the box was about to disengage from the valve, the elevator stopped, and the simple iron gate slowly opened. A figure dressed in white robe came into view. The guard let out a sigh of relief, but before his heart fully calmed, the white-robed researcher collapsed slowly. His body, sprawled across the junction where the elevator met the ground, showed the entire ear to neck area completely chewed up. Blood spurted outward as the still-alive body convulsed weakly with the loss of blood. Behind him, a zombie appeared. The guard shouted loudly, "Quick!" He fired his gun, and the recoil force pushed the zombie uncontrollably backward. The gun barrel slightly smoked after a burst of gunfire, but the zombie hit on the forehead didn't fall down. She leaned against the iron gate of the elevator, which continued to sound an alarm as it had not been closed. Just as the guard was quickly reloading, the top of the iron gate suddenly began to vibrate violently. The zombie stepped forward over the body of the researcher. Yen Bin and his companion finally moved the machinery box out from under the valve, allowing the guard to quickly press the close button. The valve started moving just then when the zombies behind her forcefully broke through the elevator, several more squeezing out from it. Yen Bin fired at the leading female zombie. He pulled the trigger, but this time the bullets missed her body entirely. She swiftly dodged and charged toward the valve. The valve closed bit by bit while their gunfire did not cease for a moment. The female zombie moved faster and faster, her long hair swirling dramatically with each motion. "Almost there, hold on." Yen Bin's hands trembled slightly as he gripped his gun, silently hoping the valve could close just a little faster. As the gap in the valve narrowed down to nearly nothing, the female zombie reached the door. Chapter 43. Ah! The guard nearest to the valve had his neck hooked by a zombie, whose sharp nails pierced into the flesh and blood appeared instantly. The gap in the valve was getting smaller and smaller. Just as their bullets were running out and they were almost at a loss, the wounded guard suddenly became violent. He pushed the zombie away from the valve entrance with all his strength. After freeing himself from the valve, he took a grenade from his waist and pulled the pin hard. After finishing this, he fell weakly against the outer wall. The zombie soon attacked him again, and the grip on his neck tightened more and more. His violent movements quickly consumed the remaining oxygen in his lungs, causing his head to rapidly turn red and swell with blood. The smell of blood attracted the rest of the zombies. They surrounded the guard and quickly overwhelmed him. "Hurry up and retreat." Yen Bin pulled another guard back to avoid the attack. Just as the valve closed, the grenade exploded. The whole basement trembled. The emergency lights were shaken off by the fierce blast wave, rendering the red warning lights useless. The alarm sound diminished, and smoke rose around. Yen Bin supported himself on the ground with both hands, leaning against the wall. After a short rest, Yen Bin steadied his breathing, turned to the guard and asked, "Are you hurt?" The guard stared at the valve in panic and said, "No." There was a long wound on his forehead, which was probably hit when he lay down, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. Yen Bin took out a handkerchief and folded it twice, saying, "Lower your head." The guard obediently lowered his head, allowing Yen Bin to wipe away the coagulated blood. Faint footsteps overlapped with each other, and all the researchers in the laboratory came out due to the explosion. "What should we do next?" Yen Bin folded the handkerchief neatly and put it back in his pocket, saying, "Wait. How can we keep waiting like this?" They've decided not to go with us. The yellow-haired man reclined in the seat with his legs raised high, his shoes pointing at the windshield. Xia Hang mildly commented, if they were all men, let them be. However, there are so many women and children. We can't leave them here without waiting. Women, born with the power to make men wait, the yellow-haired man sighed, unfortunately, I am not born female. Modern medicine is prosperous. You could try other ways to become a woman. Lin Bei showed his mouth through his standing collar. Wow, that's too much. The yellow-haired man covered his chest, pretending to be in pain. How long do you think the captain can wait? Xia Hang opened the magazine of his pistol, fiddling with bullets one by one, playing with them until putting them back. The day won't end, people won't leave, they won't give in, the captain won't let go. Yellowhair sang in an operatic tone, his fingers raised high, his head twisting along with the movement. It's the captain's style, Huli responded accordingly. Yellowhair rested his head on the chair back, I think I can take a nap. He began to drift away mentally, still with half-lowered eyelids. However, just before he could soar off to the heavens, the abrupt sound of someone violently yanking open the door brought him back to earth. Let's go. Song Jijin kicked up onto the back seat. What? Aren't we waiting anymore? There's trouble at the base. Summon the other teams to escort them out, we're going back to reinforce. Yes sir. 3 teams were urgently notified. Song Jijin left a vehicle behind to meet up with another team nearby, while those further away returned directly to the base. They rushed back as fast as they could. Arriving at the base at 3, they found only 2 team members holding their rifles outside the compound gates, who quickly opened the gates upon noticing the convoy. Driving the vehicles into the base yard, even before reaching the parking spot, an already large crowd had gathered on what was normally empty ground. Hearing the vehicle sounds, they sharply focused their sights together. Li Ping carrying his injured arm with a murky gaze approached. Song Jijin first descended the car and stood in front of Li Ping asking, how many casualties? 43 deaths. Li Ping nervously grabbed his hair. Of these 43, most were researchers from the underground level. By the time the guards arrived at the first underground level, almost all of the first floor had been affected, with only 3 researchers escaping safely. This is my fault, the defense was mine, but I did not arrive in time when the situation arose. Li Ping slumped his shoulders. Li Zhouyun placed his hand on him, it's not time for assigning blame yet. Why did the zombies from the first floor escape? Song Jijin walked past the 2, directly targeting Yan Bin who had just come out from the basement. It's my problem, Yan Bin said with a bitter laugh. I will investigate this matter and give you an explanation. After the bodies were dealt with, the security personnel quickly returned to their posts. The basement was definitely unusable now, so the remaining researchers were assigned to clean up the first floor, organizing intact equipment and relevant files. Yan Bin immediately reported the situation to his superiors and waited for the handling results, while Song Jijin was taken by Li Zhouyun to listen in the office. When the voice of Yan Bin's superior came from the walkie-talkie, Song Jijin paused for a moment, almost dropping his cigarette ash onto his pants, but he soon regained his composure, showing no ripples on his face. Yes, I understand, Yan Bin respectfully replied. There was the sound of a lighter being clicked on the other side. After a pause, the man asked, is Jijin at the base? Yan Bin glanced twice at the figure leaning on the chair and replied, he is. Then call him over, the man said in a lowered tone. Song Jijin didn't react at all to these words, even his eyes remained unmoved. Caught between the 2, the walkie-talkie emitted another sound, never mind, don't bother calling. Yes. After disconnecting the walkie-talkie, Yan Bin used the excuse of organizing equipment to leave. Li Zhouyun and his son stayed in the room with Song Jijin. It's not helpful to keep things strained like this, Li Zhouyun started the conversation. It doesn't matter whether it's strained or not, Song Jijin exhaled a breath of turbid air. There's no big difference anyway. But you're still father and son. Li Zhouyun was older and saw things more clearly. When Song Jijin was carried back to the hospital covered in injuries years ago, Li Zhouyun had witnessed it. It was also because Song Ji did not want Song Jijin to risk his life anymore that he made Song Jijin take the blame and shoulder the dirty work. However, the hot-blooded young man Song Jijin would not easily compromise. His sense of justice and moral bottom line made him unable to endure the unfounded charges. Moreover, there were more than a dozen souls who died at the hands of drug lords waiting for vindication. He voluntarily resigned from his position, packed his luggage, and left the Song family. This departure lasted for several years, during which time neither father nor son exchanged a single word. Don't talk about my affairs, Song Jijin extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into the trash can. I have something important to tell you. What is it? Song Jijin recounted what happened today, causing the 2 fathers to fall silent in succession. You mentioned the human experiment before, where did you get the information? Song Jijin asked. Li Zhouyun closed his eyes briefly, then reopened them and said, from your father. Song Jijin snorted slightly, shouldn't Song Ji be one of the people behind this? Do you have so much resentment toward your father? Li Zhouyun displayed an authoritative demeanor without anger, presenting the bearing of an elder. Song Jijin shrugged. When Yan Bin arrived here, he separately handed me a file. Li Zhouyun continued. Li Ping seemed completely uninformed, evidently startled by this. The file contained some reports, and I didn't fully understand all the data in it, so he explained part of its contents to me. Yan Bin gave me a general overview of certain parts of the report. Li Zhouyun stood up, walked to the desk, opened the safe, and took out a file folder. On it was a huge label, below which were the red words, Top Secret. However, the file had already been forcefully opened. Li Zhouyun handed the file to the two men. Your father caught wind of some rumors. He roughly knew that human experiments existed, but these are beyond our reach. We only have bits and pieces of clues. You can take a look first. Li Ping moved closer to Song Zhizhen's side, and the two of them opened the file folder. A stack of documents with black text on white background was pulled out. The feasibility report for the rebirth experiment. Li Ping stared at the title of the document. What is this rebirth experiment? The document wrote page after page of clichés, interspersed with various listed data, all kinds of high-precision technical terms jumbled together. Alter human genes, enhance various functions of the human body, and after the experiment succeeds, implement it on a large scale nationwide. Li Ping pointed to a paragraph in the middle of the article. All those pages boil down to just this one sentence. The two quickly skimmed through and flipped to the last page, where Song Zhizhen noticed handwritten notes on the side. Virus prevention and control is difficult, altering human genes to counteract viruses is truly a desperate measure. The development of virus vaccines faces numerous challenges. Where should the research direction go next? Li and Song exchanged glances, both their faces looking grim. If the facts were really as described in the writing, it was very likely that the government's vaccine progress presented to the public was merely a deception, and what they called the rebirth experiment might actually be the main research direction. If it were really that easy to modify human genes, there would have been professionals working with marketing channels promoting the idea centuries ago. Even if the two of them didn't know much about this field, they understood how much resources it took to bring an experiment to success. The so-called human experiments might very well be serving the rebirth project. Li Ping massaged his sore arm while stimulating blood circulation and asked, what about the person you encountered today? Zhengping Road. Song Zhizhen flipped through the documents again, searching for any missed information. After reading through them once more, Song Zhizhen stood up. Do you want me to go retrieve him now? Song Zhizhen put the file back on the table but was stopped by Li Zhouyun. Would he agree to come back willingly if he's resisting like that? Li Zhouyun held the file folder and returned it to the safe. You contact one of the teams left behind and send them to probe for a possibility of negotiation. With such a large group of people, especially with many vulnerable individuals, their resources must be lacking. Chapter 44. Duan Lei and his team were assigned to cremate the bodies of the victims. Hu Li was holding a folder, registering the nameplates. The bodies were neatly placed together, with wooden blocks and coal underneath them. How many people are left unregistered? Duan Lei walked over to Hu Li and looked down. About a dozen. Hu Li handed him the file and turned around to help Huang Mao carry the bodies. You can take care of it first. Duan Lei paused for a moment looking at the names and numbers of the victims, but he didn't see any familiar ones. He took over Hu Li's task and continued checking the remaining nameplates. Most of the remaining bodies wore white uniforms, their faces covered by white cloth, and all had varying degrees of injuries, caused both by turning into zombies and then being killed. Duan Lei crouched and checked each one carefully, eventually clearing all the nameplates. After making sure that everything was recorded, he finally relaxed. It's done. Duan Lei held up the file high. That's good, give the folder to Yan Bin, he needs to tally the number of researchers who perished. Make sure you clarify all the specific personnel with him, Hu Li said while carrying the stretcher. All right. After leaving the back part of the base, Duan Lei rushed to the research institute to find Yan Bin. The place that had been hit hardest, the basement level 1 of the institute was now in tatters. In the corridor, researchers could be seen busy cleaning up things, and bloodstains were scattered across the ground. Having searched everywhere without seeing anyone, Duan Lei went back to ask about Yan Bin's whereabouts. Where is your supervisor Yan? Duan Lei randomly grabbed a busy researcher. He was just clearing the broken glass containers and got startled when abruptly grabbed, his fingers brushing exactly on a sharp edge. SSH. Zhou Lijuan turned around, gazing up at Duan Lei, revealing blood from his index finger. You. Duan Lei was flustered. Do you need to treat it? No, it's fine. Zhou Lijuan casually shook his hand. With furrowed brows, he replied, Supervisor Yan has been called away and hasn't returned yet. The deputy supervisor is on the second basement floor. If there are urgent matters, you can look for him. Okay. Duan Lei moved the file folder to his side. I think your wound looks quite severe, maybe go up and deal with it. After saying this, Duan Lei internally scolded himself for being such a worrywart. I said I'm fine. Zhou Lijuan turned away and stopped paying attention to Duan Lei, focusing instead on tidying up the remaining large pieces of glass. Let me help. Duan Lei, unsure how to respond, fumbled awkwardly. Without waiting for Zhou Lijuan's response, Duan Lei snatched the piece of glass in his hands. Use the broom to sweep up the smaller glass shards. Duan Lei, with tough skin and great strength, effortlessly lifted several large pieces of glass and carried them to the waste disposal box outside the corridor. After a while, he came back again. Zhou Lijuan had already swept all the scattered glass shards together. Wanting to offer more help, Duan Lei was dodged by Zhou Lijuan. I'm okay. You don't have to feel sorry for me. Not even glancing at Duan Lei, Zhou Lijuan said indifferently, liking you is my business, it has nothing to do with you. If you don't like me, then that's it. You shouldn't have any sense of guilt. Duan Lei stopped and stood dumbfounded, speechless. If you have something to do, you'd better get going, I'll clean up the rest myself. Zhou Lijuan dismissed him. Being a pure-blooded straight man all his life, Duan Lei was completely confused. He thought Zhou Lijuan was right, he himself might want to compensate out of guilt, and although this compensation seemed good to him, it was not for Zhou Lijuan. Yet deep inside, he felt something wasn't quite right, as if a voice was roaring, it's not supposed to be like this. But what would it be like otherwise? No matter how you put it, he could never possibly fall in love with a man. Frowning tightly, Duan Lei's brain struggled as different thoughts fought within. It was the first time in his life Duan Lei encountered such a dilemma. Usually straightforward, he had never faced anything so complicated before. After staring silently at Zhou Lijuan's back, Duan Lei finally turned around and left. His footsteps echoed faintly on the uncleaned glass fragments with a crack. As the sound of steps faded further and further, Zhou Lijuan stopped his movements. His eyes focused on his bleeding finger, forcefully pressing his thumb hard onto the wound. They agreed. Song Jizhen closed the walkie-talkie. Wait until they come back, then we will find an opportunity to bring that person over. Li Zhouyun leaned back against the chair. All right. Song Jizhen nodded. Having resolved all issues for the day, Song Jizhen finally had the chance to relax. Is there another mission tomorrow? It depends. I'll inform you tonight. Li Ping was still writing the report. As one of the main responsible persons in this incident, there was no avoiding the report detailing everything thoroughly. Not tonight, let's discuss now. Song Jizhen lay back lazily on the cushion. What's wrong? Li Ping raised an alert gaze toward him and put the pen on the desk. Do you have something to do tonight? Yes. What is so urgent? Can you guess? Song Jizhen intentionally paused for a moment. Don't use your bachelor brain to analyze what a married man does at night. Shit, pervert. Li Ping rolled his eyes. If there's a mission, I will inform you tomorrow morning. You shouldn't be busy in the morning too, right? The morning time can be squeezed out for you. Li Ping pressed his temple. Go, don't disturb my mood for writing reports. Is that an expulsion order? How dare I? Li Ping gestured with his hand. Song Jizhen returned to the dormitory building. Upon pushing the door open, he saw Lin Bei hunched over the bed as if doing something. The instant he heard the door, like a wary little rabbit, Lin Bei quickly stuffed whatever it was under the pillow. What are you hiding? Song Jizhen closed the door and walked over to the bed. No, nothing, I'm just taking a look around. Lin Bei's face turned bright red, and he started speaking nonsensically. Are you sure? Yes. Lin Bei sat up. Why are you back? Don't you have things to take care of? It's settled. After answering, Song Jizhen continued asking, what's under the pillow? He supported himself on both sides of the bed, almost nose to nose with Lin Bei. Lin Bei turned away his eyes first. It's nothing. Song Jizhen kissed those lips mischievously and lightly nibbled them. Do you want to do it tonight? Ah. Lin Bei's brain froze, instantly filled with a heap of suggestive thoughts. Do you want to? Song Jizhen leaned in closely, pressing all his upper body onto Lin Bei's chest. Song Jizhen stared deep into Lin Bei's eyes. Answer me. Don't stay silent. I. Lin Bei turned his head away and responded in a hoarse voice, I can. Song Jizhen chuckled lightly, and he bit Lin Bei's earlobe, rubbing it slightly. With this disruption by Song Jizhen, Lin Bei couldn't focus even while eating. He mechanically picked the meat from the can into a bowl, stirring it occasionally but never bringing it to his mouth. Eat. Song Jizhen whispered in his ear, making Lin Bei's previously dull face flush again. Hu Linwen sitting beside pretended not to notice, finishing his almost tasteless seaweed soup in one gulp. Xia Heng stared at Song Jizhen, thinking silently about the old pervert, also reminiscing about the little book she had given Lin Bei earlier today. Xia Heng never hesitated to share her stuff. Seeing that treasure trove in her box today, she handed it to Lin Bei right away, carefully arranging its cover to appear proper. If everything went as expected, Lin Bei should already have seen its contents by now. Xia Heng couldn't help smiling and after grabbing 2 mouthfuls of food, coughed twice, quickly regaining her composed demeanor. Did some chicken feather get stuck in your throat? Huang Mao asked. Go away. Xia Heng swatted away the chopsticks Huang Mao extended towards her and tightly guarded her own can. You have enough in your bowl, why are you reaching for mine? Didn't you say you're losing weight? Huang Mao mumbled, advising sincerely, you'll end up being single forever if you gain weight. Get lost. After dinner, the two took their usual walk, but today it seemed unusually fast. Lin Bei could clearly sense that Song Jizhen wasn't really walking, it was just a formality. Song Jizhen's stride was long enough to count as 2 steps, and since they were holding hands, Song Jizhen's quick pace forced Lin Bei to keep up. The trip proved highly efficient, taking less than 10 minutes from finishing dinner to wrapping up their walk and heading back inside. As soon as they entered the room, Song Jijun locked the door bolt and fixed Lin Bei with an intense gaze, yet feeling that his eagerness might have been too obvious, he coughed lightly and suggested, "Why don't we shower first?" "Sure." Song Jijun began unbuttoning Lin Bei's shirt. Lin Bei stood rooted to the spot, letting Song Jijun proceed. Inevitably, he recalled the content he had looked at earlier that afternoon, those images vividly replayed in his mind as if waves crashing through his thoughts. Song Jijun focused intently on the task, treating the button like a bomb needing defusing, fully concentrated. Lin Bei suppressed a smile on his lips, gently leaning closer and planting a kiss on Song Jijun's cheek. Song Jijun temporarily gave up on unbuttoning and wrapped his arms around Lin Bei instead, pinning him against the wall for a passionate kiss. Their breaths intertwined, and Lin Bei shut his eyes, gently trembling. The electric sensation spread from their lips throughout their entire bodies, jolting them intensely. Leaning on Song Jijun's strength, Lin Bei remained caught up in the embrace. Skipping the step of unbuttoning, Song Jijun pulled up Lin Bei's shirt and slipped his hand underneath. The cool fingers brushed against Lin Bei's sensitive skin, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He sucked in a breath softly, "SSS. Is it too cold?" Song Jijun retracted his hand and hooked it on Lin Bei's shirt. Lin Bei shook his head. "It's fine." They stood forehead to forehead. Lin Bei whispered gently, "Can we take a shower later?" Song Jijun tilted his head and chuckled, "All right." Song Jijun pushed Lin Bei towards the bed, took off his coat, and pulled out the prepared Durex from the pocket. "Where did you get this?" Lin Bei's eyes widened in surprise. "The supermarket." Song Jijun walked up to him. "I just picked 2 packs while I was there." "I just checked, each box only has 6, Song Jijun said with some regret. "I should have grabbed more boxes earlier." Lin Bei blushed furiously as he pressed his index finger, slowly unzipping his combat uniform. Chapter 45. Night fell, and the full moon hung in the dark sky, casting a cold and desolate light. Song Jijun gently cradled Lin Bei into his arms. Lin Bei softly hummed, completely unconscious. He was utterly exhausted, his consciousness falling deep into dreams, burying himself in the warmth of Song Jijun's chest. Song Jijun brushed away Lin Bei's hair, revealing his calm features under the silver glow of the moon. A faint smile crossed his lips for some unknown thought, then he leaned forward and kissed Lin Bei before leaning back against the pillow and closing his eyes. The next morning, when Lin Bei woke up, Song Jijun was already sitting by the bed. He leaned over, resting his chin on Song Jijun's shoulder, trying to see what he held in his hands. As soon as Lin Bei saw it was a book, he recoiled abruptly, panicked, and rushed off the bed to go freshen up in the bathroom. "You're being too hasty," Song Jijun said amusedly, looking at him. "Doesn't it hurt?" "Nope." Lin Bei, embarrassed, hurried into the toilet and splashed his face with cold water from the faucet. Song Jijun followed him to the bathroom door and asked, "Where did this book come from?" Lin Bei stammered, but didn't answer. "Xia Heng." Lin Bei. "So it's her." Song Jijun flipped to the next page of the book, muttering, "She doesn't do any proper work, just busies herself with all sorts of flashy nonsense." Though Song Jijun talked, his eyes never left the pages of the fully colored comic book, which vividly depicted passionate scenes. Lin Bei could still recall the expressions of pleasure and impatience portrayed on the characters' faces. "This is boring." Song Jijun skimmed through hastily, reviewing every single pose, then threw the book onto the bed. "These faces don't look as good as yours anyway." Song Jijun hugged him. Lin Bei. Having no missions for several days, apart from arranging routine patrols and combat training, Song Jijun spent his time in the room with Lin Bei. Lin Bei was genuinely starting to fear Song Jijun's stamina and even considered extending the combat training and mealtime so that he wouldn't have to return to their room so early. After dinner, Song Jijun was called away by Li Pingyu for a bit. By the time he returned, Lin Bei was gone. Even after wandering around and returning to their room, there was still no sign of Lin Bei. Not intending to search further, Song Jijun sat alone with the nearly tattered comic book, flipping through it again. Having gone over every little detail of the comic, Song Jijun became restless, glanced at his watch twice in a row. By the time Lin Bei came back drenched in sweat, Song Jijun had lost count of how many times he had read the book. His gaze seemed absorbed as if spellbound, fixated on the book. Lin Bei softly coughed and asked beside Song Jijun, "How long have you been back?" "Not very long," Song Jijun replied coolly. "I thought your meeting would last longer." Song Jijun put the book down and pinched Lin Bei's damp hair. "Go take a shower first, don't catch a cold." "Alright," Lin Bei relaxed a bit upon seeing that Song Jijun wasn't angry, and stepped into the bathroom. Lin Bei bathed quickly, which usually took just a few minutes. The bathroom lacked heating, always leaving him rushing like after a battle to dive into bed right after washing. Song Jijun warmed up the sheets for him, waiting for Lin Bei to emerge. However, today Lin Bei took much longer than usual in the shower. Song Jijun, never someone slow to pick up on subtleties, quickly realized that Lin Bei was deliberately avoiding him. After exiting the shower, Lin Bei slowly shuffled into the covers, his body heat almost entirely lost in the cold air as he wandered around wearing only a thin shirt. Get into bed, Song Jijin lowered his voice. Lin Bei responded with a quick gesture, rapidly tidying things up before slipping into the warm place prepared by Song Jijin. Warmth spread from the blanket to Lin Bei's body, causing him to shiver slightly. What are you dodging? Song Jijin turned on his side and embraced him. Lin Bei stubbornly denied, I'm not dodging anything. Can't you tell me the truth? Song Jijin whispered softly. Song Jijin sighed, I can guess what you're thinking, but I'd rather hear it from you. I won't refuse whatever you ask. Are you feeling too tired? It's okay. If not that, why then? Lin Bei remained silent. Whenever Lin Bei adopted an attitude of refusing conversation, Song Jijin would stop prying. Frustrated, Song Jijin explained, men, even when facing the ones they love, cannot be as pure as Lu Xiaohui. I know, Lin Bei admitted, though he himself couldn't explain clearly why he chose to avoid it. It's not that he wanted to avoid answering, it was just something he found hard to summarize. I love you, Song Jijin said softly. I love you too. Things were going increasingly smoothly. Song Jijin had already backed off, but Lin Bei still felt uncomfortable everywhere. Both wanted to do it, a mutually agreeable situation, but because of some inexplicable thoughts of his own, Lin Bei made things awkward. Lin Bei was burdened with guilt even after proceeding following Song Jijin's rejection, he carried a sense of compensation. But halfway through, Lin Bei realized something was wrong, it was too late. It turned out Song Jijin was simply an old fox who'd sized him up entirely. This night, Song Jijin was harsher than ever before, seemingly determined to ensure Lin Bei wouldn't leave the bed in the morning. Normally he would have held back, but today there was no consideration at all, leaving Lin Bei in a semi-somnolent state by the end. Lin Bei woke up as the sun almost reached its peak, woken not by anything else but hunger from his growling stomach. He struggled to rise, feeling his lower body numb as if crushed. He scanned the room but couldn't spot Song Jijin anywhere, guessing that he had already left. Song Jijin left a can of food by the bed, pressing a note under it. Xiao Bei. Temporary mission. Don't worry. A few scrawled words, without even a signature. Lin Bei placed the note under the book, finished washing up, and returned to the bed to eat the canned food. After filling his stomach, Lin Bei realized Song Jijin was gone, assuming Xia Hang and others must have also left. So, instead of heading to the training field, Lin Bei lay back in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Is this info reliable? Xia Hang swayed along with the vehicle, rhythmically. It should be. Hu Li kept her eyes on the GPS, 4.5 kilometers more. Hey, Captain, did you see Lieutenant Li asking questions? Huang Mao asked, pulling Song Jijin's sleeve. Song Jijin shook his head. No. I heard that he couldn't stand any wind or this or that since he came out of the lab. Is it true? Huang Mao was curious. Go ask him. How would I know? Song Jijin gave him a dismissive glance. Just asking, Huang Mao felt his captain's character becoming increasingly unpredictable, and not wanting to upset the tiger, stopped further inquiries. All mountain roads ahead. Duan Lei stared at the road conditions. They had already left the city area and were continuously driving toward the city edge. Hu Li tapped on the screen while reporting the status. Yeah, beyond this road is a tunnel entrance, then we'll go another stretch. If we take much longer, I think I'd throw up. My stomach feels like it's being shaken around. Xia Hang looked pale, clearly uncomfortable. Do you want gum? Huang Mao took out the tin box. There's only one piece left. A sacrifice, huh? Xia Hang grabbed the gum from his hand and popped it into his mouth. Take advantage and scram, don't keep complaining. Huang Mao's gum had lost its flavor, but he didn't spit it out, instead chewed it repeatedly after shoving the tin into his pocket, thinking about how to get some taste out of it again. The car slowly climbed uphill. When Duan Lei arrived at the tunnel entrance, he stopped. Are there any other routes? Staring at the tunnel mouth buried under rubble, with evident traces of bomb craters, someone clearly didn't want them to pass this way. Let me check. Hu Li quickly flipped out the navigation system. There's a small path, but we can't drive on it. What about it? Duan Lei turned toward Song Jijin in the rear. Song Jijin decisively opened the car door. Get out with the gear. Yes sir. They camouflaged the vehicle in the forest, equipping themselves as well as possible. It's quite roundabout over here, so try not to overload ourselves. Xia Hang lingered at the mortar cannon, intending to abandon it when Duan Lei lifted it. I'll carry this, heavy weapons insured. In that case, I'll handle the ammunition. Xia Hang gleefully prepared the mortar shells. Confirm if the communications are intact. Okay. 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 Let's move. Upon Song Jijin's command, the group started marching into the mountains. As an evacuation site for people, starting from their departure from the urban area, the number of zombies began to decrease geometrically, encountering practically none by now. Without these hindrances, their progress marching through the mountains wouldn't be overly delayed. Why do I feel a bit uneasy inside walking here? Xia Hang pressed on his chest. Could it be miasma? Hu Li took out the air detector from her bag. After a moment, the air detector gave the results, very mild, basically won't affect human health. Am I scaring myself for no reason? Huang Mao grabbed the magazine from her hand, relieving her burden. I'm serious. When have I ever been afraid during a mission? I just feel uncomfortable here, with this unsettling sensation in my heart. More than 10 people gradually moved deeper inside. Even Duan Lei, who had thick nerves, felt something was off. Why do I feel there's no living thing in this forest? It was too quiet. Since they entered, there had been no bird calls or insect chirps. The only sounds were their steps and voices when they talked or breathed. Don't scare me, I have a small heart. Huang Mao shrunk behind Duan Lei. He was already smaller in build, and now, huddled beside Duan Lei like a short dumpling, he made the contrast even more apparent. Stay alert. Song Zhizhen furrowed his brows. Having come this far, it was absolutely impossible to turn back. The group moved forward on full alert. As they reached deeper into the woods, the jungle grew denser. The trail beneath their feet had almost vanished, forcing Huli to take out the navigation system to continue advancing. They walked in formation all the way. The tree shade began to thin out as if they were leaving the danger zone. Huang Mao teased Xia Heng, I told you, you're scaring yourself. He grinned broadly, but soon his smile turned to terror as he hugged Xia Heng and pushed her beneath him. Gongzi. Chapter 46. Xia Heng stared in terror, her eyes wide open as Huang Mao pressed against her. The spot on her chest had already been pierced, and blood seeped through the wound, coagulating and then dripping onto Xia Heng's chest. Huang Mao managed a weak laugh despite the pain, raising his hand to cover Xia Heng's eyes. His voice was faint, don't look. Xia Heng felt as if all her strength had been drained, and tears streamed from the corners of her eyes covered by Huang Mao. Ah! Huang Mao arched his neck in agony as the sharp claws inside him were forcibly pulled out. A massive eagle hovered high above, its talons still stained with blood. Song Zhizhen aimed and fired at it, and the eagle swiftly dodged, but under the attack from several people surrounding it, one of its wings was struck. It lost balance, falling from the sky into a pile of leaves, half of its body buried within. Why are you saving me? Why? Xia Heng was losing control of her emotions, yelling erratically, yet she didn't dare to move much, fearing Huang Mao would fall off. Let me take a look. Huli approached, trying to pull down Huang Mao's clothes. Huang Mao didn't stop him, instead, he asked bleakly, is there really any need to see? Huli didn't answer, trembling as his hands stopped midway while unzipping. Huang Mao turned his head away, staring at the struggling eagle not too far off, its pupils are white. Huli froze momentarily with his hands halfway in the air. How did you become so naive? Huang Mao smiled and questioned him. Don't laugh, old Sha knelt down guiltily, clutching his hair, stop laughing. I don't want to laugh either, but I look better when I do. Huang Mao laughed until his eyes started stinging, tears forming lines as they streamed down his face, I have to leave behind a good impression before I go. Huang Mao never knew why Shunzi would die with a smile. Everyone's innate fear of death made them disoriented, but truly, when it came time to step forward, he suddenly found himself at peace. Any lingering attachment or reluctance to part with the world seemed trivial compared to saving Xia Heng's life. Everyone surrounded him now, genuinely saddened for him. When will this farce end? Huang Mao asked, looking at the dull sky with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. After a while, Song Zhizhen lightly replied, soon. With the captain's assurance, I believe you. Huang Mao lowered his head, moving his hand away from Xia Heng's eyes, I wasn't pretty to begin with, crying just makes it worse. Huang Mao joked with Xia Heng like usual. Xia Heng turned her face away, silently shedding tears without uttering a word. You guys continue, take the supplies from my body. Huang Mao stood up holding his wound, pulling out a grenade, this is all I'll need. In this dense jungle, Huang Mao feared that even after death, he wouldn't rest in peace. Animals, insects, and birds in the mountains might peck at his face and tear apart his flesh. Xia Heng, get up, Song Zhizhen extended his hand to her. Xia Heng wiped the tears off her face and climbed up with Song Zhizhen's help. This, can you keep it for me? Huang Mao single-handedly took out a pocket watch from his shirt pocket and handed it to Xia Heng. Xia Heng trembled as she accepted it. There are my memories inside. When this farce is over, can you open it for me? Sure. Xia Heng bit her lip and clenched the silver pocket watch tightly. Song Zhizhen walked up to Huang Mao, opening his shirt collar to retrieve his nameplate, can I keep this? Alright, Huang Mao obediently lowered his head, allowing Song Zhizhen to remove the nameplate. Song Zhizhen placed the nameplate into the pocket of his chest. With the delicate sound of metal clinking together, Huang Mao realized there were other team members' nameplates kept within. Go, hurry up and leave. Huang Mao waved them off, slowly retreating backward until he reached a distant tree. Song Zhizhen stood solemnly, attention. Everyone, salute. The gentle breeze stirred up the surface layer of fallen leaves and dust. Uncomfortably blinking, Huang Mao slowly returned a military salute. The wind brought them closer momentarily but also seemed to distance them further. Song Zhizhen hoisted Huang Mao's equipment onto his shoulders, leading the group ahead first. Xia Heng was left standing like a post facing Huang Mao. Go, Huang Mao said helplessly. He teased her, do you want to stay here to glorify me? It's not easy to achieve glory, and you cannot piggyback on mine. I want to. Huang Mao abruptly stopped speaking, staring into Xia Heng's crimson eyes. Don't be ridiculous. Huang Mao frowned at her, removing a veil of immaturity, for the first time showing the authority of an adult man. You can't stay here. You must live with my hopes. I want to see the future world through your eyes. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing swollen blue veins. I can't go on anymore. Xia Heng stubbornly approached him, ignoring Huang Mao's resistance as she grabbed his hand. Huang Mao endured the pain of rapid cell, his pulsing heartbeat shaking with each powerful beat, yet Xia Heng seemed oblivious to it all. Not until Huang Mao could no longer hide his agony did Xia Heng softly say, I promise you. Xia Heng continued to march deeper in the direction her teammates had gone. Before long, she encountered Song Zhizhen and others who were waiting. They stood silently, an unspoken emotion spreading among the group. After a moment, a massive explosion reverberated through the forest. Lin Bei waited till evening, but Song Zhizhen still hadn't returned. He decided to learn more about the mission specifics and went to find Li Pingyu. It was still early, so he didn't miss him. When he arrived at Li Pingyu's office, the room was still lit. Lin Bei raised his hand to knock, but suddenly a burst of argument erupted from inside the door. Why did you do that? It was Li Pingyu's voice. Lin Bei wasn't sure who he was arguing with, thinking to come back later. But before he could move, he heard Li Pingyu say, no wonder you didn't want me to go on the mission with Zhizhen. This is your plan. He sharply questioned, who are you trying to protect by forging these things? Li Pingyu threw away the documents and forged ink seal. Thin sheets of paper danced through the air. You. Li Zhouyun said calmly, fixing his gaze on Li Pingyu, I'm protecting you. Ha. Li Pingyu laughed bitterly in anger and loudly confronted, how dare you say that? I have to ensure your safety. Bullshit. Why would I need protection? Li Pingyu detested Li Zhouyun's nonchalant attitude, shouting, Zhizhen has grown under your watch, and you still throw him into danger. Li Zhouyun slammed the cup in his hand to the ground and stood up, loudly questioning, do you remember the wound on the back of your neck? Li Pingyu hesitated, not understanding why this was relevant. The wound from a task half a month ago had fully healed without leaving a scar. What does this have to do with anything? That mission involved both father and son battling evolved zombies. During the fight, Li Pingyu was knocked unconscious, sustaining a long cut on his neck. However, when he woke up, there was no sign of mutation. Li Zhouyun had previously explained that the neck wound was caused by exposed rebar during transport. That wound was inflicted by a zombie, but I gave you medicine, Li Zhouyun admitted. What kind of medicine? Why do you have it? Li Pingyu instinctively stepped back, pressing himself against the edge of the desk. An inhibitor drug, it's a prototype developed for testing. Li Zhouyun furrowed his brows, saying seriously, I've watched Zhizhen grow since he was little, true, but you are my own son, and I can't abandon you. What are you implying? Li Pingyu felt as if his heart had been dragged into the depths of the ocean, suffocating. The wound was left by a zombie bite, and I gave you the medicine. Song Ji strongly opposed experimenting on live subjects, secretly blocking the project. Some high-ranking officials tried to force him into agreement. Li Zhouyun picked up the white sheet from the floor. The rebirth plan is real, human experimentation is real too. Only the ink stamp is fake. So, Zhizhen was used as leverage? Li Pingyu asked bitterly, laughing wryly. Before you were injured, I never agreed, and I had no plans to agree. Enough. Li Pingyu's legs buckled, and he slumped back onto the chair. No wonder you called Zhizhen back. It was all part of your plan. They won't harm Zhizhen, Li Zhouyun confidently declared. Did you release the zombies inside the base? Li Pingyu covered his face, asking directly, tell me the truth. I checked the surveillance and lock marks. He had always wondered why Yan Bin harbored such animosity toward his father, now realizing that Li Zhouyun had unconsciously guided him not to trust Yan Bin, creating mistrust between them. Yan Bin is loyal to Song Ji. You wanted him dead. I just want him out of the base. Li Pingyu trembled uncontrollably, flashes of doubt surfacing in his mind, slowly weaving into a complete picture. What about the alleged survivor? The one who underwent human experiments. You intentionally kept Zhizhen out and let me conduct the interrogation instead. Li Pingyu stared in horror at his father, the man he once trusted completely, as if he had utterly transformed, rotted from within. I remember his face, wasn't he one of those critically wounded people you rescued years ago? That night when he inquired about the situation, Li Pingyu had requested him to take off his clothes so he could examine the wounds on his body. The traces of the bullet wound in his chest were identical to that person's. No, he escaped from the base. Li Zhouyun calmly gazed at him, a hint of severity flashing across his face. That group of psychics was the first batch he sent to the research institute, and everyone died except for him. But he was too timid. He didn't tell anyone else about what happened to him inside the base. He even didn't have time to meet Song Zhizhen to identify him. When he saw Li Pingyu, his first reaction was that these two were partners. He patiently waited for an opportunity to expose Li Zhouyun's true nature, but shortly after leaving Li Pingyu's room, he was silenced by Li Zhouyun. In such chaotic times, one human life is as insignificant as a speck of dust, unable to cause any ripple. Li Pingyu did not miss the look on Li Zhouyan's face, and the man standing before him seemed increasingly unfamiliar. Can you still remember your original intention? Li Pingyu asked in a muffled voice. Are all these things you've done just to save my life or because of your own insatiable ambition? Li Pingyu questioned sharply. Chapter 47. You are the most important. Li Zhouyan frowned and took a step back, revealing signs of fatigue. Li Zhouyan didn't want to defend himself much. What was done is done. That sense of justice and humanity, compared to Li Pingyu, could all be abandoned. Li Pingyu looked at him silently and bitterly laughed. I've always regarded you as my role model. Li Pingyu's belief had been overturned, while outside the door, Lin Bei was filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Clenching his fists, he slowed his steps as he walked out, and as soon as he was out of the office's range, he started running swiftly. He needed to find Song Zhizhen. Lin Bei rushed into the training ground without hesitation. The familiar faces from before were now replaced by others, but a large portion of Song Zhizhen's team had not been taken away. After searching for a long time among the people who were training, Lin Bei finally spotted someone he knew. Old Sha. Lin Bei waved his arms toward him. All right. Old Sha removed the weight from his body and tossed it aside, picking up a towel to wipe off the sweat. Old Sha was brought to the side of the training field by Lin Bei, who vigilantly checked around. Old Sha understood his concerns. No one around, speak your mind. How many of your team are still left in the base? About 40. He added, some have been assigned patrol tasks. Can we call them back? Something happened. Our captain has encountered trouble. Lin Bei recounted everything he had heard. Old Sha knitted his eyebrows tightly, then he took out his radio and tried to communicate with Huang Mao, but received no signal feedback. After trying several times with different people, Old Sha said, they have gone beyond the communication range of the walkie-talkies. I'm going to contact them right now. There will be our men on patrol at the gate today. Once everyone gathers, we'll meet up with you. Take this radio with you. Do you know how to use it? I do. Lin Bei nodded and put the radio in his pocket. After they parted ways, Lin Bei quickly prepared his gear. In the room, supplies that Song Zhizhen had left behind still remained. Lin Bei quickly consolidated everything and then sat inside the room, lost in thought. Song Zhizhen had been out for quite some time. According to Li Zhouyan's statement, they should have already set off for the so-called human lab. They intended to take Song Zhizhen hostage to coerce Song Ji, so they would certainly ensure Song Zhizhen's safety. Yet, his heart still felt uneasy, irregularly thumping as if gripped tightly, making him unable to catch his breath. As he anxiously waited, Old Sha had already made the necessary preparations. As soon as Lin Bei got contacted by Old Sha, he came out of his stiff state. He put the walkie-talkie back in his pocket and hurried toward the gathering point. On the way, there were soldiers everywhere carrying backpacks and rifles. His appearance did not attract any attention. Lin Bei swiftly arrived at where Old Sha had parked the car, pulling open the car door and sitting down. The vehicles were crammed full of team members, and altogether there were 3 vehicles, presumably fully loaded. Old Sha had already made prior contact with the gatekeeping members. When they reached the gate, Old Sha lowered the car window. Eagle team is leaving to execute a rescue mission. He handed over the forged pass to the soldier in front, who checked it and returned it, slowly opening the gate. The 3 vehicles exited the safe base without any hindrance. While driving, Old Sha spoke. Captain arranged the mission today at Xiangshan Mountain. When you get within 5 kilometers of the location, switch on the radios and contact them, relay the message promptly. Understood. All the people in the vehicle moved swiftly toward Song Zhizhen's direction. But just as this group had escaped one predicament, another trouble arose. Connect the ropes together and give it a try, Song Zhizhen probed cautiously forward. The cliff face turned out to be steeper than they had anticipated. There were no large load-bearing objects around the cliff. They could only tie the ropes to trees slightly farther away. Huli quickly confirmed the tree's sturdiness after connecting the rope. The team members all took down the ropes attached to their bodies. They connected the ropes, tied them securely, and Song Zhizhen slung his rifle onto his back, saying, I'll go down first to investigate the situation. He hung the hook from his waist onto the rope, descending rapidly. 2 minutes later, Song Zhizhen's rope had reached its limit. He stood on a protruding rock contemplating a strategy. What's the situation? Huli lessened the force on the rope, assuming Song Zhizhen had reached the bottom. The rope isn't long enough, Song Zhizhen's voice faintly floated up, barely audible like a mosquito's buzz. There was still about 10 meters of space below the rope. Beneath were nothing but fallen rocks from the collapsed cliff. Song Zhizhen couldn't jump down. To the extent possible, he strained the rope tightly, attempting to swing towards a larger platform on the other side of the cliff. That side of the cliff would be easier to climb. After a brief sprint holding onto the rope, Song Zhizhen let go with all his might and jumped, landing right in the middle of the platform. He opened his walkie-talkie. I'm ready. Now I'll climb down the rock wall. The rope length is about 10 meters from the ground. After briefly reporting the situation below, Song Zhizhen put away his walkie-talkie and moved downward. The cliff wall was not made of hard rock but softer material. With every effort, Song Jijin caused surface rock chunks to fall quickly, significantly slowing down his descent. By the time Duanlei slid down to the platform, Song Jijin was still 8 meters above the ground. Song Jijin couldn't go down until Duanlei moved upward. If they both proceeded simultaneously, falling rocks could injure Song Jijin's eyes below. Duanlei waited patiently on the platform and instructed those above to slow down their descent. This small platform could only hold a few people. As soon as Song Jijin touched the ground, Duanlei immediately started climbing down. Duanlei's heavier weight made the climb more challenging, with rocks frequently breaking loose. While keeping guard below, Song Jijin carefully observed Duanlei's progress, ready to assist him at any moment. After flattening several protruding rocks, Duanlei finally landed safely. The other team members followed one after another. Once we cross the next flat area, we'll be there. Song Jijin unfolded the map. They were getting closer to their destination. There's no cover ahead. Hu Li was the last in line, still hanging on the rope. From his elevated position, he looked ahead. The lack of cover on the plain would make their movement difficult. Additionally, without a vehicle, their mobility would be slowed, increasing the likelihood of being detected. You go ahead with me first, Hu Li, stay behind with some teammates and take the sniper rifle. Song Jijin handed over Huang Mao's sniper rifle to Hu Li and selected Duanlei and Xia Heng to follow him. Fewer people meant better chances of avoiding detection. The plain had been eroded by wind and sand, leaving the grass dry and lifeless. Walking on it produced a sound of crushed stones underfoot. As soon as they entered the plain, the wind became exceptionally strong, like knives cutting into them. Song Jijin's clothing flapped loudly, so he put on a mask and goggles to prevent sand from entering his eyes and nose. Is that it? A small door appeared before them. It was set deep within the mountain, with its heavy bronze iron door gleaming solemnly in the sunlight. Check if there are any other entrances once we get closer. Using an entire mountain as an experimental base indeed suited their methods for covering tracks. Song Jijin had encountered something similar when capturing drug lords with Haijiao, but he'd never seen a gate boldly exposed out in the open like this, much less entirely visible in the plains where sightlines were clear. As he pondered, an idea suddenly struck him. Song Jijin focused on the top of the iron door, where vertical iron bars left significant gaps. If the purpose of the iron door was to deliberately draw attention, then there must be a trick behind it. Find the nearest cover. Song Jijin ordered firmly, and everyone quickly dispersed. Just at that moment, black gun barrels suddenly appeared above the iron door. Firing began. Song Jijin swiftly dodged behind the nearest rock. From this angle, they couldn't see anyone behind the iron door. Those up high, including Hu Li, immediately contacted Song Jijin upon hearing the gunfire. Can you snipe anyone behind the iron door? No visible targets. Then help us secure our surroundings. Don't let others sneak up on us. Understood. Duanlei, fire the mortar. Alright, little punk, taste my bullets, Duanlei muttered, rapidly loading the mortar. Song Jijin peeked out and fired towards the door, drawing the fire from behind it. During a brief pause in the reduced firepower from Duanlei's side, he aimed quickly. Bang! The shell hit dead center of the iron door, the tremendous explosion causing nearby loose rock formations to tremble. Along with falling rocks, the door itself was blown open, and several cries of pain were heard from inside as people were hit by the flying door. Song Jijin pulled out a grenade and tossed it into the opening just as it cleared. The bomb exploded again. Thick smoke spread out, dense ash gathered at the entrance, and it took a while to slowly disperse. The previously flat entrance was now blocked by half with fallen rock chunks, while the swaying door frame stubbornly held on despite the wind. No movement, Duanlei looked up. He asked, should we move in? Wait a bit longer. Song Jijin didn't think that was all the firepower inside. Considering the importance of the experiment, the firepower deployment wouldn't be so hasty. After a while, when the smoke had completely dissipated and even the mountain behind the door had settled into stillness without dropping any more debris, Duanlei's patience wore thin. As he attempted to lean forward for a closer look, Song Jijin suddenly grabbed his pant leg. Duanlei almost fell to the ground, his face was only 5 centimeters from it. Thankfully, his reflexes were quick enough to keep him balanced on the flat surface. Just as he was about to rise again, he suddenly heard faint footsteps. He pressed his face to the ground as the sounds grew louder. Looking toward the cave entrance, Duanlei said, someone's coming. Probably quite a few of them. Get ready. Song Jijin positioned his rifle, waiting for someone to emerge from the entrance. The group held their breath in anticipation, the atmosphere tense. Chapter 48. The chaotic footsteps grew louder, and suddenly a group of figures appeared at the cave entrance. They were all trying to rush out. Zombies, Duanlei cursed softly. Using zombies against us. Those bastards are despicable. Retreat, Song Jinji said, knowing they had been lured into a trap, but he remained calm. Duanlei fired at the mountainside, attempting to seal the cave entrance with rocks, but the loose rocks were no match for the rampaging zombies. With no other choice, the group started running backward while firing their guns. Just as more zombies were emerging from the mountain, a rumbling sound filled the sky. Xia Heng stared at the massive dragon insignia on the plain and muttered unconsciously, "Sea dragon." The plane swiftly hovered in front of the mountain before unleashing a barrage of bombs from its underside onto the mountain. One bomb wasn't enough to collapse the cave entrance, but 4 or 5 would do it. After an intense bombing, aside from the first dozen zombies that had emerged, the rest were buried under a pile of rocks. With the threat behind them eliminated, the group dealt with the remaining zombies more efficiently. As the last zombie was killed, the plane came to a steady stop on the plains. The outer cabin door opened, and a tall figure slowly descended from the aircraft. Large sunglasses covered his entire eyes, and his neatly tailored military uniform accentuated his upright figure. Pei Minran took off his glasses, stepped up to Song Jinji, and extended his hand, "Big brother Song." Song Jinji shook his hand and asked, "How did you get here?" "It's a long story," Pei Minran laughed. "I came here on a mission." Song Jinji tested him, "So our missions must be the same then?" "No," Pei Minran glanced sideways at the disheveled cave entrance. "My mission is to escort you back to Sea Dragon." "Back to Sea Dragon?" Duan Lei questioned. "Yes, the safe base might not welcome you," Pei Minran teased, winking. Song Jinji frowned and asked, "Why?" "My father is also at Sea Dragon, you'll understand once you get there. He will explain it to you." Pei Minran avoided going into details as he put his sunglasses back on. "Come with me now. There's another plane coming to support you. A single helicopter couldn't possibly carry everyone." "I can't go with you right now," Song Jinji brushed off the dust from his sleeve. "I must return to the base." Pei Minran understood the conflict between Song Jinji and Song Ji, so he was aware that mentioning Song Ji wouldn't make Song Jinji more eager to return to Sea Dragon. Instead, it might incite refusal. By acting this way now, Pei Minran essentially positioned the safe base and Song Ji of Sea Dragon as opposing sides, though the reasons weren't clear. Song Jinji roughly understood that it might have something to do with today's task. Today's task had already evolved clearly into a trap specifically set for Song Jinji's team. If Pei Minran hadn't arrived in time, they might have been tangled up with the zombies for much longer, even resulting in casualties. But who set the trap? Song Jinji lowered his eyes. Not only did Pei Minran's words distinguish the safe base and Song Ji of Sea Dragon as opposing sides, but they also subtly reminded him, there was an issue with the Li family or one of the managers at the safe base. But aside from the Lis, there was only Yan Bin left, and Yan Bin was one of Song Ji's people. Pei Minran paused mid-step and turned to ask him, "Why won't you leave?" "My people are still at the base." Pei Minran cautiously asked, "Your teammates? Or someone special to you?" "They're all there." Song Jinji didn't hide Lin Bei's presence from him. Pei Minran looked down momentarily to mask his bitterness, then after a moment, he looked up again, "I'll go with you." Pei Minran firmly stated, "You're still my mission objective, and I must ensure your safety." Pei Minran joined Song Jinji's team to retrieve the vehicle, while the helicopter lingered behind awaiting Pei Minran's orders. As they traversed through the woods on their return journey, Old Shah's group finally made contact with them. "Captain, where are you now?" Old Shah asked. "Give me a location so I can find you." "Why did you come out?" Old Shah explained, "Hey, Lin Bei overheard some news, and we couldn't sit still, so we came out." "Is everyone there?" "Yes." Song Jinji asked again, "Where's Lin Bei?" This time Lin Bei's voice came over the radio, "Here." Song Jinji let out a light laugh, which sent shivers down Lin Bei's ears. Song Jinji didn't forget the important matters amidst his flotation. "We're at the entrance of the Xiangshan tunnel, where are you?" "Almost there." Lin Bei waited a moment before handing over the walkie-talkie to Old Shah, "We'll meet you soon." They quickly ended the conversation as Duan Lei sat in the main driver's seat and started the car. Among all the team members, Duan Lei drove the hardest, pressing down the accelerator tightly. He speeded up immensely. The wind swept through the SUV, whistling against the windows, while Song Jinji thought about Song Ji and Lin Bei, finally focusing completely on Lin Bei. How could she be so soft, so well-tuned with him? It was an almost impossible situation, but Lin Bei made it work perfectly, bringing everyone out in order for him. Both teams acted together, and they met soon. This time Song Jinji no longer hesitated, agreeing to return to Haijiao with Pei Minran. Haijiao was far from the city center but close to Xiangshan, only 10 kilometers away by car. Different from the safe base, there were almost no survivors here, only soldiers on active duty. Song Ji's ability to stay in Haijiao indicated that both sides had established cooperation, meaning Haijiao and Song Ji's forces might already have united. Both parties were strong on their own. Haijiao had fewer people but excelled in efficiency and skill, while Song Ji commanded more soldiers who were also well-trained. Lost in some thought, Song Jinji suddenly asked Pei Minran, "Is it still Mr. Pei who's in charge at Haijiao?" Pei Minran caught on to his line of thought, but nodded anyway, replying, "Yes." "Does Song Ji accept being subordinate?" Pei Minran succinctly said, "Both sides manage separately." "Pretty good." Song Jinji held Lin Bei's hand as he closed his eyes, pondering something. He was always good at concealing his emotions, but his feelings seemed to automatically bypass Song Ji, leaving him out altogether. In any situation or from anyone he heard about Song Ji, Song Jinji wouldn't hide his animosity and disdain towards Song Ji. There had been a long period where he was dispirited, constantly pondering the reasons for his strained relationship with Song Ji. But no matter how many times he thought about it, these emotions would not fade. Unlike other fathers, Song Ji prioritized his career. It was hard for Song Jinji to even see Song Ji once before the age of 15. While Mother Song was alive, Song Jinji managed to hear a few good points about Song Ji from her, but the prolonged absence of family affection inevitably led to estrangement between Song Jinji and Song Ji. This estrangement stemmed from Song Jinji's longing for his father. Why were other children in the courtyard able to see their soldier fathers regularly while he couldn't? Carrying this increasingly profound question, Song Jinji eventually awaited Song Ji's return during his mother's critical illness. When he enlisted, he refused Song Ji's invitation and resolutely joined Haijiao, known for its severe training standards. To put it simply, Song Jinji wanted to draw Song Ji's attention. There were so many professions, and yet Song Jinji had once secretly vowed to enlist when he still harbored hopes for the future. He wanted to get Song Ji to notice his shining spots, to stop neglecting him. Back then, Song Jinji was like a rebellious teenager, defying authority and bearing hardships alone. He also refused to communicate with this father whom he had yearned for more than a decade. There had only been 2 extensive talks between father and son, one during his mother's critical illness, the other after Song Jinji was severely injured. His mother's illness urged him to join the army, while his injuries forced him to retire. One gave him a goal to strive for, and the other almost shattered his belief. Regardless of how formidable Song Jinji once was, facing Song Ji, he yearned for his comfort. Though it sounded absurd, Song Jinji stubbornly believed, "You're my father, you must take my side." However, Song Ji's actions thoroughly pushed him to the opposing side. Song Ji was oblivious to Song Jinji's thoughts, and lacked the ability to be a father. They discussed the benefits this situation might bring. By taking the blame for something unrelated and receiving false accusations, he would be compensated with rapid promotion for Song Jinji, allowing him to leave Haijiao. Misunderstanding each other caused much suffering to both. Frustrated, Song Jinji left the force, bidding farewell to his military career. He then resolutely formed a security company with dozens of people under him. The connection between father and son was entirely severed. Song Ji once tried sending people to reach out, but Song Jinji rejected them every time. If it weren't for the current situation, Song Jinji thought he would never see Song Ji again in his lifetime. Ironically, the things you think are impossible often quietly come to pass. Song Jinji found it amusing how calm he felt now about meeting Song Ji one day. If it could be said that Song Jinji reluctantly agreed to pay Minran's proposal, that wasn't entirely true. His team was already here, and he could have easily chosen a place to camp independently, avoiding involvement with the safe base and cutting off all ties with Song Ji from Haijiao. But he didn't take that route. Instead, he ascended with a peculiar mix of apprehension and anticipation, viewing this meeting with an intensely conflicting mindset. The impression of Song Ji still lingered in his mind, and he could vividly imagine how this taciturn and distant Song Ji would meet him, probably just glance at him briefly, lead him into the office, serve tea, and then begin discussing official business. As Song Jinji mused on this, he couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Lin Bei noticed his improved mood and subtly squeezed him a couple of times. The helicopter arrived early at Haijiao's location, and by the time they landed, Haijiao had already been informed about their arrival. As soon as Song Jinji stepped out of the car, he saw Old Pei waiting nearby, along with Song Ji, and the comrades from his 5 years of blood and sweat at Haijiao. Song Ji strode quickly towards Song Jinji, and after a brief exchange of gazes, Song Ji suddenly embraced him tightly. Chapter 49. Song Jizhen hadn't even reacted when he was pulled into an embrace, the sharp words he had been contemplating on his way here suddenly dissolving in that instant. He was almost speechless. By the time he realized it was Song Ji who was hugging him, he didn't pull away but remained motionless in Song Ji's arms. The two awkwardly leaned against each other. Song Jizhen could feel Song Ji using his hands to stroke the back of his head. They continued holding this strange posture. After a moment, Song Ji let out a soft sigh and loosened his grip, saying deeply, "Thank you for coming back." "No need to thank me." Song Jizhen stepped back, his burning fingertips spread out unnaturally as he looked away, the warmth generated by the hug quickly blown away by the howling wind. Song Ji's unexpected move left Song Jizhen completely at a loss, and on their way after that, Song Jizhen stayed silent all along. Song Ji kept trying to find chances to talk with him, but that unexpected hug was already the best result he could achieve. He didn't know what topic would catch Song Jizhen's attention, so his face remained stiff and solemn all the way. Seeing neither of their moods were good, others dared not offend them. Uncle Pei had no choice but to step forward as a mediator. With a pleasant smile, he asked Song Jizhen, "How have things been recently?" Song Jizhen replied stiffly, "Fine." "Brat," leaving without a word, Uncle Pei patted his lower back, which made Song Jizhen take 2 big steps forward. "Didn't you come back?" Uncle Pei had a child late in life. His son, though about the same age as Song Jizhen, was nearly a full year older than Song Ji. In the first 2 years before Song Jizhen entered Haijiao, Sea Dragon, Uncle Pei was still in charge, but in the last 3 years, Uncle Pei's eldest son took over. After Uncle Pei's eldest son passed away later, Uncle Pei came back to take over Haijiao again, managing it for several more years, never putting down the burden. Several years out of Haijiao, the facilities inside remained unchanged except for the exterior walls, which had been raised and thickened to defend against zombies. Inside, everything was still the same. Song Jijin could point out where the dormitory building, the playground, and the training field were with his eyes closed. He felt infinite nostalgia but still maintained an appearance of calm composure. Uncle Pei saw through Song Jijin's facade of precocious maturity and attempted to speak up, but Song Jijin cut him off. What's going on at the safety base? I'm still completely in the dark. Let your father explain it to you. Uncle Pei deliberately tossed the conversation over to Song Ji. Before Song Jijin could decline, Song Ji seized this opportunity to start. A few days ago, the zombies broke out. It was human-caused. Our people have always suspected Li Zhou-yun. Your people? Is Yan Bin involved? Song Jijin asked. Not only him, Song Ji didn't want to go into detail, given the number of people nearby. Song Jijin clearly understood his concerns and did not ask further. Song Jijin slowly pondered over these two sentences from Song Ji. From his words, it seemed Song Ji had already begun to suspect Li Zhou-yun, but there was never any evidence. Furrowing his brow, Song Jijin asked, did you give him a report via Yan Bin? After reflecting for a while, Song Ji said, yes. Is the report real or fake? This time Song Ji did not hesitate, answering, it's real. Being able to share this classified report with Li Zhou-yun indicated that Song Ji originally trusted him, yet why did Yan Bin, who was sent to assist Li Zhou-yun, become an informant instead? Something must have happened in between. Song Jijin carefully considered. Noticing Song Jijin's question, Song Ji explained, Li Zhou-yun accepted a serum produced by the Biological Research Pharmaceutical Institute. Song Jijin's doubts unraveled swiftly. Greed for gain explains all. For a serum produced by the Biological Research Pharmaceutical Institute, Song Jijin thought, Li Zhou-yun would not refuse, and as repayment, Li Zhou-yun would inevitably pay an equal cost. Why don't we mass-produce the serum? Shaking his head, Song Ji replied as they walked into the guest hall, casual bystanders being stopped outside, leaving familiar figures inside the room. The serum is still in clinical testing stages, and the success rate is very low. Based on the experimental results they previously released, the success rate is less than 5%, the risks are too great. What happens if it fails? Song Jijin pursued the issue. I'm unclear. Song Ji cast his eyes downwards. Everyone wants to survive, but if it involves gambling with less than a 5% chance, most civilians wouldn't be content. They long for hope, but aren't brave enough to take risks, ultimately leading the government to an even more passive situation. So there's the rebirth plan? Yes. The Biological Research Pharmaceutical Institute had always wanted to develop the latent abilities of humans. The lack of progress on the serum made the government lose its patience. During the last vote, they decided to set aside the existing achievements of the serum and instead focus on developing the rebirth plan. Progress on the rebirth plan was promising, even yielding exciting results at times. However, behind these achievements, countless people with special abilities were sent into the institute to become sacrifices in their experiments. Is the rebirth plan as miraculous as the reports claim? Song Ji shook his head. The various outcomes of the rebirth plan are classified. So classified that not even someone in a position like him or Uncle Pei could access them. Since Song Jijin returned to Haijiao, they had completely become idle. They were never chosen for missions nor assigned guard duties. Every day except for training on the field, Song Jijin was left with nothing but forced emotional reconciliation with Song Ji. Since their first conversation, the communication between Song Ji and him became smoother and smoother. Song Ji would love to bring him into the office every time he found him free. After being suppressed for so long, Song Jijin finally burst out. He sat listlessly on the sofa, flipping through a random report in his hands, clearly dissatisfied. Song Ji glanced at him while handling official business, the two locked in silent contention. Unable to hold it back, Song Jijin said, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. There is something. Song Ji put down his fountain pen. The two stared blankly at each other for a moment before Song Jijin broke the silence. What is it? Li Pingyu has encountered an issue. Song Jijin became serious, asking, what happened to him? Do you remember the serum I mentioned before? Song Jijin nodded. Li Zhou-yun used the serum on Li Pingyu. Isn't the success rate very low? Song Jijin recalled how normal Li Pingyu seemed when he saw him before. Yes, Li Pingyu fell ill last night, and Li Zhou-yun drove to the military department overnight only to be detained. Did you order his detainment? Song Ji's influence had always been in the military. Their Song family, going back 3 generations, were all soldiers who rose to high positions. In the military department, they've always occupied a place. No, Song Ji shook his head, I can no longer interfere in military matters now. Song Jijin was momentarily stunned. Song Ji didn't notice his expression, continuing, Yan Bin sent word that Li Pingyu doesn't have much time left. Song Jijin froze, taking a long time to process this, eventually clarifying, do you mean, what I think you mean? Yes. Song Jijin lapsed into silence for a long time, unsure about his feelings, redirecting his gaze out the window. Li Pingyu's death stirred up ripples of waves. The detained Li Zhou-yun, having reached his limit, revealed everything about the serum. The government, already mired in a trust crisis, was affected once more. Public opposition grew stronger. The government was once labeled as incompetent, losing more and more authority over the populace. Despite the government's efforts to help, it failed to resolve the conflicts between the government and the people. The sudden surge of individuals with special abilities further impacted the ruling status of the government. Small to medium-sized security zones formed spontaneously by civilians began to emerge, demarcating their territories and fighting against zombies. 3 years later, the security zone model had stabilized. The government attempted many times to obstruct but with little success. As such, security zones reached several agreements with the government. The security zones fall under the control of the government, but the government has no right to intervene in the internal affairs of the security zones. They depend on each other yet also check each other. Big Brother Lin, over here. Hearing the voice, Lin Bei quickly turned his head, seeing a boy around 14 or 15 running towards him. After a brief embrace, the boy cheerfully announced, "I passed the exam. I can start reporting tomorrow." Lin Bei praised him a bit, making the boy's excitement soar even higher. In those 3 years, Lin Bei matured rapidly. He originally held a leisure position in the security zone but was later recommended by Song Jizhen to join a school, transforming him into a computer teacher. Resources for education within the safety zone were scarce, yet the education of teenagers couldn't be neglected. Therefore, teaching jobs within the safety zone were quite sought after. Although Lin Bei studied in university for only a short period, he was highly skilled in computers and had no difficulty teaching young children. Although Lin Bei lacked experience, his youth allowed him to easily connect with the kids. Plus, computers themselves are an interesting subject, so students generally liked him. After seeing off the boy, Lin Bei returned to his room to prepare teaching materials. By the time Song Jizhen finished dealing with things, it was late at night. When Song Jizhen returned to the room, Lin Bei was still huddled on the chair, intently marking books. "Mr. Lin is so hardworking," Song Jizhen joked. Lin Bei stretched a lazy yawn, and Song Jizhen walked behind him, giving him a shoulder rub. "Is the strength okay?" "Perfect." Lin Bei hummed with comfort. After humming for a while, Song Jizhen's gaze changed, but Lin Bei didn't sense any danger as he tiredly said, "I thought kids would be easy to teach. How about now?" "It's still okay." "Do you have class tomorrow?" "Yes." "Morning or afternoon?" "Afternoon." During their back-and-forth conversation, Song Jizhen picked him up from the chair. "We have enough time." Lin Bei didn't struggle, lazily leaning on him like a lethargic bone. It was already the hottest days of summer, and both were drenched in sweat after being together. As Song Jizhen played with Lin Bei's fingers, he softly asked, "Do you like it now?" Lin Bei was extremely exhausted and didn't hear the question clearly, casually replying, "I like it too." A flash of coldness passed through Song Jizhen's sharp eyes. Chapter 50. Beneath the calm tides, hidden currents were swirling. The rigid situation was pushed forward by some people. These 3 years not only provided survivors with a chance to catch their breath but also offered precious time for others. Not long ago, it was revealed by the government that there had been new progress in vaccine development, but this piece of news did not create much of a stir. Following the exposure of human trials, most citizens adopted an attitude of watchful waiting regarding the vaccine. Song Jizhen woke up early and drove straight to Haijiao's base, bypassing the training grounds and rushing directly to the third-floor conference hall. When he walked inside after opening the door, it was already full of people. Song Jizhen looked around and recognized several familiar faces. He estimated in his heart and sat down near the door, next to Song Ji. "You've arrived." Song Ji pushed the teacup that he had prepared towards Song Jizhen. "Would you like some?" "What kind of tea is it?" "Jin Jun Mei." Song Jizhen took a sip, put down the cup, and praised, "Not bad." Song Ji nonchalantly showed goodwill. "Shall I send you some later?" "Sure, Lin Bei loves drinking tea too." The two chatted as usual, while Song Jizhen drank several sips of tea, trying to get rid of the overwhelming drowsiness. An old man with white hair sat at the top, wearing a Zhongshan suit with the buttons fastened all the way to the top. There seemed to be an indomitable fierceness in his expression, making him authoritative even without anger, emanating an overpowering aura. The conference table was laid out in a rounded arc design, headed by the white-haired elder who sat at the center. Everyone else sat on either side of him. Except for the elder who wasn't dressed formally, everyone from the military department wore formal attire and had high ranks. Song Jizhen took another look at the people seated there. Among the dozens of people, they were divided into 4 groups. One part belonged to the safe zone, another part was from the military department, one part was political or business figures, and 2 were in white lab coats. These 2 people in white lab coats basically belonged to the lower level of the military or political hierarchy. Song Jizhen's gaze lingered on the white-coated individuals for a moment. He scanned over one of them unconsciously, looked for a few seconds, then lost interest, tilting his head to focus on the chairman. A woman wearing glasses and a military uniform holding a report book approached the chairman and quietly spoke 2 sentences to the old man. He nodded slightly and finally turned his eyes onto the group. "Since everyone has arrived, I will start with the main topic." He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and the woman standing beside him opened the file she was holding and began distributing printed A4 sheets along the table. Her movements were swift, like a nimble swallow swiftly passing by. I assume everyone is clear about the message sent out before. Gathering all of you here today is also to inform everyone about the progress of the vaccine. As he said this, he started coughing, and the woman handed him the teacup. He gently waved his hand indicating the woman should step back, unbuttoned the top button of his jacket, relaxed his neck and breathed a bit, and then apologized with sincerity when he returned to normal. I'm old, and my health isn't great. My apologies, everyone. Even though he said this, there was not a trace of sickness apparent on his face. In fact, the coughs made his complexion even ruddier. He gestured towards the two men in the white coat and explained, I don't know much about vaccines myself, I just understand the basics, so let the experts in this field brief everyone. Zhou Li Yuan and his assistant stood up simultaneously. They switched on the large screen and projected the data onto it. Zhou adjusted his white coat, put on his glasses, stepped onto the stage, and started speaking. This young scholar seemed to have gained much appreciation from the elder. Song Zhizhen noticed the elder's approving glance and thought of something interesting. After the chaos subsided, Lin Bei returned to the safety base and found Hu Lin Wan and others, but Zhou Li Yuan was missing, even his colleague Yan Bin didn't know where he was. After that, Zhou Li Yuan completely vanished from sight, disappearing as if by magic. But now, he was present here in good condition, representing the presentation of the vaccine achievements. Song Zhizhen touched his stubble and felt that the matter was getting more intriguing. Zhou Li Yuan was a teacher at S University, young and talented, with remarkable abilities. However, how could such a person, who is so dedicated to research, remain content in a small university? And why had he rapidly become a key figure in vaccine research during these 3 years? There has been a breakthrough in vaccine development. We can guarantee that after injecting this vaccine, we will no longer fear the zombie virus, and humans won't have to hide away in safe zones anymore, Zhou Li Yuan said coldly. He slowed down his speech and swept his eyes over each person present. By this point in the presentation, it would then require responses from those sitting at the table. How do you know it will work for everyone? A person from the safe zone raised their hand to question. Is this really ready to use? Vaccines are to be used on human beings, they cannot be taken lightly. After hearing the questions, Zhou Lijuan patiently provided answers. The vaccine was developed based on the genetic values of zombies and ordinary people. Before its creation, we collected thousands of gene patterns from the database as references. The applicability of the vaccine should not be a concern. This result has passed clinical trials. Based on the feedback from volunteers in our clinical trial, the usage of the vaccine is extremely stable. The power struggle between the factions boiled down to verbal sparring. Whoever spoke louder was considered reasonable. Song Zhizhen wasn't particularly interested in this but was more focused on the elder sitting above. He leaned over to Song Ji and whispered, "Who's the person managing this meeting?" "Gung Lao." Song Zhizhen understood immediately and quickly retracted his head. No wonder, even though the attendees were from different factions, they all behaved themselves and didn't cause any trouble. Gung Lao was also a prominent figure, whose name Song Zhizhen had heard about when he was still young. It was said that he had an iron hand and was highly adept at political maneuvering. He was one of the few respected figures in the capital who could command authority among his peers. Song Zhizhen hadn't expected to see him in this setting after so many years. Haijiao served as a neutral ground where various meetings between the government and safety zones took place. In the last 3 years, Song Zhizhen had visited here so often that he might have worn out the floor tiles. Having not rested well the previous night and waking up early in the morning, the points of discussion did not interest him much, and soon he started to appear tired with evident fatigue in his expression. "What do you think?" Song Ji quietly asked, referring to the vaccine. Song Zhizhen yawned, "It's credible." With increasing public distrust and doubts towards the government, it was impossible for them to dare deceive the citizens again. No one was foolish. Furthermore, as the influence of the safe zones grew stronger, the government struggled to consolidate their control. To absorb these safe zones, regaining the trust of the people was critical. And the vaccine was the crucial step. After 3 years of effort, they have now revealed their results, indirectly suggesting the stability of the vaccine. Only under such certainty would they take this significant risk. This meeting wasn't aimed at promoting the achievements of the vaccine or allowing them to judge whether it was effective. Instead, it forced the representatives to make a stance. Even if the government's persuasive ability was strong, it could not match the execution capacity of the safe zones. Only by passing this hurdle could the vaccine reach the masses. This performance required everyone's cooperation. Everyone sitting at the table was sharp-minded. Although they clearly understood what was implied, on the surface, they were pretending to be clueless. Nobody easily gives up power that they have acquired. Reaching such positions hasn't been easy for anyone. Once Zhou Lijuan finished his presentation, the elder took note of everyone's expressions and demeanor. He gestured for the woman to distribute another document. Song Zhizhen reclined in his chair lazily extending his hand to receive the document. Since coercion wasn't working, it was time to try both carrot and stick tactics. Sure enough, the document listed attractive conditions from top to bottom. On the final page, there was also a warning. After glancing through the document briefly, Song Zhizhen felt that it indeed carried the typical characteristics of the government, but aside from its vested interests, the vaccine was absolutely something that could be widely promoted. Seen from any perspective, it was a great boon for the general public. Signing the documents would be confidential. Until the end, Song Zhizhen wasn't clear about who signed and who didn't. After tidying up his own document and handing it over to Zhou Lijuan, as he was about to leave, Zhou Lijuan suddenly grabbed his wrist. Their eyes met, and Song Zhizhen withdrew his hand, waiting for Zhou Lijuan to speak, but he remained silent for quite a while. Having little patience, Song Zhizhen asked, "Is there something?" "Nothing." Zhou Lijuan quickly looked down. "Sorry." His apology came unexpectedly, and Song Zhizhen couldn't figure out whether it was for his abrupt action earlier or for something else entirely. A few days later, the results of the signatures were announced. More than 90% of the attendees agreed to promote the vaccine. Very quickly, the government invested heavily, mobilizing the nation's manpower and resources to successfully distribute vaccines to every survivor within months. At the same time, large-scale cleanup activities swiftly began, with cleaning teams mainly composed of military personnel eradicating zombies across the country. As a result, the government's reputation rapidly rose. The bizarre farce that lasted 4 years ended abruptly. With the dawn breaking, the people scattered across different safe zones actively participated in information-gathering efforts, hoping to find their loved ones in the databases. If you're needed, you'll be moved wherever necessary. Lin Bei, as a carefree individual, had already adapted to his resilient identity. He started participating in the organization of information archives with Hu Linwen and others, while Song Zhizhen was busy maneuvering through various matters in the safety zones. For a period of time, it was difficult for the two to even meet, and they could only be together when they went to sleep at night. Even then, their time together was limited. Lin Bei was so exhausted that he would fall asleep as soon as he touched the bed, and by the time Song Zhizhen returned after handling everything, there wasn't a chance for them to exchange a word. This busy schedule continued all the way until the New Year's Eve. This year marked the last celebration within the safety zone, and Song Zhizhen put a lot of effort into organizing the festivities. Amidst the chaos of people singing and dancing out of tune, Xia Heng took the lead on stage to sing. Seeing Song Zhizhen being forced to drink alcohol, Lin Bei quickly stepped in to help defuse the situation. Seizing the moment, Song Zhizhen slumped onto Lin Bei like a noodle, resting his head and leaning heavily against Lin Bei's back. Whistles erupted around them, and aware of this, Lin Bei didn't dare to drink much. After lightly tapping glasses a few times, he led Song Zhizhen away. Lin Bei pulled Song Zhizhen outside to cool down, and Song Zhizhen shivered, complaining about the cold. Lin Bei shared his scarf with Song Zhizhen, and the two leaned together head to head. The cool night breeze dispersed 5/10 of Song Zhizhen's drunkenness. Song Zhizhen pressed Lin Bei into an alcohol-laced kiss, generating a moist warmth amid the freezing winter night. Inside, amidst the boisterous crowd, no one knows who started it, but the originally joyous atmosphere suddenly turned sorrowful. The pain and grief endured over 4 years exploded in that instant, waves of sobbing echoing throughout. Song Zhizhen tightened his embrace around Lin Bei, and the fireworks arranged beforehand thunderously ignited. Fireworks scattered across the sky, exploding into brilliant displays that dispelled the heavy darkness, light suddenly flooding the scene. Is it over? Lin Bei couldn't tear his eyes away from the fireworks for even a second. Song Zhizhen exhaled a deep breath. Yeah, it's over. Chapter 51, Bonus Chapter. Song Zhizhen had never concealed his sexual orientation from Song Ji, but he also hadn't disclosed it actively. Lin Bei's special relationship with Song Zhizhen was something Song Ji heard from other people. Song Ji did not have any resentment about this, and in fact, was quite eager to meet Lin Bei. Song Ji believed he wasn't a good father, yet he didn't know how to be one that could mend the relationship between him and Song Zhizhen. His open-minded nature made it easier for him to accept their special relationship, but Song Ji remained troubled as Song Zhizhen seemingly had no intention of letting them meet. After nearly a month of waiting, Song Ji decided to reach out to Lin Bei on his own. Song Zhizhen resisted engaging deeply with him in conversation, and he didn't know how to ease the tension, but Lin Bei seemed like a good opportunity to break through. With that thought in mind, Song Ji approached Lin Bei. Lin Bei was extremely nervous during this first face-to-face meeting with his boyfriend's parent, even treading carefully. He carried an unnaturally tight smile, keeping his hands neatly folded on his knees. Song Ji observed Lin Bei closely while forming his impression. He moderated his tone to appear as amiable as possible. What would you like to drink? Anything is fine. I'm not really thirsty. Lin Bei managed a faint smile. In that case, let's have some tea. Zhizhen loved drinking tea when he was a child. He liked pretending to be an adult. Song Ji calmly brewed the tea opposite Lin Bei, his movements fluid. Is that so? Lin Bei smiled slightly and visibly relaxed a little. Yes, that's what his mother used to say. When I didn't have time to take care of him as a kid, his mother would update me periodically on how Zhizhen was doing. Song Ji spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, expressionless. Discarding the first steep of the tea, Song Ji continued, he was quite mischievous as a child, often coming home bruised and scraped from playing rough with older kids in the compound, though he rarely complained. Lin Bei was particularly interested in hearing about Song Zhizhen's childhood experiences. Glancing at him with peripheral vision, Song Ji noted his relaxation and found comfort in it, believing the lessons he recently took with peers helped immensely. Song Ji handed over the freshly brewed tea to Lin Bei, who received it respectfully with both hands. Lin Bei remarked, I assumed from his personality, he would have always appeared very mature since he was young. He had a playful heart back then. Song Ji took a sip, placed the cup down, and gestured towards Lin Bei. You can try it, it tastes pretty good. Okay. Lin Bei nodded. In his early years, he relied on me heavily and even admired me greatly. Song Ji reflected, I rarely got the chance to come home, so he treasured every moment we spent together. At 13, he sustained a serious injury and was hospitalized for a long time. It just happened to coincide with my vacation period. Before I left for vacation, he eagerly anticipated that I'd take him to a live training camp. But due to his knee injury, he ended up in the hospital instead. I promised him we'd go on my next vacation, but I exhausted all my leave staying by his side in the hospital. Afterward, his mother passed away. The lighting weighed on Song Ji's cap brim, like an impermeable web trapping him within, filled with regret and other negative emotions. Lin Bei stared at Song Ji's dim eyes, subtly pressing his lips together. In his view, Song Ji and Song Jijin shared many similarities, such as a stubborn disposition and similar introversion. Lin Bei could sense Song Ji's emotions, detecting concern and love for Song Jijin in his words. But he also understood why Song Jijin felt dissatisfied. Have you ever talked about these things with him? No, Song Ji quickly detached himself from the gloomy emotions, returning to his usual calm composure. He wouldn't want to talk about these with me. Clutching the teacup in his hands, Lin Bei asked, how do you know he doesn't want to? Song Ji was special to Song Jijin, evident in his resistant attitude. If Song Jijin truly didn't care, he would have acted perfectly polite, smiling kindly, but that wasn't the case. Instead, he acted like a naive child, defiantly challenging Song Ji, speaking rudely, showing no courtesy at all. In the past month at the Haijiao training base, Song Jijin had exhibited unusual behavior. He would often smoke late at night by the window, a habit he didn't have before joining Haijiao. Both men were waiting for the other to make the first move to soften. Song Ji wanted to maintain his dignity as a father, while Song Jijin sought a dignified compromise. Besides a brief embrace and a few lines of conversation, their relationship showed little improvement. Yet there was undoubtedly psychological fluctuation on Song Jijin's part. I worry that bringing up these conversations might worsen our improving relationship. Song Ji leaned back half lazily in his chair, half drooping his eyes. He inquired, may I smoke? I don't mind. Song Ji took a few puffs, calming his anxious mood, and sincerely admitted, I rarely spend time alone with him. In the past, his mother was around, and she could well manage Jijin's emotions, but I can't. When I am alone with Jijin, whether it's conversation or anything else, it always ends in failure. The ways I think are right, he just can't accept. There was silence for a moment before Lin Bei cleared his throat and said, he is not a child anymore. The younger him couldn't understand you, but that doesn't mean the present him still can't. If you could talk to him personally, I think it would be better than coming to me. Maybe. The two chatted for a long time. Song Ji recounted amusing anecdotes from Song Jijin's childhood from the depths of his memory, and Lin Bei engaged happily in the conversation. As the night deepened and the moonlight grew brighter, Song Ji glanced at the clock by the window, it's getting late, I won't keep you any longer. Lin Bei stood up, bowing slightly, then I'll take my leave. Song Ji escorted him to the door. Just as he opened it, they saw Song Jijin leaning against the corridor wall. A cigarette dangled between his fingers, its red tip glowing brightly under the moonlight. His body outline appeared very robust, like a relaxed yet commanding Buddha. At the sound of the door opening, he lifted his head, are you done talking? Huh. Lin Bei noticed the scattered cigarette butts on the floor, there were many, indicating Song Jijin had been there for quite some time. Shall we go now? Song Jijin stepped closer to the pair. His tone was flat, and Lin Bei couldn't gauge his current mood, so he acquiesced obediently, let's go. Song Ji remained silent behind Lin Bei, while Song Jijin acted as if he wasn't even there. Not wanting to force Song Jijin into an uncomfortable situation or embarrass Song Ji, Lin Bei quickly stated, we'll go back now. Alright, Song Ji replied softly. Lin Bei walked ahead, followed slowly by Song Jijin. They hadn't gone far when Song Jijin suddenly halted mid-stride, folding his legs together. Without looking back, he shoved his hands in his pockets and said coldly, I'll find you tomorrow. He didn't specify the content or the target, but both Lin Bei and Song Ji understood his meaning perfectly. Lin Bei paused and stared at Song Jijin. Unable to see either Song Jijin's or Song Ji's expressions clearly, he somehow felt that both of them must have been smiling faintly. After about 10 seconds, Song Jijin, not hearing a response from Song Ji, demanded impatiently, just give me a yes or no. A hoarse voice came from behind him, yes. So it's settled then. Song Jijin waved his hand dismissively and strode up beside Lin Bei, wrapping his arm around him. Following his quick pace, the two swiftly left the corridor. Once out of Song Ji's line of sight, their steps gradually slowed. Song Jijin asked, did you enjoy my stories? They were good. Do you want to hear more? Yes. I'll tell you more when we get back. That night, driven by intense emotional fluctuations, Song Jijin pinned Lin Bei to the bed. The two stayed up all night sharing lively stories and laughter. Chapter 52, Side Story 2. The number of zombies was decreasing, and the powerful effect of the vaccine allowed people to dare to step out of the safe zones and build new homes for themselves. However, the weather conditions that were hard to adapt to hadn't improved but instead worsened, with winter temperatures dropping lower and accompanied by strong winds and snowfall. Even the southern regions experienced light snowfalls, making the climate extremely bizarre. Climate experts released a series of opinions and insights regarding this, but none of them had much effect. It was still cold when it should be, and the weather conditions showed no signs of improvement. Such harsh weather caused many children to catch colds. Lin Bei, who mingled with these students, also caught a cold as a result. At first, he only had a slight headache, but after sleeping for a while, it turned into full-body weakness. He vomited repeatedly during the night from midnight all the way until morning. It wasn't until the sun rose that Lin Bei's symptoms started to ease slightly. He was then settled back down to sleep by Song Jizhen. Song Jizhen went to the medical station in the base to get medicine. Since such illnesses were common recently, the doctor didn't even ask too many questions and gave him some medicine after learning the general situation. Song Jizhen returned to their room with the wrapped-up pills and waited beside the bed for Lin Bei to wake up. Lin Bei slept for a very long time. During this period, Song Jizhen had something to attend to, but worried about leaving Lin Bei unattended upon waking, so he simply asked Xia Heng to stay and look after him. When Lin Bei opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Xia Heng sitting on the chair. She wasn't wearing her military uniform today, her long hair flowed over her shoulders, and she wore a flowery dress that easily covered her knees. In her hand, she held a book, completely engrossed in its contents and not noticing that Lin Bei had woken up. She looked quite sophisticated at that moment. Lin Bei's throat felt itchy and he couldn't speak. He shifted his body slightly. Just then, Xia Heng, who had been immersed in her reading, noticed him. She placed the book flat on the desk, cover side up, and Lin Bei immediately spotted two male characters kissing on the cover. Lin Bei. Do you want some water? Lin Bei nodded lightly in agreement. How fragile can you be? You collapsed so easily. Xia Heng stood up to pour him a glass of water. Seeing Lin Bei struggling to get up, she quickly stopped him and inserted a straw into the cup before handing it to Lin Bei. You're precious right now, stop moving around. Lin Bei wasn't accustomed to such meticulous service, and for a moment, he was stunned before responding. He wasn't reserved with Xia Heng either and directly sipped a large mouthful of water through the straw she handed over. In no time, half of the cup was gone. Are Hu Lin Wen and the others still busy? Lin Bei asked. Even with fewer people, the amount of data entry work remained high, and Lin Bei could imagine how busy Hu Lin Wen must be. He's doing well, extra hours of work aren't bad for a man like him, Xia Heng replied, just coming back from the server room. As for those young kids of yours, they wanted to come see you, but the captain stopped all of them. Get better soon, or those little troublemakers will bother you. Although Xia Heng's tone was filled with complaints, there was warmth shining in her eyes. I'll try my best. Lin Bei smiled and nodded before asking, where's Song Jizhen? The captain had something to take care of and left hurriedly. I had just changed my clothes intending to go out when I got summoned here. Xia Heng helplessly shrugged her shoulders. Are you going home? Lin Bei asked. Recently, many team members found their relatives in the information database. Given the reduced need for protection in the safety base, they began taking leave and leaving one after another. Xia Heng laughed and shook her head after hearing Lin Bei's question, brushing her hair behind her ear. I've got some free time recently, so I plan to visit Gongzi and the others. I haven't visited them due to being constantly busy, so now I have some spare time, I'm going to share some good news with them, letting them feel happy too. Lin Bei sat up, supporting himself against the bed and asked, when are you planning to depart? As soon as possible. The place isn't far away, and I'll drive there, so I might clean up a bit for them. This side doesn't need further care, I'm feeling fine, you can go ahead. Nah, you finish your medicine first. I'm not in a rush. Xia Heng turned to the table to get the medicine for him, along with a thermos box. Let's eat first. After finishing the meal, the time approached 1 o'clock. Xia Heng glanced at her watch and bid farewell to Lin Bei. As she bent over to pick up her bag, Lin Bei noticed the pocket watch hanging from her chest, which had previously been hidden beneath her hair, now fully revealed. That pocket watch looks really nice. Lin Bei complimented. The color of the pocket watch matched perfectly with the flowery pattern of her dress, creating a unique kind of beauty under each other's enhancement. Xia Heng paused briefly, holding the pocket watch gently and smiling faintly. I think it's quite nice too. Just as Xia Heng had stepped out, Song Jizhen came back. Seeing Lin Bei in relatively good spirits, he relaxed as well. Are you done dealing with things? Not really, just took a break in between. Song Jizhen gently placed a hand on his forehead, comparing the temperature with his own before feeling relieved. Song Jizhen asked, do you still feel unwell? Yes. Lin Bei nudged his head against Song Jizhen's palm and pouted softly. Song Jizhen brushed Lin Bei's hair to the back, should we get a haircut in a few days? It's getting a bit long. Song Jizhen held onto his hair, stroking it slowly in the direction of its growth. Lin Bei lay limply in his arms like a boneless kitten, his expression hidden under the curtain of his hair. He gave a soft response. Song Zhizhen glanced at the white paper pieces in the trash bin and asked again, "Do you want some candy?" He reached into his pocket a few times, pulling out 2 differently packaged chocolates and presenting them in front of Lin Bei. "Where did you get these from?" The base wasn't short on food, but snacks were scarce, any sweets would be given to the children. "I helped myself to them." Song Zhizhen unwrapped a piece of chocolate and placed it into Lin Bei's mouth. "Isn't it proper for someone in my position to have a little privilege?" "Alright," Lin Bei grinned broadly, his eyes curving like an arched bridge. Lin Bei chewed, savoring the sweetness along with a subtle bitterness, though the latter barely affected the overall taste. "Tastes good?" Lin Bei didn't answer verbally. Leaning on Song Zhizhen's arm, he tilted his head, pressing his lips onto Song Zhizhen's, transferring the chocolate inside his mouth over to the other side. They clung together for quite some time, their upper bodies tightly pressed together. After kissing for a while, Lin Bei pulled away using Song Zhizhen's shoulder as support. "Sweet. Sweet." Song Zhizhen licked his lips, relishing the flavor that lingered in his mouth. "Won't I pass this cold on to you?" "No worries." Song Zhizhen embraced Lin Bei and opened another piece of chocolate, letting it dissolve slowly in his mouth. "Want some?" "Yeah." Lin Bei nodded. Chapter 53 Epilogue, Huang Mao Xia Heng. After this eternal yet fleeting battle ended, everything slowly returned to peace. Reuniting with loved ones, rebuilding new homes, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Xia Heng saw off wave after wave of people until only she and Song Zhizhen were left in the base. "Why don't you go back?" Song Zhizhen sat down next to her. "I haven't made contact yet." All team members' information was prioritized for entry, but Xia Heng still hadn't found her family. "I'll help you connect with other bases to check." "Thank you, Captain." Xia Heng raised her head leisurely and gripped the pocket watch at her chest. "I want to visit Huang Mao." "I'll go with you. We also need to sort out the remains of other team members." The bodies that could be brought back were all cremated. For those like Huang Mao without a body, only their belongings would be placed in the graveyard. "Forget it. I have to go these next 2 days." Song Zhizhen had been so busy recently with no time at all, and Xia Heng didn't want to wait anymore. "Alright." After organizing her belongings, Xia Heng changed into a long skirt she had saved at the bottom of her suitcase and applied light makeup. She drove herself 2 kilometers away to the newly constructed cemetery where fallen soldiers and claimed victims were interred. The Chinese believe in returning to one's roots, even the dead should have a resting place. Originally, someone like Huang Mao, who had neither remains nor ashes, couldn't be buried in a cemetery, but Song Zhizhen wouldn't compromise. He managed to get Huang Mao interred there. Xia Heng walked past rows and rows of monuments where soldiers were collectively honored, pausing briefly over each name and photo. Under the burning sunlight, Xia Heng wiped the sweat from her forehead and continued forward. When she reached the 5th row, Xia Heng spotted a familiar photo. Huang Mao was smiling brightly, his gap-toothed grin exposed along with squinted eyes, and on the left side of his mouth, a piece of gum was held in his tooth gap. This picture was cropped from a group photo. Back then, he had just passed the training selection, with mud streaks and face paint mixing together, resembling a big clown. Xia Heng still remembered standing right beside him in that photo. Xia Heng put down her canvas bag and took out an iron box from inside. "It's been a long time," she said as she sat by the gravestone, pulling out a small bottle of alcohol from the canvas bag. "Do you want some?" Xia Heng lifted the bottle, paused for a moment, smiled faintly, and then opened the stopper. "You can't drink, you're so bad at it." Xia Heng raised the bottle. "Let me show you how strong this alcohol is." "Huh, it's quite pure." She talked to herself for a while, then slowly took a sip, its harsh taste rushing up to her brain, stimulating her taste buds. Soon, a fiery heat rose in her throat. Xia Heng's expression remained unchanged as she used one hand to pry open the iron box, spilling out various candies inside. "I've brought you a gift. You should like it." It was very quiet around, except for the occasional breeze that swept past, ruffling Xia Heng's long hair and producing subtle sounds. The colorful candy wrappers refracted the sunlight, revealing mottled traces. Xia Heng gripped the pocket watch and whispered softly, "It's all over now. Can you see it?" Xia Heng opened the watch case, revealing the needle ticking regularly. A long-lost photograph was attached inside the cover. Huang Mao's face was covered in mud streaks, and Xia Heng wasn't any better. 2 big clowns stood together in the picture, smiling radiantly. Xia Heng clutched the pocket watch tightly, forcing out an ugly smile and shedding tears as she gulped down a mouthful of wine. The end.